Ball thrown in. The Wolves have won 117-110 here in Game 4. Will this be the last game at Chase Center? Well, the Warriors will have something to say about that on Wednesday night at the Target Center. But the Wolves shot 47% from three, but over 50% from three most of the night. Buoyed by their stars, 31 points from Randall, 30 from Anthony Edwards, and they now lead this Western Conference semifinal series 3-1.
Tim, we're on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Morning Roast at Spadoni at Chasky. Let's just get right into it. The Warriors are now down 3-1 in the Western Conference semifinals against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards was sensational. He was a superstar yesterday. Julius Randle has been and continues to be a problem. Shooting has been a problem for the Golden State Warriors, though. And we knew it was going to be difficult. We knew it was going to be challenging. You needed one of these last three to extend this series to potentially a Game 6. And now, going forward, Joe, it's a one-game series. You just got to take it as a one-game series, these next three, and hopefully there are three. Is Steph coming back? Is he not coming back? Who knows at this point? But a tough loss. And a first half where I thought everything was going the Warriors' way. And that three-pointer from Anthony Edwards with two guys draped all over him, I felt like was a massive shot and massive momentum heading into the half for Minnesota.
They were on a... oh, gosh.
It's all right. Fight through it.
They were on a 10-0 run as I go straight Flem and M on you first thing in the morning. The Warriors were on a 10-0 run, and then Edwards hit 1-3 with like a minute and a half to go, and then, they got some free throws, and then he hits another one with 5 seconds left. And look, the reality is this. GP2 can't guard Anthony Edwards.
Nope.
And like last night, I was bummed by the end of the game because that fourth quarter, they're trying to press and they're just giving up layups left and right. That is why NBA teams don't press, because they will dice you up, right? I was bummed last night. Then I watched the game back again this morning. And it made me irate. And I'm going to be honest with you, irate. A couple of things. The favoritism from the coach. And look, are they outgunned? Are they out of, do they not have enough firepower? There's no question they don't have enough firepower, which is why I'm so pissed after watching it back a second time. The obsession with GP2, with pods, and not yanking these guys when they're clearly, they don't have the form, they're not in rhythm, they're not hitting, they're not helping, and you are icing out Kuminga? What did Kuminga do to Steve Kerr? No, I'm dead serious. He was the only bright spot in that first half. He willed them back into the game. He's got 16 at the half, and you walk out and you start the third quarter, maybe the biggest quarter of the season because of where we're at, because of how dramatic this is, and you wait 4 full minutes to go to Kuminga, and then Pods can't hit water if he fell out of a boat in the middle of the ocean, and you go back to him after putting him on the bench. The amount of 2 and 3 non-shooter lineups when you are searching for offense is baffling. It's absolutely baffling. Well, we need to have a ball hitter. What's Draymond for? Well, we need to have a ball hitter. Why have Jimmy then? Well, we need to have a ball handler. No, you don't. You know why you had to go to zone? Because you're playing Pajemski way too much. You can't give me a minute for Pat Spencer. I'm not saying that Pat Spencer's the reason why this team's not going to move on. They don't have enough firepower. They're missing their best player. But my God, in a game where you need to see some adjustments and have a quick hook and just try to find some freaking offense, you are jamming Brandon Pajemski down our throat when the guy, I'm searching for my numbers here. I want to make sure we're clear here. GP2 in the playoffs, he missed one game, a game 7. He's a minus 56.
It's not good.
He's a minus 56. He's played 174 minutes. Kuminga has played 155 minutes in the playoffs. You tell me who you want more of.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, okay. Pajemski has played 350 minutes. He scored 100 points, 107 points. Kuminga has scored 96 points in less than half the time. We are searching for offense. No one can get their own shot. Now, I'm not saying that Kuminga is the end-all, be-all. I'm not saying he's the answer. But my God, let's coach this game like you've watched what happened in the first half. I know TJD has been struggling in terms of staying out of foul trouble, But you got Kevon Looney on Julius Randle, and he's cooking him. You got Draymond on Julius Randle, who wanted a campaign for DPOY. Draymond has been MIA this entire series. Draymond in the playoffs, averaging 33 minutes a game. He's played over 350 total minutes in the playoffs. He's shooting 39% from the field, 28% from three. He's only got 99 points. This team is getting dismantled by two players in this series. Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. You can make an argument Julius Randle was the best player on the floor in the first half.
Yeah, no, he was. It wasn't even an argument.
And why are they in zone? Because he's hell-bent on playing undersized guys who can't defend, and it starts with Podziemski. You are forced into so many zone actions on defense because the guy can't guard anyone individually. Who has been your best individual defender on Anthony Edwards? It's been Jonathan Kuminga. Okay? But when you're playing Podziemski as much as you have in GP2, they keep switching and they're getting the matchups they're looking for. You went zone, they attacked the zone in the middle, and they destroyed you. And then offensively, my God. Look, I watched it back, and I left at the end of the night. I was so bummed. Like, Jimmy, what the 8 shots? But I watched it back. He was trying. It was 4 people, Pods being one of them, Draymond being another one, Buddy Hield being another one, just standing on the 3-point line. Watch it back. They're just standing there. They're literally just standing there. 11 seconds to go, and it's Jimmy jab stepping, trying to get into the paint with 5 defenders sagging off of guys who can't hit water. I mean, like, I'll just give it to you. Draymond, 39% from the field, 28% from 3 right now. Podziemski is almost identical. 33% from the field, 29% from 3. Now, Buddy Hield's numbers look good, but when you watch the game, I don't know where these threes are coming from. Garbage time? I mean, by the time I flip the rewatch off?
He had the most turnovers on the team. He had some awful turnovers. Look. 4.
They're losing this series, and they're going to probably end up losing this series. And I'm bummed, and it sucks. They exerted so much energy, and it was a fun ride. Today's not the day for me to, feel about how fun it was. It was a fun ride this year.
It's not over, but
we're out Steph Curry. That starts every conversation. They had an opportunity to win on Saturday night, and it feels like they're emotionally spent, and they got completely carved up in that third quarter. And again, I just go back to Steve, these guys that you love, the GP2s, the Loonies, the Pods, I know you love them. They're not playing good right now. Why you didn't start the quarter with Jonathan Kuminga tells me everything I need to know. You're going to stubbornly go back to your guys. It doesn't matter about form. It doesn't matter about trying something new. You're getting blown. The door's blown off you. You can't see a minute for Moody. I can't see a minute for Pods on the bench. And maybe I just give a look to Pat Spencer. Draymond's being relegated to either a top of the 3 guy waiting for the ball or a corner of the 3 guy. He's your point guard. That's in this circumstance, because you're down so many, you can't get enough offensive guys out onto that floor. And I'm really disappointed in Steve. And the Kuminga thing. Now that we've seen Kuminga for a couple of games in a row, what the hell happened? Honest to God, what the hell happened? I want a 30 for 30. What happened? I'm not saying this guy's Michael Jordan. No one thinks he's Michael Jordan. I'm not even saying he's some fringe all-star. I'm not the owner. I'm not going to come out. Podziemski's an all-star. Kuminga's not. No, those guys are not. It's hard to be an all-star. You couldn't find minutes for this guy. Now, you know what I'm thinking in my head? Fair or not? Maybe if you played Kuminga, it wouldn't have went 7 against Houston. Maybe if you played Kuminga, you might have been done in 5 or 6. I don't know. Who knows? You know? And I just keep coming back to how many games this team tricked off down the stretch that would have given them the whole week off and would have given them the Laker matchup as opposed to the Rockets in the first round.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on all those platforms. Brought to you by First Norcal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcal Financing.
I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
Because I'm ticked off. Because last night I was bummed, and I was ready to just say, "Hey, they're the better team," and they are. And then I hate doing this. Well, if Curry's there, I think we would have won.
Well,
no, but I do feel that way, right? And it sucks.
Every fan makes you feel that way.
But I feel like a loser saying that out loud. I feel like a straight up loser admitting that out loud.
It's not. The Celtics are probably going to lose to the Knicks, and they just lost Jason Tatum, and they'll be saying the same thing. They'll probably beat you guys with a healthy Tatum, and they're not going to now. We don't know what the status of Jason Tatum is. Draymond talked about it yesterday. He's like, the last thing we want is Steph to just force himself back early, and then he could have a severe injury after that.
But it starts here. Like, everyone's going to be ticked off with Jimmy, and I get it. Like, this is why you got Jimmy, and Jimmy didn't rest him. Hey, look, man, let's call a spade a spade. Draymond Green, all-time warrior. Draymond Green, Hall of Famer. Yeah. Draymond Green played like poop in this playoffs.
I didn't think he was bad. Like, the first half, I thought he was aggressive offensively.
That is the Draymond Green existence.
Well, no, I know.
I'll hit a couple shots early, and then I'm on a milk carton for the next couple quarters.
No, for sure. I hear you on that. I think what the most frustrating part is, I think you saw the best version of the Warriors without Steph in that first half yesterday, and they were only up 2 points. That was like, for me.
Wait, what was the best version? With Kuminga leading the way with 16?
Yes.
And then starting the third quarter on a stationary bike?
First half.
What are we doing?
First half.
What are we doing?
And then they only scored 17 in the third quarter and the game was over.
Look, no one is saying that Kuminga is the end all be all. But when I saw him in the hallway or whatever it is, the tunnel, he's on a stationary bike. I'm like,
gotta get loose.
That's the reason I'm getting pissed.
I want to fire my notepad at halftime.
Don't throw it at me.
They were out rebounding by 10. They had more second chance points, 10-2. They had more paint points, more bench points. Why is that, Kuminga? And you're not going to start him?
The bucket was full.
What did he do? What did he do? I want to know. What the heck happened? Was this the players? Is this the coach? Is this the organization? What happened?
Well, I mean, it's obvious what happened, right? He got hurt. They got Jimmy Butler, and he was iced out. And we all accepted that because the team was winning. And then now the team's losing, and they go to Kuminga because there's no Stephen Curry, and he's balled out the last couple games, credit to him, but there have been L's in each and every one of them. The game to win, the game you had to have, we were talking about it yesterday, was Saturday. Well, that was the game you needed.
Yeah, but Julius Randle, okay.
That was the game.
No, I hear you. But no one will break down Julius Randle dismantling Draymond Green.
Well, he's been the best player in the series.
They threw Looney on him. They threw Draymond on him. They threw Jimmy Butler on him. He has been destroying him. I think he has been the best player in the series. Yes. Now, Anthony Edwards, that third quarter was the best quarter of the series by any individual player.
He took it over. Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. But, I mean, Steve, I know you watch the games back because I'm watching them. The only guy who has kind of slowed down Anthony Edwards, even a little, is Jonathan Kuminga. He should have been playing him every minute Anthony Edwards was on the floor. Kuminga should have been guarding him. Every minute that Anthony Edwards was on the floor, Kuminga should have been in the game. Period. There's no, I don't want to hear any other excuse. You've been forced. You're throwing GP2. Watch that final three-pointer before the end of half. GP2 is like literally in another state. He's in Nevada as Anthony Edwards does a crossover from 40 feet away. And Draymond Green just, let me just gonna put my hands up. As Anthony Edwards hits a huge momentum three before half, then turns to Draymond and screams at him, basically saying, I'm coming and I'm coming to kill you guys in the third quarter. And you know what? Anthony Edwards, my guy, you are incredible. He had some in and outs. And again, they're going to a zone. Why? Because they're playing undersized pods. Yeah. He's obsessed with playing GP2 and pods. And I throw my hands up. What about the games I'm watching? Did the second quarter matter? Because you just completely aborted everything that was working in that to just jam, just gotta jam Pachimski back in there. Just gotta. I know he hasn't played good for 3 weeks in a row, but let's just jam him back in there. Because he can dribble.
Quentin Jammer.
He can dribble. If I watch Jimmy or Pods dribble into the key, jump stop, pump fake, pivot, and try to throw. Shoot the ball! You're in the key! Shoot the ball! Tell me I'm not the only one. And then what are the other four guys doing? Standing there waiting. Brandon, I'm open. Brandon, it's like a bunch of fourth graders because I coach for. Chris, throw it to me. Move! Someone cut! Someone do something!
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, it's righteously brewed here in San Francisco. 117-110 the final. The Warriors are down 3-1, folks. A familiar situation, unfortunately, for this squad. And we want to hear from the people today. It's guest free. You are the guests today. And you know the number? It's 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Please, we want to hear from the people today. Biggest reason, and I'm not giving you the Stephen Curry excuse, but it is an excuse. It's a big one. That's the overarching one. We all know that. Why are they down 3-1 right now? Why are they down 3-1? Is it as simple as saying they don't have their best player? Okay. But you've been in a lot of these games. It's been single digits a lot of the time. Outside of yesterday, and the game was basically over after the 8-minute mark or 6-minute mark of the third quarter when Anthony Edwards just took over. He was sensational. Mike Conley was hitting a three. DiVincenzo started to hit some threes. I was like, oh boy, now Dante's hitting him. He was horrible for most of the series, and he hits a couple of them. So, and then Nikhil Alexander
why
Walker.
is that, Joe? Why is that? They're in a zone.
Yep.
And we overcommit. Look, pods will draw. I'm not trying to make this about pods, but you can't watch that game and not say, well, they're in his zone because of pods. He can't guard anyone. And wow, look, he's over jumping at the top of the key, okay, and not stopping ball, allowing dribble drive penetration into the middle of the zone. How do you beat a zone? Skip passing, outside shooting, dribble drive penetration, okay? And the guy is such a poor defender right now. Watch the tape. Yeah, you draw some charges. That's great. But he's not the only one. He's not the only one. GP2 has played horrific. And you know what the crazy thing is? He's actually shooting from three on a team that's dying for some 3-ball shots. He's actually shooting okay. But this team, I'm telling you right now, they got too many non-shooters on the floor who are one-way players, afraid to shoot, standing at the three-point line, relegated to being a catch-and-shoot player, and they're saying, Jimmy, save us. And Jimmy's not Jesus. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen.
No. 5-9 overall from Jimmy Butler yesterday. His 9 field goal attempts, 14 points overall for him. He was resting a bunch because you thought maybe if it's a tight game, get him some rest. He was exhausted after game 4. So check that. Game 3, he was exhausted. So game 4, you know what? Keep it tight, and then let Jimmy cook later. But the Minnesota Timberwolves, credit to them, man. They were forcing anyone else to beat them yesterday.
Which is
anyone
the
else.
appropriate move.
That is what they should do. There's no Steph. Okay, who's their second best player? Oh, Jimmy Butler? Okay, we'll live with Kuminga. You know what, Kuminga? Do your thing. Because we're going to bet that Pods isn't going to be a good shooter. He's not. Buddy Hield's going to be inefficient. He was. Draymond Green's going to keep chucking him up there, or he's going to stop shooting altogether. Trace Jackson Davis doesn't shoot. Kevon Looney's not a shooter. They don't have offense on this team.
Shooting.
8 of 27 from beyond the arc. 8 of 27. Juxtapose that with what Minnesota did. 16 of 34. But they're killing it.
Not only do they have no shooting, no one is moving on offense. Watch that third quarter. Just again, it was. Okay, I watched the second quarter. Wow, they're playing tempo. They're getting stops. The defense was really good. They're going downhill. They're decisive. Again, Kuminga was a large part of that. And I thought Jimmy as well. And then the third quarter, all that went away. You know why? Because dribble into the paint, jab step, pivot. Dog, what are we doing? What are we doing?
What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Life Source Water System. It's the calls. Dave, Robert, Ryan. Start lining them up, everyone. 888-957-9570. 117-110 the final. The T-Wolves were howling yesterday. They are up 3-1 heading back to Minnesota tomorrow. The Warriors will try to keep their season alive right here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, how do they get to this point? It's the biggest reason they're down 3-1 right now. I'm not giving you the Stephen Curry excuse. They've been in every single one of these games at one point, outside of yesterday when they got absolutely eviscerated halfway through the third quarter. Let's talk about it. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
3-1. They could have been 1-2.
Randall into Edwards. 7 seconds in the backcourt. Payton right in front of him. Edwards at midcourt. Crossover dribble. Deep three in front of the logo. Good at the buzzer by Anthony Edwards. What a shot. We're 2 Warrior defenders there. He's got 14 at the break. And what a first half this has been.
Fine. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Pods. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Last night, we're reacting to a Minnesota Timberwolves 117-110 victory over the Golden State Warriors. It wasn't even that close. The game was basically over halfway through the third quarter when Anthony Edwards just went absolutely nuclear. 3-point barrage for him. You know, Dante DiVincenzo was starting to hit shots. McDaniels, Julius Randle was incredible in that first half. And we're reacting to it all day. All day long, all the shows, everything. The series isn't over yet, but it's on life support. That is a fact. Dave, Robert, Ryan, Nicholas, Jason, we'll get all of you in here in just a second. The Warriors are down 3-1. What's the biggest reason they're currently down 3-1 to you? By the way, and you get this in, it's very important because the Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here, and fans do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game on May 21st. That's next Wednesday. You got to be locked in today during the 8 o'clock hour. And when you hear, do you have it, Carter? Do you got the sounder? You're going to be hearing this one in the 8 o'clock hour at some point. And when you hear it, you're going to be, there it is. That's in the 8 o'clock hour, not now. 8 o'clock hour, you'll hear that, and you're going to be calling number 5 to the contest line, and I'll give out that number at that time. Good luck. Shasky, you had some moments to stew there after that opening segment. You're angry, you're seething.
Well, it's just I was bummed last night, right? I was super bummed last night. And then I woke up, I rewatched the game, and it made me angry. It made me angry.
Why? Because you felt like there was an opportunity to win the game?
Look, I'm a big believer in momentum, right? And form matters. Like, it's one thing, if you're an all-time legend, like, yeah, I'm going to go down my all-time legends, right? Like, I like Brandon Pajemski. He's a really nice guy. Dude, he's got the 3rd most minutes on this team, and he has not played well for quite some time, all right? Moses Moody has not played well for quite some time. You've completely iced him out, rightfully, right? I get it. Like, he's not. But why Pods, he gets taken out. Okay, when they started that third quarter, this is where I, like, rewatching, I'm like, I can't believe it. After I rewatched that second quarter, I'm like, Kuminga was outstanding. Outstanding. Third quarter starts. It's a 2-point game. Kuminga is on a bike in the tunnel, and they start with the same lineup that got off to a clunky start. I'm going, oh my God, what are we doing? And then he stays with it till 8:45 mark in the third quarter. Subs out Pajemski, brings in Kuminga. All right? And then within 2 minutes, Pods is back up at the scorer's table. And I'm like, why? What? Why? And I'm not trying to pick on Pods. It's just, why is he coming back into the game? Well, it makes no sense to me. And I keep coming back to the same thing. Well, he's a dribbler and he's a passer. No, your point guard by de facto is Draymond Green. Have you not, he's not a power forward. On offense, he is your point guard. All right? And when you play Pods and Draymond Green together, this is a bigger conversation, which no one wants to have. And they're both not shooting. They're both 2 non-shooters who are just literally passing the ball around on the wing. Draymond has been relegated to a corner 3 guy in this offense when you play him alongside Pajemski, or a top of the key guy who stands there waiting to skip past it. He doesn't move. He's not screening. Pods is not moving. He's not screening. Both guys will dribble into trouble, pick up their dribble, and pivot into the oblivion as the shot clock winds down, throwing a grenade to someone else. Now, Draymond Green has 4 titles.
He does.
Right? I get why you're playing him. He's also got the defensive wizardry that you need to be able to slow down a very potent Minnesota offense that has figured out your zone. Pajemski on defense is forcing you to play zone at the top of the key because he really can't guard anybody. All right? And Buddy Hield can't guard Anthony Edwards either. And I get why you're playing Buddy because you need his 3-point shooting. You need his offense. But Buddy wasn't moving without the ball yesterday. And so they've got so many just deficient players on one end of the ball or the other. It drives me insane. And yeah, I don't think the Kuminga is the end-all be-all. But my God, you are searching for some athleticism. You're searching for someone who can get to the free throw line and draw some fouls, who actually is shooting good from three in the three-point. Like, do you know what Kuminga's shooting from three on a team where no one's shooting good from three?
He was 0 for 2 last night.
Yeah, but what is he in the playoffs? 44%.
Okay.
Now, it's not the largest sample size, but yesterday they said it in the broadcast. Third quarter, Warriors have 5 threes. Anthony Edwards has 6.
There you go. There you go. That was the game. 16-34 overall for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
And to make things even worse,
8-27 for the
to make things even worse, I get triggered by the lottery, the NBA lottery. To make things even worse, as a diehard Warrior fan my whole life, we have gotten screwed by the lottery going back to its inception. Now, it was great because the Knicks ended up getting Patrick Ewing, and we got Chris Mullin, and it worked out for us. But Patrick Ewing should have been a Warrior.
Yeah.
We got screwed. The frozen envelope. Yao Ming, we got screwed on. Oh, we got screwed during we took the wrong guy, and Joe Smith. But we've been screwed a zillion times. We had a horrible record. We ended up with the 9th pick and got Petrus when it was Dwayne Wade and Carmelo and LeBron. I had to take in Darko Milicic.
NBA champion.
I see that the Dallas Mavericks,
oh my God,
it gets rigged, and they end up getting the number 1 pick. I mean, whoever the FBI agent was that opened and shut the Shohei case, put him on the NBA case right now. It's ridiculous.
I loved that pivot right there. And yes, the Dallas Mavericks do have the number 1 overall pick in the upcoming NBA draft. And it's going to be Cooper Flagg. And they get rid of Luka Doncic. They bring in Cooper Flagg. Nico Harrison, all forgiven? Huh? You're like wiping your hands away?
No, my point
Everything
being
okay?
is that I should have seen that it was an ominous day when the Dallas Mavericks
get rewarded for ineptitude.
It's ridiculous. It was clearly like, hey, move Luka to the Lakers. We'll get you on Cooper Flagg. It's just
keeping up with the Kardashians felt realer than the NBA yesterday. That tells you all you need to know.
It bothers me.
Joe, this team lacks shooting, and they look old and slow, and they took all their energy just to get to this point. Look, tomorrow, when I have a little more perspective, I'll appreciate the ride that they've been on, because this season was dead in the water, and today's not that day. I rewatched that game, and I'm like, dude, you got to coach that game like your season is on the line. And it felt like he coached that game like it was a Tuesday in March.
Not over yet. Down 3-1. There have been 13 comebacks in the history of the NBA when a team is down 3-1. The Warriors have done it before. Different team, different iteration. Klay Thompson was on that team. Game 6 Klay. They also have blown a 3-1 lead. They almost blew one just a series ago against the Houston Rockets. But it's going to be very difficult.
So emotionally spent.
You don't think Curry would provide a boost if he could get back? If you win tomorrow, you don't think? I know that's a conversation for tomorrow. No?
When you rewatch it and you see how many shots are passed up, how many horrible offensive possessions. They had a stretch in that third quarter. They had 3 consecutive turnovers, okay? Followed by 3 consecutive baskets made by Anthony Edwards. It's just so bad.
Let's get to some calls here before we hit the break. Let's get one here. Richie Rich in Livermore wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text all day. What's the biggest reason the Warriors are down 3-1 currently to the Minnesota Timberwolves? I'm not giving you Curry injury because they've been in all these games up to this point without him. Richie Rich, good morning. How we feeling, man?
What's up, Joe Shasky, man? You hit it on the head, brother. Like, I'm sorry, Spadone. It's not an excuse. It's a damn reality of it, dude. When you got a player as great as Curry, this is what you see. He opens the floor for everyone. He makes everyone greater. That's what good ball players do. Without him, they're dead in the water. I mean, come on. Pods, horrible, dude. The shot selection, it looks like you put a bunch of pickup guys in the goddamn court, and they're playing crazy ball. That's the reality of it. I'm pissed just like Shasky. It's wild. It's like, come on, pass the ball, and wait for 2 seconds for the shot clock to go to chuck some stupid three-pointer. Like, it's over and over. It's the same thing. It's craziness. Like, I'm sorry. I coach like Shasky. I'm always confident. It ain't over till it's over, right? No. You're seeing the reality of not having Steph Curry on the floor. That is what it is, okay? When you have Curry out there, he makes everyone greater. It opens up the floor. People get easy buckets. When you're double-teaming him, boom, Pods is open, Pods gets a shot. Without it, everyone's searching. The offense is searching. And I put it on Steve Kerr as well, man. Like, what are you doing, dude? You got Kuminga who can score, who can take you one-on-one. You put him on the court. You don't leave him out. I mean, that's your chance, right? Like, they blew it. I'm sorry. that is the reality of what it is, man. I feel you, Shasky. I'm the same way. I went to that game last night thinking, you know what? They might have a chance. I got home late, and I did the same thing you did. I put the damn game on and probably went to sleep at freaking 1:30 in the morning watching it saying, damn, this is crazy. But, yeah, fellas, you know, it was a good ride. It was. And hopefully we could do some things next year and get back to here. But it's gonna be hard, man. And we're getting old. Draymond's old. You seen on the floor what it was of exasperating all of our energy versus Houston, and it hit us, and it caught up with us. It got Curry injured. They look old. It's the reality of it, man. Yep. It sucks, but this is what it is, man.
Well, and I would add, I'll go a step further, and I think that some of the loyalties to some of the players needs to be broken. Like, this GP2 upset. Like, I love GP2. We all do. He's a bench guy. How he comes out of the playoffs with more minutes than Kuminga is absolutely insane. Well, because he hasn't been good.
The Kuminga conversation is going to dominate the offseason. We're not there yet, but that's going to be the thing. Because
Joe,
let's keep it a buck. If I'm another NBA franchise, as the NBA draft lottery was yesterday, and I'm seeing the performance that Jonathan Kuminga is putting on against the Minnesota Timberwolves, you don't think someone's going to pay him some top dollar after some of these performances? Yeah, I think so. I am very confident he is going to get paid, or the Warriors are going to match it. He's going to be a restricted free agent. Again, that's a conversation for another time.
Who has he guarded in the last 3 weeks? They've played two different opponents. Name one person that he's like, oh, wow, GP2's up in that guy.
No, Anthony Edwards is licking his chops. He's licking his chops. He's laughing. He's talking to these guys like it's just like they're best friends. We have the mic'd up thing the other day. We're up against it. We got to go. 888-957-9570.
And poor Kevon Looney. He had moments, and we all love him.
He smoked like 50 lamps.
But no, like, the reality is TJD should be getting the majority of. I don't care if he's in foul trouble, Steve. It doesn't matter. There is no tomorrow. Like, you just play him until the wheels fall off. And Draymond Green, complete no-show. Let's just call it second half, no show.
Dave, Robert, Ryan, Nicholas, Jason will get you on the other side, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
You made a deal with the devil. Just go with the devil.
Warriors up 3. Steve Kerr wants to spread the floor here. Looney, hand off Kuminga. Nasty screen by Looney. Kuminga stumbles with a dribble. Guarded by Gobert. Shoots a rainbow over him. Rounded down for Jonathan Kuminga.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Moore on the call. JK off the bench yesterday. 30 minutes for him. 23 points. 11 of 12 from the free throw line. Very, very good free throw shooting for JK, with something he was struggling with in the regular season and all through his career thus far. But clutch yesterday at the line, 6 of 13 overall. No rebounds for him, but he was their best scorer, and you needed him out there. Maybe not enough for the liking of you, Shasky. For some of the fans out there, we want to hear from him. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Minnesota 117, Warriors 110. We're reacting all show, all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors down 3-1. All too familiar. Last time they were in a playoff series was against the Lakers in the Western Conference semis a couple years ago when they also went down 3-1. That was a little different circumstance. You were in LA and Lonnie Walker, of all people, went off. I think that one was a little more heartbreaking. But right now, it's just the sobering fact you don't have your best player. There's no Stephen Curry right now, and it's tough. It's tough.
The other thing from here on out that I'm just going to laugh at is, well, Draymond's more important than Steph. Draymond,
whoever said that?
People have said that.
Oh, my God.
And,
they need to be tested. They need to be tested psychologically.
I'm aware. He's had moments and he had spurts, but I felt like yesterday in the second half was a complete no-show from him as well. Just a no-show.
From the whole team, to be honest, they got shook. They got shook yesterday. That three-point shot, I'll say it again, and people laugh, it's just one shot. No. The difference between a 5-point lead and a 2-point lead heading into half is a big deal in a game like that. I think it was a big...
No doubt.
Anthony Edwards was just on fire from that point on. Couldn't miss. It was incredible. And there was two guys draped all over. It was like a Steph Curry shot he had, and he was feeling himself. He was yelling and one. He had a ridiculous and one too. I don't even know how he got off before he hit the ground. Guy's just
Joe,
he's unbelievable.
Joe,
he's unbelievable. And shame on all of us for saying and talking ourselves into that this team had a chance without Stephen Curry when that guy's on the other side. That's why I said he was the best player in this series.
No.
He was.
I think they'd be no, I actually think they'd be in a better position. It's not just Anthony Edwards.
No, Julius Randle.
It's the Julius Randle factor.
That's fine, but Anthony Edwards showed everyone yesterday why he is the star and future face of this league.
Randle had 19 at the half.
That's fine. I think the most impactful player yesterday when it mattered most was Anthony Edwards that third quarter. The game was over after he went on that barrage.
No one is denying that.
And I've agreed that Julius Randle has been the best player in the series. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying the most important player yesterday was Anthony Edwards. He was a superstar.
I would argue that Julius Randle...
First half, sure.
No, I would just say the whole series has been dynamic.
Fun.
And I think him opening things up at multiple levels has allowed Anthony Edwards advantageous matchups. Not that Anthony Edwards is special.
We're splitting hairs here. They've been the two best players, I think, in this series.
No doubt. But Joe, it's... I want to literally sit in front of a telestrator. I don't even know if that's what they're called these days. And look at half court offense. And I challenge anyone out there, okay? If you rewatch and you actually watch the games like I do, because I rewatch every single one. And I'm not pretending like I am, Red Auerbach or anything. But Kuminga can't play with Jimmy. No, the combination that no one wants to talk about, which is the clunkiest. And the only reason it works is because you have the greatest shooter of all time playing with them, almost single-handedly playing with these guys. The combination is it's Dre and Pods. Those two can't play together. No. It's the dirty little secret no one wants to admit out loud. They're the same player. They're both dribble guys who are going to set up for others, occasionally take a floater. You don't really want them shooting from three-point land unless it's wide open. Right? They're both energy guys. Neither can really beat their man off the dribble, but occasionally they can go and hit a layup. They're the same player, and they are playing them for long stretches simultaneously, and then you add in any other non-shooter, whether it's GP2, whether it is Kuminga, whether it's Looney or whatever. Your offense is completely boggled down. That's the combination that has been the unplayable combination. Pods alongside Draymond. Not Kuminga, Not Jimmy Butler. No, it's Pods and Draymond together on the floor. That's when your offense has been ugly.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Let's go to the phones. Dave in SF has been hanging on patiently. Dave, good morning. How are we feeling about that loss last night, man?
Good morning, fellas. I'm absolutely pissed. I'm with Shasky. Pujemski is unplayable. He needs to be relegated to the bench the rest of the damn series. So whatever tomorrow. He's done. He's cooked. Whatever. I don't know what he has on Kerr, but it's baffling. The leash that he has. I mean, Jesus Christ. And then, leading on our guys like GP2 and Looney, all the old guys that's been there. Again, same thing that Shasky said. Play the other guys. Looney was absolutely getting destroyed, cooked, because he's just too slow. Laterally, he's too slow. He cannot do anything on offense and, even worse, on defense. Cooked. We are cooked until we, like you said, get Draymond and Pujemski off of the court at the same time. Start Kuminga. Give Moody back his minutes. I mean, but my call is just Pujemski is fool's gold, and the worst thing that could have happened to the Warriors was he had that little good month stretch at the end of the season and fooled everybody. Pujemski is what he is.
All right, I gave you one Pujemski, and you got 2, and then you're getting greedy there at the nicknames. Let's relax here. Brandon Pujemski's had a really good season. This is his first ever cup of coffee in the playoffs, and he struggled.
Yeah, but Joe,
he struggled. Come on, let's take a step back here.
No.
Pods has struggled.
No, but let's also acknowledge he has been the second most minutes played on this team all year.
Yes,
and the third most in the playoffs. He is not their third best player.
He's not.
He's not their second best player.
No.
So I think when people throw their hands up, they go, wait a minute, hold up, wait up. Now, health factors into this and being 22 years old and being available every day. But the reality is every single night, no matter what, Pods is getting his 30 to 35. Well, name another player in the Kerr era who is not one of the golden 3 who has been granted that much leeway.
I mean, Andre Iguodala, but he's part of the,
Andre didn't play 35 minutes a game.
Well, back when they needed him to, sometimes he did.
I mean,
when they neneeded him to. But again, this goes
player.
to the youth of the team, though, too, a little bit, right?
What?
Like, he's one of the younger guys on the team.
So's Kuminga.
Well, I hear you.
So's Moody.
Again, different skill sets. Clearly, they don't want Kuminga handling the ball. That's why Pods is out there, quote unquote, right? Right?
Okay.
And his charging ability, getting charges. You laugh when we were talking about this.
Oh, my God.
That's part of the.
When you
Baked
play
into the
Pujemski, you have to have multiple defenders to offset his defensive deficiency. Look, I like Pods. He's 22. It's his first playoff run. He is not the reason by himself why they are where they're at. He has been given a status on the team that I feel is a little too quick, too soon, and I don't think he's as good as everyone else thinks he is. There's levels to it, right? He is a solid player, but the reality is he's a backup point guard. He's not dynamic enough to be some elite starter. He's just not. Now, if he proves me wrong, I'll eat the turd sandwich. But I'm telling you right now, he's not a defender. He's not a dynamic scorer. He's not a dynamic playmaker for others. He's a hustle guy. He's a backup point guard.
Well, that's what we've been saying.
And the coach has treated him like because who is he? He's been your starting point guard or shooting guard, depending on how you look at the lineup, every single day for months on end.
You just said it right there. They don't have a true point guard on this team, and it's glaring. Like I love
the point guard is Draymond. Well, that's the point guard.
Kind of, but not.
No,
he's
it is.
not. But he's not though.
No, he is.
But
is LeBron James a point guard?
Okay, LeBron James is one of the greatest players of all time.
I know, but
yes,
offense,
sure.
Okay,
he's more Magic than he is Michael.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, that's my point. Draymond is your point guard. You don't need Pujemski. Jimmy's a ball handler. He's a passer. He's going to set up. But my point is that when you're playing these guys together, Draymond and Pods, and you don't have the greatest shooter in the world, it's super redundant.
Robert, San Jose, wants to talk Steve Kerr. Robert, good morning. How are we feeling about last night's loss, ma'am?
Expected. I'm glad that Shasky's finally coming around to my way of thinking and my little criticism of Steve Kerr and playing GP2 and Looney and relegating Kuminga to the bench. I called you guys after the Portland game in the regular season and had some criticism of Kerr, and you guys didn't want to hear it at that time. I'm finally glad that Shasky's coming around. to my way of thinking. I love Steve Kerr. Been a big fan. 4 titles, largely in regards to him. But he is stubborn in who he plays. He's going to play GP2 as long as GP2 is on this team. I don't care what he's doing. He's going to play Looney as long as Looney's on this team. I don't care what he's doing. Not playing Kuminga the last 2 or 3 weeks of the regular season is not justifiable in any way, shape, or form. And then to come out and talk about him, and we all knew when Kerr talked about the offense for 15 minutes, just clunky and didn't work and blah, blah, blah. Everybody in the world knew he was talking about Kuminga. He did not keep that young man engaged mentally at the end of the season, and that's a black mark on Steve Kerr, period. Going forward, Jay Williams had something to say on First Take yesterday. I know it's for a conversation probably for another day, but Giannis might want to come out here and play with Steph. As far as I'm concerned, everybody but Steph Curry is available to make that happen.
You and I are in lockstep with that.
Listen, the reason they weren't playing JK is, first off, he was hurt. They had to bring him back slowly. He had maybe 1 or 2 good games since coming back, but the fact that they acquired Jimmy Butler threw a monkey wrench in the entire situation, and it changed the dynamic of this team. When Jimmy Butler was traded here, it changed everything.
Yeah, but where I draw the line is Guy Santos.
Okay.
Like right there. That's the line.
I mean,
what?
We weren't talking about this until recently, though.
Every game, you've been in my text thread, and maybe I don't bring it to air. Every text thread. How many games in a row have I said, we can't find a minute for Kuminga in this one? How many games in a row?
Well, we gave him some minutes at times, and he didn't look
I'm
very
asking
good.
you, how many games in a row over the last 2 months?
I don't know. You text a lot. There's a lot of text in our thread.
Carter, how many games in a row do you think that I've texted where Kuminga got a DMP and I said, we can't find a minute for this guy? When we're searching, like we're walking through the desert, looking for just a little drop
before
of
you
water.
come in, Carter. But the Rockets series, we were not saying that, though. We were saying at the end of it, wow, Steve Kerr did a hell of a job. What a series win for him. Wow, Draymond stepping up. Wow, Jimmy stepping up. Wow, Steph stepping up. Buddy Hield, that was amazing. That was a masterclass from Steve Kerr. We weren't talking about JK until the last couple games when who got hurt? Stephen Curry. And that changed the entire offense because he is out. And we all agreed that when Steph is out there, it just didn't work with JK.
No. See, this is what I'm going to stop it.
No. We all agreed on it.
No.
We did.
This is what I agreed on. Like, if Steph's going to play and Pods is going to play and Draymond's going to play and Jimmy's going to play, then yeah, Kuminga is going to be the odd man out in that situation. Because the coach is obsessed with playing these 4 guys that he's just... Buddy, GP2, Looney, and Pods can do no wrong. And they will play their 30 minutes for the 2 guys, Buddy, which they don't really have a shooting guard, and Pods. And then the other 2 guys just always play more than everyone else off the bench. Like, it is what it is.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. We're reacting to a Wolves 117-110 win over the Golden State Warriors. They are now 3-1 up on the Dubs in this Western Conference semifinals matchup with a Game 5 tomorrow in Minnesota where they can put the Dubs away for good. Is Stephen Curry coming back? Is he not coming back? Steve Kerr asked if Steph may give it a go tomorrow. Oh, can you turn on my board, please, Carter? It's all right.
Say we'll have an update.
One more time.
When are we giving the update? Wednesday we'll have an update.
And by the way, you can hit us up on the Boxer and Gerson text line as well at the same number, 888-957-9570. That's the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Ugly Timmy in Oakland wants to join the conversation. Hey, Ugly Timmy, you can't be that ugly to go by Ugly Timmy. Come on, man.
What?
What's that nickname from?
Hey, believe it, man. Pretty ugly, bro. Pretty ugly.
Oh,
hey, look here, man. Before I go off and get my blood pressure all pumping up, man, I just want to say, as far as the Curry thing, bro, I pray that even if we win Wednesday, they do not bring Curry back because it's just giving me this weird, eerie vibes of the whole Russian KD back.
I feel you.
So just just let Curry just wait till next year to come back. We're not going anywhere. With that being said, allow me to go on my rant about Pods, man. This is bum dude Pods, bro. He is a bum, bro. How is this dude even a basketball player? If he's not taking charges, what is he good at? And I keep hearing people talking about he's a good defender. Bro, he does not play defense. He just takes charges. It was one play where he allowed his guy, he tried to pick up full court, and the guy just casually jogs right past him. The dude is a bum. I'm convinced that he must have some pictures of Steve Kerr's wife. That's the reason why Kerr.
Okay, all right, ugly Timmy. Let's come on. Like, what do we like? Come on.
That was an ugly take.
Yeah, that was like. Brandon Pajemski's the guy we're all crushing today. That's the guy we're crushing. With his first cup of coffee ever in the history of the postseason, last round of this round. That's the guy we're crushing. Not playoff Jimmy Butler, 5 of 9, 9 field goal attempts, 14 points. The guy that was supposed to lead us to the promised land when Steph went down. Not that guy. He's getting a pass, but we're going to crush Pods today?
I think,
stop.
No, just hear me out, though.
No, that's actually kind of bothering
I know, but
me now.
I think Pods is the avatar of the frustration.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Hear me out. Pods is the avatar that represents the frustration level of why it has always felt on this team for the last 3 or 4 years. There are the haves and there are the have-nots. And the haves, no matter what they do, will continue to play. And the have-nots, if you struggle a little, you're done. And you're out of the rotation. And I think it's not about Brandon specifically, but I think it's about what he represents in terms of the stubbornness from the coach.
Is this the Austin Slater, Farhan Zaidi thing again? Is this what we're doing? That the player is representative of a larger thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Or Lamont Wade, like bargain bin, shopping.
Listen, and I hear what you're saying there, but really, like, we're going to be crushing Brandon Pajemski all day on this station. Like,
think about it. Moses Moody. Moses Moody. Did he play himself out of the rotation?
Yes.
Okay. Has Pods played himself out of the rotation?
He hasn't yet. Maybe we should ask Steve Kerr about it.
Are you kidding me? See, I think that's where we just...
No. I'm saying he has... Like, I'm saying, like, they keep playing him.
I think that's the frustration.
Okay, that's fine.
Right there.
But don't get mad at the player.
No,
that's what I'm saying. Don't get mad.
Look, I think we're being disrespectful to the individual, right? Which the callers are being disrespectful to the individual. But I think this is all the frustration level of... I don't understand why you keep playing him.
It's going back to the JK versus Pods thing. When we should be celebrating and lifting up both players, it's turned into this either or thing. And that's, again...
But it's also a meat shield for criticism on Draymond.
Yeah.
Because Pajemski, as bad as he's played, so is Draymond. And Draymond's making way more. And I expect way more from Draymond. And he's not defending. He's not scoring. It's just, Draymond is totally getting a pass.
Well, and I said it here. I thought Jimmy Butler's getting a little bit of a pass this morning. No one's brought up Jimmy Butler today. That was supposed to be the guy, the 1A, or 1B to Stephen Curry. And he was 5 of 9 shooting yesterday, 14 points. I get it. They're going to try to double him. They're going to try to force anyone else to beat them yesterday in Minnesota. But I need Jimmy to come away from that game in a must-win situation with at least 20 field goal attempts.
But I think
5 of 9 shooting was just not good enough yesterday. And and Steve Kerr resting him as much as he did.
He's gassed.
I know, but dude, this is the playoffs, man. It's the playoffs. I need to go out with my guns.
I hear you.
My big guns, man.
But Joe, like, other guys also need to step up. Teams win and lose. And when you watch back that third quarter, the amount of Jimmy's dribbling into the paint, and there's 4 guys, Draymond and Pods being 2 of them, standing there like this, waiting for the ball. I mean, it literally looks like a 4th grade CYO game. They're just standing there, waiting for the ball. Do you know how easy it is for a sophisticated playoff defense to be able to slow down one player in that situation? And look, also, Jimmy, and I would put Pods in there, if I watch you jump stop into the paint and not shoot the ball, my entire body is going to explode into the sun. It is, I cannot, he pivots. Dog, go up with it. He threw the ball out he had layup. It's a layup or a little bank shot, a little runner, a little floater to a guy I want no business shooting a 3-2 time and time again.
Draymond Green, after the game, asked what he thought of Jimmy Butler's night.
I mean, we obviously need them shooting the ball, but their defense, they were collapsing on them today. We tried to pick up that slot, but I know he's not feeling well. Been pretty crappy all day, so that also affects the energy as well. But, no excuses made here. I think that's on me. I got to find a way to get them in more position to score. I think tonight I was just trying to get them the ball, and I don't think I got them the ball in good spots, which then allowed the defense to load up on them. So I got to do a better job there of getting him the ball in better spots to where it's not as easy for the defense to key on.
That's the first time hearing that. Jimmy was not feeling well yesterday. Was that on the injury report? Did Draymond Green expound on this?
Their defense, they were collapsing on him today. We tried to pick up that slack, but I know he's not feeling well. Been pretty crappy all day, so that also affects the energy as well.
There you go. It's the smaller cut, but he's not feeling well. Did you hear that? Anything about that? No. Well, that's a thing though. Like I would have liked to know that heading into the game if he had flu-like symptoms or something, just not feeling well.
Joe, they spent all their energy to get to this point, and whether he's hurt, whether he's sick, whether he's this, I just think they're emotionally, physically drained.
But you thought a couple days ago that you literally said that you think that Warriors team without Steph can still win the series.
And then Saturday night, and you saw my demeanor change yesterday. Was it not?
Yeah.
Okay. Saturday night, losing that game the way that they did, I thought it was a spiritual breakdown. Sometimes you just lose in a way. For example, I'll go to my deathbed saying this. The way the Giants lost Game 6, 2002, there was not a chance in hell they were winning Game 7. That's how I feel as a fan certain times. Even though LeVon Hernandez had whatever his record was in Game 7s and closeout games, he was like 14-1 or whatever it was. It's like, there's just no way. There's no way this team is going to be able to emotionally pick themselves back up off the mat and win that game. That's the way I felt about the Warriors the other night.
Devon, Antoine, Will, we're going to get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors down 3-1 in this Western Conference semifinals matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves. We're discussing it all show long, all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. And don't forget, we are giving away a pair of tickets to the Golden State Valkyries, not home opener, but a home game next Wednesday, May 21st at Chase Center during the 8 o'clock hour. More tickets are available, though, at Valkyries.com, and that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Buddy Hield, bounce pass to Looney. Looney back to Buddy. Off the screen, terminate, throws a cross-court pass, ill-advised. Steal by McDaniels, down the lane, layup is good. And Minnesota has broken this wide open, 95-75.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, and you could just hear it in the arena. The groans, it got quiet real fast in that third quarter. Just an explosion from Anthony Edwards yesterday as he finishes with 30 points, 6 of 11 from beyond the arc. Combine that with Julius Randle's 4 of 8 from beyond the arc, 31 points for him, 61 combined for them, their two best players. And 117-110 the victory for Minnesota, but it was really a lot more worse than that. But you got to wonder if that late rally from the Guy Santoses and Kevin Knoxes of the world is going to translate into Game 5. We can get into that at some point as well. The Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here, Joe. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game next Wednesday, May 21st. Be locked in during the 8 o'clock hour. When you hear, Kata, this sounder, again, that's going to be the 8 o'clock hour. You're going to be calling number 5 to the contest line, and good luck there. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco. Devon, Antoine, Will, we'll get to you in a second. We kind of touched on it before heading into break last segment, Joe. I do feel like a little bit, and I get it. You're frustrated as a fan today. You're angry. You were sad yesterday, but it's turned into anger today.
That's we're not ready to accept
that's
that
fine.
This season's coming to an end.
It's coming to an end. Only 13 teams in the history of the NBA have come back down 3-1. Only 13. The Warriors have done it before. They did it against Oklahoma City Thunder. They've also been on the flip side of it. So it can be done, but the status of Stephen Curry makes this all a moot point. If he might not even play the rest of the series. He might not even play the rest of the playoffs. We don't even know what is going on with that hamstring. As we reevaluate tomorrow, we'll learn more. That being said, Jimmy Butler was just not good enough yesterday. And I do feel like he's getting somewhat of a pass from the fan base today. 5-9 overall, 14 points. He played 34 minutes. And the amount of times I heard from the broadcast yesterday, whether it was Tim Legler or Dave Pasch, who I thought would have been tremendous these last two games for ESPN, they're just like, where is Jimmy going to shoot? Where's Jimmy Butler? The amount of times they were questioning where he was, he was invisible sometimes. I do feel like he's getting a pass today.
I felt that way at the end of the game. And then I went to bed. I woke up and I rewatched it. And specifically in that second, third quarter, he actually was trying to score the entire time. It was by himself. And he kept passing it out because he was getting double and triple teamed in the paint, which is why he had so many of those jump stops and those pivots and stuff. Dude, it was 4 guys on the outside of Jimmy dribbling inside the arc, and everyone else out the perimeter, almost like a 4-out offense, just standing there waiting for the ball. No movement, no cutting, no nothing. I'm not trying to cape up for Jimmy. There was nothing there. There was literally nothing there. He was way more aggressive in the rewatch than I thought when I watched it the first time.
How do you think he's been this series overall? You think yesterday was his worst game of the series?
Yeah,
easily?
probably.
Okay.
But I think it was their worst game of the series in the sense of they just fell apart.
Well, I thought it was their best half, considering everything. That first half, which is why that Anthony Edwards 3-pointer, keep coming back to it, going from a 5-point lead potentially down to a 2 was huge momentum swing, I felt, for Minnesota. Ant got going, and it was night-night halfway through the third quarter. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, do you feel like we're giving Jimmy Butler a pass today after that performance yesterday? Apparently he wasn't feeling well, according to Draymond Green. He did not speak to media after the game, Jimmy Butler, that is. So 888-957-9570, the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll go to the phones in a second. Here's Steve Kerr after the game, John, what he thought of Jimmy's performance.
Well, he wasn't as aggressive tonight, but I didn't see a lot of openings either. It's ideally we could put more shooting around him to open up the floor a little bit. With Steph out, we're not going to be able to do as much of that. But with that said, we'll look at the tape and see where we can find some openings for him. And I know he'll be aggressive for Game 5.
Let's go to Devon in the Uber, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Devon, good morning. How are you feeling about yesterday's loss, ma'am?
Hey,
First of all, good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Doing all right. Sun is shining here in San Francisco. I'm alive. I'm breathing.
Right. Hey, there we go. I do think very disappointing. Very disappointed. Obviously, as fans, we want to be optimistic when one of the greats go down, like Steph. But I think this is just the way the cookie crumbled. You know, I don't want to rain on Pods, but it does look away. Like, I'm with Shasky. Like, it looks away when he's getting so much playing time. We have two facilitators out there already with Jimmy and Dre logging a lot of minutes. So I don't necessarily see the value in Pods. Right now, if the argument for the whole team is, hey, you know, you play bad, you get benched, it just looks away, right? But I will say we got to give credit. Like, and for those that, like, a lot of people don't know ball that call the show, man, they were saying there's no dogs in Minnesota. But Ant is a dog. Like, he's what we would say cut like that. You see what I'm saying? Julius Randle, cut like that. Even their scrappier player, like Conley is scrappy. There's a reason he's still in the league with his IQ. He may not, the statistics may not be there for him, but, like, he's a dog. Their team is full of dogs. Their coach is a dog. And so we're playing, all-stars over there, and we just don't have it. I'm tired of hearing, why isn't Jimmy being playoff Jimmy? Why isn't he doing what he was doing in Miami? Well, in Miami, he had Hero shooting for him and Duncan shooting for him and Gabe shooting for him. So that space, due to the spacing, now that the opposing defense felt threatened at the perimeter, which gives Jimmy his magic, you know, to work with. So I don't blame Jimmy at all. I feel bad for the man. He came here thinking he could be Robin, and now he got to see Mr. Freeze and Joker and Two-Face by himself, man. And I just feel so bad for him. Hey, salute to the Valkyries. I'm moving on. We'll see how it goes. Love you guys, man.
There's Devon in the Uber. Hey, Valkyries home opener this Friday at Chase Center. I think I'm going to be there with young Benjamin and baby Nora. In the meantime, listen, two things can be equally true. Jimmy Butler, you could say, hey, you know what? He was trying. You know, they weren't giving him anything. They were forcing anyone else to beat him. Sure, I could still say I was disappointed overall in the performance and it wasn't good enough. Like that all may be true. I still need more out of the guy. I just can't have 9 field goal attempts. Like, it can't happen. I can't have Draymond Green having 5 more field goal attempts than him. Can't have Brandon Podziemski having 5 more field goal attempts than him. I just can't have that yesterday. In the most important game of the season, I needed him to be the team's best player, and he wasn't. I'm feeling some type of way about that. Whether that's fair or not, that's how I'm feeling today.
How many games should you play over a 3-month period, you think?
What do you mean?
February, March, April. How many games do you think you should play? Like, as an NBA player, a star player.
How many games should I play? I'm averaging how many games a week? 2 or 3, right?
Well, that's where I'm going with this. This team has played 41 games.
Played a lot
with Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
And I would say to you, 30 of those have been like, gotta win tonight, right? 0 margin of error.
A lot of clutch games, as you would say, too. A lot of tight ones. Yeah.
You know, I mean, look, if there's 28 days in February and then you go to March, April, I mean,
it was a leap year this year.
What's that?
I thought it was a leap year. Continue. Sorry.
Last year was the leap year. Last year was the leap year. You're looking at it and you're saying to yourself, like, all right, let's round number 30. They're basically getting a day off, essentially, over the 41 games. That's not enough time for a guy of his age and the amount of minutes that he has.
Well, then why were we talking about this team like going on a deep run if we're talking about the age now? Like, we're foolish.
When he's playing alongside Steph,
who's also old, he's 37.
But you're asking why? Playing alongside Steph? Yeah, I could talk myself into that. Without Steph and him having to carry that load, given that log of 41 games over 3 months, like, that's a different equation.
Antoine, Nashville, wants to talk about the Warriors role players. Good morning, Antoine. How are we feeling about yesterday's loss, man?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. And, hey, yesterday's loss, I talked to you guys, I always bring this up. I think I called one time before about the do you believe? And I was telling you guys, I feel like this team is a second-round exit because it comes to these role players outside of our main 3 guys. And just, this is I know you're bringing up about Jimmy Butler and everything. We got to think back literally just to the last series, guys. Game 7, Jonathan Kuminga was unplayable. Everybody was saying it. He played horrible. He was missing a lot of open layups and different things of the sort, and it kind of proves Kerr's point. And then in the last series too, you got to remember there was a couple games where Steph had a hard time scoring in the first half because he was getting trapped so much. I think it was one game. If it wasn't Game 7, he may have hit 1-3 before the half, literally like right before the half. So our offense is not that dynamic. We just happen to reach our ceiling. And when you think about it, in this game, now you're down Steph Curry. Your offense completely changed. Our system is built around 30. It's literally built around him. So when you don't have that, yes, Jimmy Butler can try to go off, but it doesn't make the offense as dynamic so that you can spread the ball around so that it can actually be more threats on the floor. They can just kind of focus on one person now because our other role players are not people who are going to give you 20 to 25 points every night on a consistent basis. So when you think about that, look at what Jimmy did last game. Him and Jonathan Kuminga combined for 60 points. Literally. The man gave you all he had in the last game. But you come home and you lose Game 3 the way you did, it's kind of hard, kind of like what Shasky was saying, like it's kind of hard to win Game 4 when you gave 30-something odd points and it still wasn't enough. And then so far as Pods, look, it's just like TJD. This is man's first playoff. I particularly don't care myself personally. But if you think about it, the first game, he only had 3 points. He was 1 for 7. Second game, 11 points. He was 4 of 9. Game 3, he was 1 of 10. He had 5 points. He was 1 of 10 for field goal. Then the last game, he was 11 points. Fourth game, he was 11 points. So he wasn't that good. He wasn't that good. But it's okay. I mean, it is what it is. And I think at this point now, we accept it. I think they achieved more than they were expecting. You heard in the offseason, hopefully I don't get cut off here, we heard earlier on that Jimmy Butler was the star that the Warriors ended up getting, but not the one they wanted. I think that's a very key point. So there's some moves to make in the offseason. It shows that we have a winning spirit, but maybe there's some things we could do next year to really make this thing move.
Thanks, Antoine.
I think the only thing it proves to me is
we'll
that
get to the
Steph
offseason
Curry,
when the series is over. It's not over yet. Continue.
I mean, it's emotionally feels over, but I think the only thing that has been proven is that Steph Curry is the end-all, be-all for this organization. Now, the Kuminga stuff in the Rockets series, I mean, the guy played 50 minutes, and 20-something of that was after Jimmy Butler got hurt in Game 2. Okay? So this retconning of GP2's impact is wild to me. Again, he's a minus 56 this year.
Bringing up Gary Payton.
Because we're talking about how GP2 he fits better. And
I haven't heard anyone call in saying that today.
He referenced it in the call.
Did he?
Yes.
He was going on for 5 minutes. So
okay.
he lost
minus 56, like GP2 right now. I'm talking about in the playoffs. He hasn't guarded anyone. All right. Now, to his credit, he's shot from the 3 way better than we anticipated, primarily in that Houston series. Hasn't been as good this one. I don't know, man. Kuminga, we're going to look back on this, and I want to know what happened.
Well, I mean, as great as he's been, they've lost 3 games when he's been playing well. So him even playing well hasn't really translated to wins thus far. So he's been playing great, but they're not translating to wins.
I think the way that most people are viewing it is, where's this been for the last 3 weeks? Why did we go to a Game 7
Steph
with
Curry.
Houston?
He doesn't look the same with Steph, Jimmy, and Dre.
No. I get it. I will push back on you. He looked great with Steph Curry back before the injury. Great with him. He was your second leading scorer.
Didn't have Jimmy Butler. Different team.
Again,
I'm just telling you.
You keep harping on the Jimmy and Kuminga. I'm telling you, it's not Jimmy and Kuminga. It's Pods and Draymond
Jimmy,
alongside
Kuminga,
JK.
and Steph. It's just different. Like that when Steph Curry is out there with JK.
I think you're buying the narrative. I would like to go through the tape and watch it. I'm telling you, it's Draymond and Pods with Kuminga. That's the problem. Not Jimmy and Kuminga. Jimmy and Kuminga look good together.
We saw in the Rockets series. He stunk.
He played a grand total of 40-something minutes.
He stunk for those 40-something minutes.
Everyone did. You know what Gary Payton was coming out of that series?
Probably a minus 49. I don't care. That's great. You're comparing him to Gary Payton.
But that's the guy who's getting more run than him at that position. That's who I am comparing it to. Guy Santos stunk in that series.
Will and Berkeley wants to talk about this JK stuff. Will, good morning. How are you feeling about JK and his performance yesterday?
Shasky, I love you, man. You're one of the best to make it happen on the radio. But you're not listening to Spadoni. Spadoni just said it. His play is not translating into wins. So when you The last 3 games he was in, he got a participation ribbon. That's all he got. He wasn't playing like a role player, like a winner. And I understand Jimmy Buckets was not playing as well. I understand Pods has got the offer. But, these guys have been winning the whole time. And they're tired. And they need someone to step up and win. So, Kuminga, it's not going to be Cancun. It's going to be cut bait. Because we got to cut bait. We got to move on. We got to get some bigger people, some length. And, we need a slasher. Like I said the other day, we need a slasher, someone who can take it to the rim and really make it happen. So
wait, I want to make sure that I'm clear here. So it's JK's fault the last 3 games that they haven't won because he hasn't been the closer that they need. I want to make sure I'm clear. Where were you going with this?
I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm saying they need someone to step up. And if he's in the game and he's making things happen, it's like every time he takes a shot, we're like, wow. No. My thing is, no. I'm not here to say he's the end-all, be-all. I'm telling you, Draymond Green, who's getting paid $26 million a year, is just disappearing in the second half. Can't guard anyone. They were searching for offense, and I thought Kuminga could help. I don't think he's the end-all, be-all. I want to make this very clear. No one thinks he's the end-all, be-all.
Sure.
We're saying, geez, you couldn't use him for a couple of minutes against the Rockets? What? Really? Gee? Really? This team that's searching for anyone to get their own bucket? You couldn't find a way to utilize this guy? No one thinks he's some Hall of Famer. No one even thinks, I don't even know if he's a starter, Joe. But I know without Curry, he should have started that third quarter. I know without Curry, he should have started that game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think there's layers to it. And it's pretty straightforward. No one is saying he's the end-all, be-all. What I'm saying is the other combinations you've had out there have been equally, if not worse, clunky-wise than whatever Kuminga combination you want to throw at me and say is unplayable. A lot of combinations. You know what else is unplayable? Kevon Looney, Pods, Draymond, and GP2. That 4-man combo, which I have been beaten into submission watching over the last 3 weeks.
888-957-9570. Has the emergence of Jonathan Kuminga these last few games kind of changed your mind about him going forward and Steve Kerr and the coaching decisions? Has that kind of altered your way of thinking about this series and these playoff series and him getting some DMPs early on against the Houston Rockets? Again, I seem to think it was just whenever Steph's out there, it's just different. And Jimmy, and you can say Draymond, maybe he's a part of it. Sure. All I know is when he's out there with those guys, it just didn't look right. It just didn't. And we were talking about it, and we all accepted it as a fan base. We all accepted it. And now with Steph out, he's looked a lot better. But again, we all agreed if Steph did come back, we'd have a different version of Jonathan Kuminga, I think. We just would. Whether that's the spacing, whether that's him not getting the shots up, whether it's just Steph taking the load off. I don't know what it is.
But listen to how we're talking about Kuminga, and then contrast that with a guy who's played 2.5 times the amount of minutes of Brandon Pajemski.
I know.
Where it's like no criticism whatsoever.
Well, because
so that's where I'm like, what are you guys talking about? We're treating Kuminga like if he's not Steph Curry, he's not good. Yet Pajemski, hey, play as bad as you want for weeks on end. Don't worry, dude. You're good. Because you're a ball handler.
Well, who are you going to? Like, what would you have liked to seen done earlier with Pod struggling the way he's done? Like, what would you have liked to see?
I would have started the third quarter, not starting somebody else, and Kuminga should have started the third quarter. He was the best player at halftime. They had 16 points. They went on a 10-0 run, and it was the Jimmy and Kuminga combination defensively and offensively, getting stops and making plays. He came into the game and immediately, boom, knifed right in for a layup. It was like, wow, we needed this. Wow, we absolutely needed this. So I don't know if it's Buddy or Pods. One of those guys needed to not start that quarter. So I get why you went to TJD because I think TJD did really, really well, actually. And I thought that they went to Looney, and I would have just rode TJD even though he was in foul trouble. I would have. Because the minute Looney went on Julius Randle went off. And then it opened up the entire floor. And because you're playing Pods, you are forced into a zone, which they started to eat up. They attacked the middle. They were passing out. They were getting their matchups. It's wild. So then he puts Pods on the bench, and then 2 minutes later, he's up at the scorer's table. It's like, wait a minute, man. He hasn't been good. Stick with to try something else. Look, I'm not saying even Pat Spencer is the end-all, be-all. I couldn't get a Moses Moody minute. I couldn't get a Pat Spencer minute. You're searching for something that's working. And we went right back to the stuff that hasn't been working.
I mean, you said it right there. The moment you're going to start searching for Pat Spencer and Moses Moody, the series is probably all but over. And I hear your frustration. No, I do. And I feel it. I hear you. You're totally right to feel that way. And it's not the players. I want to make that clear. I don't think you're mad at the players per se. You're peeved a little bit at Steve Kerr and the coaching decisions made yesterday.
I can't understand the logic on who gets to play and how much they get to play and why. That's the problem. Is it form? Is it I trust them? So, like, for example, Kevon Looney. Most people are like, hey, look, Loon's a champion. Yeah. He's done this a long time. He's a respected vet. I trust him. I get going down with the ship. Pods should not be viewed the same way we're viewing Kevon Looney. And so I view him more like Moses Moody. Moses Moody has been awful for weeks on end. I get why you're not playing him, okay? But Pods hasn't been playing much better than Moody. Okay, so he dribbles a little more. So? Jimmy dribbles. Draymond dribbles. Like, I have other point guards. This thing that they don't have other guards, two of their best players, though they play the forward position on defense, play the guard position on offense. Right? This team, unlike others, is just constructed differently where you have positionless basketball on one end of the floor. So I don't need Podziemski doing the same thing Draymond's doing, standing on the perimeter, waiting for the ball to come to him, and then him taking a late shot clock three. He's not good at that.
Jonathan is in San Francisco, wants to join the conversation. We got full phone lines. We'll get to the calls all day long. I promise, stay on hold. We will get to you. Plus, if you can't call, you can text us. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. Jonathan, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast, ma'am.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. Yeah, it's very disappointing, man, because I penciled Jonathan Kuminga to play at least 40 minutes. He played less minutes than Buddy Hield and Podziemski. Man, he didn't even play 30 minutes, 29. And like you alluded to, Joe Shasky, yeah, I would have liked to see him start the third quarter because I don't want that guy getting cold. And that's exactly what happened. You know, he had the halftime break plus all that time sitting on the bench. He came in at 8:45 in the third quarter. And by the time he came in, he was cold. He was out of rhythm. He was on his way to another 30-point game until that happened. So that's the most frustrating part. You're watching the game is we didn't go down with our best guys. I mean, yeah, you want to play Jimmy. You want to play Draymond. That third guy should be Jonathan Kuminga, especially after he showed you he could walk into a 30-point game, no problem. I mean, and also, Jimmy asked to play with the guy. That's why Jimmy wasn't aggressive in the third quarter, because he saw he was playing with Brick City alumni, Podziemski, and Buddy Hield. He knows there's nothing he could do. What am I supposed to do? I'm playing with two Brick City players. So, I don't know, man. And then for the first time in Draymond Green's career, man, I think he's a total liability now, man. He just got old in front of our faces, man. He can't defend at a high level anymore. He can't shoot. I mean, he could hit a couple of threes, but after that, it's not even close. Even his layups drive me crazy.
Jonathan,
are you?
If you rated it, where would he be in terms of impact in this series for the Warriors? Second, third, fourth, fifth best player? What would you say for Draymond Green this series?
In this series, oh man, he's one of the reasons why we're losing games, man. I mean, for the first time, I'm a big Draymond Green defender as a fan, bro. But for the first time, man, because if he's not providing that DPOY defense, he's a liability. He can't even make a bunny layup, bro. And this is an offensive-minded NBA. You know, it's not the 1980s NBA or the 90s NBA. This is 2025. You know, people would put 150 on you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
So, like,
we talked about it, Joe, before. Like, when Steph went down, who needed to be the two best players consistently for this team to have a chance without Steph? It's Draymond, and it was Jimmy Butler. Those were the two guys. They had to be great at all times, and they haven't been.
No.
More so Draymond, obviously. I think Jimmy's had some really good moments. I thought Saturday's Game 3, he was sensational. He just ran out of gas. Yesterday wasn't his best performance. He might have been feeling under the weather. I don't know. But Draymond has just, it's not been good. If you're going to do the hierarchy of most important players in this series after Steph went down, it's Jimmy. I might go Buddy Hield, and then I might go JK,
I'm gonna
and then go Draymond.
Yeah,
right, that sounds crazy.
Well, Buddy had the great game.
Yeah, you felt Buddy's impact.
JK's had a couple of good games, and they haven't won, which there's no rebuttal to that. Yeah. But it's just, look, the thing that people can't get over their heads is the game is played on both ends of the floor.
Correct.
So we could talk about how clunky it was or is or this or that when it comes to JK's offense at times, which no one would argue. Like, it is clunky at times. They have no point of attack defender on the perimeter.
No.
And when you play Buddy or you play pods and then you play them together for long stretches, you're in zone.
They get cooked.
No, you're in zone.
You have to, because they're going to get cooked if they play man.
And then what ends up happening? Now Julius Randle goes to the elbow. They do the inside pass. Boom, ball is already into the key. And now they're playing inside out. And they're hitting threes right now. Right now, they're the team. They had, at one point, they were 16-31, all right, in that game. Minnesota was. And we can't hit a three to save our life right now. So they're playing inside out. Julius Randle's been spectacular, absolutely spectacular. And because you're forced to play a zone, you can't play man up on Julius Randle. He's eating you up. Anthony Edwards is eating you up. Kuminga had to play more in this game because he's your best individual defender on Anthony Edwards. Not that he's going to stop him, but he'll slow him down more. He'll slow him down more. GP2 can't stop him right now. He just can't. How many in and outs did Anthony Edwards have on pods, GP2, and Buddy Hield?
Oh, he was, anytime he wanted it was there.
Left-handed layups, right-handed layups, wrong foot layups.
Yep.
He was crushing them. So, look, we could talk about clunky offense. I think Kuminga defensively solves a lot of problems, which would have helped them significantly had he been able to play more. And again, even then, it might not have been enough, Joe. No, I acknowledge that.
I want to make it clear. I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga, like, I'm not equating the losses all on him. I want to make that very clear. Fact of the matter is, the last 3 games, he's been really good. Just, there's been no wins. And that's a whole team effort right there. He's been one of your best players, but it takes more than 2 players to step up. Sometimes it could take 2.
So that would be my argument to you. But Kuminga was great, and I don't think they had enough help outside of him.
No, Jimmy Butler wasn't good enough yesterday. Draymond Green wasn't good enough yesterday. They'd be the first ones to tell you that. Buddy Hield was not good enough yesterday. Brandon Pajemski sure as hell was not good enough yesterday.
GP2.
You look at, juxtapose that with what the Minnesota did. Anthony Edwards, sensational. Julius Randle, sensational. Jaden McDaniels, I thought, had some timely buckets for them. I thought he got away with a flagrant foul that I don't know how that was not reviewed. It was reviewed, and they still said it was a common foul. No, he didn't make a play on the ball. He freaking hacked whoever that was. Jimmy Butler, Draymond, whoever it was. That was bad. Jonathan Kuminga, I forget the player, but Rudy Gobert, he was okay. I thought Mike Conley, you know what? He made 2 shots. He was 2 of 9. Those are big 3-pointer shots.
And got into the lane multiple times
5
on that zone.
Yep.
And either took a floater, made a nice pass. Like, I thought he broke down their zone. And again, why are you in zone? Because pods can't guard anyone one-on-one right now in the half court, which is a sad sentence because Connolly's the guy that should be guardable.
Absolutely. K-Way spent $10 on the YouTube to say this, Joe. Jimmy sat the last 4 to 5 minutes of the half. Kerr doesn't hold Dre, Pods, Loon, and GP2 accountable for whatever reason. But JK gets the short leash. It's Kerr's job to actually coach to JK's strengths.
Well, all players have strengths and weaknesses.
Correct.
Even the greatest players in the league. Like, pick who you want.
Steph Curry turns the ball over way too much.
Yeah, and at times can be a defensive liability.
Correct.
At times, okay? I think he's gotten a lot better there. JK's going to look clunky. He's going to make a bad turnover. He's going to force a wild shot in the lane where he thinks he got fouled and he didn't. There was one where he went up and he got blocked and he was out of bounds.
Yes.
Julius Randle was excellent. The biggest takeaway from this whole series on both teams, like, we could have the Draymond conversation. Julius Randle has completely opened my eyes to how great he is. I thought he was a hollow player. I thought he was more selfish. I didn't know he could play winning basketball on both ends of the floor, take good shots, 3-level scorer, great passer. He has been the best. For me, as great as Anthony Edwards is, I think Julius Randle has been the best player in the series, and I think he's the one that's the most shocking.
Elston is in Oakland. We got full phone lines right now. We will get to all of you, I promise. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're reacting to a Wolves 117-110 win over the Golden State Warriors as they improved to 3-1 in these Western Conference semifinals. We got Game 5 tomorrow in Minnesota. They are going to try to wrap this thing up and move on to the Western Conference Finals. Or do the Warriors have something to say about it? We'll talk about that game tomorrow. We're reacting to Game 4 today, though. Elston in Oakland, how are we feeling about yesterday's loss? Good morning.
Man, I'm feeling this way. I left out of the room. Me and my wife were watching it. I left out of the room in the third quarter. Can't watch it. Let me say this. Okay. JK does not play Warriors basketball. If he does well, then we're going to lose. And I said it to producer, and I couldn't explain it to my wife. We were sitting there watching it. I said, if he does well, we're going to lose. If we need him, because his input takes away from the way Warriors traditionally play basketball for the last 10 years.
Yeah, but Jimmy, can I pause you? Jimmy Butler doesn't necessarily play traditional Warrior basketball. He holds the ball till 10 seconds on the shot clock and goes very ISO mode, and then eventually will pass it. Like, he's very stylistic. I mean, obviously, significantly greater player than JK, but he doesn't play Warrior basketball either by definition.
Right, but remember that stretch of games when the Warriors were doing fairly well right before Jimmy Butler got there and JK was getting a lot of time. We were a 500 team. And that's in a 500 team. How do they do in the playoffs? Playoff basketball is way different. And JK gets into the game. The way he plays takes away from everyone else. If he's doing well, like when he scores 30, we lose. If he's doing well, we lose.
They beat Minnesota real quick. Earlier this year, he scored 30 plus, and they beat Minnesota in a regular season game.
It's different. The guys aren't playing the same. Minnesota wasn't playing the same. They wasn't playing as hard. People don't play the same in the regular season as doing the playoffs. But JK is a liability. Honestly, I think we should get rid of him this season, man. Bring somebody else in. He will never play the way Steve Kerr.
And what about Draymond
Thanks,
Green? How did Draymond Green play yesterday?
Well, listen,
what about Pajemski?
Well, talking about that and his Jonathan
there are other
Kuminga
guys.
point,
We're going to come out and crush JK. Honestly, what's wrong with us? We're crushing JK.
Who's crushing him?
No, I'm just saying, if anything, I want to put my arms around JK, give him a hug.
I actually don't disagree with his overall point that the Warriors brand of basketball, that's not really Kuminga's strength. But the fact of the matter is, once Stephen Curry was out, Warriors basketball is out the window. He is Warriors basketball. Stephen Curry is the system. Once he's gone, you got to adjust. You got to adapt. You got to change something. And I think that's been on full display. And listen, is that unfair to Steve Kerr to blame, hey, Steve, you lost Steph Curry, figure it out, when? Yeah, it's tough. That's part of the job, though. So, like, that's part of the job. Like, we can sit here, we can criticize him, and he'll take it, and it is what it is. It has not been good enough. The adjustments, when to go to a player, when not to go to a player, these things get under a microscope in the playoffs, and Steve Kerr's coaching is under a microscope, and right now, they're struggling. They're down 3-1.
Yeah, but
he's a part of it. Jimmy Butler's a part of it. It's a team game.
How did anyone watch that the last couple games and like their play was like, I got to call 95-7 the game right now. JK just doesn't play Warrior basketball. It's like, dude, that's your grand takeaway? Dre is campaigning for Defensive Player of the Year and can't stop anything? What? Well, Pajemski, who the owner said was a future All-Star, can't hit the right side of a barn?
What's actually annoying me is... Jonathan Kuminga's looked pretty damn incredible. Nick, you can say what you want, but offensively and defensively, he's looked like one of the best players on the court with the likes of Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. So the fact that we have callers saying that's not Warriors basketball, well, maybe you need to change Warriors basketball then, right? Like, come on, like, what are we doing here? I mean, like, that's the problem right there.
You've heard my Chip Kelly rant,
That's the problem.
You've heard my Chip Kelly rant. Chip Kelly was asked at a podium.
Raiders OC.
He goes, I don't use the fullback. And I forget if it was Lowell Cone. Somebody made a great point, like, wait a minute. So if I gave you Mike Allstott or Jim Brown, who played fullback, not running back,
Low Neal,
you couldn't find a way to utilize them? Nope, not at all. Well, that's bad coaching. Yeah. So when you have a roster, you have to maximize that roster, and you need to adjust your personnel according. Why is Popovich considered one of the greatest coaches of all time?
Because he adjusts.
Exactly. Now, Kerr, I will give it to him. He's shown many adjustments. They've adjusted with Jimmy. For a long time, I felt like they've tried to force JK into something that obviously isn't his skill set. Now, this is also a bigger conversation about the front office. If you know that, and you know the coach just doesn't want to play him for X, Y, and Z reasons, well, then he should have been traded months ago, years ago, right? But they don't put him in the dunker spot. They put him out in the perimeter. You know who they put in the dunker spot? GP2, when he's out there. You know who they put in the dunker spot? Kevon Looney.
How tall is GP2? It's like 6'3". I get it. He's got hops.
But they don't put Kuminga in the dunker spot. So if we're going to talk Warrior basketball and how they go 4 out, 1 in offense, They don't put JK in the same spot on the lineup as GP2. Like, if you guys want to have the sophisticated basketball conversations, we can have them. Kuminga is asked to play the wing role on offense, where he's relegated to catch and shoot. That's what you want Buddy to do. Move and set screens, not cut to the hoop. Now, there are some little growing pains instinctually as the play breaks down to be able to move without the ball that he needs a lot of work in. I freely acknowledge that. But he doesn't play the dunker spot. They have other guys that they play in that spot, and it drives me nuts.
Before we hit the injury report, let's go to Jay in the Bay. She says the Warriors got exposed last night. Jay, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing okay. We're getting through it, Jay. It's therapy session today.
Shasky, you got me cracking up. Somebody can't hit the side of a bone. I was rolling, bro.
The poor guy just can't hit.
I'll tell you the truth. We got exposed last night, man. But that guy who called in earlier, he must have a cock eye because JK was shining last night. I don't know what he talking about. And Trace was on it too. But Jimmy, man, I ain't gonna call him Jimmy Buckets. I'm gonna call him Jimmy Don't Get No Buckets. And poor Pazinski. I'm exhausted. We got cooked, y'all. We exposed. I love my Warriors to death, but we are exposed. We got nothing for this team. Who's going to stop Anthony? Who's going to stop Edwards? Nobody. That dude was blowing past them like gas in the wind. Ain't nobody finna stop that dude. They was laughing at us. He was dunking on them, growling at them. Nobody. We had nothing. And where's our defense? Where's our defense? What happened?
I don't know.
It's gone. Jay in the Bay. Appreciate it. You could only handle
Anthony Edwards scored 16 in that third quarter.
Well, I'm saying, like,
so good.
Joe, were we not talking about it? Like, we were due for an Anthony X, like a true explosion where he just takes over for a stretch.
He didn't even need to play in the fourth quarter.
He didn't need to play at all. There was a 20-point lead, and like, honestly, like, and Sam said, he's like, well, I can get to go to sleep early tonight. The game was over early in the fourth quarter. It was over.
I hate watched the last.
You had to.
11 minutes.
You sat there, just felt it. You had to let it simmer and fester. I feel that. You got to.
It's just.
I know. Rodney, J-Dub, Trey, Francisco, Tony. We'll get to all of you. In the meantime, Carter, it's time for the injury report.
JK slander. I just. Hey, play Gee and we win that.
This was a major injury, and it rocked the NBA world last night. Celtics forward Jason Tatum had to be carried off the floor after suffering a non-contact injury to his lower right leg. He sustained the injury with 2:58 left in the Celtics game. I believe it's 4-loss to the Knicks when his leg gave out while he dove for a loose ball. He's slated to undergo an MRI today. The Celtics have released no other information about Tatum, though the worst-case scenario feels very possible for him right now. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Rodney, J-Dub, Trey, Francisco, Tony. We'll get to all of you. We're halfway home here on a Tuesday. Wolves 117, Dubs 110. Minnesota now up 3-1 in this series. All but over. It's not quite over. You're going back to Minnesota tomorrow. Can they get that one? Can you get one more game back at Chase Center? We'll preview that game tomorrow, but in the meantime, your call's next, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Ball thrown in. The Wolves have won 117-110 here in Game 4. Will this be the last game at Chase Center? Well, the Warriors will have something to say about that on Wednesday night at the Target Center. But the Wolves shot 47% from three, but over 50% from three most of the night. Buoyed by their stars, 31 points from Randall, 30 from Anthony Edwards, and they now lead this Western Conference semifinal series 3-1.
I'm not optimistic.
Tim Roy on the call, Brian and Palo Alto on the drop. 95-7 the game. Warriors down 3-1. All too familiar sight, unfortunately. Last time they were in the Western Conference semifinals a couple years ago, coming off a championship, they were also down 3-1. But this is only, I believe, let me see if I have this right, the third time ever in the Steve Kerr, Steph Curry era in the playoffs where they've lost 3 straight playoff games. They did that, I believe, back in 2015. Obviously, the 2015-16 run. And I think prior to that as well, was that the Spurs series maybe? And then now they've lost 3 straight. So a tough road to climb. A lot of emotions. All emotions are accepted here this morning. Joe Shasky, I say good morning to you. I say good morning to Sam Lubman, Carter, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend. All calls accepted today. There are no guests. It's you, the people. We have full phone lines right now. Rodney, Cam, J-Dub, Trey, Francisco, Tony. I promise we will get to all of you today. And if we don't, you can also text us at the same number. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line is always open at 888-957-9570. We're halfway home here on a Tuesday, Joe. And as your mood changed, you went from sad yesterday to angry, and now how are you feeling? Have the emotions shifted back to another
No, I mean, we're all over the place. I mean,
okay. There's no right way to feel.
Misery
today.
loves company. So, of course, me and a bunch of Warrior fans are either embracing in unison of our anger, or we're yelling at each other over what the exact thing is. There's always a pie chart of culpability, right?
You love the pie chart.
Some sort of slice. It's the Steph Curry injury. I don't know how much, but whatever, right? It's not the end-all, be-all. They've had opportunities to make things closer in this series. And every single time you look up, they're getting outshot from 3. This team doesn't have any shooters. And I'm going to continue to harp on this threat. Like, there's a defensive conversation where they have not stopped Minnesota's offense. Their zone has been getting diced up. They haven't stopped Julius Randle at all. He's been amazing. Anthony Edwards is almost impossible to guard. So I give you somewhat of, not a pass, but some leeway there. They've been doing a decent job on the rebounding. It's shooting from 3. They're getting absolutely eviscerated when you compare them to Minnesota. Minnesota's getting great looks. The Warriors are getting good looks. Right now, Podziemski and Draymond Green, just in the playoffs as a whole, shooting 29 and 28% from 3. They hit 8 threes yesterday. They were 8 of 27. This team has no firepower. And they're going to, obviously take threes because that's what every team in the league does right now. And they don't have any three-point shooters. Jimmy's clearly not one. Kuminga, though everyone wants to crush him, he is shooting 44% from 3 in the playoffs. Guys, 21 and 28 from the free throw line on a team that doesn't draw a lot of fouls. So they're searching for offense and for somebody to help them offensively. Simultaneously, they couldn't get enough stops. To me, the key point in the game was the third quarter. And I go to the end of the second quarter where they went on a 10-0 run, and Jonathan Kuminga looked outstanding, and the team looked outstanding. Looney actually looked really good in that moment right there. Edwards hit 2 threes at the end of that second quarter and one right before halftime.
That was
huge momentum threes.
Yeah.
That they carried over into the third quarter. And when I saw that JK wasn't starting in the third quarter, I was like, what are we doing? I'm not here to say JK's the end-all, be-all. There's not that. But, you were searching for offense. He led you at halftime in scoring. Ride the hot hand. And they don't. They wait 4 or 5 minutes for him to come in. He comes in. Then it's a combination of 3 non-shooting players out there at any given time. Clunky offense. Can't get stops. 3 consecutive turnovers. Followed by a GP2 offensive foul, and it's a 12-0 run, and they never looked back. 12-0 run for Minnesota. And their defense was terrible at the point of attack. The zone defense was getting destroyed, and Anthony Edwards proved why he's a superstar. Game over. Feels like the series over. feels like the season's over.
And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We would love your participation there as well. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And then, as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Anthony Edwards was incredible. Corbin Carroll down the street was incredible for the Arizona Diamondbacks as they take care of the Giants 2-1 to start that series. So Giants are reeling. Warriors are reeling. What's going well? Well, the Golden State Valkyries, their home opener, is going to be this Friday. And we're going to be giving tickets, not that one, but next Wednesday when they're playing at Chase Center. In this hour, be listening. You don't have to play the sounder because, you know what, we've been playing it all morning. You're going to hear a sounder at some time in this 8 a.m. hour. And if you're the fifth caller to the contest line, you will win some tickets to next Wednesday's game at Chase Center. For more tickets, though, they are available at Valkyries.com. In the meantime, let's go to the phones. Rodney in Oakland, he's been hanging on tight, 888-957-9570. Rodney, good morning. How are we feeling about yesterday's loss, ma'am?
Good morning, man. Love the show. Appreciate you guys, man. All the takes. But listen, I said this to my wife. I said, look, this team needs to be blown up if you can't win if one of your best players is on the bench. And Draymond is obvious. A lot of times when Curry's not playing, he gets technicals. He wants to get kicked out of the game. It's no sense in having, if you want to win a championship, there's no way Curry should be on the bench and we still look like this. Like we don't have a bench. We don't have nobody that wants to score. We look like we playing at the Y or at the 24 Fitness. Like it's just not good basketball. And the future GMs, don't build your player or your team around one player. Otherwise, this is exactly what's going to happen. And last but not least, they are not in playoff shape. None of those guys are in playoff shape. Curry is not coming back. We're down 3-1. He's not going to risk an injury. Maybe if we were 3-3, but it's 3-1. He's not coming back, and it's just going to get worse.
But other than that, everything's okay. Thanks, Rodney.
I mean, his point about playoff shape, this is what I would say. Since Jimmy became a Warrior, they have had 43 games over 90 days.
It's been a lot.
Probably less than 90 days. That's not a lot of rest. No. It's a lot of games. But it's half a season in, a very short, impacted amount of time.
Didn't mean to cut you off there, and they dug themselves an early hole. Yeah. They were clinging to like a 10 seed when they traded for Jimmy Butler. They had to dig out of that, and that takes a lot of effort.
And I would say the last, obviously the 11 playoff games, including the one play-in, plus the last, 15 games, all felt like playoff-style games.
Right.
So, yeah, they're exhausted right now. I mean, is that an excuse?
No. This just is what it is. It's just the reality.
Because the Timberwolves have the same exact wear and tear on them.
But they have younger legs. So that's baked into the equation. They have their best players are either 30 or 23. Juxtapose that with a 35-year-old, another 35-year-old, and an injured 37-year-old.
But if we've been watching this team all year, like the number one problem is shooting.
Yeah.
They don't have enough shooting, right? And so his point about you building around one player and well, the problem is they have just redundant parts. Kevon Looney, not going to shoot at all.
No.
Trace Jackson-Davis, not going to shoot at all. GP2 is, I mean, you actually have gotten a decent shooting season, but statistically.
But he's not a shooter, yeah.
Statistically, but when you watch the games, he passes up a lot of shots. JK's not a shooter.
No.
Moses Moody hasn't shot well for weeks.
No.
Maybe months.
Months at this point.
Podziemski hasn't shot well for weeks.
Yeah. There was a stretch where he was the best three-point shooter in the NBA.
But weeks.
Draymond
Green hasn't shot well for weeks. So, again, Steph's a shooter. Buddy is streaky. We know that. Quentin Post hasn't shot well for weeks.
No.
Who else is shooting well?
I mean, no one.
Okay, so that's a problem. Defensively, you don't have a lot of point of attack defenders. GP2, we love him. He brings a lot to the table in terms of energy. He is not the on-ball lockdown defender he was just a couple of years ago. Guys are bigger and stronger than him. It's not an indictment on him as a player. It's just a mismatch, right? And they really miss that athletic big who can dunk above the rim.
I do want to get to what Rodney said in that call because I've heard that sentiment a couple times today. It's like Steve Kerr, he can't adjust, and this is what happens when you predicate an entire offense around one player. I was like, well, let's take a step back. They've won 4 titles with this offense, with that player. Now,
they've been built very different.
Sure, but he's been the main center point in all of it. That style is around Stephen Curry. He is at the center of it all. So yeah, when you lose a top 10 player in the history of the sport, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough if the Lakers lost LeBron. If it's going to be tough now for the Celtics, who lost Jason Tatum.
It's not just that. They lost one of the best two-way two guards of all time.
Yes.
Or at least the last 40 years. All time's a stretch, but of the last 40 years in Klay Thompson.
Yes, that was huge. And it was a diminished Klay Thompson, but the fact you lost him nonetheless, it's going to be difficult.
They've been searching for that two guard who can defend and shoot alongside Curry for how long?
And another guy, forever. And that's what everyone wants. That's what today's NBA is predicated on. Why do you think the Celtics won the title last year? Because Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are those players.
It's why I'm going to talk myself into Drew Holiday in the offseason.
Another old man. That's going to be great.
But he can defend opposite Steph, and he has a little more size, and he can knock down a shot.
Till he gets hurt, and then he has to get his life alert. I get you. I know.
Joe, I know. This is what I do. I talk myself into things that
I know you do.
irrational.
Thank you, Priest. Where's Priest in Palo Alto today? I'm sure he's flexing on everyone. But can you take a step back with me? Let's relax on, this team is too Steph-centric. Yeah, maybe now it's a conversation. We weren't talking about that a couple weeks ago. We weren't. We're saying, wow, this team could go on a deep run. Maybe, just maybe, we could win it all. Wow, Steph's playing incredible basketball. Jimmy Butler is playing incredible.
I think getting to the playoffs, this for next year, at least, whatever variation of the team, there is a real conversation in that you need to find more variety in your offense to take the load off of Steph so that he's not worn down to a nub come the most important time of the year.
Yes.
There is and multiplicity in a half court is a deadly thing in the playoffs. Like, for example, I look at Denver. They could throw it to Jokic. They could throw it to Gordon. They could have Jamal Murray out on the perimeter. And look, they might get extinguished. They might end up losing because they're not deep enough.
No.
And their guys are worn down. But they can kind of attack you in a variety of ways in the half court. That's why I like the Jimmy Butler acquisition, because he can attack you in a variety of ways. They just don't have the supplementary shooters opposite those guys to really give them that variety in the half court.
Listen, we'll get to if the series ends tomorrow, if it ends another time. Like, it's not over yet, but this does feel like a changing of the guard postseason. At this point, it does. With the likes of LeBron getting bounced early, we're probably going to see the Celtics get bounced now. Now, they're going to have some question marks in the offseason. Giannis is on the move. Anthony Edwards is a game away from taking out LeBron, Luka, Steph, Jimmy. Now, Steph didn't play. It's tough to say that. It is what it is. It sucks. And yeah, you said it earlier. It's like, as a Warriors fan, I'm probably feeling like, hey, if we had a healthy Steph Curry,
it sounds like a loser.
But you don't have a healthy Steph Curry because unfortunately, we kind of said this was a possibility. He's 37 years old. Injuries happen. Sucks that it happened. I hope he can come back at some point. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't.
I mean, look at Boston this morning.
Right? Like, how are they feeling?
Like their whole run is over.
Over. That's how they're feeling right now.
I remember that feeling.
It sucks.
As a Warrior fan, we went through that.
It sucks. J-Dub's in Union City. He wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. J-Dub, good morning.
Fellas, good morning. I'll try to be quick here. First point, because I know this is something that's gone on for a few years about this Warriors way of basketball. I remember a superstar, one of the best offensive players, best players in NBA history, got hurt, and Warriors fans said all of a sudden it looked better. Of course, talking about Kevin Durant, right? So this seems like a recurring thing.
It was laughable then, J-Dub. Continue.
Yeah. And, of course, I'm not trying to compare Kuminga to Kevin Durant. It's just, again, that thing coming up. But I think it kind of leads to my overarching point with like this narrative and the way that Kuminga and Podziemski are viewed. And, I get it. A lot of people want to ask Steve Kerr about, minutes and who's playing what. But I still feel like to an extent, a lot of that blame and responsibility goes even higher than him, right? Like if I just look at Kuminga and Podziemski, and this is not to knock on Podziemski at all, but I'm looking at your God-given talent and ability. Which player do you think you'd hear from an owner and the higher-ups that they'd be the future All-Star? Right? And Shafty, you hit on this a little earlier, right? So it just seems like there is this feel of, no, that's what he's going to be, which does that tie down to he's going to be playing more through his errors and issues? I don't know, but I can't help but ask that question. It seems like that's also where a lot of Warriors fans, to an extent, kind of get that feel from. There's this one that's just lauded and praised for how, he's what he's going to be. And then you have Kuminga that's here that's still trying to figure it out, because I can't help but feel bad for him, too. When you're a young guy and you don't know where your minutes are going to come, Yes, you play sporadic. It's just natural.
You sound like
that's
someone
the thing for him where, it's up.
You sound like someone, because this is what I try to explain to you. There are certain people who can come off the bench and play right away and be good, like Lou Williams. Like they find their way. There are other guys, like they kind of got to feel themselves out. And when you're worried about making a mistake, what do you end up doing? You end up making a ton of mistakes.
Yeah, it's me and
the
golf.
worst feeling.
Me and golf all the time. I couldn't drive a ball to save my life a couple weeks ago, Joe.
And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, I couldn't do it the whole day. Thankfully, I made some putts to make up for it. But it's a great point. And this whole Kuminga thing's fascinating now. I didn't expect these last few games. I expected, maybe he had a game here or two. He's looked really good these last 3 games. I don't think
he's a star. I don't even know if he's a starter. Like
I don't know what he is yet. I don't know what he is.
Joe, I don't know, but I do know this. However they've handled it has been the wrong way. Either trading him prior because the coach isn't going to use him, or he doesn't fit, or the players don't like him, or whatever. I don't know what it is. Or using him. There's been a disconnect.
Yes.
However they've utilized the Kuminga asset, the contract, the money, the player, whatever, they've mismanaged it.
Speaking of Jonathan Kuminga, Tony in San Diego wants people to stop blaming Jonathan Kuminga. Tony, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, so I think it's pretty crazy that the one guy that's, athletic enough and just talented enough on the team playing right now, because Steph is not there. The one guy that can do that is getting all the blame because he's not a winner. We don't have him because he's supposed to be the winner. The winners are supposed to be Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, those types of guys. They're the ones that are supposed to make the Warriors a winning team. My other point is that this Warriors basketball idea, I love it. I love the ball movement. I love all those things. But I think we do have to get away at some point from feeling like the only person that should be, taking important shots or this and that is 38-year-old Steph. Eventually, we have to find a way to make some of these young, talented players work. And if it's a compromise between old school Warriors basketball with Steph and Clay and some of the new school stuff and kind of find a way to meet in the middle, you got to do it, okay? Because Warriors basketball, the guys that play Warriors basketball are, Pods, Moody, Looney, GP2. Well, good luck with that. If that's the type of player you want to have, up and down the roster, and then Steph, good luck. Who's going to score? Who's going to do anything that puts any fear into anybody? Okay, so you need players that are willing to, attack and play to their strengths and go get a bucket. Okay. One quick other thing: every good team has at least 1 or 2 guys that are beefy enough to bang inside, okay, but good enough to stretch the floor and shoot outside and shoot threes and shoot jumpers, right? We don't have that. We just don't have enough scoring, and it's like frustrating. The Randalls, the Aaron Gordons, the Anthony Davises, you don't even need a star at that position, but you just need someone that can actually, do more than one thing good. We have a bunch of guys who are nice to have guys who would be a great 6th, 7th, 8th man, but these guys are playing and starting sometimes. Okay, the Celtics they don't have, GP2, Looney, Moody, Pods. There's no room for 4 or 5 of those types of guys on, a really good team.
Well, their guys are all hit threes too. Like Hauser will hit a 3. Even though he's an occasional player. Pritchard will hit threes. He's an off the bench player. The other point that he made, which I think is the best one, we're talking about Pods. We're talking about JK. Draymond hasn't been good enough.
No.
Like, he's just skating. I mean, he's just skating through this whole thing. If I would have told Warrior fans Gobert would be better than him, Randall would be better than him, we know Anthony Edwards was going to have more impact than him. Jaden McDaniels has been on par, if not better than him. You would all say, yeah, there's not a chance in hell the Warriors are winning that series.
The guy that's been the Warriors' killer in the past hasn't really done that well against them either.
Can't defend.
Can't defend.
Yeah,
he's hacking. He's pulling. Yeah, they're exposing him.
So, like,
Kuminga's exposing him.
You guys all want to argue in the comment section, on the text line, on Twitter and Instagram comment sections about JK and Pods. And look, JK's playing well, not well enough. Pods isn't playing well right now. All right? I hear that argument. And trust me, I'm as frustrated as anyone. Draymond Green, though, is just skating. He's just skating the criticism, not getting criticized at all. And I think Draymond Green has been terrible for what they've needed for them to advance without Steph Curry.
I wonder who Dub Nation feels like is getting most of a pass today. Who's getting the pass today from criticism? 888-957-9570 is the number.
But here's the other thing about Draymond, and I want to make this very clear.
Please.
People get mad when I say this. He cannot, whether it's this year, next year, like moving forward, he cannot be a 30-minute-a-night guy. He's a situational, defensive, rotational guy, and he's too old, and his offense is not there. As this league gets more and more athletic and more sophisticated, the book is out on him. The book is, we dare you to shoot from the outside. And he compromises so many lineups offensively that it has made it very challenging. And it's the untalked about thing when you're putting this roster together and this team together, he wants to play the 4. So it's really hard to find a 5 that can fit alongside of him. He wants to play the 4, but also be your de facto point guard on offense. Well, you also need another ball handler alongside of him because he really can't beat anyone off the dribble, right? He wants to play point guard. Both teams are going to sag off him, and they're going to jump the passing lanes. All right? So all of the lineup combinations offensively that you play alongside Draymond Green have to be very specific. And he's a big reason why they have a good defensive rating, and he is a big reason why it is almost impossible with the current roster they have, sans Steph Curry, for them to put anything out there explosive offensively.
I think it's well said. And here's Draymond Green after the game talking about how the Wolves got going.
They shot the ball extremely well. I thought we defended good in spurts, but they got going and we never was able to put out the fire. So got to give them a lot of credit. Kind of felt like they were due for a great shooting night. Sucks that it had to be tonight, but it was, and we just got to figure it out and coming back in Game 5.
Now, Draymond has had a couple of great games. Game 7 against the Rockets, amazing. Game 1 of this series, I thought he was amazing. It's not enough. And I think we talk about age and the wear and tear of Steph Curry. Like, it's not enough for Draymond. Like, he doesn't have it in him to be that player every single night. And so you look at it, the overall series, Şengün had his way. The overall series, Julius Randle has had his way.
Yeah.
And then you're also forced to play because of other guys on the perimeter, more zone, which takes away from what Draymond does really, really well. Which is man-to-man defense.
It's all about consistency in the playoffs, as you're just saying right there.
I don't think he has it in him anymore. And I love Dre. He's had a great year. He's gassed, Joe.
He is. He's tired. And you know what? He's 35 years old. So shame on us if we all thought there was going to be just this perfect version of this team and that trio. But we thought on a given night, right? It's like, okay, if Dre doesn't have it, well, Jimmy and Steph might have it. The problem is you lost Steph Curry. Like, that's baked into the equation through all this. So, yeah, you're down 3-1. I don't think it makes you feel any better if you're a Warriors fan. Like, you don't have Steph. Like, it's just the reality. When you lose your best player and you're going up against the likes of an Anthony Edwards and the best version we've seen of a Julius Randle, and you got Gobert there, you got Jaden McDaniels, like, yeah, you're probably going to lose the series. You're down 3-1 right now. History is not on your side. Only 13 teams in the history of the NBA have come back from a 3-1 deficit in the playoffs. The Warriors have done it once, but this time it feels like an extra stretch, especially without Stephen Curry. We'll discuss that on the other side. Burns, Cam, Omar, Trey, Janet, Terrell. We'll get to all of you, and it's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Edwards off the tip by Gobert. Edwards with 3 in the corner, and the Wolves hit another one.
Man, the Warriors work their butts off to get these buckets, and then the Wolves just come down 3.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Mr. Lonely, I have nobody.
I'm on I thought I'm on my own.
Am I wrong?
I think they're both right. I think they're just different verses.
Oh, gotcha.
Akon. Dude, just go Akon the rest of the way. I think we got like one more rejoin. Why not? I love me some Akon. Dude, him and T-Pain, early 2000s.
Well, we would have played it for JK a couple of weeks ago. I'm locked up. You won't let me out. Locked up. You won't let me out.
Nobody wanna see us together, but it don't matter, no, cause I've got JK. Burns, Cam, Omar, Trey, Janet. We'll get to you in a second.
The music is the therapy this morning.
Absolutely. Hey, it's okay. Hey, the series isn't over yet. Hey, I believe in miracles, don't you, Joe?
Just stop.
No? Stop. You don't? No, you're not buying that today? Maybe
if there's any fan base you can't talk about a 3-1 lead with, it's Warrior fans. So.
Well, they came back from a 3-1 deficit before.
So what?
Game 6 Clay Fitz. Don't we all remember?
You get Game 6, buddy?
How's Fitz
feeling? Get the Game 6 first.
How is he feeling?
Is that the first person you were thinking about in all this?
No.
No, it wasn't Buffett. Maybe it was Jonathan Kuminga, who said they may have panicked a bit in that third quarter when they were getting blown out.
I think we just panic because it was making everything, and I think that was the only time we should have just settled down, and we let our guards down. I think that's pretty much it. We just panicked a little bit.
They panicked, 117-110 the final, and that final score really didn't do it justice. It was a blowout win for Minnesota as they are up 3-1 now, heading back to Minnie.
First possession of the second half after the Anthony Edwards 3 to end the second quarter. First possession, it's Buddy Hield, Draymond, Jimmy, TJD, and Potts. And there's a 24-second violation with Draymond and Pajemski.
Yeah.
First possession.
Signified things to come right there.
The two of them on offense are so redundant.
Yeah.
It's maddening.
Steve Kerr, what went wrong last night?
Well, Ant got going, and, we decided to go to a bigger lineup with JK and Trace, Draymond, Jimmy, just to try to slow them down and slow Ant down. Obviously didn't work. They kept scoring, and we couldn't score, so we just lost our ability to connect the game there in that third quarter, and they got loose, and that was the difference in the game.
Sometimes the game is just really simple when you talk about it. The other team could score and you couldn't. It's as simple as that. 16-34. 16-34 from beyond the arc, real quick, Joe. 8-27 from beyond the arc for the Warriors. Like that tells you the story right there.
They were late on rotations. They didn't stop ball at the top of the key in the zone. They allowed them to get inside the paint.
Yep.
They were jumping all over the place and over contesting left and right. GP2, Pods, Buddy, just terrible. And then situationally, they have an opportunity where Anthony Edwards is going through the lane early in the quarter, and they have him bottled up, and Draymond fouls him and leaves his feet unnecessarily.
He had one earlier too on Jaden McDaniels, just pulling up for just a baseline jumper.
Horrible.
Just no need to foul him there.
With the shot clock coming down.
And Tim Legler was saying on the broadcast, I don't know what Draymond's doing there. There was no point.
You could say Draymond's playing hard or whatever. That's the baseline. I expect you to play. It's the playoffs, dog. Yeah. You only have a couple more of these. Maybe
I will never question the effort level of him.
No, but he's played poorly.
Yeah. That happens. He's 35. He's not going to be able to play great every game.
I underrated how good Julius Randle was. I mean, he's had his way in this series.
He's shut a lot of people up. I had my question marks, absolutely. I think that Lakers series opened my eyes to him. Now, a lot of people might have thought, hey, the Lakers might have just stunk and we overrated them. Okay, that's fine, but I think he's doing it back-to-back. No, he's doing back-to-back series. This is who he is now. He's really good. And it's one of the weird trades, honestly. The Karl Anthony Towns, Julius Randle trade, it's worked out for both teams. Both of these teams have 3-1.
No doubt. Yeah. Well, and I think the big thing today for me is God, it's the whole woulda, coulda, shoulda, which I hate bringing up. Because you sound like a loser.
No, I don't think
Steph was healthy.
No, I don't think
that's how you sound. I know how it sounds. But you look up the landscape, you're like, the Knicks might be able to extinguish the Celtics.
I know.
And then they get the Pacers.
I know.
And then you're looking over, you're like, OKC and Denver looks like a bloodbath.
The West is licking their chops right now. Whoever's coming out of the West are licking their chops. That's a fact.
Right?
Yes, because that Celtics series, I know they're down 3-1. And we'll get back. It was actually a crazy day in basketball yesterday. The the lottery that might have the most rigged thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The Dallas Mavericks of all teams get the rights to Cooper Flag with the number one overall pick.
That way.
I mean,
no, I'm dead serious.
Insane.
The minute Steph retires, we better win the lottery.
Adam, do us a solid.
Yeah, exactly. And then Adam Silver talking about expansion and everything. Like, Adam, give me a break. The best they go, it was behind the scenes, and this other company audits it. Why is the lottery not broadcast live? The actual lottery process itself. Why?
Because then we'll see how rigged it is.
Exactly.
Thank you. Exactly.
Honestly, what I love about this one, and we'll get back to Real Warriors talk in a minute, I just love how brazen the NBA is with this one. Not just putting Dallas number 1, but then putting the Spurs 2 and the Sixers 3 to try to give them a little trade asset to work with.
I'm tired of the Spurs.
Players are laughing. The amount of players that just did crying, laughing emojis. They all know it's just a scam.
Kevin Love was like, no way.
Kyrie is on the team and laughed. He said 1.8%. And then a laughing emoji.
Joe,
poor Utah just getting shoved right out. No one cares about Utah.
You know what? They've tanked for 20 years. Screw them.
You have a better chance of standing in the corner and knocking a 3 in an NBA game than they did of winning the lottery. It's just insane.
And then I mentioned
insane.
The Celtics have actually low-key dominated most parts of that series, and they're down 3-1. And now they just lost Jason Tatum, and it's probably over. It's like, when's the last time you could say that? Like the Celtics have dominated most portions of those games. Just those fourth quarters, they just collapse. That's money time, though. It's money time. Shout out Jordan Poole.
If they end up blowing it up in Boston, I'm calling them for Jaylen Brown. I'm calling them for Drew Holiday.
Everyone? Kristaps?
I'm jumping to the front of the line on Giannis.
Pingus?
Like Giannis, make it ugly, just like Jimmy Butler. Come to us.
Let's go to Trey in Oakland. He wants to come down on the coaching. Trey, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. First of all, let me say you guys have a fabulous show. You guys are like my favorite sports show on the radio.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, man.
Appreciate
I want to come down. Yeah, no problem. I want to say Steve Kerr, man. This guy is a very intelligent, very smart guy, and he just made Minnesota made him look like a fool yesterday. His coaching, he has 5 other guys that he could be utilizing throughout the rotation, and he just decided not to put anybody in. I mean, even if it's for 2 minutes, put Gee in for a minute, see what he does. Get a spark on the team. He's the spark guy. Bring Spencer in. Bring Moody in. See if anybody can hit a shot besides the guys that were on the court. And I agree with everybody on this call too. He should have started Kuminga in the third quarter. He balled out in the second quarter. He had a lot of momentum going for him. He did have a couple of turnovers that were unforced. But all he should have been in the game at the start of the third quarter. I don't understand. He could play with Jimmy buckets, and I don't understand why Steve is not refusing to play him with that. But that's all I got to say, man.
Thanks. Good call, Trey. That's Trey in Oakland, 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text, by the way, folks. So if you're driving around, don't do that. Hands-free. That's what we want first and foremost. But if you're at home and you can't, call, give us a text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. There it is. That's the sounder. The Golden State Valkyries inaugural season is here. And fans, you do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com, but for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game on May 21st, be caller number 5 to the contest line right now at 415-523-4652. That's caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. Good luck. All right. Jay Williams. You know Jay Williams, right? The commentator, college sports, former player.
Speaking of lottery, the guy who we should have had when we didn't win the lottery the year we had 17 wins and Yao Ming should have came to us. You know who went number 2? Jay Will. We should have had him. Instead, we ended up with Dunleavy. It's don't even start me with the lottery and how the Warriors were getting screwed.
Obviously, Jay Williams has the motorcycle accident.
Yeah, but he was that dude.
He was that dude. He's that dude on First Take and Get Up right now, and he said this morning, and producer Carter, getting in my ears like, hey, just put some Jay Williams on your board. Pretty interesting. Well, let's react to it right now. Jay Williams this morning on Get Up talking about Jimmy Butler.
I don't even know what to say about this one. This is crazy. I mean, this is why Jimmy Butler was brought to Golden State. Right. For moments like this. And what did we see last game? We saw Jimmy Butler, the pace was incredible. Even though they gave it away, UD and Perk, my man took 23 shots. He was hunting his shots. There was nothing that was calculated about the way he was playing. He had to let loose. He had to be aggressive because that gave his team the best opportunity to win. 9 shots in 34 minutes, to me, feels like you aren't the aggressive Jimmy Butler. It feels like you are not even really on the court. Now, I know I've never been in playoff games to this magnitude. You guys have. But I can tell you from somebody who is competitively an ass, that's how I am. KP, ain't no way in hell I'm taking 9 shots in a game where my team is without our star player. Everybody is looking at me to be the guy. Kuminga is a good talent, but he is young. Everybody is looking at me to be the old veteran guy who has carried teams to further places in the Eastern Conference like the Miami Heat. To me, this is a sign of somebody I get worried about. Where are you? What is happening in this game where I need you to be him?
9 shot attempts yesterday for Jimmy Butler, 5 of 9, 14 points in 34 minutes. Is he getting a pass today? 888-957-9570 with that performance. We talked about it earlier. There's a part of me that kind of agrees with Jay Williams, but also saying he was their best player for the most part in this series. And the game you needed to win was the game in which the performance he had was incredible, which was on Saturday.
But he didn't score in the last 7 minutes.
In the last 7 minutes, he was exhausted, and someone else needed to score.
Look, people are going to box score hunt, and they're going to say, oh, Jimmy didn't shoot enough. How can this is a do-or-die game? I rewatched that third quarter. I'm telling you, there was no movement off ball. He had the ball in his hands. Not one guy cut to the hoop. No one back screened. No one, motioned. Nothing. Literally just standing there, waiting for the ball to come to them.
Our guy, Evan Giddings, producer, host here at 95.7 The Game, he was at the game yesterday, and he was in a media scrum talking to Jaden McDaniels, obviously, of the Minnesota Timberwolves, who has the assignment on Jimmy Butler for most of this series. And they were asking about what they saw from Jimmy, and Jaden McDaniels was like, he just looked tired. He looked tired. He looked exhausted. Like, that tells you all you need to know right there. He's tired. He's exhausted. He's 35 years old. This is what happens to older players in the playoffs. Now, is that an excuse? No, it's just the reality. And you did need more from him yesterday. That all baked that you said all that could be true. You still needed more from him yesterday, and you didn't get it.
Well,
you didn't get it.
There is an element of him and Pods. Just take the freaking layup. My God, you get into the paint. Just take the layup. Just take the layup.
Cam in Antioch says, Shasky is speaking truth.
I am.
So let's go to that. I know Shasky wants to join in on this. Cam, good morning. What you got?
What's up? Hey, Shasky, man. I seen the clip earlier. I didn't get to all the way watch it, but from what you were saying, thank you, my brother. I've been waiting for this for so long. That's why y'all ain't heard me in so long. You finally criticized Kerr. Thank you for speaking the truth. This is crazy. Kuminga playing 36, game 3, 36 minutes, and Podge is playing 39, 40 minutes. I think it was 39. GP2 had more minutes than Kuminga. And Kuminga was killing. So, of course, everybody thought Kuminga's going to start next game. No. Kuminga's like the 4th player coming off the bench. Insane. And one of the last callers. And then Shasky, you're right. Draymond is the main reason that JK and Jimmy supposedly can't play together, which was always a lie. Contract issues, Kerr sabotaging. But, the real story here is Curry shouldn't be hurt. Jimmy should have never got hurt. If Kuminga was playing after the trade, we wouldn't have been in the play-in. What kind of coach says we have 3 chances to win? That's insane. Not playing against the Clippers, the Spurs, Kuminga would have helped us win those games, and we would have swept the Lakers, and we would have been nice and healthy right now on our way to a 5th. Now we got to hope Kerr doesn't do the same thing he did for the last 3 games, that we always get cooked in the first quarter, going down 10 points, and we got to fight our way back. If JK was in the game, I'm not saying he's infallible, but if JK's in the game, it's going to be much easier. We don't have to fight back to call from a lead. And then in the third quarter, again, after game 3, JK don't start. he's like the fourth player coming off the bench. When that was game 3, he was the fourth player coming off the bench. So now we got to fight back and we could have built leads. We could have been up so those Draymond turnovers in game 3 wouldn't have mattered. This is all on Kerr and his philosophy that he stuck to. He is so stubborn and arrogant. It's his way or he'd rather lose.
Hey, Cam, real quick. How did you feel about Steve Kerr after that first-round series against the Rockets?
Just say it one more time.
How did you feel about Steve Kerr heading into that Rockets series? Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Thanks, Cam. Like, we were feeling great about it. Like, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not trying to, like, poo-poo on Cam's connection. I don't know what it was. But, like, we were feeling pretty damn good about our coach. I get it. You lose Steph Curry, things are going to be under a microscope for everyone. Everyone has got to be better, coach included. And do I think Steve Kerr's been amazing these last couple games? No, but they've been in most of these games. I think yesterday was really the one, and outside of game 2 where they just got obliterated from the start of the game, but they did their job in game 1. They stole that. I think that was all baked into the scenario. But leading up to yesterday, I thought that was their best half that they'd play offensively without Steph, and they had a 2-point lead. And you know what? Their defense that they've been hanging their hat on for the most part, it finally got exposed halfway through the third quarter. And is that on Steve Kerr? Is all of it? I don't know. Maybe Timberwolves are just better. They're just better. You don't have your best player. Timberwolves do, and that's what happens. And they're up 3-1 right now. So we can get all mad at the coach. You can get mad at Pods. Oh, Kuminga, he's not a winning player. Jimmy Butler. Fact of the matter is, you're not as good as Minnesota Timberwolves, especially without Stephen Curry. And even with Steph Curry, he might not have been better than them. He may have been. We don't know. And we might not ever know. And I don't think he's going to come back this series, Steph. I don't. So there you go.
It is wild, though, that Guy Santos had way more minutes in one series.
But were we laughing at it at the point? Like, I don't think a lot of us were laughing at it.
He benched him for the final 3 games of the year.
Yep. We knew the writing was on the wall. We did, and they were winning.
But again, during each of those Rocket games, I would text the group like, wow, we really because they were searching.
Yeah, but you also wanted Guy Santos. You wanted Guy Santos.
Yeah,
minutes.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But I think the overarching theme is you're searching as a coach. You're searching for any combinations that work, and you're doing process of elimination. All right, this hasn't worked. Maybe you go to this. Maybe you go to that.
And he did go to JK at times in the Rocket series, and he wasn't very good. Now, was it the right combination?
He played in 3 games, and basically the one game was because Jimmy Butler went hurt, which was the game he had 20 plus minutes.
And then JK was sick in another one, correct? He didn't play in that blowout loss. Yes.
All right, so but he also, again, didn't play in the final 3 games of the regular season or the play-in game. So, it will be studied and it will be analyzed. Look, as much as it is on Steve Kerr, to me, it's also on the front office where it's like you have to know if your coach is going to play someone. And if he's not going to play him, for whatever his reasons are, then you need to either force him to play him because you believe so strongly in said player, or you trade the player. They have mismanaged the Jonathan Kuminga money, the player, the salary, the asset, the value, etc.
Well,
that can't be argued.
I think the injury timing this year kind of threw all that out the window, right? If you were going to trade him and you were a 500 team and you're going to have him a part of trade talks. Obviously, last summer was a big one. The Lowry Markkanens of the world. How true was that? The Paul Georges of the world, right? But the fact that he got hurt when he did, just a month prior to the trade deadline, I think I threw another monkey wrench into the entire situation. So I hear you, but I don't think Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy are going to force Steve Kerr's hand. I think Steve Kerr's built up enough equity with his team with 4 rings and the amount of finals he's been to have the final say on who plays and who doesn't.
But I think on the Kuminga thing, this is where I'll continue to go. I think for me, it's very difficult to understand. All right, well, Kuminga was humming before the injury. He got hurt. He missed a big chunk of time. Oh, the team kind of changed a little. All right, I get it. He gets iced out. That's one thing. Then I look at the Podziemski situation and I say to myself, he wasn't playing good. He got hurt. He came back. He looked a lot better. He got opportunities right away. He was allowed to play through some of the mistakes. Got hurt again. Okay, came back, wasn't as good, still got to play, right? I think the problem is people are like, why is one guy has such a short leash and why does the other guy get to just continue to play? I don't get what makes it different. Well, because one guy plays a different position. Well, I would argue to you that the position Podziemski plays stymies the offense more than Kuminga because Podziemski and Draymond are redundant, and when they're on the floor together, see, that's the thing I've come to this epiphany. oh, JK and Kuminga, they can't play together. No, it's Pods and Draymond. Well, if Steph Curry's not out there for Pods and Draymond, that's the unplayable combination offensively.
Remember the unplayable combination offensively a couple years ago in that Lakers series was what? Draymond and who? Kevon Looney.
Yes.
And that was the problem.
Because, again, going back to it, Draymond's in a lot of these combinations because he can't shoot anymore.
No, and you can have one of those players, can't have two of them, not in today's NBA, as you're alluding to.
So, we could argue about Kuminga. I don't even think he's a star. I think he's a solid player. He could have used him, but the Podziemski, Draymond clunkiness without Steph Curry is way worse than whatever you think the Jimmy JK combination is.
Let's go to Burnsy out in Fremont, wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Burns, how are we feel about last night's loss, ma'am?
Hey, man, it's a little gloomy in the Bay, a little bummed out. But bottom line, Bay Area, nothing is over until we decide it is over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? I don't think so. Right? Is it over now? No way. Is there one more game, Shosky? Is there one more game? There is.
Yes.
And we are champions. We are champions. And we can show up like champions and go out like champions. I'm okay with that, man. And guess what, people? Basketball is a team sport. So if you want to come in here and, snipe and take out little players here and there and call them out for this and that, that's fine. But you know what? My sixth grade CYO basketball coach, Gary Vev, used to tell me, we win as a team, and what do? We lose as a team. And that's what we do. We're not going to lose. We're going to go in there like champions.
What school is this?
Just fight, man. Whatever happens, happens.
What's CYO school?
Check this out. It's no longer. It was called Santa Paula. They turned into OLG champions. Santa Paula champions, boy.
Well,
that's for reals. Fremont.
There was a guy in my grade,
Thanks,
Will
Bernsey.
Grove. Everybody had one of these guys who, was more mature than everyone else, all right? We had a joke, Will could drive himself to the game in 7th grade, okay? And that's all fine and dandy about winning and losing as a team. But when Will didn't play, we just weren't as good. We just weren't as good. And in this analogy, we don't have Steph Curry.
You just don't. He's the greatest player maybe in the history of the sport. He's in the conversation. You don't have him. This is what happens. Anthony Edwards is the top 5 player in the league.
Also,
they have him.
Also, Japan was the ones who
Yes, but that was an Animal House reference.
I get it.
All right, I'm just.
But if you're going to do it, you got to go all the way in.
Yeah, sure.
He was
Don't stop him. He was on a roll.
Yeah,
he was kind of in and out on the Animal House.
Remember when the Giants did that commercial for NBC Sports? They did a spoof on the Animal House. I think it was Hunter Pence and Tim Lincecum. Remember that once upon a time? You like that? It's a nice little.
Animal House was literally 60 years ago.
It was. It was a long time ago. God.
Based on Stanford.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I did not.
Dorks.
The more you know.
I'm just. Was it nerds?
Nerd. That's Revenge of the Nerds. Speaking of Jonathan
Kuminga,
Kuminga,
Stanford calls themselves nerds.
Don't
call it Nerd Nation. Correct?
Don't tell that to Dave Fleming. He's not going to appreciate that. All right. And Dave, I don't know how he felt about this series overall. He did go to that game in Minnesota where they got absolutely destroyed. We'll talk to Dave Fleming tomorrow, right? 9 o'clock hour. So Giants, they're scuffling as well.
Here's one takeaway from these last couple of days is pretty straightforward to me.
What is it?
Steph Curry and everything else should be on the table. There's this thing like we have...
No, without Steph Curry. No, Steph Curry aside.
No, Steph Curry over here.
Okay.
Steph Curry over here.
Okay, I thought you said
everything
Steph
else
and everyone should be on the table,
no,
not
Steph Curry.
Okay. ...
And everyone over there is available.
Okay.
And everyone over there includes Draymond. And I think for a lot of people, it was like, no. And now it feels like we've come to the Clay portion of his career where it was that Lakers series and everyone's like, all right, we've seen enough with Clay. And, we want him here, but it's got to be in a reduced role. That's the way I'm feeling about with Draymond. He can be your closer down the stretch defensively. He could be your 18 to 25 minute a night guy. They cannot play 30, 35 minutes for long stretches of the season and expecting him to play 65 games and 35 minutes in every single playoff game. He needs to be treated like Iguodala moving forward.
We'll get to the offseason talk when the offseason begins, and it could begin
but
as soon as
that's my big
Thursday.
takeaway from these series.
No, but I'm totally with you there. We'll get to the offseason when that time comes. He
needs to be the Iggy role.
They do have another game tomorrow in Minnesota for Game 5. We'll have all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game. You mentioned Klay Thompson. Janet in Berkeley thinks this team is currently missing said player. Janet, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I don't know. It's like I've been listening to you guys and then the afternoon guys and the early evening guys for years. And when when Clay's contract was coming up, the guy got trashed all the time, from fans included, saying, oh, he's not where he used to be. Well, Clay has his rhythm back. He's not where he used to be, but he's still a damn good player, and he can get 3 points on the board. This morning, you guys were talking about we need someone that can score when Steph's not out there. Well, we could have had that with Clay. Clay is doing much better now. People didn't want to give him a chance.
Can I stop you for a second? Can I stop you for a second? Just for a second. I've been studying this all year. Did you know that Buddy Hield and Clay have almost identical numbers this year? And Buddy has been a better defender by every defensive metric.
Has he scored? Does he score?
Joe?
Klay Thompson is averaging about 2 points more than Buddy Hield in the regular season.
One is averaging 14, the other one's averaging 12. I've been on it all year.
11.1. Sorry, 3 points more. So
okay, 2.5.
1 3-point shot.
They're right near each other.
But when we were in the playoffs, Clay brought it. He brought it. He carried his own. So he's a champion.
Janet, real quick on that. Real quick, I'll let you finish. He was atrocious in that Lakers series. He was atrocious in that Lakers series, and he didn't make a shot in that play. His last game in a Golden State Warriors uniform, he failed to make a shot against the Sacramento Kings. So I understand. No, I understand that the memories are great with Clay. He's not that same player that you think, though, anymore.
As an off-the-bench piece, I'd love to bring him back.
Who are we going to get that's a three-pointer? And who are we going to get that's not a seasoned player? Everybody thought that GP2 was going to be the next Steph Curry, and look where he is. I mean, he's with the Wizards, and that kid doesn't even score what?
Oh, Jordan Poole, Jordan Poole, yeah. I don't think anyone thought, yeah. No, it's okay, Janet Berkeley. I appreciate it. She's passionate. She's upset. But we did get a couple people talk about. Carter mentioned this morning. He's like, man, I sure would love Jordan Poole than Brandon Pajemski right now. He said that. I was like, yeah, well, he's never coming back.
But you signed up for Draymond, so you couldn't have all of them.
No, you took your
yeah. So like everybody, like I want Poole back. No, you all sided with Draymond.
No, we have the quote. You made a deal with the devil. Here we go. Nick in San Jose.
You made a deal with the devil. Just go with the devil.
That was the Draymond Green right there.
The Warriors also offered Klay Thompson $20 million, and he went to the Mavericks for $16.
$24 million a year.
So he clearly didn't want to be here.
He had to have the third year, Carter. The third year of guarantees. It's not like he hasn't made $255 million in his career. Well, that third year, he had to have it.
Let's keep it a buck. Klay Thompson is going to stay with Dallas now that they're going to get Cooper Flagg. They got Anthony Davis. They'll get Kyrie back at some point. Hey, Dallas, they're on the up and up. Warriors might be behind them next year. You guys think I'm crazy? Like, I think Cooper Flagg's a generational talent. So there's that. Maybe they trade Klay Thompson. I don't know. But Klay, I think he's fine with his decision. I think it was time to turn the page for both parties. And that's what happened. And Klay's not here anymore. And I agree with you. Buddy Hield is basically giving you the production that you would have had from Klay Thompson this season. Look, and I think he's been a little bit better defensively.
It sounds absurd to say, like, Buddy's been about what Klay Thompson has
this version of Klay. We're not talking about their careers. Yeah.
No, but the bigger point is true. They have failed to find a two guard to replace Klay. And
it's hard. It's a hard position. Let's be honest.
No, it's almost impossible. Yeah. Look around the league. Now, they thought DeAndre Melton might be able to do some of the things that Klay can do. Yeah. A bigger player who can offset the defensive woes of Steph, guard on the perimeter, catch and shoot player who might be able to create a little on his own. That guy's an all-star in the league. His name's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Exactly. They're very difficult to get. The Kawhi Leonards of the world, right? Those guys don't grow on trees. That is the prototypical player you're getting out of college right now. Cooper Flagg. Yeah, I'd love to have him. You're not going to get him.
But I think that's what I think in their mind, that's what they were projecting and hoping that Moses Moody might develop into.
For sure.
I think that there's an alternate universe where they should have tried JK as your two guard, essentially, even though he can't dribble, but just be your perimeter guy and just lean into it. Be your Amen Thompson.
Right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got 1 hour left here on the Morning Roast. Wolves 117, Warriors 110. Minnesota up 3-1 now, heading back to the Twin Cities. We got full phone lines still. It's been full phone lines this entire day. And you know what? We'll be taking your calls all day long. Steiny and Goo, Willard Dibbs, the Grandy Man. All of us will be taking your calls today at 95.7 The Game. Terrell in Richmond has been hanging on the longest. Terrell, good morning. How are you feeling about yesterday's loss, ma'am?
Good morning, guys. As constructed, the team was only going to go so far anyway.
Our star is out. Our co-stars, Ray, Jimmy, our side pieces, GP2, Moody, Paz, Looney, and the bench players. I don't know what we expected.
No, it's a great. Hey, Terrell, appreciate the call. I'm going to cut you off a little early because your connection wasn't very good, but I get the point right there, and thank you for being patient and hanging on tight. I'm with them, and I was just saying that. Listen, Timberwolves have a better team right now, especially without Steph and Curry. They just have a better, more deep team.
Yeah,
they're
but
younger,
in my
they're more
mind,
athletic.
if we had Steph,
no, you're totally
stubbornly,
right.
I believe it.
You're totally right feeling that way as a fan. I'm never going to tell you how to fan. You can absolutely
I hate
feel
saying that out loud.
No, but that's how you would
I feel like such a loser.
No, that's not a loser mentality. You would feel like Niner fans feel like if they had, a player at their full health, right? Whoever it was, like George Kittle or Debo, if they were 100% in that Super Bowl against the Chiefs.
If Brock doesn't get hurt against the Eagles in the NFC title game.
Perfect. There you go.
Yeah, but I feared that Eagle team way more than this.
That's fine, but I do think yesterday they showed, and maybe Steph plays yesterday and it's similar, but if Minnesota just goes off like that, sometimes you just can't do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes
it's a 7-game series.
Exactly. Draymond talked about that yesterday. Talking about says if they give up 117 points without Steph, it's to be expected, right?
Give up 117 points without Steph, you're probably losing. Because the likelihood that we're going to score 117 points without him is not that high. So everyone has to commit to getting it done on the defensive end, everybody being on the string. That's how we can give ourselves a chance.
And he talked about that you fans and people wanting Steph back as soon as possible, ASAP. He's like, yeah, they don't want to do that. They don't want to rush him back.
No, we're not going to Superman this thing. If he's in the place where he could play, I'm sure he will, and him and Rick and everybody will figure that out, but we don't need Superman. Got to play the long game. So if he can, we know he will, but there's no pressure. We got to figure out how to win whether he play or not.
No, we don't want to go Soulja Boy here and Superman that, Joe. Am I right?
I just can't. Trey is just getting if I watch him short arm a three from the corner one more time, it's like, dude, you're open for a reason. Just take 3 hard dribbles and take a floater. Stop shooting the three. He's just so bad.
What'd you make of that, though, real quick?
His offense, real quick before you go, his offense at the top of the key, he just stands there. It is insane to watch. Break down film and watch. Everyone's like, this guy stands there and that guy stands. No, Draymond stands there. He does not go inside the paint ever. He never moves. He either stands at the very top of the key or he's in the short corner. That's it. That's it.
Did that thought float in your mind at all, though? Like Steph Curry, hey, can you come back in Game 5 at all? Like, were you thinking about that at all, Joe, yesterday? Or have you kind of come to the same church, same pew as me when it comes to, like, Steph might just be out this entire series? I think that's the way it's going to go. Right?
I think every day it's like, where are we? And what's going on? What could he get away with? What's his pain tolerance?
But did you even think about yesterday? It's like, all right, we're down 3-1. Do we even bring Steph back at this point?
Oh, now he's done.
Just not even try. Like, even if you push it to a Game 6? Really?
I'll worry about that the day of Game 6.
Okay. All right.
I have a hard time thinking this team, after kind of getting their doors blown off them in the third quarter yesterday, has any kind of gumption to be able to suck it up for a full 4 quarters and win on the road. It's just, that's going to be hard.
Potential Game 6, by the way, would be on Sunday. So the Wolves are in Minnesota tomorrow for Game 5. And thanks to the Golden State Warriors and their home opener and a deal between the WNBA and the NBA and scheduling, that gives the Warriors and T-Wolves 4 days off from Wednesday through Sunday. So if Steph Curry does come back, at the earliest, you would think it would be a Game 6. That's why losing yesterday and not winning one of these last 3 games was so damn tough after winning Game 1, because you thought at the very least you could push it to a Game 6, and now you don't have the opportunity unless you win tomorrow, or else your season is over. Real quick, Steve Kerr, this is what he had to say in regards to getting asked if Steph would be good to go for a potential Game 5.
When are we giving the update? Wednesday we'll have an update.
Wednesday. So that is tomorrow. In the meantime, let's go to Ryan in Twin Peaks. Wants to talk about Jimmy Butler and Steve Kerr. Ryan, good morning. How are you feeling about yesterday's loss, man?
It's always a hard pill to swallow when we have a game where we're outplaying them 3 quarters and we blow it in 1 quarter. So that's 2 games in a row we did that.
Well, y'all played him in two quarters yesterday, Ryan. I want to say that they outscored him, or they outscored him by 2 points in the first two quarters combined, and then third quarter just went the way it was.
Third quarter fell apart. Fourth quarter, we kind of came back, but that's when it was already over by then, pretty much. But it's called the roast for a reason, so I'm going to let rip a little bit. Steve Kerr made a lot of questionable decisions from time to time throughout this series so far. And last night we finished the first half with the zone defense that locked them down. And I don't know why he didn't start the third quarter with that or switch to it when we started to fall apart.
They did.
But he didn't call timeouts.
I rewatched it. They did go back to a zone. And what happened was at the top of the zone, Buddy and Pajemski early on in that quarter were breaking containment. They weren't stopping ball. And then when JK and them got subbed in, and then they went back to Looney and Pods, and GP2, they were just getting roasted. They were doing a variety of things, and the zone was a big part of it, and they were getting destroyed.
I mean, and Edwards lit us up.
Yep.
So, the final thing to say is Draymond's the elder statesman on the team. He's the guy that's won the championship. When Curry's out, he lost composure way too many times so far in this series, and I felt like he did that a lot last night. Pods isn't taking shots when he's got that small window, kicks it to Draymond. Draymond takes a few threes that he had no business taking, and he's got to take responsibility. Game 6 in the last series, he lost composure. Kerr goes out and tells him, "Hey, you need to step up and hold your composure for the team. We win Game 7 because of it." And I think he lost his composure a few times in this series so far. And when we're playing against a better team, it's a game of inches, and he's costing us. And, put the blame on the guys that have been there longest. Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, come on. Jimmy Butler, he's hurt. Steph is out because in the first series against Houston, the refs didn't call anything. And when you're playing older guys like that against a bunch of young, bigger guys in the league, and the refs aren't calling those fouls, that's why Jimmy got hurt. That's why Steph got hurt. That's why we are likely to bow out this season. So
thanks, Ryan. No, appreciate the call.
His point on defense in the third quarter, they started Heel, Dre, Jimmy, TJD, Pods. First possession, 24-second shot clock violation, Draymond and Pods. They come down. We're in zone. Little movement to the outside. Boom. Randall 3. Yep. And then another one. They come down. They get a shot in the paint because they break the zone. And then they get a second chance. Anthony Edwards had that pump fake to the left that Legler kept talking about.
Yep.
Bang. He hits a 3. We come down. Turnover. Then they come down. Just basic zone defense. Multiple guys staring at Anthony Edwards. An in and out lefty finish by the Ant-Man. I could go on and on and on and on.
888-957-9570. It is the blame game, but I do feel like Burns and Fremont where, and not to be like, this is like a sap or anything like that, but you win as a team, you lose as a team, and that's what we do. We're going to pick and choose our spots, and Draymond Green was not good enough offensively for this team. When the moment Stephen Curry was out, everyone needed to step up. Every single player needed to step up, and we talked about it ad nauseum, Joe. Your two best players had to be Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. Jimmy Butler, for the most part, has been your best player, I feel like. He's been their most consistent player for the most part. Draymond Green is not.
Not even close.
He's not.
And they were not going to win a game without an A-minus type performance from him.
Him, Pajemski, Legler was on the broadcast talking about it yesterday. You needed scoring from someone else.
And has he turned off Randall's water at all?
No. Julius Randle's had his way with the entire team.
Like, I can live with Anthony Edwards. Like, not saying you're going to win, but you can live like you expect 30-plus from Anthony Edwards. It's Randall's 30-plus, plus the playmaking, plus the rebounding, plus the ability of staying on the floor without fouling.
And then getting your other team in foul trouble. Getting to the foul line. He's so good at that.
Julius Randle may not be the headline performance, but he's supporting actor of the year in this series.
888-957-9570. We're going to take the rest of your calls on the other side. Alex, Big Smooth, BPA, Gray, all of you. We will get you in, I promise. And it's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Sorry for the times that I left you home. I was on the road and you were alone. Akon. Are we in our feelings today? Oreo Cookie, Joe Shasta.
Convict.
There you go.
Music.
Sorry for the times I would neglect. I'm sorry for the times I disrespect. It's so good. He's got bangers, man. He's got bangers. Do the Warriors have another left in them?
Oh, they got bangers, like side of the backboard bangers.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's too soon. Stop.
That's if they make it to the backboard.
Oh, God. You know what's not as good?
You know, they used to be that quote, nothing but net, nothing but foam.
Oh, no. Well, it's not much better for the San Francisco Giants, but make sure you are subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast because Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky, and occasionally Steven Risotto have the best Giants talk in the world. Giants continue to have bullpen drama, but on the bright side, shout out to Killers, Elliot Ramos looks like an all-star again. Make sure you subscribe today, wherever you listen to the podcast. Giants fall 2-1 yesterday. Corbin Carroll doing his best Anthony Edwards performance, just taking over yesterday. 2 home runs for him, a sick catch out in the field. As the D-backs are now 22-20. Giants fall to 24-18 on the season. But Verlander's still searching for that first win, right? Still winless. Not that the win means a whole hell of a lot anymore for pitchers, but the fact that Verlander, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, does not have a win on the season yet, and we're at May 13th, it might be a little concerning.
He's pitching way better than that, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last couple starts.
I'm legitimately asking.
The last couple starts, he deserves a win.
Okay, sure, fair enough. He's getting quality starts, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, he's just unfortunate offense or unfortunate bullpenning, and yeah, he's just,
He's trying.
He's trying. You know what? Maybe it's just bad luck for Brandon Pajemski, too. He's trying out there in his first ever playoff run. It's been a struggle for him.
Joe, you're going to learn this about me. Like, I'm obsessed with the transaction, like everyone in sports.
What transactions are we obsessed with?
Well, I'm just writing down all the players that I'm going to link myself to with the Warriors come this offseason. Kevin Durant, Drew Holiday, and
Giannis, right? Just put Giannis
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Okay, right.
While I'm calling on Drew and Jaylen Brown.
You know the series isn't over yet. They're only down 3-1.
I understand that, but I'm always looking ahead.
Sure.
Giannis. Even if I have to take Dame, I'll do that. I'll add that in the package.
Throw Anthony Davis in there. Why not? Just throw him in there.
Anthony Davis and the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, just throw Cooper Flag in there. Why not?
Yeah. I mean,
LeBron? Hey, LeBron, put him there. Who knows?
Yeah, put that.
Luka?
I mean, that's like, if you just want to know what I'm going to be doing, it's trade machining out over the next 3 weeks.
Oh my God, we did that the entire summer last year. Oh
Joe, this is what I do.
Do it again this year.
No, please.
Give me that one more time. Sam, you sound like a serial killer.
Oh my God.
We're going to talk about nothing but Warriors free agent rumors.
No, that's
long. Giannis watch. It's going to happen. Are you looking more forward to Giannis watch or Brock Purdy contract watch this summer?
What's going to happen first? It's just, can Verlander get his first win? Maybe that happens first.
Who do you trust more? Game-winning drive in the rain, Brock Purdy?
Oh my God, we're not doing
or
Brandon Pajemski.
Or a wide open 3 from Brandon Pajemski right now.
Give me Brock. Is like a downpour or like a light drizzle?
The threat of rain. Just the threat of rain.
Oh, the L's have been really bad.
Well, Brock could just hand the ball off, you know.
Oh, the L's have been really bad for the Warriors, for the Niners.
I heard they're still trying to trade Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, God.
I swear, I'm not even making this up.
Who gets traded first, Brandon Ayuk or any one of the Warriors?
As we're on just craziness that's happening in sports right now, let's just play. We'll get back to the Warriors in a second.
The good thing is Mikael Williams looks sick.
In rookie camp.
The 4th pick in the NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets.
Perpetually the 4th pick.
The music is so great.
Picking 3rd will be the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, they need a break.
The 2nd pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Are you serious?
It's the most rigged thing I've ever seen.
Sound courtesy of ESPN, NBA. There you go.
It's so rigged. You're smiling.
Because they panned to who was on the panel yesterday.
Well, Daryl Morey was like in like shambles.
Yeah, I would be too. Bob Myers and Jay Billis were on fire. Just laughing at the absurdity.
Jay Billis faking shock, like, oh, what a shocking turn of events. Like, come on, Jay, come on.
Well, Bob was basically saying, hey, I hope Nico could, actually leave his house now at this point.
No. Just because the commissioner gifted you the number 1 overall pick for trading your best player to the Lakers for the league, no, that's ridiculous.
This was Nico's plan all along.
Well,
it might have been the league's plan all along. It wasn't Nico's.
Real quick on that.
Nico's smarter than you.
If Cooper Flag does turn into a baller, though, he can't come away from this thing.
That's like Kyle Shanahan saying, we knew all along Brock was the better quarterback than Trey, even though we traded 3 picks for Trey Lance. It's no.
Thank you. Did we get a Trey Lance reference today? Thank you. Pay the over. All right.
Just because you found a way to make it work doesn't mean it was by design.
Again, I said it.
If it's stupid and it works.
Keeping up with the Kardashians was more real than what took place yesterday in the NBA. That was the absurdity of it all.
Anthony Davis got traded from New Orleans to the Lakers. They did not have the worst record in the league.
Not at the time.
They won the number 1 overall pick.
Remember, New York wanted. I think New York was the worst team, and they wanted him bad.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Okay. LeBron coming out. Cleveland did not have the worst record in the league. You knew they were going to win that lottery.
Yep.
And then they ended up not having the worst record in the league the year that LeBron left. And what did they get? The number 1 overall pick, and they got Kyrie Irving. It just happens to happen this way. Right. Got it.
I don't know.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired of the Spurs continually winning the draft too. I mean, they've been top 3 for how long? It's ridiculous.
Right. Well, they also got Andrew Wiggins, right? The Cavs? They got the Wiggins, and then they traded him and flipped him for Kevin Love.
And don't forget Michael Bennett.
Anthony Bennett.
Anthony Bennett. Thank you. Michael Bennett was the pass rusher.
Yeah, he was. He was actually good. Brian, Palo Alto, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm good. All good. They weren't going to win the series without Steph. That was obviously a pretty unrealistic thing. But, yeah, very disappointed in Draymond and Pods and Moody. That's 3/5. You add Steph, that's 4/5 of the starting lineup that sort of turned their season around.
True.
And they are a collective 0 on the court. And, does this change what we think about them moving forward? To me, is Pods, they always talk about a 16-game player versus an 82-game player. This is a pretty big shot across the bow for Pods to be this awful. It's bad. It's not good. And
He's
Moody's,
had one good
at
game.
least Pods is
in the playoffs.
Pods is on the court. Moody's just unplayable. You can't even hit rim. And then Draymond, I said he could handle Randall, which, by the way, was an awful take on my end. And that is one of the things about me. I am able to adjust to new information. And unlike the stands that are doing victory laps about Kuminga as we go down 3-1. But, he's been terrible in the series defensively. Embarrassed by Julius Randle. He should be embarrassed.
Hey, Brian, real quick, Brian, do you think that Jimmy Butler's getting a pass at all for that performance yesterday?
I think since he got hurt, I think it's been an uphill battle for him. And he's played, he was playing through some stuff that a lot of guys would miss weeks for. And so in that manner, I do give him a little bit of a pass with Steph out, that he can't go to playoff Jimmy on an every night basis. Game 3 was the game, we could have won, and we didn't. I felt like that was the end of that. But to me, Pods, Moody, a lot of things are on the table this offseason. They need to get better.
BBA, would you agree with me here? 2 points. First point, there's just no way in hell Draymond can take on the same exact role he did this year and expect to be some version of efficient and ready to roll come playoff time. He needs to embrace that Iggy role where he's the situational closer and you're managing his minutes 18 to 25 throughout the year. Would you agree there? Point 1.
Let's bring Iggy off the bench so he can start turning the ball over to the other team.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get that off. Let's get off the bench.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
But I mean, the other part is, I don't know. I don't know who they get, but whatever they decide, getting older than, like, let's say 31 years old, it should not be the move this offseason.
No.
Like, if they're going to get anyone, I know Giannis makes a lot of sense. He's 30, but, like, they need a young thoroughbred to be the 1A to Steph's 1B. Would you agree? Or vice versa?
I don't think they don't have the assets to get Giannis, right? So I think like a guy like Cam Johnson, right? A guy that's going to score 16, 17 points and who's going to make open threes instead of like Pod's doing his pump fake and then driving in and running into a big guy and doing another pump fake and then passing it out for a shot clock violation. I think, we need guys that are not able to shoot when they're wide open and could actually like conceivably make a shot on the roster. And we have right now, Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler are the only people that are not terrified of shooting, and it's pretty simple stuff, right? It's not going to cut it. The fact that they've been as competitive as they have, with that being a true statement, is pretty incredible. It's not a great endorsement of the Timberwolves. I guess this is it, unless Steph plays in Game 5, which doesn't look like he will, or the T-Wolves just go cold like they did in Game 1. Anyways, guys, have a great day. You're doing great.
I don't even know if I want Steph
Alto
to play Game 5.
Well,
that's kind of where I'm at psychologically.
Well, he was supposed to be out that game, right? I mean, he's going to be reevaluated tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he told Mark Spears, like, it's not going to happen.
No, I don't even, like, I said it earlier on in the series, and I wasn't, like, being facetious or anything or trying to be, like, a Debbie Downer. I was like, I'd be shocked if he played at all this series. I'd just be shocked, given the nature of that injury to that part of the body that he's never had before. Like, you're 37 years old and it's baked all into the equation. All that wear and tear from this season and that series you just had. Yeah, that scares the hell out of me for his future, because he is the future still. Even at 37 years old. Like,
he can't carry them every single night, every possession all year. And that's why, like I hear he say, like, Giannis. No, Giannis is priority one.
Well,
if he's out
a young
there,
player is, right? A young, and we'll get to the offseason when the offseason happens, because he's still got some games to go here potentially. But I hear you. Like, this was an eye-opener, and he mentioned Pajemski. Like, for as great as he was in the regular season, he's gone up against some of the best young players in the West right now, and he's gotten exposed. He's gotten exposed. As a starter, let me say that.
Yes.
He's gotten exposed.
No, he's a back. Look, I love him as a backup point guard.
Yeah.
But the coach loves him as the 2 guard. And I'm like, no.
And I think that's what we're learning right now.
No.
Yeah.
No, he can't. He just can't. This league's filled with athletes and superior skilled players, and he's just not there. Nor do I think he can get there.
Steve Kerr, after the game, on what was the main issue for the team defensively in last night's loss?
Well, they went 16 for 34 from 3. It felt like there were some in the third quarter where we got disconnected defensively, and they got wide open looks. I also thought they hit some really tough shots as well. They played a great game, and obviously took it to us, and we got to bounce back. We got a flight to Minneapolis tomorrow and a chance to extend the series, and that's the plan.
I might wear my all-black tuxedo or my all-black suit that I wear to funerals tomorrow. Pull a Mark Jackson.
You think that's going to be the
case?
case?
For my life.
Well, the last time they did have a Game 5 last round was in L.A., if you were the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they might have had the worst shooting performance I've ever seen from the three-point line, and they still won the game. They were like 4 of 40 or something ridiculous.
Randall was really good in that second half.
He was. Who was really good in the second half yesterday?
Was that the game Gobert had 30
He's
and
like 26 and 26 or something ridiculous. And Gobert, for the most part, I don't think he's been that amazing in this series. And that's another frustrating aspect.
No, he's been good prior to this game. I didn't think he was outstanding in this game at all.
No,
I think he's been a factor in the other ones.
That goes back to, I think TJD showed him some stuff, and I thought TJD played well.
How many minutes
out there?
TJD?
Not enough, I feel like, when I was coming away from it. He had 19, I think, overall. 19 for TJD. I'm looking at the box score right now. Anthony Edwards spoke after the game on how the Warriors' defense changed for the most part after halftime.
Our defense, we was letting Jonathan Kuminga just get everywhere he wanted to go. Draymond was pushing the pace. We wasn't impacting the ball unless he was crossing half court. Offensive rebounds, we wasn't boxing out. We wasn't limiting those guys to one shot. Just game plan mistakes that can't happen if you want to beat a championship team and if you want to go to the finals, or Western Conference Finals at least. You can't let those things happen, so we got to be better.
And that was obviously him talking about the Wolves' defense. Misread from your boy right there. But, JK... they were letting him cook, and then outside of that, no one else was cooking anything. They were cooking some cereal, if you will, which, as you know, is not actually cooking, even though some of us would like to think so. More from Anthony Edwards, though, talking about that 3-point shot that we've all been talking about, that momentum 3 heading into the half, pushing it from a potentially 5-point lead to a 2-point lead only for Golden State, he knew it was big.
Probably. Probably. Yeah, that was a nice shot for me. It got me going.
It got him going. He said it right there. And he was just absolutely on fire in that third quarter. And they never looked back. They got that 20-point lead, and it was night-night after
He hit
that.
2 in the final 2 minutes, and I could feel both of them like a battery pack, like energizing him.
Right.
And then he stood there after the second one. The GP2 got cooked so hard to the right, and Draymond was right there, and they both just couldn't get their hands up in time on that final shot. It's just so bad.
Is this Gray or Gary? Gray or Gary, Sam? Which one is it?
Gray.
It is Gray. Okay, like the former governor
Like
of
Sonny Gray?
California.
Like the color.
Like Gray Davis. Gray, good morning.
Hey, fellas. Thanks. Look, I'll save the postmortem for the evaluation of all the kids, because face it, it's bleak. Pods is a backup point guard. Yes. Moody is trade filler, and I love him, but he's got to step up after 4 years. And JK, strongest guy on the team, can't hold the ball when he drives or when he's trying to power up a shot. He gets stripped constantly. He's got the weakest hands. This is really about Jimmy, and I love Jimmy, but he's comfortable being Robin. He said he wanted to be Robin. He's at the Robin stage of his career. Y'all can say he's injured, but I dig that. But the simple fact is he's the tone setter. He sets the tone for the kids. He sets the tone for the young guys to be aggressive, to work downhill, to attack on D, to rip boards, and he's not doing it.
What about Dre?
9 shots. Well, I mean, Dre is what Dre is. He's always been that, and he's pretty hollow when it comes to really needing him. When we need him to score, that's not the Warriors. But watch the game. As we watch the game, they're all standing in the corners, and they're waiting for Jimmy to. Where's the motion in the motion?
None.
This is a motion offense. Oh, but Steph's not playing, so we don't play that. We play ISO. ISO is dead. ISO is dead. And yet you're asking a 35-year-old with a banged up booty to go out there and play ISO ball? He can't do it. Where's the motion? JK, if you move, you got to dunk. I mean, it's Pod's just the shell that is Podziemski. He's just firing up threes without his heart. Look at his eyes. There's nothing there. So I'm going to put it on Jimmy, even though he's injured. I dig it. But the fact is, he's the tone setter. And if they're going to at least put some fight into Game 5 for the sake of it, because face it, we're probably looking at, it's Cabo time. But for the sake of it, let's put some fight into Game 5. Jimmy's got to set the tone. And then we can sort all this stuff out later on, in a couple of weeks and talk about, all those little, the dream list of the free agents and the trades and that. But it's got to be Jimmy. Thanks, fellas.
It's a great call.
Greg. That was
and
good.
I am ready to hear from Greg more often.
Gray.
Oh, Gray.
Gray, like the color, like Sonny Gray. This is we were making fun
I
of.
thought okay, good.
Yeah, Gray. Like, yeah, Sonny Gray. How's he doing these days?
Also, Cancun sounds great.
He says Cancun, Cabo. Let's just go to Mexico. It sounds great.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. Memorial Day weekend, I'm doing it BI.
What's that?
Russian River, baby. Let's go.
What's BI?
BI, big.
Oh.
BI?
I thought you were saying Brandon Ingram. I was
Nah,
like,
you never heard
coming
the
to the
term?
Warriors?
Oh, sorry.
No.
Well, BI, you're missing the G if you're going big.
Yeah,
It's BIG.
This is the day that I was knee high. I was taught to keep it PI. I'm not even going to keep going. You guys don't know about Yuck? You don't know about Godzilla?
I know about Yuck Mouth, but I've
Come
never heard
on.
the way you said BI right there. I thought
That's one of his songs. Sorry.
Okay. To his larger point,
I feel like I'm from a different planet sometimes when I look into the glass.
There's a generation gap.
And Carter looks at me and I'm sitting here like, y'all don't know Yuck Mouth?
We're all the lower end of the millennial.
Different planet.
Yeah, we're all like 93, 92. You're 82, right? 81?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
82.
Okay,
The
so
year, not his age.
We're 10 years apart. That's okay. That's all right. It's all right.
It might as well be 20.
No, that's too strong because we do get some of the same references. Like you got the Tom Green reference I had, my bum is on your face. That
was my brother.
Know. Yeah, but you knew it. TRL, baby. Carson Daly. And that's what Warriors fans might be watching here in a couple days if they don't push the series. What do they do tomorrow? What do you change tomorrow?
It's the first caller that's actually come at Jimmy.
Well, I'm kind of shocked more people haven't with that performance now. Like,
And now Miami's laughing at us?
Well, did you see that?
I didn't. I heard it. You guys were playing at the break.
Our sister station in Miami, an Odyssey station, WQAM, obviously. They are feeling some type of way about Jimmy Butler and his failures and shortcomings now. And they're probably laughing. And I guess they isolated a clip that we posted on social of you talking about the Warriors' lack of offense yesterday. The pivot, pump fake. Yeah, they just isolated that as a drop. So congratulations. You're dropping another station, Joe. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm hoping Odyssey gives me that, overtime pay.
I don't think that's what happens.
Odyssey gives overtime pay?
If that's the case, we'd be paying Nick Friedel and Bob Fitzgerald for the amount of drops that are on that show.
I'm mad at Nick Friedel. I don't even want to.
Why are you mad at Nick?
Because he's like, well, I know people that have been in the room, Joe, and the lottery is real. I'm like, Nick, I love you. You're wrong.
No. Wait, Nick did not say the
smile on Nick's face when he sent you that text, I bet.
He's so full of crap.
I'm going to read you exactly the text.
He's so full of you know what. By the way, the funniest part about all this is that the Mavericks wouldn't even have been in this position to get a higher percentage if they didn't win a coin flip with the Chicago Bulls to get them to 1.8 or 3% or whatever the hell it was. Hilarious.
Bulls fans are feeling away.
I said the entire process needs to be shown on television, Nick. As they're pulling the names of the teams out of the hat, I want to see it all. Otherwise, I don't believe it. He goes, I actually believe it straight up because I know enough people who have been in the room. But it is crazy. I said, Nick, I don't care what you just told me. You cannot tell me that this doesn't need to be investigated by the FBI and not the guy who investigated Shohei Ohtani.
It's going to be the same guy.
Maybe this is like the easiest answer to a question. Thank you, Sam.
It's going to be the same guy.
Maybe this is the easiest answer, but the NFL clearly does it right. And maybe because there's only 17 games, soon to be 18, that we just go with record. Why don't we just do that in all sports?
Listen, the Hornets have been tanking for 2 decades. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they get, who they pick.
Whether it's the Bobcats or the Hornets, they've had 2 different names.
They have been tanking for 2 decades. The Pelicans have won the lottery multiple times and can't figure it out.
That's the guy I'd be targeting, by the way. The season's not over. Zion Williamson.
So another guy could get hurt come playoff time?
Yeah, but at least he's young. I'm just saying that.
So that the coach could not play him?
Hey, you know what?
Pods gives me more offense than Zion.
Stop.
I gotta go to Loon Dog here.
One of the reasons
Pods shot's gonna start falling eventually.
3 of 14, 0 4
Game
from
14 or what?
Jimmy Butler was 5-9 overall yesterday, but a reason why he might not have played well is because Draymond said he wasn't feeling well all day, huh?
Their defense, they were collapsing on him today. We tried to pick up that slack, but I know he's not feeling well. Been pretty crappy all day, so that also affects the energy as well, but no excuses made here. I think that's on me. I got to find a way to get him in more positions to score.
No excuses, but we're going to say that he wasn't feeling well all day. Is he sick? Is he not sick? Did they put that on the injury report? They don't do that. We've listed all the illnesses up to this point. JK's gotten sick. Gary Payton's gotten sick. That should be a thing if he was feeling crummy. Now, he may not be saying he's sick. Maybe he's feeling the butt's extra sore today. I don't know. I haven't had a deep glute contusion like Jimmy Butler. Fact of the matter is he shot 9 times. 9 times as I go Ferris Bueller. It's not enough. 14 points was not enough yesterday. He'll be the first to tell you that. And Draymond Green was not good enough offensively. He'll tell you that too. He told you that right there.
Since he campaigned for his DPOY, he's been getting bodied on defense.
Yeah.
He's had moments. I'm not going to deny that. He had a couple of great games. But overall, it just hasn't translated as much as they've needed him to.
Going back to that Clippers game too, right? Where it was basically a playoffs game. Zubac just killed him. Larry's and Hayward. We'll get to Larry in just a second. Draymond Green though, on the mindset of being down 3-1.
We just got to win a game. Win one game, take it from there. I think that's our mindset. Do all that we can, figure out a way to win one. You win one, everything changes. So that'll be our mindset going into Game 5.
Just win one, Joe. Just win one. Just win, baby. Al Davis, right? Simple as that. Try to get a game back at Chase Center. It's not over yet until it's over. It's not over. Why are you looking at me like that?
Yesterday I was so bummed, and then I woke up this morning livid, especially after rewatching it. Now I'm at the point of acceptance.
If they win and Steph comes back for Game 6, though, will you talk yourself into it? Will you?
I'll always talk myself into it.
Well, but not right now.
I almost started to believe when they cut it to 7 late. I was like, well, there is 19 seconds left.
Oh, no.
Reggie Miller.
No, you didn't do that.
And Quinn Post took the worst 3-point shot I have ever seen. And I've watched Draymond take some bad ones.
Reggie Miller? You're going, can Kevin Knox be Reggie Miller?
Kevin Knox have the presence of mind.
Angels in the outfield, like maybe the Buffalo Wild Wings commercial can happen.
You're going Angels like this? Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
Well, no, because Draymond's on the team, we probably would need help from the underworld, not the heavens.
Oh my God, 80s.
Not a lot of miracles in the underworld.
You're going Greek mythology on us? Kratos, God of War? Oh my God. We got to laugh through the pain, guys.
It's the only thing I can do.
You got to laugh through the pain, right?
Can I just give you some numbers? Because I'm just,
sure.
God, I'm
numbers
banging my head.
Numbers are numbers.
GP2 in the playoffs. I'm not a big plus minus guy, but I just had to look.
What's his plus minus?
Minus 56.
Oh God. It's not good. It's not good.
Minus 10, minus 4.
Who's been the highest minus, I should say, or lowest minus?
Well, it's Steph and Pods because they play together.
They play the most.
Of course, together. Pods has played 350 minutes. He's shooting 29% from 3. 33% from the field. He's averaging a turnover and a half. Assists are down. Rebounds are down. Points are down. He's got 107 points in the playoffs. Kuminga, in way less than half the amount of time, has 96 points. He's shooting 50% from the field, 44% from 3, and has gotten to the free throw line 28 times and has made 21 of them.
Has Pods easily been the most disappointing player
Him and Dre.
of these playoffs?
Him and Dre.
But Pajemski hasn't even had like a moment.
He had a game. He had a 20-point game.
Okay, like
Dre, 33 minutes last night, a total of 353 minutes, only a couple more than Pods. He's basically averaging 4 fouls, 3 turnovers, and 3.5 assists in every game. Been so bad. His assist to turnover ratio, terrible. Here's where it gets real ugly. 39% from the field, 28% from 3, only 99 points. And he's played in every game.
Then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
That's the circle of trust right there. Thank you, Jack Burns. Unfortunately, Draymond is right now. It's an impromptu, circle of trust, Spadoni circle of trust, and Pajemski and Draymond are outside the circle of trust right now. There's really only like 2 players in my circle at this point. It's probably Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah,
that's it.
I agree.
They're the only players I trust.
From the 707, when I see Draymond pushing the pace up the floor, dribbling and pointing, it gives me the same feeling when I see Jimmy G hold the ball in the pocket and point. When Jimmy did the Raider one, he pointed to somebody and then just threw the worst pick I've ever seen.
Where's my Devontae Adams drops? He's going to kill me. He made Devontae Adams question his life.
Dude, Julius Randle smells blood in the water. He knows Dre can't guard him. He knows Looney can't guard him. He knows Butler can't guard him. I mean,
I got to get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
That's the backboard when the Warriors are shooting threes.
That's the fans watching.
Jesus.
That's you watching the game right now. These are Warriors fans.
Let me ask you a question. Like, we've elevated some of these role players on the Warriors. Like, would Minnesota trade anyone on their team for Kevon Looney? And I'm not knocking Kevon. He's a very important Warrior.
Maybe Luka Garza.
Yeah, one of their of the rotation pieces they play.
No.
Okay. What about GP2?
Let's just do a draft exercise of these players. Let's just draft the best players of the series. You want to do that real quick? Let's just draft them.
Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle, Rudy Gobert.
We go back and forth.
I'm going to go in threes.
Okay, go back and forth.
Okay.
You're taking who first?
Anthony
overall?
Edwards.
I'll take Steph Curry.
He's not playing, but that's fine.
No,
Okay.
All things being equal.
Julius Randle. Okay, I didn't know Curry was available. Okay, Julius Randle.
Okay, I'll take Jimmy Butler.
I'm taking Gobert.
I'll take Jaden McDaniels.
I'm taking Kuminga.
Okay, I'll take Naz Reid.
Okay. I might go Connolly. I might go Alexander Walker's had a better game than anyone off the bench of the Warriors. I might go him. I'm definitely taking Timberwolves. I'm going to say Alexander Walker.
Okay. Not Draymond. We haven't got a Draymond yet?
Has he been better than Alexander Walker?
That's crazy that we're even saying that.
I mean, I'm not trying to hate. I'm being real.
That's crazy.
I'm asking you.
No, probably not. I mean, well, Nicky Alexander
you took
Walker.
Steph right away. If we're just going the body of the series, because he only played a quarter and a half.
He was really good that quarter and a half, though.
Again, he's played a quarter and a half. Like,
I know, but we're just doing the exercise of just like best players. That's why I wanted to do it real quick, just to showcase Minnesota. They have the better team. Like, they have the more talented, athletic, younger roster.
Would they trade Jaden McDaniels straight up for either Moody, GP2, Pods, any of those combinations?
We didn't even mention Rudy Gobert.
I did. I took Gobert.
You did. Sorry, you did. My bad. Good. Shout out active listening. Your boy not doing that very well.
We've elevated GP2 in this area. Winner guy, defensive stopper. No, a real defensive stopper is Jaden McDaniels,
right?
Who can also score and doesn't have to be.
He's impressive.
Yeah, he's really good.
Really impressive.
He's a really good
40
player.
minutes for him yesterday. 41 for Julius Randle.
Would they
Anthony
trade
Edwards
Alexander Walker straight up for GP2?
No,
I don't think
not
so
even
either.
close. Like if that's a guy that's actually going to be available. Warriors should target him.
Absolutely.
That's a guy you should absolutely be targeting. And he's not going to command like $100 million.
No.
It's like, yeah, that's absolutely a name that I would have my eye on. Again, offseason for the offseason. You're down 3-1. Try to talk yourself into it. Win tomorrow. Get a game back at Chase Center, which again, you'll have a gap. If Steph is going to play, you would think it's going to be Game 6 Sunday at home, Chase Center. Man. It was all good just a week ago, right, Joe?
Fire up the Lowry marketing trades again. Danny Ainge did not win the lottery. That's the only good thing that happened for Warriors yesterday. Warrior fans. It's like, screw you, Danny Ainge. Didn't want to make a deal. Don't get a top 4 pick.
Yeah, that'll teach him in Utah.
Yeah, that'll teach him. That'll show him. Cooper Flag. You wanted Cooper Flag in Utah so bad.
Well, it was perfect for Utah.
Fit in real.
I know. Hey, the Celtics have said this. The Celtics have said this out loud. We know our fan base wants some white guys on the bench. They've admitted that.
Yeah. Peyton Pritchard. Beloved there.
And what's the other guy who I referenced earlier? Hauser.
Yeah. Porzingis. European, but still.
Yeah.
You like him. Yeah, not the same. You want to do Fast 5? Are we ready for it? Let's go. Let's go Fast 5.
You know, Joe, my final thought is this. When I'm feeling down in the dumps, there's one thing that can reel me back in. Junk food.
Ooh, what kind?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to go Great Steak and Fry. I don't know if I'm going to go
Golden Arches?
Chick-fil-A. I don't know if I'm going to go In-N-Out Burger.
Okay.
But I do know this. I'm having a milkshake today.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm having a milkshake.
Joe's Milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. There you go.
Yeah.
You guys are probably too young, but my favorite place in the world to go to, even though it was like $100 burger even 20 years ago, Joe's Cable Car, which was over on Mission and Silver, and it had the best malt ice cream shake thingy of all time, and they had pictures everywhere. I was on the wall. I used to go with my dad, and
How do you get on the wall?
I miss Joe's Cable Car. Joe grinds his own chuck daily. It was a throwback spot, and late night after a Candlestick game, you could catch me and my boy Seamus.
I like that little alliteration right there, the Chuck Daly kind of a thing. That was pretty cool.
They literally would grind the beef in front of you to make the burger patties.
Love
it.
that.
It was such a great spot.
Sam, what do you got?
Yeah, I know in times like this, it's really tough, really down, but I'm still going to hold out faith that at some point Justin Verlander will get a win this year. It has to happen. There's no way he goes winless for the entire year while Robbie Ray is undefeated. But at the same time, yeah, you know what? Just because I'm a Warrior fan, I'm going to go into game 5 tomorrow with the delusional belief that something crazy will happen, and we'll be talking about a Game 6 on Thursday.
I actually have more faith in the San Francisco Giants offense right now to get out of this slump than the Golden State Warriors. That's saying something.
Hey, City Connects tonight.
Oh, we got a win coming.
By the way, when Bonte comes in on Friday, I walked by Dick's Sporting Goods the other day.
Oh.
My mom, the little guy,
Sure.
me, we went.
Love
I had to
Dick's.
return some stuff, buy some stuff. Those hats are so ugly in person. The purple on the
They're awesome.
orange.
I'm so against you on this.
I'm not a fan of the SF on the hats.
Well, it's
the
the
SF
brim.
has to be interlocking.
The brim is garbage.
Do you have like a homie?
Homing device?
No, like that like sends you gear or anything like that. You tie with anyone? Send me a City Connect right here. I'll wear it every Tuesday. I'll rock it right here. Doesn't matter if it's home or away.
The hat looks like something you get at Outside Lands, not a Giants game.
Perfect. I love Outside Lands.
Well, yeah, but
Carter.
we're going to a baseball game, not a music festival.
Well, why can't it be both? There you go. Let's have a party out there.
No, that's not what
Let's
we're doing.
do it.
We're civilized
Walk up.
people.
That's why we have walk-up songs.
Hey, don't
Sam.
be tardy for the party.
That's why we have walk-up songs. This turned into concert. Have you seen those? Have you seen those lights that go down? You do like techno music. for
Lights that
Camille
go down in the
Duvall?
city?
Exactly. They play
Thank
those
you.
songs.
Thank
you just
you,
made my
Sam.
point.
Sam, I love you.
He took off his headphones.
Hey,
and
while
gets to
you're
walk off.
while you're leaving your headphones, don't leave your heart in San Francisco.
Thank you. R.I.P. Tony Bennett. Carter.
Yeah, my final thought today. I'm so disgusted. I didn't even want to give a final thought, to be honest with you. But Brandon Pajemski, I'll call you out. All right, I know we've done some of it today. 3 of the 4 games, he has shot 21% last night. The game before that, he shot 10% from the field.
Oh, no.
The game before that, he shot 14% from the field.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Like, let's wake up here. That's been the problem all series. The guy played 33 minutes. He had the most field goal attempts of anyone on the team last night, too. Wake up, dude. Wake up, Steve Kerr.
Thinking from the head.
Hey, I heard Angel Reese says that's efficiency.
Why are we going? What? I don't. What? Angel Reese? I don't know.
Just throwing shade at Angel Reese for no reason.
I see these memes all over the internet, these video highlight packages of her missing layup. Pretty funny. You didn't like that joke?
No, I like this joke more. This one's funnier.
It's a joke. I don't just believe. I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on
this is a cheap shot.
I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm
Might be a
dead
roast
serious
moment of
on
the
this.
year, actually.
I really do. Like I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
I mean, the victory lap you set yourself up for potentially was all time, though. But oh well.
You know what?
You were the chosen one.
I mean, sometimes you got to score 60 and lose to the Celtics. You know,
gotta go JK. You just gotta go full JK and just get yours. He's gonna get paid, by the way, for these couple games. You don't think his paycheck's gone up?
Dude, I'm happy for John and Kuminga.
Brooklyn Nets, yeah, you laugh. I would get paid for Brooklyn Nets. Go play in Brooklyn.
Win 28 games.
Be the 14th best team in that.
Exactly. It's great. I'm getting paid. I don't know expectations.
We'll still be calling for Cam Johnson
That's
to come to the
great.
Warriors next year.
We still had people ripping him today on the show,
This is
which is
unreal.
unbelievable.
The best is when he plays well, the Warriors lose.
Hey, if they start Pat Spencer in Game 5, no one would be mad.
No, they wouldn't be. Because you know what? That mustache, it travels, baby. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
You don't have the ha-ha.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Ball thrown in. The Wolves have won 117-110 here in Game 4. Will this be the last game at Chase Center? Well, the Warriors will have something to say about that on Wednesday night at the Target Center. But the Wolves shot 47% from three, but over 50% from three most of the night. Buoyed by their stars, 31 points from Randall, 30 from Anthony Edwards, and they now lead this Western Conference semifinal series 3-1.
All right, that was Tim Roy on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors, they're down 3-1 now. Wolves win 117-110. A lot of window dressing at the end, Goo. Third quarter, Warriors absolutely got demolished, 39-17. And now the Timberwolves look to close this thing out.
Yeah, and I would say they're down 1-3, right?
You can.
All right. I will. And I'll get your thoughts because you were in the building yesterday like Mac Dre. I was not. And I'll just tell you this. When we were joined by Willard and Dibbs yesterday, Willard hurt me. He didn't try to hurt me. He was just talking to the fans. And he didn't like, fans going into the game down. And I felt like I was a part of that. So, Steiny, they're down 1-3.
Yeah.
And the two best players in this series play for the other team. And that's Julius Randle and Ant-Man, who's becoming one of my favorites off the court because he just has a personality, man. And I'll say this, Saturday, that was their chance, the Warriors' chance to really get back in this series. And I'm going to come in, Steiny, and get up off the mat and say it ain't over, but the fat lady's humming, and it's hard watching this offense. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm not mad at one player, but I'm mad at myself because I thought the young Thundercats for the Warriors had the future bright.
Thundercats.
Yeah, I'm being real.
Okay.
So now Steph Curry's going to be a year older moving forward, Jimmy and Dre.
Oh.
And Dre, real quick about Dre, 14, but the guy you guarded had 30. And you can't stop him. And nobody's giving you the business like this since Siakam in the 19 finals. I'm just keeping it real. We cannot stop Julius Randle. So DPOY and all that, I'll leave that there. But moving forward, when you want to, in the great wonder years for Steph, kind of on the back nine, I thought we had young Thundercats that would pick up the weight. And that's what's scaring me, Steiny, going into Game 5, is the Thundercats are not Thundercats, and I'm worried moving forward.
Why would you think,
because I saw it.
All saw
it.
What is a Thundercat?
Somebody that can have a 22-game stretch like Moody and Pods and shoot 48% or 43% from three and tell the Steph and spell them. Right. That's what I thought. So now I don't want to go here because we're not finished. We got a game tomorrow, but the Thundercats have disappointed me. And GP2, everybody's turned in return to glass slippers. Like, what's going on?
There were no glass slippers. First of all, these so-called Thundercats, and I'm going to ask you to lose that.
Right. Minnesota's got Thundercats. McDaniels.
Look, the bottom line is...
And that's what life's about.
Right. I'm trying to be positive.
When Pajemski and Moody and Post were playing well, they were role players. They had to do more in this series, and they haven't been able to.
Why?
Because they're not stars. That's why. They're not stars.
Okay.
And here's the other thing.
Real quick before you finish, I think you're You're cooking the books.
Okay, Pajemski's a star.
No,
Moody's a star.
No,
Post is a star.
There's a star
Kuminga's
of being
a star.
themselves as a role player. They're not meeting that barometer. I'm not saying be Larry Bird.
You know why?
Pods can't hit the side of a barn.
You know why they're not?
That from
because they're role players being asked to be something more than that in the postseason against a very good defensive team. Here's a bigger issue, I think, and I'm going to say it right now.
Go ahead.
And it speaks to the greatness of Steph Curry.
Amazing.
When you play with Steph Curry, the perception of your play is flawed.
Wow.
It's flawed. When you play with Steph Curry, that is no guarantee you're the kind of player that you're the same player when you don't play with Steph Curry. It's that simple. Brandon Pajemski with Steph Curry is a nice role player. Without Steph Curry, what is he? Same with Moody.
How about Draymond Green?
He's a role player too at this point.
No, I'm just saying the gravity of what you do and who you are on the court without Steph. I think we're seeing it.
No kidding. No kidding. And you know who else found out too? Yesterday's Butler.
9 shots.
And you know what?
Now, he did have an illness.
Sure, that's great. And you can say illness.
Yeah.
But here's what I think. And we saw a little bit of it with Curry before Butler got here. As you get older, it's harder and harder to generate shots. You can say Jimmy Butler was sick all you want, and maybe he was. But the reality of the situation is, I don't think he could have squeezed off 18 shots last night.
Wow.
That's called defense. I mean, Jaden McDaniels is a hell of a defensive player.
And he's long.
That's what makes him a good one. So, I mean,
the 3-pointer by Anthony Edwards.
Which one?
At halftime, they were, to cut it to 2. Even though the Warriors had the lead, Stein, it didn't feel like they had the lead. And he had 2 guys on him, and then did all this prancing around to the, to the crowd. It's just, I understand what you're saying, and it's a reminder just how great Steph Curry is, because he is the Warriors. But I'm not going to sit in here and lie on radio on 95.7 The Game to the masses and people that I'm a bit disappointed. And I just really hope before I leave today, you don't think I'm disappointed in the others because I'm judging them or holding them to the standard of a superstar. I was just holding them to the standards of the bar that they set during the regular season. And this was a total reminder that now those are 2 different things. And we got a game to play, so I'm going to say we still got action. But, boy, as soon as this series or the season is over, we're going to get, like, Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob got work to do.
And what can they do?
They got to get some Thundercats in here to help Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, the older version of themselves, or we're going to if Steph has to go 100 miles an hour next season just to get us in the All-Steiny, then the tranny can go again.
I know. That's what happens when you've got 3 older stars. And
well, you got a young Thundercat.
Who?
Jonathan Kuminga. Now, Steiny, come on now.
Come on now.
He's the only one doing something without Steph Curry. That's all I'm saying. We don't got to get into he's the only one showing life.
That's great. That's great. But the reality of the situation is he didn't play the second half of the season because someone was in front of him that played better.
That might have been a wrong decision. I know now's the day for it.
It couldn't have been a wrong decision. He couldn't play in front of Butler, apparently. Well, then get on Kerr. Don't get on.
I'm not getting on anybody,
seriously.
but just let's give him, you said it, let's get off of it. He played okay last night. In the last 3 games, he's been better than any Warrior.
That's great. And what's it gotten you? 3 losses. And I'm not blaming Kuminga at all. But this is what gets fans into trouble. Now you're saying, well, Kuminga, we've got Kuminga. And yesterday we got Pods, we got Moody, we got all these guys. It's like when the Warriors don't have a great young player. They just don't right now.
Mm-hmm.
And other teams have very, very good young players. Oh, no. So I don't know. I mean, but here's the other thing that I want to say. And I get it. You might want it to look different. You might want it to, look less disjointed.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what'd you think? You're going to beat the Timberwolves without Steph Curry. I mean,
well, you kind of did it in game one.
That's great. And okay, so
I hear you.
But why did you? Why?
And then you had
this is how you disrespect the Timberwolves.
Okay, tell me.
By even suggesting that the Warriors may sweep this series after they won game one, and they're missing one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah,
what did you expect?
Yeah, but the sweep was predicated Curry was going to remain upright or come back sooner than later. But I do got to say this to you, Steiny. Saturday really took, I mean, that was one that really, really got away because you were closer to getting that win and maybe you'd be tied up 2-2. But for you to sit here and act like it's just me saying a team that got mollywopped by 25, Saturday didn't happen. We lived Saturday. It was right there. I mean, I really thought maybe they could bring it home. They didn't. And then the third quarter happened last night to where they almost gave up 40 points, and it is what it is. And they're running on fumes. And now I'm going to say it. Jimmy, if you're listening, I'm not mad at you. I'm not blaming you. But now for the goo, the Jimmy Butler honeymoon is over. So now when I say that, Steiny, we got fish to fry, and I don't know what type of fish it is, but we got to get some things in order to surround Steph Curry, or do we give these young Thundercats, who I thought were Thundercats, another run at it, and next year it'll be, you know what, Steiny? Goo will be better next year just because it'll be year 2 at it.
Sure. You can think that if you
I don't know if that's the right way to go.
Well, I don't think it is, but knock yourself out, as the kids say. 888-957-9570 is the number.
It's
Warriors
not over.
down 3-1. We'll talk about it on the other side. And that was sponsored by Safeway.
Save big on groceries with Safeway's Price Lock.
It's in the backcourt. Peyton right in front of him. Edwards at midcourt. Crossover dribble. Deep three in front of the logo. Good at the buzzer by Anthony Edwards. What a shot. There are two Warrior defenders there. He's got 14 at the break. And what a first half this has been.
The audacity.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Anthony Edwards then scored 16 in the third.
Yikes.
And he finished with 30. And the Warriors got beat 117-110. Lone bright spot, Jonathan Kuminga. Got to the line a bunch. Was one of the few guys who was consistently scoring. And he didn't have a lot of help, and that includes Jimmy Butler. And when Jonathan Kuminga's carrying her offense, no shade at Jonathan Kuminga, but chances are it's going to be a tough night because, he hasn't developed into the type of player yet where he's going to spread the ball around, get his, but I don't want to come down his road.
No,
he might have been the best Warrior last night.
But Steiny, let me ask you again. I said that early. He's put together a few games, and I get it. It's not just his fault that the team hasn't won in games that he's played. But it's obvious to me when Steph's not on the court, I think there is something to Kuminga being the better version of himself. But he played 30 minutes. A little trivia here. How many rebounds do you think he collected?
He got none.
Wow.
He got 0.
Yeah.
And he got 1 assist. But I don't know that today, he was probably their best player last night.
No, probably he was.
So, he wasn't the issue.
They couldn't shoot it well at all. 8 of 27, you talked about it, 29% from deep. That's not going to get it done. And Minnesota's getting anything they want.
Here's the way I was trying to look at it from the other side. I think Warrior fans, and you were saying, game 3 was the game to get. If they would have gotten that, it'd be 2-2 and, but here's the way I look at it. You take out the first half of game 1.
Okay. When they were awful.
This series has been absolutely controlled by the Timberwolves. If you take out the first half of game 1, they've been running the Warriors out of the gym.
I have nothing for you, and that's why they're up 3-1.
So, there. And the other thing is pods didn't help you. I don't know what was going on with Butler. We kept 9 thinking
shots after 26 shots in game 3.
I don't know what to tell you about Jimmy Butler, to be honest. Let's go to Kevin in Pleasanton to get us started. What's going on, Kevin? How are you?
Gentlemen. So listen, Goo. So you know how when a rapper back in the day used to drop bars?
Okay.
And we go, ooh, did you hear that bar?
Yeah.
Steiny dropped a bomb in his opening monologue.
Okay, what did he say? Which one was it?
I can't remember now. Y'all had me on hold too long.
Oh, man.
Hey, no. But
how about this?
Bomb.
Kevin.
If it was the bomb, you would remember.
Kevin,
come on.
Kevin, was it this? Because they're not stars.
No, Steiny. It was a sentence. It wasn't just it was.
All right.
But listen. Anyway, my point is, and Steiny, the way you start off the monologue was so cool that only true basketball coaches got it.
Yeah,
okay?
I got it.
And then check this out. And then Goo, when you said Kuminga, that's like catnip, man. That's like, Steiny gonna go crazy with Kuminga, man.
It's not about Steiny. It's about Kuminga playing his ass off, and we got to give him props. That's all. He could have folded up the tent and went home. He's balling. He's damn near better than any of the players not named Steph, Dre, or Butler. So let's just, whatever's going on, I believe the kid was done wrong. The dude can play. So forget what Steiny's talking about. The dude can play.
Yes, exactly, Goo. That's what I'm talking about. So the Thundercats, it wasn't their fault last night. It was the lion that runs it.
Oh.
Okay? Steve, I told you guys before when I call in, Steve's a diva. He earned it. So he ain't going to change. He said Jason Tatum in front of the whole world and didn't care. So what I'm saying is, Steve came out at the third quarter, Goo, when you mentioned about what was happening towards the end. Towards the end of the half.
Yeah.
That same lineup should have came back out the third quarter.
Yeah, I thought
that
so
game
too.
should have been played like game 7.
Yeah.
That's how that game should have been played. Man, dude, it's like racehorses. You get them lathered up. If the racehorses enters and they're dry, they're not going to have a good race. Kuminga was lathered. Even Mooney was lathered. Right? I mean, they was lathered up. Let them boys come back out and just try to keep it. He ran a zone. Why did Steve come back with that weird lineup and start going back to man-to-man? They got killed. So Steiny's correct. The talent pool that's there doesn't fit with everybody else, but Steve put a Band-Aid on it, put us in that zone, but then he tweaked it off. He tricked it off second half with the lineup. So, guys, it ain't the Thunder. Steiny, you're right. The talent level, Goo, you are 1,000,000% correct. But I'm sorry, bro. It's the Lion that tricked it off.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the call. Just for the sake of getting it right, Kuminga didn't start the second half.
Right.
And the Warriors were up 2. And he came in after 3 minutes and 15 seconds. He came in at the 8:45 mark of the third.
What were they? What was it then? What was the score then?
It was a 2-point game.
Oh, still, okay.
So,
but yeah, that was the quarter where that was the game. Minnesota went off.
Yeah, from that point on, they went off. 888-957-9570 is the number. And game 5 tomorrow night in Minnesota, and the Warriors got to try to scratch and claw and do everything they can to get a victory and to somehow push this series to game 6.
Where's your confidence level, Steiny?
In the Warriors?
Yeah, in the Warriors.
I don't have much because they're missing Steph Curry, and they're playing a really good team.
And why I don't have
a really good player.
Yeah, why I don't have much is they can go 12 rounds, but I feel like for whatever reason, even with the clunky offense per se, Steiny, they'll just run out of gas. That's what my fear is. Like they've shown us they can go, but they just seem to run out of gas. And Butler, 9 shots, Steiny, that was disappointing. But again, if you're sick, and you were out there. But the bottom line is I would have liked for Kuminga, even if it didn't work in the third quarters where it got away, like, man, Kerr, he's showing you something. Why not even wait 3 minutes? But that was the game. And I'm not saying that decision was the game, but man.
I mean, like that, and I don't really want to do this, but 68,
give it to him.
78, 88, 98, 29. You know, I mean,
like what are those?
I mean, after Kuminga came in, that lineup got hammered. In the middle points of the third quarter.
And I guess, Steiny, you just tell me what you think. Watching this offense and watching guys look like they have no counter for the counter, there is an art in being able to create and make your own shot. And it's becoming abundantly clear that the Warriors don't have a lot of those guys. And guys that I thought could do that, okay, now I'm seeing. But Kuminga can do that. Not that he's going to make every one. So when he has the ball, again, Steiny, I'm not saying the kid's perfect, but 13 to hoist up 13 shots against that defense when all your teammates seem to just be having a problem doing it, to me is like that warrants, man, we'll just ride you. We'll ride you. And I know he played 30 minutes. He had to get a breather, but that's a problem for this Warrior team, Steiny, is shot creation.
It's one of the problems.
Yeah.
Size is another one of their problems. Lack of athleticism is also getting them right now. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
Our man, how's
What's
he
up,
feeling?
Big Smooth? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Down 3-1, Smooth. Yep.
Hey, man, listen, bro. I told somebody, it's only 8 teams left in this tournament, man. We're fortunate to be one of those 8. We're fortunate. Listen, I think Warrior fan base is starting to realize how great Steph Curry is. It's not just a guy who just got hurt, pulled a hammy. This is a guy who is, when James Hart said he was a system, no, James, this is what a system is. It's the guy who is literally your system. dude, apparently he's the only one on the team that can hit an open jump shot. Apparently, because folks can't hit wide open jump shots. And I want to say this summer, I don't want to see one IG post of people hitting jump shots in the lab. Forget that. It's no good. I don't want to see one post, because when if you can do it in a game when you're wide open, that's all I care about. You're going to show. I guarantee you're going to see posts from everybody hitting 10, 12 in a row, and we're going to say, "Oh, he's working on his game." If you can't do it now, gentlemen, it doesn't matter. There are players that can do this now, and there are players that can't. We're starting to see who can and who can't. And listen, Boston lost their best player. I still give them a chance.
I do too.
They got a better team. Dude, we got a 6'6" center. We playing against Rudy Gobert, who just destroyed the Lakers. I think even in Draymond, I think we're diminishing what he's doing, because Rudy has not had a monster game like he did against the Lakers. But the result of this is everybody else has a jailbreak for everybody else, man. We don't have the personnel, and if we get a win, it's because the T-Wolves didn't bring it, and they're capable of doing that. I'm just saying, don't slip up and not bring it one game. I don't, at this point, I know this is eating Steph up, because I do believe this, guys. When this thing started, I believe that we could have beat this team. And it may have came down to 7, but there's no way we're beating this team right now. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, Steiny, I know you could be like, Guru, what good is that to think like Big Smooth? Because we'll never know. But it's the gravity, in regard to Steph Curry. I do feel like, these games playing out like they have. Had you had this chef, who knows? But where's that going to get you today when you're staring down the barrel 3-1? I'm not giving any roses to Draymond Green about Rudy Gobert, because the Bear has been Julius Randle, and he looks like Fats Domino on a pool table using the square on the backboard the way he was yesterday, and nobody being able to stop him. Steiny, Draymond Green cannot check Julius Randle. And he's younger, stronger, and faster.
There have always been a few guys that give Draymond a little bit of trouble, and it's usually guys that have size on him, but that are also skilled. Because Draymond thrives defensively when he's guarding a bigger guy who doesn't have a lot of skill. Then Draymond takes advantage of a guy like that. Guys like I remember Boris Diaw was a guy that he had trouble with. And, Randall's a tricky cover for him, too. And even Şengün had some success against Draymond Green.
He can kind of move Şengün at times, Donnie, with his legs, get him off his spots. He can't do that with Randall.
No. And, he's still 6'6". He's 6'6". Let's go to Marco in Gilroy. Hey, Marco, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Going well, man.
Hey, man, I just wanted to tap on something that I noticed. I had to watch like an ESPN3 broadcast because I wasn't getting on HBO. And I heard Draymond just heckling the ref, like so hard. Like you can really hear everything he's going at the ref saying, this, I don't really want to get you guys in trouble, but he was just call the effing foul. Like he was getting in his face. And this is the first time I ever really realized that I think there is an effect on Draymond. Like I think there is like something going on with the refs to where he does get a little bit more leeway than a lot of players in the league. Like, name another player who could just cuss blatantly at a ref, and he's already teetering with the technical fouls, and I just think he doesn't care anymore. And I think that he's trying his best, but he can't do it all alone, Pod's like sub-average. He's not doing good. Moody, I didn't even see him the whole game. And it looked like they're relying on Kuminga. I've always been not in Kuminga's corner. Like, I don't think he has enough for the team to, like, really be the next coming. But Draymond literally stopped the whole play before the second half ended. He just stopped the whole play. He was looking for Kuminga. Where you at? Where you at? come over here, come get the ball. Boom, he got the ball, and it's like he's centering the team around him. It's like that's what we're coming to without Curry is Kuminga. And I didn't like Kuminga, but it looked like a coming out party. So that's all I got, guys.
Thanks for the call, Marco. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I just watched too intently, Stoney. It is what it is, and I'm not here. We got a game. It's not over, but just how are you going to muster up enough offense and get timely stops on two dudes, one who's a superstar in Anthony Edwards, and the other one's a damn good star playing like an all-star in this series, Julius Randle. I just don't know.
The one thing that Butler is really struggling with, and we talked about what he did in Miami, taking two teams to the finals. Those teams had shooters.
Yes, they did.
Those teams had shooters, and this team does not have shooting. And when you take Steph Curry off the floor, it becomes very apparent. Again, last night, 8 for 27 from three-point range. So not only are they not getting as many threes as they got in the regular season, I think they averaged 42 a game in the regular season.
Yes, they did.
And not only
second most to Boston.
Not only are they not getting threes, they're not making them when they're getting them anyway. So, it's hard to win in the NBA that way.
They're taking 18 fewer than Minnesota from deep in this series, Donnie, and making 11 fewer. Just think about that. That's a lot of chicken.
And that's to me, half and half. It's the Warrior players, but it's Minnesota's defense.
Yeah.
When Rudy Gobert can just sit back there and wait for one of the perimeter guys to get beaten so he can help, like the Warriors don't really have much going for them offensively except isolation because their threes are pretty contested.
Yeah.
And
it's hard air balls from deep.
Yeah, it's hard to convert with Gobert in there, and Butler trying to finish on him, Kuminga trying to finish on him. Although Kuminga had a couple nice finishes over Gobert, but they were the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah, and they again, Stoney. I know we watched different. Just like Saturday night, but it was further down the road and closer to victory for the Warriors. You're watching this game and everything you said, I saw, I've seen, we've witnessed, but yet the Warriors had the lead at half. Then you're thinking, okay, this can go two ways. Duh. You can win or lose, but I just feel like the cream rises to the top and the Warriors don't have the luxury of having Ant-Man and a banger that can – like a Julius Randle that can just control the paint. And I call what Randle scores in the paint, besides his 4 from 8 from deep, Stoney, body punches. And body punches wear you out, and they pay dividends later on. And that's what we saw yesterday, and an explosion for Minnesota. Now you go home feeling like if you're Minnesota, we got them right where we want them.
I mean, the one thing
you were there.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I thought coming into this game as it related to Julius Randle and then to a lesser degree DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
So I'm watching the game before the Warriors game, and the Knicks beat the Celtics.
Yeah, Tatum got hurt.
Yeah, so the Knicks are up 3-1, and I'm thinking, you know what? I'll bet you Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo really want this game tonight because everybody's back in New York saying, look at this trade we made.
Even thought about it.
Look at this trade we made for Karl Anthony Towns, and we're one game from the Eastern Conference Finals. Well, now the Timberwolves can say we're one game from the Western Conference Finals.
I hadn't even thought about it.
Julius Randle with 31. He did miss a free throw last night, though. I believe his first miss of the series.
Yeah, he stinks.
How good is he? The dude can hit it from deep, prison ball bully, fade away. Boy, that is a bull.
You know what I do remember? and
bull.
I'm not saying everybody was wrong at the time because it's not easy.
Uh-oh.
But whenever Julius Randle's name had come up over the last 3 years.
You're talking to me.
No, everybody. Hey, what do you think about Julius Randle for the what? No chance. No, he's not. He doesn't.
He was
fit
a
the
black
system.
hole in New York, Steiny.
I mean, you can't say before this season that he was playing this kind of defense that he's displayed, both against the Warriors as well as the Lakers.
No, I know. It's coaching.
Okay.
It's coaching.
By the way.
Yeah, go ahead, Evan. I was going to, you tell him you were there. I saw the video.
Yeah, I only sent this to Guru, and I sent it to the boss this morning because he thought it was funny. But Steiny was there for pregame availability yesterday, and we're walking around, and he pops into Chris Finch's pregame presser.
Oh.
And he was standing at the back of the room, grinning ear to ear like a proud papa.
Please.
And I got a video of him. You couldn't contain yourself.
Dude, it looked like it was better than his kid's graduation. I said, look at that joy. Steiny, you seen the video. You were in a zone. You were happy.
No, I was
happy people.
I was working.
Yep.
I was working. So when I work, I tend to listen. And
but there was a pleasure and a joy of seeing your guy. That's all.
You don't know what I'm feeling and what I'm not feeling.
I've got a guy with rings.
I ache for the Warriors and for the station.
No doubt.
If they get knocked out in this round. It sucks for Steph Curry that he doesn't get to play in this series. Because it would be different. And there's no doubt this series would be different without with Steph Curry. But,
I lied.
But, I mean, injuries are just part
So what are you
going to
do to savor the fine china that Steph is moving? I know today's not the day, but those are remember those shows that I did? The Future. I love it. Now I don't know. I'm asking, can I have the ring back?
No.
Like Steiny, you can't rely on Steph when he does come back next year to get you to this jump. We need some Thundercats, some new ones. Look around the playoffs. Minnesota has Thundercats.
Well, look, if you've been...
OKC has Thundercats.
You've been an advocate of building around Steph Curry.
You need some help now.
Well, where are you going to get it? Curry makes $100 million. Curry makes 60-something million, and now Butler makes 60-something million. Let me guess, are you going to try to... Warriors going to try to offload Jimmy Butler? I don't know. Would you want Jimmy Butler if you were another team?
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't.
Oh, Scotty, he's still attractive. Come on. Are you really saying?
Well, then why?
I mean, he's hurt his tailbone. When you're older, as we know, Steiny, things linger. There's no way he's all the way back. And I felt like Saturday's game, in regard to just his effort and everything that he spent, that was 2 games worth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not even coming down. We can't say this is just him. He's ailing, man.
What?
No excuse.
What did you, and I'm asking Warrior fans this, what did you expect with Butler and Steph Curry, who everyone acknowledged played very tough games for a month before the playoffs even started? Did you expect them to get stronger as the playoffs went on? I mean, it was obvious that, first of all, they had injury, which...
Bad luck.
Steph Curry got hurt because of his age.
Okay, Jason Tatum, Steiny. Right. Things happen. He's not the versatility. He's got that on his side. Okay. But I'm just
What about
using
Butler
him.
Getting hurt? What about Butler not doing much
yesterday? Wasn't that I got you on that.
So that's fine.
But the injury in itself was a fluke injury, right? So it wasn't an age injury. He fell on his tailbone.
Okay, so then run it back. They'll play 80 next year, and they will get stronger
but I'm
in the
not there.
postseason.
That's where I'm coming up with. I don't know where Thundercats came from, but that's where I'm at. No, I think some guys are showing you that might not be the way to go. But again, what can you do?
It's too late now. It's too late. Memorial Day weekend almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment necessary. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Hey, I'm Dr. Sibe, and I'm going to talk to you.
Kuminga off the screen. Stops, backs up, top of the key. Now shoots a jumper over Gobert. Way short. It's an air ball. Rebound McDaniels. McDaniels the other way. Met by Kuminga left side. Dribbles to the corner. To Gobert. Back to McDaniels. Hand off to Edwards. Deep three off the dribble. Knocked it down. 77-68. 9 straight for Minnesota. It's their largest lead.
Wow. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors get beat by the T-Wolves 117-110. They lead 3-1, and Game 5 is tomorrow in Minnesota, Goo. But, the Warriors undermanned, obviously, without Steph Curry, and they're not the Warriors without Steph Curry.
Wow.
They're just not. Even with Butler, even with Green, they're not the Warriors.
And I can't argue that, and I concur. And I don't know if you had this thought, but I'll just share with you all my thought. And I keep going back to the Anthony Edwards 3 right before half to cut the lead to 2. You know who does that a lot, Steiny? Steph. And, you're thinking, okay, we're up 2, and then Edwards takes that, I believe, momentum, comes out in the third quarter, does what he wants, and tallies 16 points by himself in the third. And Steiny, right now, as much as we love Jimmy and Dre, you're right, we don't have that luxury.
This is Steve Kerr on what went wrong.
Well, Ant got going, and, we decided to go to a bigger lineup with JK and Trace, Draymond, Jimmy, just to try to slow them down and slow Ant down. Obviously didn't work. They kept scoring, and we couldn't score, so we just lost our ability to connect the game there in that third quarter, and they got loose, and that was the difference in the game.
Yeah, if you read The Athletic today, Anthony Slater, his whole story was about spacing and how the Warriors haven't had any this series, and it's understandable when you don't have Steph Curry. That's what's going to happen. You just don't. The other players on the team aren't respected like Curry, and they don't guard the players further out on the perimeter because they're willing to live with Draymond and Podziemski and Moody and even Jimmy Butler taking threes. And Buddy Hield, obviously.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Steiny, because you kind of mentioned it, no Steph Curry and the ramifications, but I guess it's just more frustrating from a fan standpoint for me personally. They're not just getting blown out as soon as the ball is tipped. So you could say Minnesota's playing possum. I don't believe that, but they find their niche and then they pounce and take advantage of the Warriors. But it's like, how come the first and second quarter is good enough, and we got a lead? And I keep going back to Saturday where you're in the fourth quarter with a 6-point lead. I guess I'm asking Steiny, what happens to where not only does the lead evaporate, but just like last night to where you have that quarter to where offensively it's a nightmare.
I mean, it's not a secret to me. The Minnesota Timberwolves were so-so in the first half, and the Warriors were pretty good, and they got up 2. But it's a 48-minute game, and just because you're up 2 at half.
No, come on.
What I'm saying is, if a blowout's a blowout, and they got outscored 39-17 in the third quarter. And to my way of thinking, it was because the Timberwolves made a conscientious effort to defend and to get crisper and to do things more the right way. And
it all happened.
Yes, and the Warriors don't have the personnel to match up with the Timberwolves.
I wanted more scoring from Draymond, Steiny, and he gave us 14 points. Minus 18 on the evening, but Jimmy Butler was a minus 30. But if you told me Jimmy was going to score 14, I would tell you before the game started, bad things were going to happen. That wasn't a winning formula because he is the heart and soul of the team right now, Jimmy Butler, when it comes to offense. And for whatever reason, sickness or not, Steiny, 9 shots and only 5 trips to the free throw line. Minnesota will take that all day.
And I think let's be honest, and
we always are.
Butler's been terrific since he's been here, but he was invisible last night.
And how many times? Go ahead.
He can't
talk to me.
Get his shot off. Like, did you notice? This is size and strength and guile. Like, even if Julius Randle had nothing going, he still has a fadeaway. He can still hit a fadeaway.
Right, he hit a few of them.
Butler has to. It's got to be get perfect. A shot off with a fake or by beating a guy. He does not like to shoot when he's contested.
Yeah.
And he was contested last night.
Yeah, and I got to get Shasky, and Spadoni did a great job this morning on the roast, but Shasky was losing his stuffed tooth. He's frustrated, like I am, and all Warrior fans of so many times Jimmy is driving to the hole, Steiny, and it's like, to me, it's okay to hoist it and miss it. It might not, meet your standards, but we're desperate. I would rather you miss than give it to somebody that's scared to shoot. But Minnesota's watching him do these silhouettes in the air right by the goal, pass up the shot to kick it out. And now guess who else is doing that? Pods, trying to get these dudes on the pump fake, and it's just not working. And Steiny is bogging the offense down. And from afar, it just looks like I'm not afraid if I were in the Minnesota Timberwolves uniform of this Warrior offense right now. I'm not afraid. And I can D you up, man. We're not afraid.
Why would you be? Like, why would you be afraid of the Warriors' offense right now? Over the course of a 7-game series, I think if Minnesota just adheres to whatever their game plan is, in order for the Warriors to win this series, guys are going to have to play out of character. And I'm talking about Pods making shots. Yeah.
Well, for what it's worth, I asked McDaniels last night about Butler specifically, just because he took a bunch of shots in Game 3. He only took 5 in the first half last night, and Jaden did say that he was less aggressive. I mean, he didn't necessarily expound upon why, and he said that they were better defensively, but he noticed a difference in Jimmy Butler last night compared to Game 3.
Is it fair for a Warrior fan to be disappointed with whatever's going on? Because I think it is, Steiny, before you answer, with 9 field goal attempts in a game to where you're down at home in the offs. I think that's your answer. Like, either if I am.
Ask it again.
Is it fair for Warrior fans to be disappointed in Jimmy Butler's output of 9 field goal attempts in a game to where a playoff game at home where you could tie, get it tied up?
I think
5 shots at half, Evan missed.
I think we might have convinced ourselves that Butler was a different player than what he turned out to be.
Wow.
And I'm not saying he's worse by any stretch, but I do think that we thought we were going to see a completely different Jimmy Butler in the playoffs, and his play, I think, in the postseason resembled the regular season in that, yes, he had a few big boy games, but he also had the 7 for 12s and the 5 for 9s. He's a heck of a player.
It's got to be frustrating.
But he's never been a shoot first guy. Even when he was getting 30, he's trying to make plays for other guys too. And
like, this box score can't win you the game tomorrow night. Somebody's got to go big. And, I'm sitting here, and I'll say this about Jimmy Butler to make the correlation with Steph, and this can be shout out 24 Hour Fitness. Steiny, if I wanted to lift 350 pounds, I would need a spot. But without a spotter, I can't lift 350 pounds. And I bring that up because I'm thinking Jimmy's impact on this offense without Steph, who is his spotter, but it's unfair to just point out Jimmy, but it's everybody. Steiny, I don't recognize Gary Payton II. I don't know what's going on. And is it dumb of me we've seen him. He's a champ. I don't know. Nobody can create outside of Kuminga.
You can lift 350 pounds?
Well, with a spotter I can, but without a spotter I can't.
That's a lot of weight.
Now, Evan, I'm being
chance.
real. I put 245s on each side to warm up. I do 3 sets of 10. You can say that's 250, 275. But if I wanted to get 350, you see me throw a bowling ball. You see me hit a ball 300 feet. You weren't at at some point, I'm not saying that it's nothing to brag about, but I was an athlete and still am, Steiny. 6'4" of Thunder. You see me throw the hardest bowling ball ever, but then you say, can you lift 350 if you got I can.
Okay.
That's all. Evan, back to you.
And I'll defer to actual guys that know about weightlifting to text in and tell us whether that's realistic or not.
Real quick.
Yeah.
245s on each side is what I warm up.
90. That's 90.
No, Steiny, the whole thing is 250, 275.
Well, if you have 245s on each.
That's 90 pounds plus the bar,
That's
another
180.
90 on the other side. It's about 225, 230. I do that 10 times.
350.
I'm not getting into, I'm telling you what it is. You know what? I'm going tonight. I'll do a video, not 350.
Don't do a video.
No,
We don't like those people.
No, but you know what?
You've never done a video to your credit.
Hey, Evan, I did some pull-ups, but
basketball doesn't work that
And this
way.
is.
how did he get on me?
And
go ahead.
No, I got to. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And this is.
GP2's defense is what I'm most disappointed in.
The 5-1-0.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler's hurt.
Wow.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Did you think he was going to stay healthy playing 40-plus minutes a night with a game every other night? Did we think Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green were gonna make it into the playoffs after a grueling run and somehow get stronger as the playoffs went along? We have seen this movie with older teams time and time again, and it caught up with the Warriors. It just did.
It did, and we didn't see it coming. But Steiny, I'm sorry. On the Steph Curry one, you got it. The hammy signals, you playing 41 and 46 minutes in the playoff game. You run 2 miles plus every game. And had the Warriors handled their business, maybe the hammy doesn't go. But Steph, you got it. That is a fatigue injury, and maybe the whole organization now is we are too dependent on Steph. We don't want this to ever happen again. But the Jimmy Butler, Steiny, can't you meet us halfway on the science part of what you're saying? You are right. I'll give you the Steph Curry. The dude goes up for a rebound, gets low bridge, and falls on his tailbone. Can't that fall under fluke? So my answer would be, just to the Jimmy part is, Steiny, he was getting stronger. We just saw it on Saturday, but can't you just say, you know what? Okay, Goo, you're giving me the Steph age and attrition, but the Jimmy one was a fluke. But it was so vicious,
and
maybe that's why he just did what he did last night.
So it was a fluke, but he still got hurt. And as a 35-year-old, how did he come back and play? And, he missed a couple games, obviously. And I don't care if we blame it on sickness or fatigue, what happened last night, but the reality is
they're not
if you didn't allow for this to be a possibility as a Warrior fan, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I really don't.
Now that hits different. And maybe I was in denial. We all, until you see it,
Well,
he's never done that in 16 years. Just Curry in regard to we've seen him get hurt, but a strain, we just hadn't seen it. And my gosh, it cost us probably, I'm trying to stay positive, people, probably cost us the offs. But shame on me. I thought this team still can have some action with Jimmy, Dre, and the pods of the regular season, the Moody's in the post. But I learned my lesson, Steiny.
No.
I learned my lesson.
Till next year.
What you mean?
You'll think they're great again next year.
I'm wondering if we got to swap or exchange some Thundercats.
You got to stop that, seriously. And that's part of the problem is you think Podziemski, Kuminga, and Moody are as good as Şengün, Jalen Green, and Jabari Smith Jr.
I no longer think that.
Well, why would you have thought it in the first place?
It was playing out that way.
Well, they were a start. But if the Warriors were beat, why did the Warriors beat the Rockets? Not because of the role players. I mean, the Warriors' young players are role players. Other teams have young players who are stars. Let's go to Robin in Mountain View. Hey, Robin, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Hey.
Doing well.
So I just had two questions for you guys. Before that, I want to tell Guru that he was right last week that Jimmy did have a 38-point game in the play-in against the Grizzlies.
Yeah, we got to it. You probably, I don't know if you were listening, but we got to it. It was the play-in game, so it did show up. But go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I must have missed it. So my two questions were, would you guys be okay with Steph playing with the risk of re-injury? Because I think even with a decoy role or something of that sort, I think we could win with him. And my second question was, you guys, after everything that's happened, would you guys have picked Poole over Draymond, seeing how this whole era has played out?
You go ahead, Scotty. Phenomenal questions.
Well, I wouldn't have re-signed Draymond.
Okay. I think we're both there.
I just wouldn't have, and I said it at the time.
Would you risk Steph?
No.
Me neither.
I wouldn't bring him back on Sunday if they win. That's just me. I mean,
Wow.
I mean, could you imagine if Curry plays tomorrow or Sunday and he tears the thing?
Yeah, that would be negligence.
So then he's got to spend the entire off season dealing with the torn hamstring.
Yeah,
you just can't do it.
Now next year's compromised.
And in fact,
and he would be. Because he's damn near what we got left, man.
This is Draymond Green about Steph coming back.
No, we're not going to Superman this thing. If he's in a place where he could play, I'm sure he will, and him and Rick and everybody will figure that out, but we don't need Superman. Got to play the long game. So if he can, we know he will, but there's no pressure. We got to figure out how to win whether he play or not.
That was Draymond Green saying we're not going to Superman it. He said the problem with the long game is the long game's short now. The long game is getting shorter. Steph's under contract for 2 more years. And you got to figure out if you think this team achieved about where it was at, overachieved or underachieved. And if you thought this team underachieved, well, then maybe you don't make a lot of changes.
Yeah, and
I'd be surprised.
And I'm looking in Raymond Ritter, Stoney, what he told us, it's a make or miss league. The Warriors got out rebounded totally. What was it? They 38 to 30. I think it was 38-38, but they out rebounded. 24 to 32. They lost the rebounding battle to Minnesota, but they won the offensive rebounding battle. Stoney 14-6. So it's not one of those things. It's just we're missing our shots. We just can't shoot.
And bad shooters, streaky shooters, when there's good defense, have no chance. And Pods is a streaky shooter. And Moody, I'm not even sure what kind of shooter he is.
Can I give you Pods' numbers in the playoffs, Donnie? Just wrote 37 from the field of 113. 32% from the field. 18 of 61 from 3. And I'm not sitting here saying does it come off? Like, how bad do you got to play to have somebody come in for you? Because he seems like he's above the law with that. I've been hearing that, and I think there's something to that. Like, how bad does one have to play for Pat Spencer to get to 5 of your minutes? Because he's playing that bad on both sides. So I got to just keep it real there. I'm not saying that's why they're down, but it just seems like there's no penalty for your bad play.
Well, there's no penalty because Mike Dunleavy doesn't have a backup point guard on the roster.
Well, what's Pat Spencer?
And listen.
Why did we interview him last week? I get you. I'm not saying come on.
Come on. I mean, if we're debating whether Pod should play 38 minutes or 30 minutes with the 8 going to Spencer, I mean, what do we? I mean,
well, forget Spencer. You can put any other Warrior in there.
It doesn't. Well, you can't put a big man in there.
No, I'm just saying, Stoney, it looks away. That's all.
Well, I mean, who Give me a name other than Pat Spencer. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Pods was terrible. He has not been good in the postseason, and when I look at this roster, I just don't know who can play and handle the ball and score a little bit and do all those things that he's not doing when he's playing like this, because I don't think the guy's on the roster, a guy like that. Let's go to Charlie in Rhode Island. Hey, Charlie, how you doing?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
It's been a fun conversation. I've been dying laughing because sometimes you've made my point. Everything I wrote down, it's like you guys seem to make it, especially when the last caller said, oh, how about we bring Steph back? I'm like, hey, did you forget KD?
Yeah.
Did you forget what happened to Jason Tatum last night? Either way, I wouldn't bring it back, but I wanted to start my point by asking the question, what's our plan without Steph? A team is only as good as the reflection of its leader. We know what we are with Steph. But Steve Kerr, what are we without Steph? How about you coach these young guys? In the Houston, it's crazy how Ant said to us at the start of the series, oh, you guys are just waiting for Steph to get back. That's another player telling our whole system. Now, in the Houston series, we've seen when we were down, as Steve Kerr went with it, not even the second unit, but the second unit with the Pat Spencers of the world, the Guy Santoses of the world, where Houston did not have no answer for them because they did not know those guys. Steve Kerr, why don't you show a little bit of trust in these players? There are some of them that they're not necessarily good, but they bring energy. Like, I watched Steve Kerr not even believe in Jonathan Kuminga. People ask me, what's the hope in Game 5 or whatever? The only hope I have is Jonathan Kuminga, because that's the only kid who's shown, like, I'm not scared of Ant. I'm not scared of Rudy Gobert or whoever. You're going to block my shot, but I'm still going to come back. But the only person who doesn't believe in our system or what we can do as a plan B is Steve Kerr. I'm giving Jimmy Butler a slack because I watch soccer, and sometimes I know, for instance, in soccer, you have the January transfer window when the player comes mid-season. We don't expect him to hit the ground running, but at least you get used to your teammates and all that. So next season, we're probably able to do something better. My thing is, I just wish Steve Kerr would believe in these youngsters and, just play them more. And another thing is Draymond. We ask what happens to us when we seem to believe in ourselves a little bit in the first quarter and second quarter. What happens in the second quarter is Draymond does something, and now we're now playing victim. Oh, the referees are against us. Now we're losing focus. We're losing every necessary run we're on right now, and we lose everything we're doing. How about Draymond? How about you actually play? Now give Kuminga the confidence he needs to go. Jimmy Butler, if you support this kid.
All right, Charlie, I appreciate the call. We're kind of up against it. And certainly if you have a gripe with Steve Kerr, it's that you don't like the way he's handled the young guys. And that's a fair criticism at this point, especially after we've seen what's happening to Kuminga. By the same token, how much of it was kind of forced on him organizationally because of their insistence on keeping a window open. Hey, escape and book your stay at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air. In your room, a chilled complimentary bottle of wine awaits. Breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf. Book today at inatthetides.com. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Off a screen, 5 to shoot, gotta go to the paint, spins, wow, drop step, goes up, flipped it up, no good, rebound McDaniels, hands off Edwards, Edwards coming the other way, left to right, stops in three-point line, shoots over Butler, it's up and good again! Anthony Edwards is putting on a show. It's 80-68. Edwards now with 28.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Tim Roy on the call from last night's game. Warriors lose 117-110. They're down 3-1 now to the Timberwolves, headed back to Minneapolis for a game tomorrow. 6:30 start tomorrow. 6:30. Pretty sure I looked it up already. But
Just going to have to fact check.
No, go ahead, and I deserve it. I deserve that. You know, here's one point I'd like to make. Please.
It's at 6:30.
Yeah, sweet. Give them the dub. Steph Curry. Steph Curry distorts your perception of a player. Every player, when they play with Steph Curry, is their best version of themselves. Every single guy who's on the court with him is the best version of themselves with Curry because of what he does to the floor and the spacing. So you look at this series, and Jimmy Butler, His game's totally different.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler, after the Houston series, or was it during the Houston series or Minnesota, where he was like, so we need Steph back. This is too hard. It's so much easier with Steph. Like, Butler has a different role without Steph, and he's not as effective. Draymond Green, when Steph Curry's not on the floor, is not as good of a player. Podziemski, when Curry's not on the floor, not as good a player. Moody, not as good a player. There's one exception, and it is Jonathan Kuminga. And I think the reason that Kuminga is okay when Steph doesn't play is because they need scoring, plain and simple. Any way they can get it, they need scoring. Well, you know what? That is what Jonathan Kuminga can do. So to my way of thinking, the only guy who doesn't get hurt by Curry being out of the lineup is Jonathan Kuminga, because he's the best equipped to do one of the things that you really miss when Steph's not here. But I think it's hard to judge how good some players are when they play with Steph Curry.
And I mean, you hit it out the park. It's real. I don't think there's not one person out there that would disagree with you. We could throw Klay Thompson in there. We could throw Andre Iguodala. And I'm just thinking about Iggy's comments every time, even since he was a Warrior and since the ceremony when he got his jersey up there, he always brought it back to Steph, Stoney, and I thought it was not shtick. I'm like, he's just saying that. But no, he meant it. He's so smart. He's seen it all. He was telling us way back when the gravity of what you just said about Steph Curry. But, Stoney, the bottom line is that's neither here nor there. They got a game tomorrow. They had a game last night, and Jonathan Kuminga, to me, needs to start. He didn't get to start last night. What can this team do to combat what I think is a top 3 player in the NBA, Anthony Edwards? Just think about what I'm about to say. He made the most 3-pointers in the league just this past season. He said he studied and learned from Steph when they were on the Olympic trip, and every time he shoots a 3, as often as I get mad at him because he's so gifted and he's got that burst and he can jump out the gym, I'm like, why are you? Oh, my gosh, Donnie, he's not settling. So what can the Warriors do with JK basically being the only one in a comfort zone? He has to start the game tomorrow.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? I know you're saying that, but I mean it. Why not? What do you got to lose?
I mean, and like the other thing, and I know people
you nailed that, Steph. Wow.
I know people are gonna think I'm nitpicking here, but okay. So Kuminga is somebody that with Steph out, they need his scoring.
Yeah,
but look at Kuminga's box score last night. He scored. He definitely scored. But he didn't really help you anywhere else. And they need scoring, so he was absolutely needed, and he will be needed if they're going to make a run at this thing.
Okay.
But
I got something.
I don't know that he's a player that can get you 25, 8, and 6.
So I'll go baseball. So he's 1 for 2. He's giving you scoring, and you said you kind of not give you nothing else. But, Steiny, we got double negatives across the board. Guys that aren't D'ing up. Gary Payton, what happened to his defense and not giving you nothing on the offensive end? Pods, Moody. We can go down the list of double negatives. So if I got a guy that's at least giving me some buckets or points, I'll take that. And unfortunately, Draymond, in a game that scores 14, it's a game that defensively, Steiny, I didn't feel him at all. It's like Minnesota's figured him out or he's tired. And, again, no excuses, but I'll take 1 for 2 rather than the 0 for 2.
And Kuminga played 30 minutes last night and got you 23 points. He did what you asked him to do, which was score. He was the furthest thing from an issue last night for the Warriors.
And as far as me saying, that, be honest, because you kind of said it, are you saying in Union City style, and we say miss me when we don't agree, the fact that the Warriors had the lead at half, Saturday they were up 6 in the fourth, And the Warriors aren't celebrating that, but can it give you a fan hope that can you finish?
Evan?
Help me out.
What are you going to the bench for? I'm not.
Because I've answered it a million times. He thinks the game is 24 minutes.
We got to talk about the compliment Evan got. We'll save it yesterday in the building.
They don't have the depth. There's a reason.
So they're running out again. The quarter horses.
No kidding.
Well, I think we got a preview of this before the deadline, and I realized that Curry was on the team, but they were a below 500 team with Steph Curry. As great and unbelievable as he is, they don't have him. So it kind of looks like the same team. They just have to, they're probably a little better defensively. They're worse offensively. And Minnesota's the fourth best shooting team from three-point range in the league. They were bound to have a game like that last night. And if they're making 50 or more % of their threes, it doesn't matter if Kuminga starts or if he doesn't, if Pods make I don't think they would have won that individual game last night, even if Steph was available.
No, spot on. But real quick, Evan, doesn't that make Saturday hurt that much more that you were up 6 with about 5 minutes left? Like if you could have got that one somehow.
Well, it was a 6-point game with 8 minutes left. Minnesota took the lead with about 6. So it was in the balance, but that's where you had to rely on Jimmy Butler, and he didn't come
1
through.
8, the fourth, you said.
I mean, you might not like to hear this, but
no, go ahead.
The Wolves weren't playing with the intensity they played with in Game 3. They just weren't. They hung it. They played a first half, and they were kind of.
That was a knockout last night,
and even Finch said it. I thought we were fortunate to be just down 2. We could have been down more. And then in the second half, they just put the clamps on.
Yeah.
And the Warriors couldn't stop Minnesota, and Minnesota was stopping the Warriors. And part of being a good team is to be able to play a full 48 minutes.
Now, you two may laugh, and the listeners tell me what you think. I'm not being Monday morning quarterback, but I'm trying to find something, a sliver of hope. Kevon Looney played only 14 minutes, was 3 of 5 from the field, grabbed 8 rebounds, and made both his free throws and was a +3 on the night. Can I just say, hey, Coach Kerr, maybe we might want to turn that up to 25 on a winner-go-home game. Steiny White, I'm just saying, maybe Looney could get some more minutes.
Okay. Maybe he can. But I'm not sure what the grand plan is.
To win.
It feels to me like
I'm grasping, but I'm just
exactly. And that's where they are in this series.
Well, it's deflating because you hope that you would get Steph back for Game 6, and it doesn't look like even if they win, they might have. I don't know. But you had 3 tries to get one more game, and you couldn't get any of them. You know, and Game 3 was the best shot you had, and I mean, Minnesota's pretty good. I don't know. I mean, like it's probably not what people want to hear, but the Warriors are running out of gas.
Man. Would this be real quick, Sonny, would this be, Evan, help me. I'm being proactive, but if they were to lose tomorrow, would this be the first time they lost 4 playoff games consecutively under Kerr? I got to believe yes, right?
Probably.
Which is pretty crazy to think about, but.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to win.
Let's go to Father Time. Father Time's in Napa. What's going on, man?
Hey, fellas. Super important. First things first, let me hip you to this. Guru, recognize these cats. Thundercat is a musician, and the brother is crazy great. Jazz, funk, pop, bass player.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. Check out. Oh, yeah. Thundercat is the man. That guy, for real.
Is he reggae? What type of genre? What is he?
No, like I said, jazz, funk,
gotcha.
pop. Check out No More Lies with Tame Impala. Like, he's the real deal. Super dope.
Okay.
And, secondly, animated teens who age and then morph into cats is a TV show, a cartoon show from the 80s. They're called Thundercats.
That's what I was referencing.
I guess Guru. Yeah, I guess you control the IP. Yeah, sure. Life is about a couple things: acceptance, resignation, and hope, right? And that's how those two things dance in our psyche. I think we're on the verge of both, really. The 37-year-old superstar he's got more miles on his odometer than anybody in the history of the NBA. Would you agree?
Yeah, probably.
Man.
Probably. So the notion that natural order of things is going to start happening, a little breakdown in his thigh, is just something to really focus on and really think about, what's going to happen over the next couple of years. Steph has created this monster. He is the sun. Everybody orbits around him. You're absolutely right. Everybody that plays with Steph is better. You know who's better? Steve Kerr. And he said that. He knows his reality. He's a better coach. So, we've got to get hip to that as well. The trivia question I have for you today is there an NBA team in the history of the league, modern history, that has won a championship with their three marquee players over the age of 35?
No, not even close. Not even close. Thanks,
There's
Father.
one team.
Oh, well, okay, but there's going to be a... Go ahead.
No. There's one team. It's the Spurs with Ginobili, Parker, and Duncan. But you know what they had?
Yep.
Kawhi freaking Leonard.
Yep.
That's what they had. There is no Kawhi Leonard on the Warriors roster. And that my only gripe with Kerr, everybody wants to pick on him, is that, if you're thinking about the future and really planning for things, play Kuminga for 40 minutes if you can. Play him for 80 minutes. Let him score 900 points, because then it becomes a trade asset. He's a depleted asset right now. And, I'd rather watch him, frankly, score 30 hollow points than Moody or, somebody else score no points. So, anyway.
Thanks, Father Time. Appreciate the call. Let's go to Lamont. Lamont's in Oakland. Hey, Lamont. How you doing?
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
I just wanted to say just a couple things. Number one, there was a decision that was made to build around Steph Curry in order to keep his window open. So what you have in your roster is a team that's built to play with Steph Curry. So I don't know why we're actually questioning the lineup, their ability without him, because this squad right here was actually designed to be successful with him on the floor.
Right.
Which is also not a coincidence why Kuminga could not play much when Steph was on the court. Right? Remember that? Right? Kerr act like he couldn't put him out there. Like he could not play. And so therefore, this team is deficient because it was designed to play with the greatest shooter of all time. So what they needed to play with Curry to be successful is not what they need with him to not to be on the court. That was a decision that they made. It's not a coincidence that, like Steiny said, that Kuminga is balling out. Well, I won't say balling out, but he's doing well because Steph Curry's not on the court. The reality is that's the roster they chose to run with when they said we want to try to get Steph another chip. Also, the Jimmy Butler acquisition. Let's be real. It is not a surprise that Jimmy Butler has great games in the playoffs and is also hurt and not available in the playoffs. This is a rerun. This is not just with the Warriors. This was in Miami. This has been a thing. And when they signed him, this was discussed. Will he be available? The reality is he's doing the same thing he's been doing his past years with Miami. He has great playoff games, but he also misses playoff games. He's got hurt in Houston. I understand. You call it whatever you want to call it, fluke, whatever. The reality is he's hurt again, and he's been hurt in his past history of playoff games. And also, he's older. Jimmy Butler is pump faking that thing like he's trying to get that defender up off you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to get any kind of step, any kind of momentum. And that's what Charles Barkley used to say. When the player starts pump faking like that, you know they get old, right? You're just trying to get any kind of advantage so you can get them off balance. These young wings they're too athletic and they're too strong and they're too quick. And the only thing that can combat that is young athletic players. But when you make that decision to rock with Steph, and I'm not saying it was bad, I'm just saying that's what they chose to do. Your roster's not going to be have depth, kind of like we were talking about earlier with the depth. How Kuminga can't even get out there if Steph's there.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. He couldn't play with him. Jimmy obviously is a better fit with Steph, but even if we talk about Jimmy, he's not the best fit. It's just that you had Steph Curry out there, and he's smarter than Kuminga, right?
Thanks, Lamont. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, we do. The bold pump fakes, Donnie. I agree with them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no easy answers. But what you try to do is win tomorrow.
No doubt about it. And
that's what you try to do. You win tomorrow, and I guarantee you, if the Warriors somehow win tomorrow, and we're coming on this show Thursday, and now they're thinking, maybe Steph, we're going to be feeling, a Warrior fan's going to be feeling a lot different.
Yeah, and all you can do, to me, when you talk about throw everything at the wall, the kitchen sink, if you're Steve Kerr, it's the starting lineup, Stotty. So that's why I'm lobbying for Kuminga. Anybody that can score, we'll deal with the defensive part of it, because right now, defensively, this is just a bad matchup. There's nobody that can stay in front of their two best players, and I think that's been the story of the series.
I mean, I'm almost thinking if the Warriors pull off an upset tomorrow, win the game,
okay,
and Curry's playing Sunday, what does that mean for Kuminga?
Right.
I don't know. Let's go to D. D's in D.C. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Steiny? What's going on, Guru?
You got it.
Hey, man, I've been patiently waiting because there's something that I want to say. It's not going to be very popular to many of you, but it's a question that I have for you. How much blame do you guys put on yourselves at 95.7 for the construction of our roster? Because every time I turn around, whenever you guys are interviewing Lacob and Bob Myers, the former GM, you guys have levied nothing but praises and glories to these dudes. Meanwhile, they have failed to surround Steph Curry with the proper talents. When you look at the current roster, man, there are at least 5 players on that roster who are fake specialists, what I call fake specialists. They're too small, they're too short, they're supposed to be defenders, but they can't really defend. And then that's all they do. They can't even score the ball. So basically, when you put them on the floor, you end up with droughts where you can't even score the ball. And if you can't score the ball, you can't defend, typically the other team will end up winning.
Okay, right? D.
So again, my question. Yeah. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Goo.
You could not make this call 6 weeks ago. I feel what you are saying, but you're being what we call sometimey. Since Jimmy Butler got here, the Warriors have taken off, and you could not pick up the phone and make this same phone call. So don't you think you're being a little unfair to do it now with no Steph?
Guru, I have. I've been on that train for 4 years, Guru. Every time I call, you jump on me for the same exact thing, Guru. Every time. But anyways, I know I don't want to be long-winded because I know you have other calls.
No, we got you.
No, seriously, start asking yourself that question too. When Lacob comes on your radio station, ask him why the roster is constructed the way it is.
Thanks, D. Appreciate the call. It's constructed the way it is because it has a lot to do with Steph Curry.
And it worked.
And I also think it has a lot to do. Look, you can't get back James Wiseman, the pick. You can't.
Well, you don't want, the pick, right.
But that's huge because it's going to be hard to draft quality players when you're drafted in the late 20s all the time.
But we just did a show last week, an episode labeled Throw Flowers at Mike Dunleavy's Feet for this roster, and I guess I was a part of it. But Steiny, in such 2 weeks a week, I feel different about the others going forward, and I just wonder, you can say, well, what can they do? But how much of this is just, Steiny will be better a second time around, let's run it right back, or is this glaring to where, okay, I got some guys that can manipulate the regular season, but when the lights are bright, they shrink up, and that's okay. But man, oh man, if this is what it's going to be, there's got to be some hard decisions.
What do you think it's going to be like after Steph leaves?
What we're seeing right now.
Okay. You're right.
But he ain't leaving no time soon, Steiny.
Well, he's gone
2
now.
years left.
He's gone now.
Yeah, but we
for the
got
most important series of the season. Right. He's hurt. And when you build around a 37-year-old and a 35-year-old and a 36-year-old, you risk what has happened. And what has happened is Curry got hurt in the postseason. He broke down because you were playing him 40 minutes a night every other night for 6 games. You have Jimmy Butler, who's fatigued, he got hurt, and he can't carry the load anymore by himself, especially without shooters, especially in the Western Conference. And you have Draymond Green, who's declining before our eyes, and maybe this series against Minnesota has been about as ineffectual as I've seen Draymond Green in a postseason series in a long time. So when you want to build around a 35, 37, 37, don't come at me and say, I can't believe this is happening with Steph, Butler, and Draymond Green. Anybody who looked at this objectively knew this could possibly be a problem when they got Butler. The other thing about Butler, nobody wants to hear it at the time. They get Jimmy Butler. Their schedule was easy. They didn't play a lot of good teams. They won all the games they should have won. But when you bring that up, well, you can only play the schedule. You're right. You can only play the schedule. But can we please take it into consideration that they beat Charlotte a couple times, that they beat the Pelicans? And now they're playing playoff teams, and it's just harder.
No, that's fire.
And they're not as good.
All right.
They're not playing also-rans right now in March.
We got to. I'll retort on the other side. Those 3 aren't going anywhere, and you can always do something about the stuff around the edges.
I don't know if you can right now.
But the point is, you got to identify that you need to.
888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. the whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors lose last night. They're down 3-1 to the Timberwolves.
Damn.
Game 5 tomorrow.
We're positive.
You know,
I am.
And there's a lot of Steve Kerr criticism right now. And how about and people sometimes say, well, you never criticize Kerr. One of the reasons I don't criticize Kerr is because he's just following orders.
Damn.
And when Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob said it's all about Steph Curry and Steph Curry's window, and then you go out and get Jimmy Butler, okay? The message is we got to win now. And yes, should Steve Kerr have somehow, some way, figured out a way to get more out of Jonathan Kuminga over the last couple years? Sure. Yes, he should have.
All right.
There you go. He should have. But that wasn't the message of the team. The message from ownership was we got to do everything right now to try to win a title. And if he's wrong, he's wrong. But Steve Kerr didn't and doesn't think, or at least before Curry got injured, that Jonathan Kuminga was the best way to win right now. And here's the other thing, and I've said it forever. Go ahead and fire Kerr. But then what's going to happen with Steph, Draymond, and Butler? Like, you can't fire Kerr and then keep those three guys here while someone else comes in and tries to rebuild. That's not going to work. You have to make a decision. Are you going younger? Are you going to try to do something else with another coach? But I get all the criticism of Steve Kerr, but they don't want him playing young guys if Kerr doesn't think the young guys can help right now.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong, Stoney. I thought, and I've heard from people in the know, that the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fan is the owner.
Well,
and up until the Jimmy Butler trade, and it wasn't just Kuminga's fault that he wasn't answering the bell or the team wasn't doing this or that. I mean, it was some of his, just like all the other players. But my point is, just because you got something doesn't mean you can't have a surplus. And now we're seeing Jimmy, Dre, and Steph, they need help. And I think Kuminga's showing us on this stage, given a chance, Donnie, he can help. But if we got a coach that's saying, hey, A, B, and C can't work together, then you're really – so I'm saying all that to say, Donnie, is I think there was a tussle behind the scenes in regard to Jonathan Kuminga. I thought the owner was his biggest fan. He wasn't included in the trade for a reason. And I think the owner was like, you know what the hell? We pulled off this trade. Go your way. Let's see what happens. And now by default, because that's the only reason I think Kuminga's playing, we're seeing Kuminga show people that this dude can do some things.
Score. He's a great scorer. I got you.
But we cannot, in the 3 games that he's shown the polls, Jonathan Kuminga, and I heard this on the morning roast, and I just hate it, Steiny, from callers, they lost. Well, Curry's gone off, and Butler scored points when they've lost, but it's not about that. You know what time it is when we talk about a player that looked like he was just going to be a bump on a pickle, and now all of a sudden against a stout defense, he's showing you he's got some gifts. Not saying he's perfect.
You said something that I don't even think you realized you said, but it is so telling. You said, Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy Butler need help. Well, guess what? You know what we were saying 2-3 months ago? Curry needs help. So they get Jimmy Butler, and they still have Draymond, but they still need more help. What does that tell you?
Now, it's funny. Lastly, because I got an answer.
Lastly,
that our Thundercats aren't it.
We should probably get back to the game soon. Yeah. How do you get more help when Curry's making 65 and Butler's making 60? How?
Not DMP Kuminga and make that baby
The
fit.
point is you can't. You can't get enough help around those guys right now. I don't think.
Wow. But you would, real quick, you would understand, though, that that's a course of action if this thing ends tomorrow.
What is?
Because now I'm thinking about pods differently. I'm thinking about, and it might be unfair, but I'm being real. Okay. So you miss me with you handled the regular season. I need to know, is this going to be something moving forward the rest of your careers?
Like,
well, I don't know. Do you think Houston's ready to give up on Jalen Green after one playoff?
I thought, but they've said they're not.
Okay.
Steiny, he's more talented.
Well, that's fine. If you want to make a judgment off Pods' one playoff,
no, I don't know what to do. But that's what.
But he's 22 years old. I mean, to expect these young players to be big factors early in the postseason. Let's go to TJ in Houston. He wants to talk about Pods. Hey, TJ, how you doing, man?
How y'all doing? I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Hanging in.
I just wanted to talk about like two little things about Pozinski and Steve Kerr. One, I think we're losing this year because Pozinski. If you pay attention, I think we got a good enough team. Yeah, we might not have a overall better team than Minnesota, but I think we have a good enough team to get it done. Pozinski, he's giving us nothing. We got to trade him, son. He's 20-something years old, and he can't beat nobody off the dribble. That's a problem. That's a big problem. All these games, we within a game. We 7-8 points away. He can't give us nothing. If he could at least give us 15, we win all these games. It's him. He the problem. He got to go in the offseason if we get eliminated. Steve Kerr, I don't think we need to fire Steve Kerr, but Steve Kerr has to start letting Jonathan Kuminga play more. All as soon as the man mess up one time, take him out the game. What is that? Come on now, come on. The man can't even play because he too scared to mess up. The moment he mess up, he knew he getting taken out the game. But Pozinski, he going up and down the court and go 1 for 10 and get 35 minutes. Like, come on, he's the problem. I know y'all pointing out Jimmy Butler. I know y'all pointing out Draymond Green. Everybody playing their point, but he's the big problem. It's his fault why we down like this. Look at how he playing for the last 4 games. He's doing nothing.
He's been terrible. He's been terrible.
That's what I see.
Yeah.
I'm looking at everything. If you really analyze the game, I don't mean to cut you off, man. This is the last thing I want to see. If you really analyze the game and just look at the last couple, 6 to 7 minutes, we can talk about Jimmy Butler gas. We can talk about Draymond miss. All that. That's true. What is Pozinski doing? You're 20-something years old, dude. You can't beat nobody off the dribble? We got to trade you. I'm sorry. Jordan Poole would never be doing this right now. I'm sorry.
Thanks, TJ. I appreciate the call. Paz has been terrible.
I got to be honest. Why not throw Moody in there too?
Because he's been. Oh, I thought you meant.
Okay, no, I'm just I'm not in Moody's. Like, you know what? It's a double. Like, both of those dudes have hurt me.
Well, that's because they're not playing with Steph Curry right now, and everything changes. And when Steph Curry goes out, everybody needs to do more, and sometimes guys aren't capable of it.
But Moody starts slipping a little bit with Curry in that Houston series started, Steiny, a little before Pods.
Exactly. Because the Warriors have a lot of guys who are playing first meaningful playoff series. That's the other thing. It's like,
can you afford to let JK go, Steiny? I know that's for another show, but I think right now, I don't know. I thought you could.
I don't.
I'm like, well, you really can? I'm just saying.
Again, I've always said I'd be careful about trading Kuminga at 22, but that doesn't mean I think he's going to be a superstar. I don't think he's going to be a superstar. He's too one-dimensional. He's a scorer, and this league needs scorers.
But McDaniel's not a superstar, but he's a perfect fit. He's good. No, for Minnesota. So
no kidding. But why is he good?
His DNA, his body, his length,
his defense. He's a great defender. That'll always keep a guy on the court. And if Steve Kerr were convinced Kuminga was a great defender, I don't think this would be an issue.
He's not a bad defender, Steiny. I know. Let's move on. But he's not a bad defender. And he can easily be a better defender, but man, he's got some gifts. And we're talking about lack of athleticism, this and that. He's checking a lot of boxes.
Who?
Kuminga, for the things that we say this team needs outside of the big three. Athleticism, defense.
I reject that he's a good defensive player.
Well, I didn't say good. I said he's not bad.
I think he's below average as a help defender. I think he can
get better easy. Of course,
he should have gotten better by now. Let's go to Idris and Hayward. What's going on, Idris? How you doing?
I'm doing well, fellas. So I got 3 main points and a final point because I watched that game with a microscope. The first quarter, Draymond showed up. Even Pod made his first 2 shots. I was like, oh, we're here. But Jimmy was passive, and I was fine with that because I said, okay, he's going to save it for the fourth quarter because of the last game. But Julius Randle was a super saiyan in the first quarter. We should have been up by 8 to 15 points, but Julius Randle single-handedly took the punch. Then we go into the half, and then Anthony Edwards says, hey, I can do more than dunk on Looney. I can show that I could do my Steph Curry impersonation. And he starts shooting like crazy, and Jimmy in the second half, he goes down and does these terrible, I'm trying to draw foul layups, and on the other side, three, and we're down by 12, and then everybody just fell apart. This game was on Jimmy. It's not his fault, but this game was on Jimmy. I watched it, and I said, oh, my God. And the only other point is we just got to take the L on Jonathan Kuminga. I love Steve Kerr, but based on what we see, we can't just stand here and say, but that's fine now because we've been here before. We're going to win the next game. Steph is going to come back. And once it goes to Game 7, anything goes. Take care, fellas. God bless y'all.
Yeah, take it easy.
Jay Williams on ESPN was
say?
talking about Jimmy Butler, and Idris just said that game was on Butler. What did Jay Williams have to say? Take a listen.
I don't even know what to say about this one. This is crazy. I mean, this is why Jimmy Butler was brought to Golden State, right? For moments like this. And what did we see last game? We saw Jimmy Butler, the pace was incredible. Even though they gave it away, UD and Perk, my man took 23 shots. He was hunting his shots. There was nothing that was calculated about the way he was playing. He had to let loose. He had to be aggressive because that gave his team the best opportunity to win. 9 shots in 34 minutes, to me, feels like you aren't the aggressive Jimmy Butler. It feels like you are not even really on the court. Now, I know I've never been in playoff games to this magnitude. You guys have. But I can tell you from somebody who is competitively an ass, that's how I am. KP, ain't no way in hell I'm taking 9 shots in a game where my team is without our star player. Everybody is looking at me to be the guy. Kuminga is a good talent, but he is young. Everybody is looking at me to be the old veteran guy who has carried teams to further places in the Eastern Conference like the Miami Heat. To me, this is a sign of somebody I get worried about. Where are you? What is happening in this game where I need you to be him?
That was Jay Williams.
Oh, man.
What'd you think?
I'm going to throw it to you because you said, and again, Stein, if he's sick and you're out there, I don't know what to do. If little Johnny's sick and we're in CYO, that matters. But if you're out there, then I feel like we can judge accordingly. You've always said, don't tell Jimmy how to play. Does last night constitute that? Or what was that? That's valid coming from our guy.
Last night was a case of Jimmy Butler, who's played a lot of basketball in the last month. You're asking me, I'm going to tell you. He's wearing down, and he's being guarded by a guy who's damn good defensively, Jaden McDaniels, a big chunk of the time. He can't just get his shot off. He has to make a move or a fake to get his shot off. And this kid is young. He's energetic. He's very smart. He's staying down on defense. That's the thing that's been the most impressive thing about Minnesota and Houston to a lesser degree. It feels like nobody's going for Jimmy's head fakes. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Okay, let's just put the right on the table. First one of the day, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. And this is my second time throwing it to you, Stoney. Okay. In regard to tomorrow's game, what adjustments can they make outside of make shots?
I don't even know what to say.
No, thank you, Jay. That's what's scary about it.
This is crazy.
I look at this team right now and say the only adjustments you can make is if you want to play guys who you haven't played a lot. If you want to go ahead and give Spencer more time or Guy Santos more time. I don't think that's the answer. I don't think that's going to win you the game, especially now because this is your roster. It is, it's the roster. I will say this.
It's who you brought to the dance, right?
I've detected, like, when the Warriors won game one, but Steph was hurt.
Minnesota was lousy.
I detected, like, it felt like overconfidence to me.
From Minnesota?
From Warrior fans.
Oh, wow. Oh, for the win.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, not understanding
99-88.
what the absence of Steph was going to mean. And the other thing is, look, Minnesota, you know what they are over their last 48 games? They're 34-14.
Wow.
That's a 60-win team. And that's from the second half. So, like, the Timberwolves, they're good. Like, they're a good team. They were in the Western Conference Finals last year.
No, you're making an argument about the schedule game. They were the only team in the West that had an easier schedule than the Warriors down the stretch of the season.
But there's a difference. And the difference is this, that Julius Randle was a new acquisition, and by the halfway point of the season, they felt like they had him integrated more, and they started playing better. I laughed at him. The Warriors got Butler at the same time, or, at the trade deadline, and everything started clicking, and they beat some teams. But I think the Timberwolves had discovered something like permanent, and the Warriors didn't know if they had or not.
Well, I think it's pretty equal. I mean, the Warriors discovered something when they got Jimmy Butler. The difference was it was just external compared to internal, if you know what I mean.
I mean, my point is that both teams have been playing well since whenever, and the Warriors don't have Curry.
And
that's kind of what I meant.
Yeah, no, that's the difference.
Right. Yeah, and I know everybody doesn't play the ponies, and when I say that, Steiny and Evan, I mean gambling. But let's be honest. I guess he could qualify for another amount. Let's put the mice on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Steiny, Vegas had, with a healthy Steph Curry, they had Minnesota heavily favored in this series. So I say that because I'm looking in the mirror talking to myself. What had you think this could go a different way? In game one, up until Curry got hurt, it was like, okay, Vegas, you got it wrong. And that's what I think, that's what's at the core of my pain. They got a game tomorrow. I just feel like had the chef been there Saturday, had he been there last night, maybe they're up 10 instead of 2 at half. I don't know. And we'll never find out. But the one glaring thing about this to me, guys, and I mean this, I look differently at my team so differently now when I judge guys without the chef. You could say it's unfair. You're late to the party.
That's what I would say.
But wow, man.
Like, outside of Kuminga, because do you think the Warriors have a star young player?
No.
Okay. Well, you're answering all your own questions. So they don't have a star young player.
But you got two superstars.
You only have one now.
Okay, in the series.
You only have one. And I got news for you. Without Steph Curry, their 23-year-old superstar is better than your 35-year-old superstar.
And that
Anthony Edwards is better than Jimmy Butler.
No doubt.
Let's go to Ed and Benicia. What's going on, Ed? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Matt and Guru?
Hey, how are you?
I wanted to talk a little bit about Joe Lacob.
All right.
Joe Lacob is clearly the best owner the Warriors have ever had, so I'll give him that, no doubt about it.
Yep.
But I think he needs to stay out of the scouting room. I feel like, Wiseman was not a good decision at the time, and, there's been a lot of reports saying that that's who he really wanted, whereas there were other people in the room that wanted Halliburton, who's the guy I wanted. I wanted Halliburton. I heard that there was a trade proposal at 4 where they would trade their second pick, drop down to 4. They could have got Wendell Carter Jr. and Halliburton, and we wouldn't be having this conversation about we need another point guard. The same thing with Kuminga. I saw Marcus Thompson's article the other day where he said there were a lot of people in the room that wanted Franz Wagner, and I just feel like, Joe got excited twice because of the talent, or at least the natural talent that Wiseman and Kuminga had, and he swung and missed both times. Now, I know that Kuminga's having a great series, but he still doesn't fit what the Warriors want to do when the chef is around. So we would have been better off to get Wagner. We would have been better off to get Carter. Carter Jr. and Halliburton compared to what we got right now.
Appreciate it, Ed.
Yeah. So that's
just a
conundrum that they have to figure out, man. I just don't think. Go ahead. I don't think you can afford now. It's not the show for it, but Steiny, the way I'm feeling, there's no way you let J.K. go. He's shown you that.
Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock tonight. 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr is going to join Willard.
What kind of mood you think? He's always the same, but damn, we're facing this will be the first time they lost 4 in a row.
It.
Yeah, that's never happened under Curry's watch.
I wonder if Franz Wagner would have played if the Warriors had drafted him.
What about LaMelo Ball?
Well, he'd be hurt.
Exactly.
That's a great comeback. But hey, that's a great comeback. But you know what I'm going. Oh man, it's not. We got a chance. We got a game tomorrow. And leave the black uniforms alone. Let's just go back to the old school. Bad luck in the black, Steiny.
Let's go to Kevin in Louisiana. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
I don't even know what to say.
Hey, Steiny and Garu. Look, one of the guys was really. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Well, look, we got to pump the brakes and realize that our old motto, strength in numbers. At the point of attack, the guy that called about BP, yes, he brings the ball up and he's a connector, but they don't fear him off the dribble. He's right about that. Yep. You have to be able to attack the defense. Brian is good at what he does, but he has to be able to attack the defense. He has to be able to go ahead and make the defense respect him. Okay? It goes back to strength in numbers. San Antonio, the guy that talked about San Antonio, Kawhi Leonard used to come off the bench. Ginobili, he used to come off the bench. That's strength in numbers. We have to bring back the trust with our players. Steve Kerr has to trust him. He has to build them up. They can't come in there and not being unsure of what their position is. And I'm going to pretty much leave it at that. I gave that scenario the last time I talked to you guys about next year because I'm being realistic. Jimmy, if you watch his gait, Jimmy is lucky to even be walking around trying to play.
Wow.
It was criminal what they allowed Houston to get away with against him and Steph.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. Appreciate the call. Yeah. It's hard to be strength in numbers, though, when you got two guys making as much as Butler and Steph.
But didn't the regular season feel like it was back, though, to a degree? Not superstars, because that's what that strength in numbers was not built on superstars. There was a core of superstars, and then you had a plethora of what I thought was GP2, Moody playing, Pods, Post, Guy Santos, Steiny.
Everybody that you named except Peyton had virtually no experience in the postseason. But I hear you. Peyton hasn't been very good in this series.
That's what's shocking.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Memorial Day weekend is almost here, so swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. It's done in 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
This is crazy.
don't mess around with games. There's a lack of grit.
I don't even know what to say.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr is joining Willard and Dibbs today at 5 o'clock. Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. They find themselves down 3-1 with Game 5 tomorrow in Minnesota. And the Warriors are going to try to stave off elimination.
Last time this team was here in the Offs was 2016. No.
I don't.
Yeah, because they were up 3-1. I was thinking I'm talking about OKC.
I think they were down 3-1 to the Lakers, right?
Lakers.
Yes, they were. And they lost that series.
Yeah, they won Game 5 and then lost Game 6.
Yeah, that's right.
Good stuff, E.
The one thing, and we can get into this, does Kuminga play in the last 2-3 games like he has prove that, like, Kerr blew it, or Kerr didn't use him right, or Kerr didn't develop him right? I think that's going to be out there.
Okay.
But the one thing I will say is I do think this is nuanced, but I think when Steve Kerr said, Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond, they're just not a good unit together, I think that without saying it, he specifically meant with Steph Curry. Because without Steph Curry, they're more likely to work, I believe. Because Kuminga becomes, because if you have Steph Curry, Kuminga, and Butler, I think the reality is you have 2 ISO players, Kuminga and Butler. And if Steph's not there, which he isn't right now, they still have 2 ISO players, but 2 guys can have an ability to share the ball better than 3 guys. And I think, I do think they've been fine. That threesome, Draymond, Butler, and Kuminga. The problem is that they're not getting a lot of help, and they're less multi-dimensional than when they do have Steph.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, because I said it yesterday, and Draymond lived up to it in regard to offensively. I thought he was a wild card, and he did his part offensively. I didn't mention anything. Well, I said be tenacious on defense, but he's trying. He's not having success with Julius Randle. Okay, with that said, you talked about Kuminga, and I just got to get this off my chest. Steiny, some fans didn't even need to see these 2 performances or these 3 performances in the playoffs to still feel the way they felt about Kuminga making contributions. Like they already were there, like they had seen enough. And that was a part of the frustrating part, that he wasn't, a part of what was going on after Jimmy Butler.
I mean, I think, the injury hurt him in a big way.
He missed 31 games.
And while he was gone,
they
won.
Yeah.
And so,
out of sight, out of mind.
I don't. Well. Let's go to Maxine. Maxine's in Antioch.
Hey,
Maxine, how are you?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, you guys.
Sure.
So, I'm happy to hear Guru's denial is breaking down, because I know, Guru, you've heard of the late great Maya Angelou.
Yes.
Who said, when somebody shows you who they are, you gotta believe them. Right?
Yes.
So, the Warriors are, it is what it is. And it's sad, but, that's the way it goes. And then I just have a word of advice for Steph Curry. It's called Bikram Yoga. Tom Brady. Stretch, stretch, stretch. The older you get, you got to keep those muscles supple. So
wow.
I hope he... Bikram yoga is that hot yoga, right?
Sure.
So he's got to go in there. He's got to, especially as he's getting older, he's got to really stretch those muscles. Look how long Tom Brady lasted, and he was all about stretching, right?
Yeah. All right. You know what? We'll try to get the word to him. I know those guys are interviewing Steve Kerr. Maybe they can suggest Kerr tell Steph that?
Because I got an appointment.
I think he does yoga, but go ahead.
Yeah, cryotherapy. I'm trying. I got an appointment where you get in the cold. Because remember, I told you guys my ACL, MCL. But I got inflammation. Why are you laughing, Evan, in the knee? So I got an appointment. I'm going to get in the cold tub.
Just a victory lap.
Well, yeah. It felt like it. Cryotherapy, you're familiar. Where you get in the cold tub and you can isolate it to any part of your body.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what's going to happen?
The inflammation. I got inflammation in my knee. It was causing pain. It'll go down, hopefully.
But then won't it come right back?
Not if you strengthen other muscles around.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, he's not going to do that.
No.
Well, he benches 350.
Oh, Evan, I'm not. Hey.
I'm sorry.
The dude seen me hit a ball 315 feet. Throw a bowling ball hard as he says he's ever seen anybody.
315. That does not get out of most stadiums in the power hour. Even down the right field line. I don't know.
Stopped. He went looking for it. Yeah.
Sammy Sosa.
Help us out. Give us something to win tomorrow. How are we going? I can't wait for Willard.
Why?
Who can come up with something?
I got something.
Oh, give it to us.
Give it to me, baby.
Rick James.
You need Minnesota to miss some shots. Like, seriously, you need the Timberwolves to shoot the way that they shot in game one. That's how they won the game. Is Minnesota didn't make a three in the first half, and they shot 20% for the game.
That feels like a year ago now, man.
Yeah.
We need that Minnesota. That was Russ Steiny, you think? Or nerves? Or a mixture?
I think it was mostly the Warriors' intensity caught Minnesota by surprise because the Warriors had just played in a tough series. And looking back at it now, the Timberwolves had fish in the first round. They won in 5 games. They weren't tested. Then they got into game 1 against the Warriors, and they just got punched in the mouth.
Now they've kind of figured it out, though, you know? It feels like Minnesota offense. Stoney, they just swing the ball and get whatever look they want.
But,
go ahead.
They're playing the Warriors without Steph. Like, you can't.
Well, I meant offensively.
Yeah, I hear you.
They're eating.
Yeah.
Real quick. Yeah. I know that's my buddy Reg. He loves him some SGA. How close is Ant-Man to being the best all-around player in the game? I'm telling you,
okay.
I got him at 2, Derek Jeter. Whoever your 1 is.
Okay.
And when he gets after it defensively, he can.
Yep. I mean, you've seen him guard Butler in this series, and you've seen him guard a whole host. I mean, he took a shot at Curry when Curry was in this series early. I mean, I will say this about, the Warriors, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but, for the people out there that think, Kuminga, this or that, or people don't like Kuminga, and people don't think I like Kuminga. Like,
people don't think you like anybody.
What are you talking about? I like Curry.
It's just who you are.
I like Curry. He's a good player.
Recently. Yeah.
He's a great player.
Anyway, I interrupted you.
But what I'm saying is like, are you gonna lose Kuminga and keep Draymond Green? Is that what we're looking at? Because that is something where that to me would seem.
What would you do, though?
Of course not.
Okay.
No.
And I'm in that same camp. But there's light there. I don't want to say politics. There's other things in play. Draymond's Elliot Ness, Donnie. He's untouchable. He's not going anywhere. He's part of the fabric. He's Steph Curry's dude.
Well, I got to tell you, that's, to me, the scariest thing about the Warriors moving forward is
wow.
They're still old and they're getting older. And
you want to get rid of a 22-year-old.
Exactly. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Tommy.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Hey, so, I'm going to go a little bit different perspective here, man. Everybody's got to quit pointing fingers that everybody's not doing something right. Look, we lost the greatest shooter ever, okay? Our number 1 scorer. We without him, if the Warriors are the machine, he's the oil. Without the oil, it doesn't run. Okay? Look at the last 3 games we lost. Warriors averaged 100 points. Timberwolves averaged 112. Okay? We cannot keep going down this road. I just feel, looks like Tatum's out. Do you think without Tatum, do you think Boston's going to win?
I think they still got action. That's just me, but I hear you.
Okay. If Bronson's out, do you think they have a good chance? It's like even Ant-Man. Yeah. Everybody's odds go down,
No
if
doubt.
they can't get it.
And I think
so I got a little point, man.
Go ahead. Good.
Here we go. Twiddly-dee, twiddly-dum. The Warriors are done. We run high, we run low. We really have nowhere to go. You guys have a great day. Thank you so much.
Yep.
I wish the Warriors the best, but it's going to be a hard mountain to climb, man. Have a great day.
And you know what? When
they're not done, Saturday, we got 1 game.
I mean, when you say what would any team do without their best player, the only team that could survive, I think, is the Celtics. Like, if Cleveland loses Mitchell, they're done. If the Denver Nuggets lose Jokic, they're done. If Oklahoma City loses Gilgeous-Alexander, they're done. Steph Curry, they're done. The Celtics are the one team, and they're down 3-1, so it's going to be really hard. But hypothetically, if it was 2-2 and this happened, I would absolutely give the Celtics a shot at it. But to me, the Celtics are the team that would be most able to overcome their best player getting hurt.
Yeah, but I have no problem with that. But you can't want to check me into the mental ward for thinking when Curry went down, a guy with the moniker of Playoff Jimmy and Jimmy Buckets, who's done it twice with the team that now I'm starting to say, hey, they had some shooters. He don't got shooters here. But Steiny, I think this is the closest thing to Boston where you thought they could survive. Like,
oh, really?
Like the awakening is, I've given Curry all the credit that he deserves, but I didn't know even him being gone. I was drunk on the Kool-Aid that Jimmy could get us. We could get through this series without Steph.
Couldn't you make the case that it's the Celtics just because they're the least star-centric team in the league? Like they don't they don't play solely around one player.
Yeah.
It honestly varies depending on the game as to who's going to kill you.
But if you look at the finances, Jaylen Brown's getting paid. Like, I don't want to hear ain't no Tatum. Dude, you take it up a notch, and you still got shooters in Porzingis.
No, I mean, if they weren't down 3-1, I would agree with you. But
what do you do tomorrow, Evan? What adjustment would you make?
You got to defend better. I know everything's been made about the firepower, but I thought Draymond Green, I don't know if you have that sound, Sonny. I thought he said it perfectly where it was, did you give up 117 points? This team is just not right now equipped to score that many.
Man.
You give up 117 points without Steph, you're probably losing. Because the likelihood that we're going to score 117 points without him is not that high. So everyone has to commit to getting it done on the defensive end, everybody being on the string. That's how we can give ourselves a chance.
Now, I will say to Dre this. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. You only needed 103 Saturday, Dre. So you did what you needed to do. I feel like holding them to 102, and you still couldn't get it done.
But that's how small their margin for error is. Right. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Real quick, Goo, you're right. It's not for today. But the caller, Ed, was right. This is a product of missing those 2 picks and Jordan Poole being in the Wizards. But that's another day.
Yeah.
But the fans, I'm sitting here thinking of Willard because I feel, Goo, help me. This is a scene in Belly where Nas is talking about the books and DMX is like, here we go.
No,
again.
God, this is a great one. Go ahead.
Because the fans, they keep coming. No, it's nobody's fault. Did Jimmy Butler look like he checked out? Yeah, we don't know why. Is Kuminga look like he's going to be a great ISO player? Yes, but what ISO player wins? Ask James Harden. Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant are the best ISO players ever. They played in a system and made everyone better. So when you look at pods and the role players not doing good, it's because, here you go, Kuminga, you're the system. That's all we have when Steph is out. So it's not nobody's fault. It's something different that no one can get adjusted to. So Kuminga could be like a Julius Randle and play with Ant-Man with an elite defense and have a chance at a championship, or be with two other ISO players, Devin Booker, KD, Bradley Beal, and be at home. So they got to figure out what they want to do. But when you lose Steph Curry, I mean, we're all wishing on a star. So we got to pump our brakes and stop coming for everybody, especially Pods. I got a question for Steiny.
Yeah.
If Guru scores 23 points, has 1 assist, 1 steal, and that's it, the other guy, we'll use me, scores 11 points, has 4 steal, assists, and 3 rebounds. Who impacted the game more? Because one person has a -9, one person has a -13. So let's leave the guy alone. And I'm not saying you, Steiny, I'm just you, so you can answer that after. I'm not coming for you. I'm just saying, let's leave the guy alone in his first playoff series ever. He has to get adjusted from playing with Steph to now it's Kuminga's show. So relax, Warriors fans. Let's go, and we're cool. You guys have a good day.
All right. Well, Kuminga made more of an impact last night.
Right.
But what he's saying is,
all around
if a guy just scores and another guy does a little bit of everything, which do you want? Yeah. They would have taken either last night from anybody.
So, just last thing, because I've given this guy flowers at every turn, but my version of coming for him is just disappointment. But Steiny, do you think it's just simple? It's just the stage that has Pods and Moody just shook? It's just the stay or the...
No, he's not good enough to carry the load that he's being asked to carry now without Steph Curry. He's not good enough yet. He's just not. We found out a lot about his athleticism in this postseason.
Right.
That maybe it's not quite as high as we thought. But again, when you walk onto the floor with Steph Curry, you know you're in a supportive role. When Steph Curry's not on the floor, you have to be proactive. And when you're proactive and you don't have a complete game, you're gonna suffer. I mean, you're gonna struggle. And you know what we found out, what we're finding out with Pods is right now, at least offensively, he doesn't have anything to hang his hat on. Like he can't. He's struggling to get quality shots. And the reason he was more effective in the regular season is because with Steph, you can get quality shots. But on his own, he struggles. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Hey, Jan.
Hey, Jan.
Well, we've talked enough about Kuminga. I'm over it.
Okay.
I'm to the point where, okay, they start out great yesterday, and I thought they were going to, be able to bring it home, and then that, Ant-Man went off, and, the rest. And I think that Kerr probably should have brought in those, brought in Santos and maybe somebody else sooner, because near the end of the game when he waved the flag, look what happened. And they brought it down to 7, and the rest is history. Well, I'm looking at management now to look into next year, because we're getting too old, too slow, and we need length and size. And until we, and I guess we have Kerr for another year, which means forget it. They're not going to, he doesn't develop. He doesn't, he didn't bring, he didn't, count on Kuminga until now when Curry went out, injured. And I'm to the point where, Lakeup and Levy, is that his name? The assistant or the GM now? They need to start looking for the next head coach that will develop players and get length in this team and start the rebuild and not wait, because I'm over it. I just and I don't I'd like to feel good about tomorrow night, but after last night, I just said coming back 3-1, Who's done that? Okay, they say the Warriors did it once, maybe twice, but we were younger back then, and we had a better team. And look at what Minnesota's doing to us.
Oh, what happened to Jan?
Oh no, Brink.
Sorry, Jan, but we're all a little bit older now than we were. This is why, as I'm looking at Pods and how he's played in the postseason, I mean, he's learning that. I mean, he's learning he's not as good as he thinks he is.
No, that's wow.
I mean, I hope he's learning that.
Wow.
And the other thing is, we and this is why I kind of pushed back on it during the season when we say, oh, Pods is really, really a smart player. I don't necessarily think he's a smart player. I think he's clever at times. Like last night, he'll step in front of somebody running up the court and get a charge. And he did it the other night to Randall. That's
Pastani?
That's great. That's cute.
Okay.
But that doesn't win you games. And how smart can you be playing if you've just had 2 games where you can't make a shot?
And he's missing open shots, though. That doesn't have anything to do with smart, Steiny. He's just missing or it's nerves. But just in regard to me doubling back, I'm not caping for Pods. His IQ to me is off the charts because, Steiny, with his limited skill set,
it's not.
He's taken the reins to be the point guard for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I don't think he's a cerebral player. I've said that since he came.
Well, maybe that's coming. Maybe that's coming for what now we're starting. I don't want to say the jig is up, but let's be honest. For him to take the reins and become what he's become up until this point, I fell for it.
Okay, is it smart? How much is he dribbling in this series?
Too much.
Exactly. That's not smart.
But if you can't go by anybody and everybody else is covered.
So how smart is that?
Yeah, it's not. But he's not the only one, Steiny. How many times we see Warrior players get the ball with 6 seconds left? Oh, thanks for the pass, Evan. What am I going to do with it?
He's playing 30 minutes a game.
But he's not subbing himself in or out the game.
Don't you get it? They're running out of players. They don't have enough quality players, especially without Steph Curry. At least that's the way it looks at this point.
I don't even know what to say.
All right. I got some trivia for you and Evan on the other side.
Why do you think Pods is a smart player?
That's not trivia.
I'll tell you on the other side.
Okay.
The fact that he's doing what he's done already.
That's just because they have a void in the backcourt.
He's gained trust from the coach.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. You think he's smart. I think he's mediocre.
No, I'm just okay. Got you.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's
it's
not
what we
following
do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr joining Willard and Dibbs at 5 o'clock tonight. Steve Kerr, his team down 3-1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Game 5 tomorrow. And we'll see if the Warriors can extend this thing.
Yeah, we have to. The season's not going to be over, man. I got some trivia whenever you want it before we get out of here. You and Evan.
I think, didn't we leave here with me saying, why do you think Pods is a really smart player?
Let's do that.
Okay.
So it's more of how he's been handed the responsibilities to run a team with the likes of Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry. You don't just get to do that without being smart, to me. He knows Too Short, the great rapper from Oakland, Steiny, had a saying, get in where you fit in. And Pods has done that to the T. But what's happened is he started feeling himself like Mac Dre and doing a little too much. Okay, that's to be expected. So when we talk about him not playing great in the playoffs, Steiny, it's not about, the clock has struck 12. His shooting has been horrible.
Why?
That's why I'm trying to find answers.
Because the shots are harder
but
without
some of these
Steph.
are wide open in the lane, and they're not going for the little Fred Astaire move, the little skedaddle that he was getting away with in the paint. They're not going for it. So
stop measuring the Warriors against Charlotte and Utah and horse bleep teams.
Hey, put your glasses back on.
Well, they wouldn't have been horse bleep if they had actually gotten the lottery.
But Evan, put some respect on Pod's name from that point to be able to run this system and be trusted by Kerr. That's all.
He doesn't run the system. What are you talking about? Pods runs the system. He didn't even bring it up half the time.
He does bring it up a lot, and he gets them into their stuff.
First
Evan,
of all,
say what?
Nobody.
I'm not telling you he's got. I'm like, I don't know what to make of him now.
Who takes the most bad heat check threes on the team? Pajemski. Who continually finds himself up against the shot clock with 5 seconds to go, and he makes a decision with 5 seconds to go that, well, I get to shoot this one.
Facts.
Okay, that's not smart.
I'm not a system player.
That's
I am a
not
system.
smart. And I'm not saying the guy's useless, but let's not turn him into Chris Paul.
And I'm not doing that, but I feel like you need to ask Steve Kerr, well, why the hell has he been doing this?
I told you why. They have no one else to do it. When they traded Schroeder, they made a deal that Pods was going to be the guy. Period. There's nobody on the roster that the roster's not good enough for anybody to push Pods out of the way. He's got, he found a hole in this roster.
Okay, but here I go, because I'm not telling you he's that. That hurts when you say Chris Paul. I'm telling you, now that their backs are against the wall, I feel like the young fella is playing so bad and keeping nobody in front of him that I might run Pat Spencer out there for 5 minutes.
Go ahead. You can do that. And what do you expect to gain from that?
It's not about what I gain. It's about me keeping it so real about when I was so high on Pods to where I'm at now. There has to be not a penalty, but Steiny, I've never heard a team or a ball club be constructed to where, Steiny, you know what? You're so awful, but lucky for you, we got nobody to take your place.
He's a feast or famine player.
And would you give me this? Up into this playoffs, his first, it's been more of a feast.
Did you really think Pods was going to play great in the postseason?
No, great is way too strong.
Okay, did you think he was going to be able to match his level of play?
I'm being real. I kind of did, Steiny. He went on that 23 games.
I don't feel like I can help you there.
Yeah, no, he went on a, what did we say, 22-game stretch where he shot 44% from three. He could do no wrong. And I'm just telling you, I see it now. and it's a big part of why I'm nervous moving forward. I'll save it about the future of this team. It's not just him, because we cannot ride a 37, 38-year-old Steph Curry now with this issue into the ground.
Son, you would even agree, though, that there's a difference between not playing to your level in the regular season and shooting 23.1% in a series, which is literally the worst that anyone has shot in a series since 2014.
Just admit it, Stoney.
Because Steph Curry isn't on the floor, and everything he does is more difficult, and he's not a great enough player yet to come through in that
some
situation.
Of this is the Houston series.
Yeah, he's been historically bad in this series. I'm not saying that he should be incredible, but I do think that people looking at him saying, "What the hell is happening?"
It's fair.
Yeah.
I even with Curry in Houston, he had a game or two.
What did you think he was going to do against the Houston Rockets defense?
Well, that's different.
Who is he better than?
He scored 26 against them in a game.
One game.
And that game was a game that you had to have to win the series.
So is he playing the worst of anybody in the history of the game, or did he have 26?
He's somewhere in the middle.
Okay. He stinks. Why did you expect him to be a good player?
And that's why I feel like you're being...
It's his first playoff series, and he's going up against the best...
second season of him holding down the fort, especially this season. So when you say, what did you expect? Him to kind of just mirror what he was in the regular season. Not be a superstar, but for you to throw him to the pack of wolves now, it feels like you're saying that, and say, what did you guys expect? Come on. Dude was okay at best.
He played 2 games without Butler. And he's played 3 or 4 without Curry, and it changes the absolute dynamic.
But to have nobody behind you that's on management, and I think you got somebody behind him, Pat Spencer. You just got to trust him, and maybe he can do no worse than what Pods has been doing. He can do no worse if you put him out there with a blindfold on.
So Pods isn't helping you.
No, he's definitely not helping you.
I think if he were...
they're killing them on the dribble. Your point of attack, when your point guard can't guard, it's a wrap. Everything's a breakdown. That's just me. So I'm talking just run Pat out there and see if he can get his 3 or 4 minutes. Who knows?
Sure, go ahead. I'm all for it.
All right.
I'm all for it. How many times do we have to say the playoffs are different?
Come on now. They totally are.
Okay, well then stop asking what's going on with Pods. He's getting overwhelmed by athleticism, by length.
Yeah.
He just is. And now he doesn't have security blanket with Steph.
Right, but many shows we did before the playoffs, Stoney, you gave him... No, I don't want to...
He was playing great.
Okay, that's all right. And I fell for he could take that into the playoffs. That's on me. But you act like we didn't see that. I'm not saying he was an all-star in the regular season, but for you not to call him smart...
If you don't think you have a tendency to overrate players... during the regular season, I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm living it right now.
Pods is fine in the regular season. And maybe he'll be great in the playoffs next year. But, what happened to Moody?
I don't know.
Well, I think I have an idea, and it's the stars aren't carrying you. The competition's significantly better. And you need Moody and Podziemski to be more than just role players.
Okay, so now it goes back to Kerr in this regard to me. Kuminga, Moody, and Pods. Who's the most talented, Stoney?
Kuminga.
And who got basically the worst treatment of it all? Kuminga. Now we're in the offs, and the 2 dudes that I thought could hold down the fort to just be themselves in the offs are doing nothing, and the guy with the most raw talent is just on, hey, go in there and see what you got. It's put 3 good games together. But we can't.
Well, no, he hasn't. And stop that.
Okay. What would we call it for his standards?
He scored in 3 games.
Yeah.
He's been a great scorer for 3 games.
I thought Saturday night he was stellar.
Okay.
All around.
Okay.
But for a guy that's been forgotten about to even do that, let you know, how the hell did this guy ever be forgotten about?
Well, maybe that has to do, and I don't know, maybe he doesn't work hard enough. Maybe he's not taking Kerr's instruction. Maybe he's a terrible help defender. Maybe he can't make a play for somebody else. I don't know. You got to ask Steve Kerr that.
Yeah.
But I'm not here to say he's coached Kuminga great. I'm just here to say, like, did you think Pods was going to average 15 a game in the postseason?
It's different than that. And again, I'm advocating for somebody. There's too much, and there's only one game left, hopefully more, but I'm ready for all of it. No, you need to come down. Hey, yeah, you can say whatever, and, you know, what do we say? Man, Pods, it ain't about you as much, and you kind of love that bravado, but I'm to the point now to where, damn it, I want 30 minutes to be 21, so you know that you ain't living up to what we need you to do like everybody else, you know?
I'm going to put it to you this way. Let me ask you this. Who's the most talented by far, Kuminga, Pajemski, or Moody?
Oh, Kuminga.
So why isn't he playing?
I have no idea.
Well, try to figure it out. I mean, what could be the reasons? Do you believe that Kerr has an in for him? Do you believe that Kerr's got a doghouse that he's never been out of?
I don't think he fits the system. Kerr feels like he doesn't fit the system.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
But the last 3 games, when the system was on lock and guys can't get up a shot, Jonathan Kuminga was there to save the day somewhat. That's all.
The problem with Jonathan is that he does one thing very well, score. But if he's going to be playing with Curry and Butler, that means he's going to be the 3rd leading scorer. So now you have a player whose strength is scoring, who's not asked to score like a 25-point scorer,
right,
and doesn't do the other things. I think that's what Steve Kerr thinks.
Yeah, like the no rebounding last night in 30 minutes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to David in New Orleans. What's up, David?
Guys,
hey.
Man, I got a couple of things I want to say. But first, I want to make a point about what happened in the game that I thought I didn't hear anybody speak about was the start of the third quarter. Man, the rigidness, man, the not being flexible enough to change the lineups coming out of halftime. And I felt like Kuminga probably would have, with the momentum that he was playing with, I felt like the game might have been a little easier to get had he started in the third quarter to kind of finish off what he was doing coming down the stretch in the first half. You know, he was playing good, getting people in jeopardy, causing fouls and scoring. But I felt like when he didn't start in the third quarter and the starters came back in, I don't think they brought the type of energy that we needed to start that quarter off. And so I hear y'all talking about Pods. Man, y'all had me laughing. I think that I think Pods, man. I don't think that he's. I think they oversell his IQ, but I don't think that he's not a smart player either. It's somewhere in the middle, bro. I think because he's not athletic and because he doesn't have the gift, people pay more attention to the plays that he makes. That's cerebral. But when you're playing on the floor with 3 of the smartest players to ever play basketball, it's not hard to look smart. You know what I mean? And you find that out when they're not there. So when you eliminate Steph and Jimmy is not as aggressive, and he has the ball more, then you see the type of player that he really actually is, how he gets in trouble. Because a super smart player would never put themselves in spots where they're in jeopardy in terms of like driving to the hole with no plan before you get there. And then once you get there, you stuck and you picking the ball up and you throw the ball out to people that's non-shooters. But if you're a high IQ player, you would know better than that before you actually did it. And so I think him being a smart player is kind of oversold. I appreciate y'all taking my call, man.
Thanks,
David. Appreciate the call.
A lot of good stuff there.
Now, just for the record,
Gotcha.
Kuminga did not start in the second half. It was a 2-point game. He came in with 8:48 left in the third. It was still a 2-point game. The Timberwolves were up 2. So when he got into the game, it was 68-66.
So it got all bad with him out there.
And at one point, it was 91-73 after that. And I'm not saying it's his fault. But he didn't start the third quarter, but he was in when the game was essentially even.
Yeah.
Danny in Vancouver. What's up, Danny?
Hey, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey. Down 3-1.
Hey, yeah, it's grim. This feels like an early post-mortem, but not wholly inappropriate, that's for sure. Just a couple comments, actually. One comment and a question. It's uncanny to me how often another team plays the Warriors. I watch every game this year. Hits a shot at the buzzer at the end of a half, and I feel like it breaks the Warriors' spirit. It's uncanny how many times it's happened, and it always seems to happen. It's a tight game, and I thought that led into the debacle of the third quarter. So that's one comment. And my question to you is, I know they put all the subs in at the end of the game, but why can't the Warriors press more often? I know obviously they're subs, they're fresh, you can't press like that the whole game, but why can't the Warriors do that more often? Because Minnesota had their starters in at the end of the game, and it was definitely, they were whittling down, and you may say it's garbage time, but they did have their starters in, and I'm just wondering if we can't do that more often, or maybe do like what Dean Smith used to do in North Carolina.
The blue-white teams? The blue-white teams?
Sorry?
Subbing 5 guys at a time?
Remember the Minutemen? I think it was North Carolina, Steiny?
You might be right. I just remembered they had a blue team, which was the starters, and then the white team. He would sub 5 guys at a time at certain jumps.
Maybe yeah, I am old, but maybe that's. But seriously, tell me I'm crazy, but why couldn't you do that for 5 minutes?
Well,
and just get the energy going. And go ahead.
Well, I just think that
say it.
I agree that they should be pressuring Minnesota more. Every time. Minnesota will turn it over, and they turned it over in that fourth quarter. But who was on the floor? It was all the subs who hadn't played. If you're going to rely on Steph, if you're going to rely on Draymond, if you're going to rely on Jimmy Butler and Pods, Pods isn't going to be a great guy at picking somebody up full court. He's not quick enough. So if he's off the floor, you need a couple of young guys to play that way. And I thought it worked late with the Minnesota starters, but I don't know how much staying power that would have over the course of a game.
Yeah. I know it's a bit crazy, but it was just, they're out of options. It's like rearranging the deck chairs. I hate to use that analogy, but that's the point we're at. And by the way, with the greatest respect, Steiny, I think you're a little hard on Pods. I was watching the game, and I think he missed a lot of open shots.
Yeah.
It's not like he's taking crazy contested shots. I don't know if he's going to be a great player. He's definitely going through some things, but I'm not giving up on him yet. I'm not saying you are too, but I know you're being a little tough on him. But anyways, thanks, guys. Always a pleasure.
All right, take it easy.
I'll take that. I'll take being tough on him, because for 6 months, everybody said, I don't criticize Pods.
No, you gave him his flowers. You're like, we both.
I never anointed anybody. It's like
I said, gave him his flowers. How do you go to anoint? I'm not saying that
because when Moses Moody was playing well at midseason,
he was. Oh,
everyone thought he has arrived. It doesn't work like that.
I'm him.
And the same with Pods. Pods has helped the Golden State Warriors in the regular season this year.
I'll take those 2 L's, man. And I'm not the only. I think Steve Kerr. I think the organization takes the L's too. Because they thought this was something that was going to be sustainable.
And one of the reasons I'm being hard on Pods today is because, I think we're talking about him like a player he's never been.
But he's hoisting up 14 shots, and when you make 1, 2, or 3 consent, it's hey, son, pass it.
And what have we said about Pods and his irrational confidence? Well, guess what? That's showing up now.
Yeah. But I'm good. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
I didn't.
Go ahead, come on.
I didn't have anything to say.
Come down my road. Go ahead. I welcome it.
Well, for what? I got a lot of things I could come down your road for.
I think Pods looks around like, oh, nobody else wants to shoot it. Nobody else is going to dog cuss me. And if they had, I would be more willing to pass, Donnie. I think he's hoisting them up like, if you guys can't do it or don't want to do it, I'll shoot it. That's what I get from Pods.
Yeah, I think that. Well, first, I really don't think he cares if someone dog cusses him. But second of all, I think the reason why I wouldn't describe him as a smart player is because of that characteristic.
No, man.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care what shot he'll take a grenade at the end of a shot clock. He'll take a shot early. He'll take a shot late. And to be fair, the Warriors do need someone to do that. The issue is that it happens to be the guy who is literally shooting 23% for this series. Man. And anytime that happens, you're going to lose a lot of those games.
Do you think Pods is a good three-point shooter? And I know he shot 40-something over 22 games.
I'm not going to give him yes. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I don't think he's a great shooter.
He had a great stretch this
great three-point shooter.
About 22 games here. But this season, I'm not ready to say yes, no.
Let's go to...
I mean, there's a lot of bricks last night. Like, I mean, good Lord.
It's like there's a window open.
Draymond missed a three-pointer from the corner by like 4 feet.
Like, what happened? What you mean? Stop what?
It wasn't 4 feet.
No.
What's wrong with
well, I don't know what angle you were at, but it was really difficult to tell how short or far away from the basket it was because of the broadcast angle. But
that's fatigue, though. He's going up against. It's fatigue. There's no. He would tell you. And I was marveled he hit the couple that, to start. He's Steiny, I've shot those air balls. It's when you have nothing in the tank.
Draymond scored last night, Goo.
Yeah.
He did what you said.
But how about defending?
Well, you didn't ask him to defend.
No, I said I asked. I said he's got to be a Tasmanian devil. And hey, look, man. You got a game tomorrow. And you would see Pat Spencer if I was coaching.
We did see Pat Spencer, though. Like, oh, my God. With all due respect, we saw Pat Spencer. That was in game 2. He was a team worst -20 in 10 minutes. Pat Spencer is not the answer. Sorry.
I'm kind of mad. Like, you got to try some. You're laughing.
Right. That's because we're down to Spencer.
Damn.
I mean, somebody got a white T-shirt Guru can put on a pole? Because when you're down to Pat Spencer.
No, he's part of. We just had him on the show. We just talked about.
Doesn't mean he's an all-star.
What was his nickname?
White Smoke.
We've had Pods on this show 7 times.
And Willard and Dibbs, the whole station. Guys, people are fans and people I work with jumping off shift fast. Like, come on, Stotty, to say he's not smart. Pods deserves the Nobel Peace Prize for not getting in the way for him to be the starting one for the majority of the season.
If that's the way you look at it, that's the way you look at it. I don't see it like that. I see it in the kind of way where, when Moody, let's say during the championship run, when Moody played.
Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, he was a placeholder, okay? They didn't guard him, and he was solid, and he didn't make mistakes, and he played 11 minutes a night.
I wish we could get that from these guys.
You can't. You can't because they can't just let the game come to them. The Warriors aren't good enough now to play around their best players. First of all, they don't have their best player. Yeah. And secondly, Butler's been up and down in the postseason. So guess what? The role players, they got to be better than role players, and we're finding out that it's pretty hard. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Steve Kerr coming up at 5 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs.
I can't wait.
And I see the dynamics that's happened today, and I didn't handle it well. And
I thought you were saying I was dynamic. I was like, hey, I'm trying my best.
No, because I guess I don't like to make sweeping conclusions, in the middle of a season. Blake Snell, he stinks. And
on the IL.
So over the course of the season, we talk about the Warriors and talk about their strengths and their weaknesses. And no one player is ever 100% good or 100% bad. And, if you watch this team the whole year, we knew they had shortcomings. Literally, they're short. They're not athletic. Their old guys are pretty old, and their young guys are still very young.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like now people are saying this team's not good because they're getting beat in the postseason, or I don't know. I don't think the Warriors are necessarily playing terrible basketball, given the fact that Steph's not playing.
I think some guys are playing terrible basketball.
I agree,
okay.
But I also feel like part of that is because of Steph Curry not being there.
Well, then we got to fix that because, Steiny, if it's about him playing 82, again, I know this for another show. Yeah, I got to do something. I don't know, and I'm excited because I keep trying not to go here. If you're telling me some of the guys that I'm somewhat disappointed in the playoffs with, it's just their first time or their second time, how much weight is the organization going to say, oh, Steiny will be better next year, nothing to see here?
Well, I think.
Or is this a wake-up call to be like, hey, what you thought you had, you may not have, and we can't run the OGs in the ground.
What did you think you had outside of the big three?
Two guys, and I keep going to them, and you could say it's unfair. Pods and Moody that could get you 10 points maybe in the playoff game and mimic what they did kind of in the regular season. Not 20, Steiny, but, not be nervous or timid. And I'm seeing, is this who they really are when it's real basketball?
I think it is who they are without Steph Curry right now in their career.
Well, if you say that, then maybe that's good news for Warrior fans, and I'm wrong.
Well, no.
This is just a byproduct of not having Steph.
Well, I don't know
Steph
how
comes back, we're okay.
Well,
then.
what do you see? How do you see Pods as a player in 4 years? I mean, do you think he's going to be a star in the NBA?
No.
Do you think he's going to be an all-star?
No.
Do you think he's going to be a starter?
I thought he already is.
Okay.
So, all-star, I got to be honest real quick here, Steiny. I know I got to be honest. I've come in here some days like, oh my gosh, what are we watching here? I threw could it be? But right now I'm like, a starter, I'm going to give him.
Yeah, and when you say, well, how do you bake that into the equation? I mean, you bake it into the equation by acknowledging it's their first postseason for some of these guys.
And now
it was also the first postseason for all the Rockets young players. And last year, it was the Oklahoma City Thunder's turn to learn about the playoffs in the second round.
Okay.
And I don't know. That's up to Mike Dunleavy, whether he looks at this team now completely differently than he looked at it.
That is what all I've
2
been
weeks
saying.
ago.
And
that's what the playoffs do sometimes.
Exactly. And I'm just sharing with you what they've done to me. And I'm not saying it's right, but it's just my prerogative. But I do want to say this. There's going to be a whole hell of a lot of movement, I believe, and maybe opportunities this offseason, even if the Warriors go on to win. And what I thought compared to what I think now, I know you're going to be like, well, what assets you have? What are this or that? My point is, everything's on the table outside of Steph Curry. after this thing ends, this run. And I didn't think that way 3 weeks ago. That's why I was up in here throwing confetti about the few. Steiny, if some guys, and I'm hearing names and whispers, are available, now you got to meet the price and they got to choose you. But my goodness, in Warrior Land, I would be my ears would be as big as Bugs Bunny, and I would be trying to be on that phone to do something big if I could do it.
So here's my
that's where I'm at now.
When you say, well, Pods is a starter, okay, that sounds great. Let me ask you a question. Is Pods a starter on Denver?
Well, no, Jamal Murray's there.
Is he a starter on Oklahoma City?
I get where you're going already.
Minnesota.
No.
Houston.
Gotcha.
Dallas.
I'm giving you the win. You don't got to keep going.
Well, there it is. Well, there is your answer.
But who is that on here? Why is he able to start here next to the chef?
Because they don't have enough depth. They don't have enough good players. I mean, over the last
like we're getting mad at the kid when we should be mad at who's putting the kid in that position.
He's the only guy they can put in that position.
And that's a fail to a degree.
Well, but that's the price you pay because you need Pods because he's still on his rookie contract and he doesn't make a lot of money. And
he's not bad, man, but I get what you're saying.
Okay.
But we can't act like he's putting himself in the game or, you know what I mean?
But that's the point. Like why didn't, during the middle of the season, we say, man, Pods is playing 30 minutes a night. He probably shouldn't be playing 30 minutes a night.
Fair,
he
Stoney,
just happens to be playing 30 minutes a night on this team.
But he was holding it down, too, and doing everything you asked for most nights. If we're being fair.
What was he being asked to do when Butler and Steph were playing? What was he asked to do?
Facilitate. Hit the open shot. Stotty, whatever he was asked, he was doing.
Okay, what's he asked to do now? Without those guys or without Steph, he's got to do more, and he can't.
I don't know if it's more. It's just because if you look at his shot distribution, it's not more. He's letting them go. He's just clanking bunnies and everything. So when you say asked to do more, is it really more?
One of the reasons he's been missing bunnies is because they have Gobert in the middle of the lane, and so he's got to pull up a little further out than he liked, than he would have liked. Yeah. But I mean, I hate to do it, but start going down the list of the teams that are still alive in the postseason, and ask yourself if Pods would be starting on any of these teams.
Boston, no. New York, no.
Cleveland, no.
Okay.
And Indiana, certainly not.
I got you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that tells you that the Warriors are using a player in their starting lineup that isn't as good as the starters who are playing on the other team.
So you're saying basically, Goo, why are you surprised?
Yeah, I'm. Why are you surprised to this extent?
Because that's all. Just in particular, the Pod, he's been that bad. And I don't think it's just he's getting D'd up and Gobert's down there. Okay. So maybe it's his first time.
It is his first playoff season. Let's go to Andy in San Francisco. Hey, Andy.
Don't forget
y'all, how are you doing?
Yeah. Hey.
I called in to speak about Jonathan Kuminga, but I also have been listening to a bunch of Brandon Pajimski talk and would love to talk about that as well. So where do you want me to start?
Yeah, you got it. Wherever you want.
Your ball's in your court.
All right. I called in because the Jonathan Kuminga situation is pretty interesting to me. You know, this narrative has gone around from Steve Kerr in post-game pressers after the Jimmy Butler trade, talking about how Jonathan Kuminga needs to fit into a winning team. If you go on their basketball reference page and just look at the stats of the entire team, this is not a good shooting team. The only player who shot more than 45% the entire season was Jonathan Kuminga. And that includes Steph Curry, Brandon Pajimski, Draymond Green, et cetera, all down the line. Realistically, we are just beating teams with defense and grinding them out and then closing them out with Steph. Now, without Steph, we don't need Jonathan Kuminga fit in. We need him to actually stand out with his offense.
And he did, and he has been.
And he has been, but I think running him off the bench is not giving him the greatest opportunity for this team. We really need the scoring. So I think, he hasn't played a single game more than 36 minutes this entire season. I say run him out for 40.
I say why not?
Yeah,
I say why not, Andy? Thanks for the call.
I'm right behind both of you at this point.
Let's go to Warrior Realist in Orange County. Warrior Realist in Orange County. Hey, how you doing?
Good. I wanted to talk on Kerr and his stubbornness to evolve. I think this has all come to kind of a head at this point, but it really started the year after the title because we had a young group. Moody, JK, Poole, Wiseman, obviously, some things happened within that time, but it's truly been a domino effect if you really, really look at it because Kerr created this offense, this beautiful system, and I'm a Warriors fan, not a JK stan or a Moody stan or any of that stuff, but at the end of the day, his reliance on the veterans and not wanting to evolve and create a little bit of a different system for some of the players that we had. Wiseman at the time was one of them. Lack of developing young players, not playing Moody and JK that year, burying him for Anthony Lamb. I mean, it was literally coaching malpractice. He has led us to this spot because he continues to grind and wear them down. And then the system part of it, I love the system. It's beautiful. But, I mean, we don't have Clay. We don't have KD. So if you can't adapt or make these adjustments, which is crazy to me because if you look back when we had Livingston and Barbosa, they didn't run the same system. You could have been running Moody, Kuminga, obviously the Poole thing, we can't really go down that road or what have you, but if they would have ran a system and had them ready for this time and moment, I was all in on the two timelines, but that was the perfect spot. He missed that time frame, so I'm tired of everybody bashing a 22-year-old kid and talking about he doesn't have an IQ and he can't do this and he can't do that. He is literally your third best scorer and most athletic player, and if your coach can't adjust or make a little bit of amends to get him 16 to 24 minutes within the team, it's literally coaching malpractice. I know, what are you going to do? Are you going to get rid of Steve Kerr? Are you going to? No, obviously we can't because he basically has the keys to the car when it comes to Dre and Steph and so on and so forth. But somebody needs that. Somebody needs. Yeah.
Let me throw this at you because I agree. I agree with you. But do you acknowledge that the message from Lacob and Dunleavy since that 22 title has been, we're going to go win another one? And so to my way of thinking, like that whole mentality came out of the front office, and when that was the mentality, you just know that Steve Kerr is going to go with all the guys he trusts and leave behind all the guys who don't or he doesn't trust. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all I would say is that if those adjustments were made 2023, we might not be in this position and they wouldn't have had to do that. We didn't have a choice. Our young players are just, they're not there. JK's not there. I've been wanting him gone just so that he can go play for somebody that believes in him versus getting this buried and jerked around and like all that stuff. Go play somewhere else because I'm tired of arguing with people about how he's literally the third best player and it's like I'm taking crazy pills having the conversation with people.
All right, got you, Warriors Realist. Thanks for the call.
Appreciate it. We got a game tomorrow, Stoney.
I don't disagree with anything he said.
This is all coming.
I don't even know what to say.
I got my trivia you guys are trying to throw out.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Giannis is possibly on the move, right? Possibly on the move. Okay. And he's averaged 30, 10, and 5 in his career 3 times. There's 4 other guys that have done it. Can you and Evan name the 4 other guys that have averaged 30, 10, and 5 in NBA history?
Over the course of a season?
Of course of a season. 2 guys
Westbrook.
of the 4.
Oh, no, not the 30. Oh,
no, hold on. 30, 10, and 5.
Yeah, Westbrook's one of them.
Damn, you got that.
Okay.
Good golly,
Does
Molly.
Chamberlain count?
He counts, and he did it twice. So now you look at my dude. Now there's only 2 more. You guys. 30, 10, and 5. Will did it twice, and there's one more guy that did it twice.
Is it 10? Does it have to be 10 rebounds?
Yeah, 30, 10, and 5. It could be more.
So 30 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists.
I'm saying 30 points, 10 assists doesn't do it.
No, 30, 10, and 5.
So I won't guess.
We're missing
Nate
2.
Archibald.
No.
Jokic?
He did it once. So this last guy's the only other guy outside of Wilt and Giannis to do it more than once. Let's see if you guys 30. Boy, y'all sharp.
Bill Walton? No. Wait, that's a terrible
30,
guess.
10, and 5.
I take that bet. I forgot
this
the
guy
30
done
points.
it twice. When you hear his name, y'all gonna be like, ah.
Couldn't be Jordan. He never rebounded.
Did David Robinson ever average 30?
That's a good guess.
Not a
No,
bad guess.
no Admiral.
30 points a game.
And he did it twice.
Not Harden.
No.
What
I don't think he ever got 10 rebounds.
What era? Oscar Robertson.
Ah, you got it. Yeah. Somebody,
I'll give the 925. You get half credit.
Oh, did they give
on
it
the
to
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line? I'm going to give the 925 half credit because he said Oscar Robinson.
I said Robertson.
No, the guy on the text line said
Evan,
Robinson.
how did you know Wilt off the top?
Well, I feel like anytime there's a ridiculous stat involving scoring, that Wilt's probably in it.
I said, hold on, he's defeating the exercise. Oh, man.
Hey.
Oscar, you got it, Steiny.
So, by the way,
They did it twice.
We haven't talked about this at all. Did you see what happened last night in the lottery?
I was going to wait for Dibs and Willard to come in. I just can't believe our society thinks everything now. We got the Diddy trial going. Why did I even bring that up? But Steiny, just everything's rigged or there's a conspiracy. Did Dallas make the trade of Luka knowing we'll give you a flag? How can you not think that?
I don't think it's rigged. I think this is what happened. And it's what happened after they went to the system in 85. And now you look in the top 3 or 4 teams, even if you're one of the worst teams in the league, the best opportunity you have to win the lottery is 14%. And what we have this year is 3 teams who have now been rewarded for injuries, tanking, and underachieving. That's who won the lottery.
Oh, man.
The Dallas Mavericks made a bad trade.
Wow.
Kyrie Irving gets hurt, and so Cooper Flag gets to join a team. I would make a case that
if they're healthy,
the 3 rosters, talent-wise, are the greatest 3 rosters of all time of teams that got the first 3 pick. Wow. You have Dallas getting Cooper Flag, who could be an incredible player. Then you have San Antonio, who's it's a joke. But then even worst of all, the Philadelphia 76ers. They get to butcher. They get to
your boy
ruin.
Daryl.
They get to sign Paul George to a flat out terrible contract that we all knew at the time. We all knew at the time that the contract he gave Paul George was crazy. And we all knew at the time that Joel Embiid and Paul George were not going to be able to stay healthy. And because they ended up doing that, well, guess what? We'll give you the 3rd pick. Meanwhile, who's got 4, 5, and 6? These teams are so lousy. Charlotte, Charlotte, the Pelicans in Washington?
Utah and Washington.
Charlotte, Utah, and Washington.
Yeah. Flag wasn't going to Utah. I'll tell you what, real quick, if Dallas wanted to get frisky, would you trade Cooper Flag's future for Giannis? Would you trade that pick if it could get you Giannis? Steiny, I would. To match with AD, Kyrie, Lively,
real quick.
Gafford.
The other thing, too, is like Dallas won a play-in game. I mean, I hate how, at least in the NFL, it reorders based on playoff seeding. Like, you shouldn't be almost a playoff team and be in the draft
And that's
lottery.
why the NFL has it. It's like how much you stink the pick. And this is the last thing. They go pre-do it. That's how you know it's rigged. I gotta be careful. That's what's done. It should play out in front of America's eyes. Not it already happened, and now Steiny will go up and tell you who do we need? Where do we need Flack?
I mean,
Dallas did us a solid. Guess, Evan Nash, come on. I've been around a few blocks.
Is this what it felt like in 1985? When the Knicks won the lottery?
Well, the Warriors had a good chance of winning that lottery, and they ended up getting 7.
They
got
folded.
Mullen.
David Stern was in on it. Rest in peace.
Yeah,
but if you're a Dallas fan, you feeling good today.
Yeah, I guess so.
Luka, who?
Talk about being bailed out.
This is Nico Harrison.
The funny thing, too, is if you look at, I get it. I don't like that the top 3 picks went to 3 teams that legitimately have a lot of talent already on their roster. But I also am the same guy who sometimes says, well, if Cooper Flagg would have ended up in Charlotte, we'd never hear from him again.
No doubt. Washington, too.
If he ended up in Washington or Utah. But nevertheless, it's not a good look for the NBA.
But they don't care.
But but they could also look at it and say, well, this is why you actually shouldn't tank, because it's not a guarantee that you're going to get the number 1 pick.
Yep.
I just hate that. So do we know why it's done where we don't see it play out in real time?
Well, they have an auditor in there who makes sure it's all on the up and up.
Yeah, okay.
Price Waterhouse or Ernst and Young or
he's
something like that.
All
right next to Adam Silver.
I don't think
the Las Vegas map. They ain't going nowhere. They gonna stay in Big D. Cooper Flagg, AD, Kyrie. Oh boy, what's that?
So you're Cooper Flagg can't miss. Is he a can't miss prospect?
When I heard
in your
he
mind?
was the best American basketball prospect since Kevin Durant, I thought he got a little tired in the game against Houston in the tournament. But Steiner, he looks like he has it all, man. I could be wrong.
You guys know who is his favorite player to play with on Team USA, like the select team this summer was?
Oh boy,
no.
Curry,
no.
AD,
Davis.
no.
Bron,
Klay Thompson,
no.
Luka.
Oh, Blake Lively,
nope. It wasn't someone on the Team USA team. He said his favorite player to play alongside.
Don't say
with
Pods.
Canoopel.
Brandon Pajemski. I swear to God.
Stoney, wow.
Because he's a connector.
Oh, man. Did he say that?
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, we won't see it happen,
I
right?
may ask you to prove that.
His career's dead.
All right. Coming up next, it's crossover time. And that segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Butler on the right side. Drifting off a screen. 5 to shoot. Gotta go to the paint. Spins. Wow. Drop step. Goes up. Flipped it up. No good. Rebound McDaniels. Hands off Edwards. Edwards coming the other way. Left to right. Stops at the three-point line. Shoots over Butler. It's up and good again. Anthony Edwards is putting on a show. It's 80-68. Edwards now with 28. And the Wolves are on fire as they have been all night from three.
I don't even know what to say.
15 of 28.
Now, back to
Warriors
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That was Tim Roy of our very own 95.7 The Game on the call. Game 4 last night. And Edwards was pretty good in the third quarter, guys.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm coming for you, Willard Dibbs.
Come on.
Yesterday, and I said this on our show today, into 2. I said you hurt me yesterday, and it wasn't meant for me. When we hooked up and you guys were on remote from
I remember
the facility,
Yeah.
you didn't like the wins, what were being said about the positivity wasn't there. So now I need you today because I'm down on the mat, man. Like I said, I told Sonny, Willa come in with something.
Well,
if that jar is
about
empty,
that, yeah.
Dibbs.
Here's what
help us out, man.
It's not gonna be the most satisfying thing you've ever heard, but you want to know what struck me today? My little guy who's 11,
awesome,
comes upstairs for breakfast. He wants his cereal. We get that all set for him, and he looks at me. And remember now, he goes to bed before these games end. And he was well aware that the Warriors had lost the game.
He went a little early, yeah.
But he had watched the Knicks and the Celtics well before bedtime. So he comes to me and he goes, Dad, Boston's done. Tatum's out. And this is where my brain went. Do you notice how easy it is for you to acknowledge that when it's a different team? Boston's done. Tatum's out. But so many Warrior fans won't do that this week because it hurts too much and it's too disappointing and it doesn't feel fair. But that's the reality.
But real quick, to be fair, we have the Butler. So we thought.
They have Jaylen Brown.
And I don't think they're done. That's just me.
Okay.
Catching hell.
You can think they're not done. I do. They're like, and by the way, they're done next year too. Like it's really, it sucks so bad. But Curry's out.
No, it's real.
And they're dust.
Like, but what about 9 shots from Butler? I'm not mad at him.
I mean, why not?
Because I think he's hurt. And it's not age hurt. That was a fluke fall, and he's come back. But to hoist up 23 and then 9? Dibbs, 9?
Yeah, 9's not enough. And, if he was sick, as the reports are, well, that's unfortunate. And this is not a question for Steve today. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock.
Can't wait.
And, they're obviously flying to Minnesota to get ready for a game. So we don't know when we're going to get him. But I do wonder about, vector control in 2025 because it seems like in this day and age, somebody gets sick and it's going to spread through the team.
Right.
And there's got to be a way to start to curtail that. And Jimmy Butler may have been sick and the tailbone and Steph Curry is out. And Steiny, you've been railing on this all day and you're not wrong to do so. You look at their birth certificates and they're an older team. And an older team needs health and a certain amount of quote unquote breaks to get it done. And that's why I don't look at last night. Last night happened and Julius Randle was spectacular. And then Anthony Edwards said, my turn. And he was equally great. It should be 2 games apiece. You should not have let game 3 slip away. If that hadn't happened, if you would have won game 3, not that they choked it, they didn't, but it was there for the winning. And so if it was 2-2 right now, we could look at last night and go, wow, tip of the cap. Those 2 were amazing, and we still have action.
I don't disagree with any of that, but I guess
Curry's out.
Yeah, the broader view is I accept it when a team can't play well anymore when their superstars out. I just accept it. The Warriors have been the benefactors of this throughout the playoffs in the past. They're one of the teams now that gets to say the opposite. And this happens in the NBA playoffs every year. It happens every year. So I can't say that age is not a part of it.
Jason Tatum's a young pup.
Exactly. This happens to a bunch of teams every year. These guys play all year long, and they get to May, and bodies start breaking down. the physicality goes up, and at least it feels like half the teams lose somebody who really matters, and it craters them. Now, look, they've got another game tomorrow night.
All right,
I actually think there's a fair conversation about, like, let's say the Warriors have a great game tomorrow night and they win it. You want them to come back?
No, we talked about it. I don't at this point. Don't mess with fate and the future.
I mean,
would you do it?
I don't know how healthy or unhealthy he is. I know that people reported that he was limping as recently as yesterday.
I saw it with my own eyes.
And so, like, do you want to push that and start?
What? It's too much at
now
stake.
You're bringing October and November and all this crap into play. I mean, obviously, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Like, go out, play with respect, play your ass off tomorrow night. Who knows what'll happen? But, Curry's out. And I'm not mad at an organization that has a hard time functioning when their superstars out.
I mean, I guess the one thing that's a little bit disappointing if you're the Warriors is, Curry got hurt. But now it's kind of, if you look around the landscape, they might have gotten some breaks on if Curry hadn't been hurt.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Now all of a
sure.
sudden the Minnesota series is different, and you're probably not staring down the barrel of the Celtics if you advance.
Or the Thunder, maybe.
Exactly.
Who look normal.
Yeah.
Or they're at least coming on. I mean, they're having a long series, too.
They are.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Mark's right to point out that in the past, they've gotten these sorts of breaks, and you need to get breaks to win a championship a lot of times. And so I don't look at this, and I had a lot of T-Wolves fans coming down my road about, the 4 championships, you all got breaks, and you had injuries go your way, so quit crying. And it's like, I will never be that fan who cries about it, nor will I look at breaks that you got and apologize for it. You mentioned it, Steiny. A 2-month NBA playoff run is a gauntlet. It's a marathon. You're going to have injuries. And if you don't have injuries, and look at Minnesota right now, they've not had injuries.
Right.
And, knock on wood for the T-Wolves and your boy Finchie, but they play 8 guys. And all 8 are healthy, and all 8 are playing right now with venom. They're all playing really, really well. They're healthy. And I know they're younger, so they should be healthy. But to make a deep run, you do need to have health and breaks.
Well, think about it. Minnesota, healthy.
Yep.
Denver, they've been healthy in the playoffs.
Indiana.
OKC, healthy. Indiana, healthy. The Knicks, healthy. It's
Boston not healthy.
Yeah,
Boston
Cleveland
not
going
healthy.
through
Cleveland
it.
played a game without Evan Mobley. I think, was it a couple games or only one game without Darius Garland? And they fell behind at home in the series, and they're probably going to get knocked out because of it.
Now, I want to, not the gym, but I want to go how much weight you guys put into this, because I brought it up to Steiny. Okay, Curry's out. But Willard and Dibbs, I have been shook a little bit in regard to the other guys on the team of, is this just a byproduct of big-time basketball, no Curry, nothing to see here with Pods or Moody? Or do we just say Curry's coming back? I'm fast-forwarding. I know it's a show for another day.
Sure.
And there's nothing to see here. They'll both be better. Willard and Dibbs will be better next year because of this. So that's how much I'm shaking at my core of, I just wanted those guys to kind of mirror themselves, not be superstars. But do you just say, Curry's not there, nothing to see here, let's run it back? Or do you feel like, and I've been using the word Thundercats.
And you need to stop.
Okay, but that's
and I hate to agree with Stein.
I love it. Why?
First of all, it's a cartoon reference from 40 years ago.
That's true.
Second of all,
Thundercats. I remember.
Second of all, Thunder, rest in peace, the former mascot.
Oh, man. Yeah, no doubt.
And
they had a piece on Curry, who helped Thunder's family. I don't know if you've seen it.
I'm sure he did. I mean, Steph Curry is maybe the greatest human being ever. Yeah. They aren't Thundercats. You know what they are, Goo? They are a bunch of 7th and 8th men. And this is where I push back a little bit, because Pods, he's your starting 2-guard. He shouldn't be. And Moody, he got a 3-year, $39 million extension, not to be your starting small or power forward, but to be your 7th or 8th man. So your roster, beyond Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, older guys, your roster is full of 7th, 8th, and 9th men. So for us to be shocked that Pods is playing like this, for me, is unfair to Pods. He's 22.
Oh, my goodness, Donnie.
Well, you're the one.
No, I said it's not on Pods for them putting him in the position. He asked, was Pods a smart player? We just went at it. I said, I think he is, for being able to be on the court, in a situation with Steph, Dre, all that pressure, and not mess it up. You got to give that to him.
Wasn't it supposed to be the easiest basketball he'd ever play in his life with those guys?
No, Steiny, you're missing the point. They put him in this position. And Willard, up into the playoffs, I think Pods has been a plus. And people are coming for me. Blah, 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 blah. No, I think he's held it down. I'm not telling you he's John Stockton.
He was a plus all the way through Game 4 of the Houston series.
Man.
Where he scored 26 points. Now he's struggling.
And the question is why? Is it just because of Steph?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it can be a lot of things.
Or what Dib said.
Yeah, he's a young player. He's not fully polished in a lot of points of his game yet. He's not like... I mean, this is big boy sports. Like, you're going to miss a bunch of shots in the playoffs. This is what you're going to get. Like, that's the deal. This is what you're going to get. But I do think, boy, I loved your point earlier today, Steiny, when you were talking about how everybody on the Warriors suddenly looks bad, except for Jonathan Kuminga. And that's based on the skill set that each one of them have. I guess, like, your question sort of, it fires back to what did you think Pods and Moody were beforehand?
Better than I thought they could ever be. All I thought we would get was what they showed in the regular season, and I'll take that L.
Yeah.
But they're nowhere close.
They're like a Ford car in the late 80s.
Yeah, they are, if you want to give them, like, first of all, they're young, but, like, they can become a little bit above replacement level players. They're not people who are going to swing a playoff series ever. Pods especially would hate that statement.
But limit the 3 for 14s and Pods shoot the ball because he's looking around like Willard can't get a shot up.
And he has
I'm shooting it because half the guys can't even muster up a shot.
But he has to be accountable for that. He passed on shots himself last night too. You're in the NBA. You have to be accountable for it. But if all of us thought that, like, they were the type of people that, well, if Steph's out, well, those guys can step forward. No.
So the boat left the dock when Curry got hurt.
They're not that, yes. And I would support 1,000 times again in a row the idea of the Warriors constructing the roster the way they did. All in on a 37-year-old, and I'm going to roll the dice that he might stay healthy for the playoffs. They didn't. I don't see another way that this actually went well. So that's a risk that you take, and they got burned.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, and I think, like, 1 to 12, I think we're seeing it. Like, Jimmy Butler as the one. I'm not saying he's not a hell of a player, but you just can't make up for a loss of that guy, Steph Curry. He is everything on this team. He infiltrates everybody's game for the better. And he's one of the greatest of all time. And they don't look like the Warriors without him.
What if we, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just, what if we did this thought exercise? What would you expect Julius Randle to do if Anthony Edwards breaks his ankle tomorrow night?
We went through every team. It was nobody except Boston, with maybe the one.
I don't even think Boston. Like, dude, would you, if Anthony Edwards, and I'm sorry to say this out loud, snapped his ankle tomorrow night?
I got you. It's a wrap.
Are you holding the rest of the roster accountable and screaming at them for acquiring Dante DiVincenzo like idiots because they need to be ready for the moment when the superstar goes down? There's no such thing. I just don't. I don't buy it.
But I'll say this about Moody.
This series is a little different because the Warriors have no one who can guard Randall.
Yeah,
and so like Randall could still
Draymond Green.
Well, but they still. I don't think that Minnesota would advance. I don't think that you're talking about.
Just win this series, but going forward, it would be more difficult for sure.
You wouldn't ask for much. You would not ask for Jamal Murray. Go be that dude now. Yeah. If Nikola Jokic snaps his leg, like you just wouldn't. I just think it's our emotion. We want it to be true. It's just probably
Moody struggled with Steph in that we all saw.
Well, sure.
Okay, just him. And Ponce had a game or two. Yeah. But even when I get you,
they're role players.
Are you surprised? Is what you're saying?
They're role players.
Curry's out.
Yeah. I mean, if we were honest with ourselves when he limped off, and we got the news of what it was, the idea of them winning this series was not gone, but it was very unlikely.
Would you bring him back Game 6 if that was
no
on
chance.
the tape?
No chance.
I think we're all.
I mean,
I don't know what you said.
No chance.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the leg. I lean that way, but I don't want to act like I have no idea what he's feeling and what he is or isn't ready to do.
We'll ask Steve Kerr today, not will he or won't he, but what's he been doing? And I think that's a fair question. Like, what's Steph?
He looked like he had a limp yesterday. I know. Right, I saw that.
I saw him stand up off the bench, and he had his hand over the hammy, right below the buttock. So I don't know. Steiny, it's legal. No FCC violation there. It's not a violation sensation. I'm just curious what he's been doing to, quote unquote, ramp up. So we get to tomorrow, thank you, and we find out tomorrow, like, what the reevaluation is, and is he going through 2-on-2, 3-on-3, or is he just like taking shots? Or if he's not at least even taking shots, then what are we even talking about?
I don't know anything about the injury. I mean, I got to believe.
Have you had a hamstring injury?
I got to believe who?
Never. No. Steiny never had a hammy.
I just don't know.
I know his full medical history.
I just don't know when and how that a hamstring is not ready, but now it's ready. You know what I mean?
The player tells you.
But when the player tells you, then you also have to give it more time.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right. You know when you're trying to like jog or run and whatever. I'm a CYO referee and I pulled my hammy reffing a 4th grade girls game.
Oh, no.
And I knew by the next Saturday, trying to do the same thing, which is basically jog with 8-year-olds, I knew I wasn't ready. Wow. And that's, it took me 2 weeks to get to where it's like, okay, I can shuffle and call a block charge. So he'll know, even though it's his first time, he'll know if he can run, jump, cut, stop, defend, all that stuff.
But hamstrings are the ones where you think you know.
There you go.
And then you hit full speed.
But you don't know, and you never
will. Yeah,
no, that's
he'll be ready in October.
All right, and I think
I'm
that's what it is.
confident on that.
There's too much
but
of a risk.
Outside of that, I have no idea. They clearly are. They're not going to say anything definitive, and I bet that they don't even know. The only thing, if they know anything definitive, it's that they know damn well he's not ready on Sunday. Then they know that.
Am I the only one, real quick, when Edwards hit that 3 to cut it to 2 with Draymond and GP2 on him? I said Curry does that to people. That was so demoralizing for me, and I didn't see them about to put up 40 points in the third, but I was like, oh my gosh, we got the guy that invented that.
Anthony Edwards is the one. That's the one.
Yeah.
If everybody wants to know what's next and who's next,
he's him.
That's the guy.
Even though he says he doesn't want it.
No, I know. He doesn't want to be the face, but I bet if you had asked him, do you want to be the best player in the NBA, he'd say yes.
Incredible, man.
He wants to be the finger, the middle finger.
I mean, I know you guys probably all know because we're knee deep in this series, but it was fun at the beginning of the week, especially because, and I don't want to go down this road, but there's been so often in this city with this fan base where we're like, whether we're talking about Kuminga or anyone else, he's only 22. We talk about a 22-year-old as if like a green banana who may or may not really even know how to get dressed in the morning.
I know where you're going.
Anthony Edwards is not 27. He's 23.
Yep.
That's what he looks like.
We can beat him. But
unfair comp.
Of course it is.
Unfair comp.
No, of course it is.
The age part of it for me is foolhardy because he played a year of D1 and he was the number 1 pick and he's gotten to play every second that he's ever wanted.
Of course, like a bunch of Houston Rockets have too. Again, I'm not trying to compare him to Kuminga.
But the Warriors chose him.
My point is he feels like he's been in the league for a long time. I asked Ephraim on Sunday night, I go, don't look, how old do you think he is? He goes, I know how old he is. I go, great, how old is he? He goes, 26. 23. That's the guy. That is the next best player in the NBA.
I actually been watching him, and it started to hit me this week. He's got an immature side of him,
for sure,
off the court.
But people love it.
But he reminds me a little bit, believe it or not his game, of Magic Johnson.
Interesting.
The smile, like if he wants to, like when he's good, he's really good. I'm talking about off the court.
Charisma.
But he's done some stupid things with the words he uses. Yep. But I do see some magic in him. He plays with the smile, and he's got this personality that's infectious. And it already seems like everybody in the Timberwolves is like, yeah, he's the man. Totally. Like Julius Randle is like, he's the man. And Julius Randle used to be a number one on a team.
A little bit more like, for me, a Dame Lillard plus, because he doesn't pass like Magic, but the personality, I like the personality comp. And you just look at Anthony Edwards, his career averages 19-3, 21-3, 24-6, 25-9, 27-6.
Wow.
You start at 19 and you get better every year.
And made the most threes in the league.
I mean, next year, like 29-6 and then 32. And
he's made the most threes in the league.
No doubt.
And Dame Lillard is like drooling over Anthony Edwards' body.
No.
Like I get your comp.
Yeah.
You're talking about current style of game. Dame Lillard has got nothing.
He can get by
on
you
this
with
guy.
the moves and the handle and jump over you and then shoot a three like Bird.
Do you
or
guys,
Curry.
you guys remember the clip from that documentary on the Olympics on Netflix where Steve Kerr...
Court of Gold.
Court of Gold.
Good call.
Where Steve Kerr walks up to him, and that's how he's talking to him. He's like, why don't you rebound? And he's like, oh, you sound like my coach. He's like, because you have, and he basically, I mean, he said it in a less creepy way, but he's like, you have the prototypical, like the best NBA frame and body in the league, in the world. Like to me, what I heard, he didn't use these words, but Steve's like, you're the dude.
Wow, man.
You are the dude. I played with MJ. I watched Kobe. Like, you are the dude.
Wow, 23, man.
And he is so good. He's unstoppable.
I'm going to throw a curve because I'm looking at the clock and our guy.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. But months ago when I said, why did they trade Luka? There was a deal with the NBA in Dallas. What are your thoughts on the lottery?
Come on.
I love that they got flagged.
Come on.
But just think about it.
There was a deal with the NBA.
I tell you what.
I just laugh hearing how many people think that's true.
I'm with you, but did y'all notice Twitter? Did you notice Twitter? Like actual, not just players in the league. LeBron sends out 8 laughing emojis.
Dude.
The players themselves totally fed into the conspiracy theory.
Oh, Chinese mad at the team that got rewarded.
Kevin Love was like, you have got to be bleeping kidding me.
Dallas is back.
It is such a joke that those 3 teams in particular, with all the talent they already have on their rosters, get the top 3 players, whereas Charlotte, Utah, and Washington has to draft below them.
If I lived in Utah, first of all, I wouldn't drink. And second of all, I would be calling 105.5 the fan in Utah.
Right.
I would be so mad today. Why are we here? Change our name to the Washington Generals.
Dude.
Are we just here so that everyone else has someone to play?
Wow.
Like, that
has to hurt, man.
San Antonio, Philadelphia, and Dallas. You got to be kidding me.
In 2003, the Cavs won the lottery, and they were able to draft the kid out of Akron.
Yep.
So, nobody was, and I know they had 22.5% chance of winning that lottery.
And he lived there.
Right.
He lived there.
So Chicago wins the lottery with a 1% chance, and they draft Derrick Rose, who I believe also lived there. So it's not like this is new. And the Knicks, yes. And I was listening to Tim Roy in the This Date in NBA History, and it was the Ewing to the Knicks, 1985, 40 years ago. And, that happened. So frozen envelope and all the rest of it. I don't buy it, but I guess there's a trail
you're saying it's happened before with teams with
I'm saying people think that it's happened before.
Okay. All right.
But, the lottery is the lottery. I don't believe that the NBA is in cahoots and they're trying to rig it.
The NFL has the best one. The worst record, you get the first pick.
But I was thinking about that today, too. Same thought went through my head where I'm like, why don't they just do it like the NFL? It would be such a disaster for the
Dallas got action.
Oh my God, teams would be starting 4 players. Like
they're already tanking, right?
They would tank so hard.
4.
There's so much money on the line. Anyway, Steiny, who are you miming
I'm going to be honest with you. I have to go to the men's room so bad right now.
It's
Thompson.
I
usually go.
That's poor clock management.
I know.
No. You have commercial breaks every 25 minutes.
You know what?
You're right.
When Mother Nature calls, you answer it. There have been more than 1 or 2 shows where I've had to give Mark this at 5:33. I'm starting to sweat.
We never had that.
He looks over at me, and I give him this. Dude, your boy has
this is
to
the
run.
most sincere thing I've ever said.
We
I
have
gotta
a
get
1
out
hour
of here.
segment.
Yeah.
We have a 1 hour segment.
Oh, man.
That's terrible clock
Your boy was
management.
locking up.
I'm
but-
calling Andy Reid.
Right,
You got to do better.
Well, and I had teams recovering from a 3-1 nugget for Steiny that he was going to love, but apparently I'll have to text him.
Cheers. Yeah.
So all right.
We've got some time for you to talk on our show.
On what station?
95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Let's go.
All right.
Less enthusiastic than I remember.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Who do you want to rip first? 888-957-9570.
It's a great question.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah. Doc Pandy not on my list.
I don't know if you saw my tweet, but midway through the third, Doc Pandia tweeted out, "This is tough to watch," and I came over the top and said, "Pepto-Bismol in the cart."
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of
that's good.
timely and funny
because
it
I did not
was.
see that tweet.
I get it, Grandy. Everything's a 3.
I saw you going back and forth with somebody about fire Steve Kerr though today.
Yeah.
I saw that on Twitter.
I mean, 5 o'clock. I'm going to give him a verbal pink slip.
I hope.
What are we doing?
I hope that you hold his feet to the fire.
Right.
Hold him
No, you
accountable.
don't. No,
Right.
you don't.
And this is.
Hold him accountable.
I don't want to jump. Put the cart ahead of the horse too much. But
do.
when you look at last night. And everybody wants to sit this guy and sit that guy, and you can't play him, and you can't play him. Here's an idea. Ask Minnesota if they wouldn't mind playing 3-on-3. Because in my eyes, you've got 3 guys right now who are playable without Steph. So you go Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond against Randall, Edwards, and Gobert, or whoever they want to put in there. Let's just call Amy Trask, and let's play 3-on-3. Okay. What are we doing?
Nice big 3 reference.
You're welcome.
Yeah, listen. This is what I think is sort of the question today. And yes, Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. And until then, it's all you. It's all you. 888-957-9570. And what I keep hearing is the idea, at least, or some facsimile of how the Warriors were supposed to be ready for this. And I understand that none of you would sort of say it that way, but that's what it sounds like a lot of people want to get into. They want to get into how this player doesn't look right, and that player doesn't look right, and this one over here is now unplayable, and that one over there is a choke job, and why the hell does Steve Kerr keep putting them in the game? Well, it's largely because they have uniforms, and next to nobody over there is going to save the day. And so, again, my mind goes to, if we had thrown this scenario out to any of you in March, you would have all said the same thing. In March, hey, they're going to make the playoffs. Then they're going to go to the second round. Then they won't have Steph. What happens next? Fill in the blank.
Oh, they're in trouble.
You all would have
They're in
said the
trouble.
same thing. They're done. They're done. But then you get there and you arrive, and we are so, gosh, we love this so much. We're so addicted to this. We want it so bad. It's so fun. That Rocket series was so fun. Man, when you wake up, how many minutes into the day when you open your eyes and it's a Warrior playoff game that night, how many minutes into the day before you go, is it a Warrior playoff game tonight?
Yeah. 4 hours and 41 minutes from now.
Dude.
4 hours and 12 minutes.
Sometimes I open my eyes. And the sentences go, number 1, what time is it? Number 2, is there still money in the account? And number 3, ooh, there's a game tonight.
Yep.
Like 30 seconds. We love this stuff so much, and I get it. We don't want it to go away. But, we got to be fair. The players don't look right because the whole system is gone. The whole system's gone, and you can disagree with it, but I would firmly support, let's go back in time. Would you do it this way if you had a chance to do it all over? In other words, would you push all your chips into the middle of the table for a 37-year-old and say, let's go for it one more time. Let's not worry about the right role players. Let's not worry about development of that player or this player. We're all in on Ring 5, Steph Curry. Would you do it again if you had to do it all over again? Absolutely.
Well, what's the alternative? The alternative is you tear it apart now and you send Steph and Draymond elsewhere and you start the rebuild 2 years ahead of when you otherwise would start the rebuild. For me, there was really no choice. You were going to go all in for a guy who delivered you 4 titles and his running mate who gave you 4 titles and an organization that was bought for about $450 million and is now worth $8 billion or whatever it's worth and going up. There really was no decision. It all came down to how do you go about doing it. You brought in a guy who fit and who worked, and you went on a run. You won a first-round series as a 7, which doesn't happen very often, and I have that list in front of me. I can bore you with it later. And then you got into a series that was very winnable, and you lost your greatest player 13 minutes into it. You still won that game, and the thing that is a little bit frustrating to me and maddening, and I'm not pointing fingers because I understand what you're saying and the reality of it, but Game 3, through it all, no Steph, that was winnable. And last night, through the first half, I thought they played a great first half, and they should have been up 8 or maybe 10. You were up 2, and I thought, okay, you're up 2. Jimmy rested a little bit in the second quarter. You've got real action at home, and then that third quarter happened, and you're down 20, and it was like, I won't even say what I said because I was getting dirty looks from the missus. She's like, will you calm down? And I said, no, not from you. I was doing my Steiny. The way that thing devolved in the third quarter, it was just frustrating. Well, and I get what you're saying, and you're not wrong.
Of course it's frustrating.
It's so tantalizing because
of course
Game 3 was there. Game 4 was going to be tough, but Game 4, I mean, you played well enough through 2 quarters to maybe win it.
Every time.
That's all.
Every time your favorite team doesn't win, there are multiple ways for it to go down, and some are more frustrating than others. And so I wonder, how do you fit this one into the bucket? Because sometimes you have to sit with, you weren't good enough. You got beat by a better team. The Warriors don't have to sit with that, but maybe this is more frustrating. Because I get it. It feels like something was taken from us. How many times have I used that phrase? And you hate it. But when we sat down, and I mean sat down, we made food. We invited people because we, the Bay Area, we were getting ready to go to the Super Bowl that day.
Oh, boy.
We were earning our way to the Super Bowl. And on the opening drive, the quarterback's arm split in half.
Wah, wah.
So, what's more frustrating? Do you walk away going, "Ooh, we got beat. You got beat by a better team," or do you feel like an experience totally got robbed from you and you never even really had a chance to try? Because that's how I feel. And I know some of you don't agree with that. And I know some of you want Steve Kerr to have a rabbit in the back pocket. I know. Let's do it. Let's talk about Steve Kerr. He's coming on the show in 2.5 hours. Let's talk about Steve Kerr. When you finish your call, tell me the coach that could coach this roster to a damn thing in the month of May.
Mike Brown is what I got on Twitter.
I know. Mike Brown.
I love Mike Brown.
I love Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Mike Brown's not coaching this group to a second-round win.
Even beyond who you want to coach, for me, you just said it. What's the rabbit? So he's going to pull a rabbit out of his hat. What's that rabbit? And is it, and somebody earlier in this building was like, they need to play that guy with the mustache. And I won't say which salesperson said that, but I was cracking up because I said, you are exactly representative of the fan base. You need to play that guy with the mustache.
Now,
number 61.
I don't, nobody, this is professional sports, so nobody gets a free ride. Guess what? You ready? Both halves, I'm watching the game, I'm going, damn, it feels like we're waiting a little long for Kuminga's entrance. Just in a vacuum. In the spot the Warriors are currently in, I felt that way. So if you want to criticize Steve Kerr for not giving, even though he played 30 minutes, I thought he could have played more. I'll agree with you. I thought in this moment, in the scenario that we currently have, sure. And Jonathan is one of the few people on the Warriors who right now is showing flashes of playing really well. He had another great first half last night. Second half, not so much. Game got totally sideways and out of control. I wonder if the third quarter helped everybody through their Minnesota's actually not that good take. They are. I'm sorry.
Well, the whole game. I mean,
they're
when you look at Julius Randle, and he is just had the wetter going, and he's knocking down threes, and then he's posting up, and he's beating every single Warrior defender. And then
he's a bull.
Anthony Edwards was like, "Oh, is it my turn? Is it my turn now?" He's
the dude.
Yeah,
that's the dude.
I mean, I'm not going to root for him until this series is over, but watching him play, it's hard to not have an appreciation for the fluidity of the jumper, the effortlessness with which he is able to get any bucket at any time. He is phenomenal.
I'll sit here and say it out loud right now that if the Warriors lose tomorrow night, I hope Minnesota gets the ring.
Oh, no doubt.
I absolutely hope for that. That is easily to me, the most fun team to watch that's remaining in the group. You want to know what I love about Anthony Edwards? Do you want to know what I love about this player? He has no Shai Gilgeous in him, no James Harden in him, no Jokic in him.
Say it.
No Luka in him.
Keep going.
No LeBron in him.
Keep going.
No Jimmy Butler in him.
Keep going. Brandon Podziemski.
Well, Brandon Podziemski's not on that list.
No, but what you're alluding to is what Pods does.
Absolutely. Anthony just beats you.
Mm-hmm.
He actually beats you. So, 888-957-9570. Do you simply accept that if a team loses its star, then that's it? That's it. Or do you think that there should be some sort of plan B available for an NBA team? We can talk this out and review everything about last night. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr is going to join us today at 5 o'clock. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointments. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BarriaOilChange.com for locations and coupons. We got Giants tickets to give away for this weekend later on this afternoon. Hang with us. Let's take your calls right now. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
finally steps to his right off the fake. Missed a three. Rebound tipped out. Buddy Hield's got it. Buddy's got a breakaway right down Broadway and lays it in.
Oh, jailbreak. Just out. See ya.
52-50. The Warriors showing their mental toughness hanging around here.
Hey, Aries, Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah.
That's our buttered.
Buddy for life.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Never going to get ever triggered again by Buddy Hield.
I thought you were going to go Rick Astley there. Never going to give you up.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
Opted against it.
You should have.
But look, I know it's not fun. It's not a hot take. It's not anything. I accept it in the NBA when your superstar goes down that you're probably right behind him. I just accept it. And by the way, got another game tomorrow night right here on 95.7 The Game. I did a deep dive. I know your deep dive, Dibs. I did a deep dive.
Okay.
And I checked the rules.
Yeah.
They're allowed to win. I checked.
Seems a little shallow end to me, but I'll allow it.
For me, that's a deep dive.
And I like your deep dive.
I went on the internet. I checked the rules. They're allowed to win.
They are.
And surprising things happen in the NBA playoffs, and maybe they will win. Does that mean anything in the larger picture? Probably not, but certainly changes the conversation. So, we're not in off-season mode yet.
No.
But the Warriors have lost 3 playoff games in a row, and I think there's one big, shiny neon sign reason, and then a bunch of other little reasons that are the subplots to this whole thing. But the neon sign flashing out in front of your business is Curry is out. That's it. That's it. I just, and I accept that.
I do too, but it's not like they closed the restaurant.
No. You come eat.
Right.
But the best dishes were out.
Well, you're a breakfast shop, and you can't get eggs because of the avian bird flu. So
tariffs going on.
People are still coming to your restaurant, and they're trying to get breakfast. And yeah, let me get the omelet. Out of eggs. Can I get the Benedict? No eggs. Let me get 2 sunny side up. No eggs. We got waffles and pancakes and French toast if you're lucky.
Actually,
and some sausage.
Those need eggs too. But anyway, go ahead.
You're probably right. I guess you could do it with eggless eggs. I don't.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm not making no waffles without the eggs. But
right.
Anyway, go ahead.
The greater point is you're still going to probably try to open your restaurant. And I look at what you're saying is not wrong, but I also look at the reality of what we've been through the last 3 games. Game 2 was hey, everybody, show me what you're working with, and we lose. Game 3 was, all right, we know who we're going with. It's at home. You played mostly great, and darn it, you had it.
Oof.
You didn't have it.
You didn't have it.
You were in it.
You stick it in the almost column.
Right.
Some people like to have an almost column.
It was a nice try, don't cry.
Yeah.
You were in it. You competed. And then last night, for 2 quarters, it was like, okay, this is the game we were looking for. The bounce back. You're right there again. And then the 3rd quarter, Minnesota showed that without Steph Curry, they are better than you. And so now you're facing a 3-1 deficit. And I've run these numbers ad nauseum. 293 times a team's been up 3-1. They've won 280 of those times. Of the 13 who have actually come back down 3-1, only 3 have done it in history by winning twice on the road. So the Warriors are faced with that. And the stats tell you that it's a 1% historical chance. I think it's 1.06% of teams have gone out. And
sounds kind of like Dallas's chances of getting Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, and they did. But that's a little bit easier because you just have to worry about a computer module. This, you have to actually go out there and do it without the best player.
You got to sweat and make shots.
Yeah. And I looked at all 3 of the instances where this happened, and they're all unique. And in all 3 of them, the star player was playing basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a 1% historical chance. And if you add in the fact that Steph Curry is not playing probably in Game 5, maybe not Game 6, we don't even know his future. That takes your 1% and makes it about 0.1%.
Like, I'm going to speak out of turn here. He's not playing tomorrow night. So, forget about that.
Right.
He's not playing tomorrow night. And they've got an unbelievable task in front of them to even get to Sunday. It would be a ton of fun if they did. It would certainly change the direction of the conversation, at least for the time being. You don't win anything if you do win tomorrow night, but, you get a few more days of ooh, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? but then you'd still have an absolutely monstrous task in front of you of still winning 2 more basketball games and another Game 7 on the road and all of the things. And so, yeah, the unlikelihood is all there. I just sort of, I look at today and I wonder how many fans accept this concept, as unfair as it may be. And this isn't built to like create a waiver for anyone. Like that's not what this is about. You're not trying to like, everybody needs to be accountable. And if you've got an NBA uniform, you're going to be judged on whether or not you can play NBA basketball, not whether or not you can play next to Steph Curry. So if you're disappointed in the way Pods is shooting the ball, let's go. So am I. So is he. If you're disappointed in the way that Moses Moody has just fallen into a confidence graveyard, so am I. So is he. Let's do it. If you think Steve Kerr should have started Kuminga last night or at least gone to him earlier, so do I. So do I. We can do that. But for me, the larger thought is, as hard as it is and as big of a bummer as it is, I accept it. When a team loses their superstar, I accept the reasoning of, we lost our superstar. Oh, why'd you lose? We lost our superstar. Not there's an idiot on the sideline, not that player's a choker, not any of those things. The Warriors lost their superstar, and I just don't know many NBA teams who can function really kind of at all at a high level if that happened. Is Denver playing tonight? Is Denver playing Oklahoma City tonight for Game 5 of that series?
Yeah,
it's not
must
tonight.
be. Yeah.
All right, if Jokic gets hurt, you're all going to say the same thing tomorrow. They're done. They're done. And there's no, like, well, they should have been ready for this. Or the roster. No, they're done. And so the Warriors are very probably about to be done too. And it sucks. And it's a bummer. And I accept it.
Yeah, I don't accept it I don't accept it that readily, because I look at what's happened in these last 2 games. You could look at 3 games, but Game 2 for me was a gravy game. It was a swing and a miss because you want to see who you could play. Game 3, without Steph Curry, you were competitive, and your other star, your Robin to his Batman, was impactful. He was very good, and he didn't play that way last night. And whether it's because of the tailbone or the illness, for me, it's not only about Steph Curry not playing. And Draymond Green in Game 3 was terrible, and he's by all measurements healthy. And so for me, if you got a better performance from your 2 stars, and yes, we can look at Pods and Moody, we can look at all the other players. Kuminga's been spectacular, so I'll leave him out of it because, boy, he's turned a lot of heads with how he's played these last few games.
Yeah,
but
done a great
the
job.
role players have not stepped up and been good, and the stars have not done what they need to do to win these games. If you're a star, it falls on your doorstep. No, it's up to you.
That's fine. It can fall on this doorstep. I don't even know if you and I are actually zeroing in on the same point, though.
We are.
I'm not.
No, because you're saying that without Steph, then, what are we even thinking? You're going to lose.
Not what are we even thinking, but why do you think some of those players are underperforming? Why do you think that is?
I think part of it is because when Steph plays, you get more space and you have more ability to perform at a certain level.
There you go.
But I also look at what I've seen, which is Brandon Pajemski, who's had open shots that he's not hitting. So are those shots more open when Steph's around? Maybe a little bit, but I see a guy who is locked up. And I don't know what's happened to Moses Moody and why his confidence has gotten to the point where his coach won't play him. And even when he plays, he's not... Like, you look at last night, even in garbage time, he got a ball and whatever. They cut it to who even cares, 11 or 12, and he got one. He's totally guarded, and he just jacked it up. It's like, I don't know where Moses is mentally or emotionally.
There was less than a minute to go, so they were trying to.
Right, but
that was a Hail Mary.
I look more at Jimmy Butler, who you're supposed to be playoff Jimmy, and you take 9 shots. And, Draymond Green was mostly good last night. And yet and still, you're the stars. It's going to be up to you to step forward and really take on the extra burden, and they didn't.
Maybe I'm trying to thread the needle here. I'm not saying that the players, you got a big salary and a jersey and shoes and a locker. You have to be accountable for what you do Yes. But the end result overall is Warriors aren't good enough to do this without Steph Curry.
Well, they were good enough to win Game 3, I believe.
That's fine, but they didn't. So actually, they weren't.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't like.
They probably weren't good enough to win Game 1, but they did. They were up 10 when he went out, and they won by 10.
But they were right there. Well, but Minnesota was terrible in that game.
Right.
So you could argue they handed it to you. Like, of course, I'm not saying you can't go win a game. You can win a game. This isn't about winning a game.
Well, it's about winning a game.
It's about winning 4 games.
Well, it's about winning a game to get to where maybe Steph Curry can come back.
Maybe, you know? And we don't even know that. But the bottom line is I'm analyzing what is happening, which is that Steph Curry is not playing, and they are not good enough without him. And I think that that's true for every NBA team, all of them.
Well, look at Boston down 3-1.
You're done.
Right. Even if they win Game 5, they probably won't win 6 and 7. They're in trouble.
There's also an emotional factor. Like, they got to go out there tomorrow night with the realization that the whole organization has been changed for the next year and a half.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Devastating.
What an unbelievable gut punch. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that those individuals aren't allowed to play well or that they all get a free pass. I'm not saying that you can't go win a game. But you lost Steph Curry. And so, yeah, you're probably not going to have action in this series. I think that's an acceptable reason. And largely, I do think this. I'm not saying everyone gets a free pass. I do think you have to pick a new angle to look at everything, though. That's all. I don't think you get to look at the Warriors or any NBA team and sort of insinuate that they should have been ready for this.
No, not ready.
It could have been different. They should raise their game even more. Like, look, this is the reality, even if you don't want it to be the reality. Yes, the world of Warrior basketball orbits around him. He's that big of a deal. And so everything's different without him. Everything.
Well, it doesn't have to all be different.
I think
Jimmy Butler in Game 3 was different than Jimmy in Game 4. And
everyone's going to be different one night to the next.
But you're talking about a guy who you're paying $50 million a year to, and you're expecting him to be the step-up guy, and he was in Game 3. And whether or not he was sick in Game 4, I haven't heard that from him, and they've intimated that. But you expect him to be better than he was. And the role players are the role players.
Well,
and most of them are not playing well.
You're talking last night with Jimmy.
Exactly.
That's fine. You can expect him to be better.
You took 9 shots and you were minus 30.
You're still not winning that game.
Like,
you got blown off the floor. You got blown
off the floor because of the third quarter. In the third quarter, you couldn't score. And overall, he was not showing the same level of aggressiveness to try to score the basketball.
Yeah, and I thought I thought he was disappointing. And so you can expect him to be different. That's one night, though. I'm talking about, again, the overall view of this. Jimmy Butler did have a good game after Steph left in this series. Jonathan Kuminga has come in and done everything you could hope for him to do, and it is all added up for, let me get my calculator, 0 wins.
Right.
So it's still not good enough because they're not good enough without Steph Curry.
That to me is a defeatist mentality, and I don't think they're not approaching it that way.
No,
like they're getting on a plane today. They're going to land here in about an hour or two, and they're going there to try to win.
Of course, I'm not them. My mentality doesn't matter. I'm telling you what I see. I think Boston's dead. I think Golden State is probably dead. I think if you lose your star in the NBA in the playoffs, you're probably dead.
You're probably, like but you find a different way to go about it. And they did that in Game 3 for the most part, and then they just were unable to get the ball across the finish line.
I got a new deep dive dibs, maybe for tomorrow. Has any NBA team ever lost their and I mean super duper booper star?
Yeah, their best player, right?
And then straight to the championship.
No, we're not talking straight to the championship. We're talking about winning a series. Right.
Okay, advance deeper into the playoffs, into round 3, whatever. Like, I cannot remember. Like, we've seen it in football.
Yeah.
Hostetler, Nick Foles.
Well, you saw it with this very Warrior team when Steph got hurt back in 2016 against Houston, and they were able to advance out of that series. And
what round was that?
That was in the second round, I believe.
And how much of the series did he miss?
He missed games 2 and 3. He came back in 4, and he got hurt again.
Right.
And then he ended up missing another week.
And who else was on the roster?
Well, you asked about the super duper star. He was their best player. You had Iguodala and Clay, and you had Draymond.
What year was this?
This was 2016, I believe.
Okay.
Because they would go on to lose the NBA Finals when he was somewhat compromised in the NBA Finals. Not to make excuses, and I'm not. They had a 3-1 lead. Game 5, Draymond suspended watching the A's game, and the Cavs came here. LeBron and Kyrie each had 41 in that game.
Yep.
And you went back to Cleveland. Warriors lost that game. Game 7, I had to look this up earlier. Draymond had 32 points in Game 7.
He was filling it up from 3.
And they ended up losing that by like 4 points. But that's the only time. And again, that was at that time, Steph was not the Steph that he is now on this team.
And you're talking about a generational roster that won 73 basketball games.
And that was a team that had Iguodala coming off a Finals MVP, and you had Livingston, and you had Clay and Draymond, and you had. It was a much deeper team than this one. So for me, what you're saying about Steph Curry on this team, I get it. Because if you want to look at the role players, and yesterday I called them the pups, and they are pups.
Some of them.
They're all pups. Your rookie, Quentin Post, is 25. He's a rookie. TJD, second year. Pods is 22, second year. Kuminga's 22, fourth year. But
I thought we were talking about everyone. Jimmy Butler and Draymond included.
No, we're talking about like the roster.
Yep.
And, I was mentioning that other team where you had Iguodala, you had Mo Spates, you had Andrew Bogut for crying out loud. You had some real OGs as your others. This team's got pups across the board.
Totally.
As your others.
I mean, Steph Curry back at that time, I think, was making $14 million a year.
Yeah, you're probably right.
He's now the highest paid player in the entire sport. And they brought in Jimmy Butler. And Draymond's on the team. You're not going to be able to fill out your roster all fancy schmancy. You're just, it's not reality.
Yeah. And this is a conversation for later in the week and next week. But everyone wants to talk about roster reconstruction. Good luck with that.
Oh, God.
I mean,
I don't.
With no first-round pick?
The later date.
For sure, but I just wanted to plant that seed in your mind because I was thinking about it on the drive-in, and it's like, geez, you don't have a lot of options.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you. C-Money in Pleasant Hill. Hey, C-Money, thank you for calling. What's up?
Yeah, here's my question. It maybe is more of your perspective, but if you look at it historically, right? All right, let me back up. How about we look at the NBA players, the star players that have participated in the Olympics? If those star players were to, not even get hurt, but just if they participated in the Olympics, that team, the NBA team, should get an extra player. Whether it's the draft or whatever, for if they make the postseason. And this actually addresses that question you had earlier about having a plan B, because the plan B should always be your worst case scenario. If our best player got hurt, how do we set this up? How do we change the strategy and so on and so forth?
If a team has more than one player in the Olympics, do they get 2 extra players? Because I'm thinking about OKC with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Lou Dort, who both were Olympians for their country.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you'll probably have to, go through that, slicing and dicing. But, ultimately, the bottom line is, look at what happened recently. So far we have Jason, ruptured Achilles last night. Obviously, Steph, but he didn't get as injured to the extreme as Jason, but still suffered an injury and missed, several games, right?
Dame Lillard.
And then there's probably a couple other players as well.
Dame Lillard, same injury as what Tatum just had. Now, the problem with your argument there, C-Money, is that Jason Tatum, he didn't play in the Olympics.
Oh, and did Dame?
No.
Right.
No, Jason Tatum was on the team, but famously did not play.
I like that.
But anyway, point being, you like
Denver
that
had 2, Jokic and Murray. They both were Olympians.
I think his point was, are you playing for America too? I think to a degree, but no. You obviously, Minnesota would, in theory, get another player then. Anthony Edwards was on the Olympic team.
Rudy Gobert was an Olympian.
Yeah, there you go.
So what are we doing?
No, you can't do that. This is their choice, And by the way, all the guys who aren't on the Olympic team, they're all working out and playing basketball all summer long also. They're in the Drew League or wherever guys are. This is the way it is now. Guys are playing basketball year-round. I can remember having a lot of conversations with Clay's dad, with Michael Thompson, because he used to famously tell everyone, he's like, part of the reason injuries seem like they're getting worse, like we go, oh, they've had so many playoff games. A lot of these guys do it to themselves. They won't put the ball down. They play 12 months of basketball, and you use the same muscles, and you wear them out. Michael used to joke, and I think he was only partially joking. He's like, when we would get to June, I put the basketball in the closet and I go play tennis for 3 months. That's it.
Yep.
I'm not playing basketball because it's going to wear out the same joints and muscles. And oddly, as medicine gets better and workouts get better, it seems like we've got more major injuries now than we did 40 years ago.
How many summers do you think Jason Tatum has taken off since he was 8 years old?
None.
Thank you. And this is what Dr. Nirav Pandya from UCSF Medical talks a lot about, overuse and specialization, where, like in baseball, getting your Tommy John injury now is like, how soon can I get it so that I can come back and be a pitcher again? Because all these kids play year-round in sports, and so basketball, baseball, you're going to get these sorts of injuries because you don't take time off anymore.
All right, don't miss the San Francisco Giants take on... It just says the Athletics.
Yeah.
It left out their city.
They don't have a city.
Oh.
They don't affiliate with the city in which they play.
The Athletics.
They're the Athletics.
Okay. Well, they're back in the Bay Area this weekend.
Really?
Oracle Park. Saturday, May 17th. First 15,000 fans are going to receive a puffer vest. You can get tickets at sfgiants.com or...
Puffer?
Or...
That was for you.
Do that.
Feels like a Friday. Had to.
All right. Or we're giving you a chance to win a 4-pack to the game in the 4 o'clock hour today. Courtesy of Ghirardelli. So just keep listening for your chance to win 4 tickets. Giants A's Saturday, 4 o'clock hour. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for your calls. 888-957-9570. Theo, Kai, stay where you are. We're coming to you first. Can you just explain it away that way? For the Warriors, like Steph Curry is out. And there is the end of our TED Talk. Or somehow were they supposed to be ready for this? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and also to empowering the community. I've been a customer of Fremont Bank for more than 6 years, and going to a local bank has never been more of a good decision for me. I got rid of the big box bank, a bank that doesn't really care about my savings goals or anything that pertains to me as a human being, but Fremont Bank absolutely does. They built a local ecosystem that is constructed around relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area. They launched it in 1964 in Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue. If you happen to be down in Fremont, you can see the brand new building. That is the tallest building in Fremont, and it will be the epicenter of the new downtown in Fremont. And it's perfect that Fremont Bank will be the epicenter because they are the number one tenant in the city and in the Bay Area.
Randall into Edwards. 7 seconds in the backcourt. Payton right in front of him. Edwards at midcourt. Crossover dribble. Deep three in front of the logo. Good at the buzzer by Anthony Edwards. What a shot. There are 2 Warrior defenders there. He's got 14 at the break. And what a first half this has been.
Probably. Probably. Yeah, that was a nice shot for me. That got me going.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giants tickets next hour. Steve Kerr at 5. Assuming that all goes well travel-wise.
Yeah.
On their way to Minnesota because, that's right. Season's not over yet.
And it's not. It's really not. And, like you said, they're allowed to win Game 5. And, they can come back and win Game 6. They can do it without Steph Curry. The odds point you in the direction that it's not super duper likely, but these are champions, couple of them, 2 or 3 of them. And Jimmy Butler's a guy who I don't imagine is just going to roll over in a tight spot.
No.
Minnesota's got to do it.
Yeah, they'll play hard. They'll play hard tomorrow night. Huge task. And look, how the hell can you not feel a little deflated about all of it today? I don't know how you can not feel that way.
Right.
How can you not?
What's to be inflated about? They've lost 3 in a row. And last I checked, if you lose 4 straight games in the playoffs, you don't advance.
Nope.
And I was trying to figure out any possible way you could lose 4 in a row, but it's impossible to lose 4 consecutive games and advance. Because you end a series always with a win. You don't end a series on a loss, right?
Usually not, yeah.
I don't know if you can end a series on a loss.
Pretty sure you can't.
Right, so then you get into another series, you can't lose 4 in a row.
Huh. Yeah, that's fun math. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you did that earlier. You're like, yeah, they've lost 3 in a row. And I was thinking, has anyone ever lost 4 in a row? And before I said it out loud, I'm like, no, dummy.
Well, yeah, plenty of people have lost 4 in a row, but
not in the playoffs.
Not continued to play after that.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you have to go home when you do that.
Yeah.
You got to go. You
can't stay here.
Don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Yeah. Coming to you live, Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We love having Laughing Monk along for the ride. They've been throwing some great watch parties for all of these Warrior games. And yes, not done yet. Let's go to Theo in the East Bay. Hi, Theo. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. Look, I don't think it's done yet. And you know what? Until it is, then you know what? I'll let it hit me. But as of right now, we still got Game 5. And I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to win that one. Jimmy's probably going to have a good game. I'm hoping on it. Come back and get a few days of rest in between Game 6. Shout out to the Valkyries. But then if Steph Curry doesn't come out Game 6, that's fine with me. We'll get a Buddy Hield in the JK game there. And bring him back to Minnesota for Game 7. And guess what? Say all these things to say, Steph will be back. Dubs in 7. That's how I'm feeling, boys. I'm not down yet. Cheers.
I love it.
Cheers.
Yeah.
I'm going to change that guy's name to Bobby McFerrin. And some of you will get that reference. Some of you won't.
Don't worry, be happy.
That's okay. Like, if you can find unbridled optimism today, and I don't mean about life, I hope you're still happy and I hope you're still having a great day. It's beautiful, sun shining outside. But if you can find true unbridled optimism about the Warriors' chances in this series today, good on you.
No doubt.
Good on you.
You're the kind of person I want to hang out with because only 3 times has a team done this. Down 3-1 to win 2 on the road. Cleveland over the Warriors, I mentioned it. Houston beats Phoenix in the Western Conference semis in 95. Game 5 on the road, they won in overtime. Hakeem with 31 and 16.
Damn.
Barkley and AC Green with 20 rebounds apiece. They win in overtime. Houston wins Game 6. Game 7, back in Phoenix, Kevin Johnson with 46 in a loss.
Well, listen to what you're saying, though. And again, I'm sorry to, be the bearer of all this.
No, the names.
Well, the stars were playing.
Right.
Their best players were playing when they rallied back from down 3-1.
Game 7 on the road, Akeem and Drexler, Hall of Famers, 29 apiece, and that's when Mario Elie hit the kiss of death, they call it. The 3-ball in the corner with about 5 seconds left to stun Sir Charles.
Mr. Deep Dive Dibs. By the way, what happened to the, come on, where's our thingamabob for Dibs whenever he goes on a deep dive? Where'd it go?
I still have it. You want it right now?
Yeah, play it right now.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Snorkel on, my friends. We're going deep.
We went deep.
Yeah.
But how deep did you go is what I want to know.
I went super deep on teams down 3-1 in a best-of-7, teams that were able to win.
And how many of them were there?
13, Mark.
Have any of them been without their best player?
Let me look at, let's see, carry the 2. No, Mark.
Okay.
But one thing that did stand out, and I'll put the home road aside, at times, teams got an unexpected, unbelievable performance on their way to doing it. 1997, Miami beats the Knicks. Yes! Vashawn Leonard with 21 in Game 5. Miami wins in overtime over New York, and you remember that was the game of the brawl. P.J. Brown, and that's when Van Gundy was holding onto a leg. Ewing suspended for Game 6.
That was the best.
So Miami wins Game 6 without Ewing. Ewing comes back at home, 37-17. Actually, on the road, Tim Hardaway with 38, and Miami wins it.
Yeah.
And that was a weird one, though, because Ewing out, P.J. Brown out, Starks missed Game 7.
There you go.
But it was Vashawn Leonard in Game 5 who, down 3-1, the kid out of Minnesota, he has 21 at home, though. That was one where Miami was at home. So it just struck me that sometimes, as I did my deep dive, sometimes you need something like that to prolong a series. So, like, Moses Moody gets back in the rotation and he gets 19, or another Buddy Buckets game, or something funky's got to happen tomorrow, right?
Well, okay, so I think you just said it. Okay, Grandy, thanks. All right, so I think what you just said, what I heard you say is that what the Warriors might need to do is something that has never happened before in the history of the NBA. Rally back from down 3-1 with 2 games on the road without your best player. Now, I understand some of you may be, well, hold on. You don't know if it's all going to be without their best player. What if they win tomorrow night? That's fair. It's a fair response. I have no idea if he's going to play. I got my doubts, but it's never happened before. So, again, all I'm saying is that I guess at the end of this sort of like the discussion starter, if you will, is that if the Warriors, and it's still an if, but if they're knocked out and if it's tomorrow night and Steph Curry never plays, I have a sum total of nothing in my anger glass. Nothing. And that has nothing to do, honestly, with your like, Pods is playing too much. Okay, let's talk about it. Kuminga's not playing enough. Let's talk about it. We can do all of those things. I can't get mad at a team that loses when their generational star's out.
I can't get mad either.
I can't get mad.
I can get not. I don't even know.
Frustrated.
I don't even know if frustrated.
Annoyed?
Frustrated might be too strong.
What's the word?
Just disappointed because
okay, sure.
I look at Game 3 and I think, you know what? That was the one. That was the kind of game you needed to win, and you were in it until there was about 4 minutes left. And so that's the one where, when you look back, I look at it and go, because last night, honestly, Randall, my God, he was amazing. And then Edwards was phenomenal. And even, I think that game should have been closer, but in the third quarter, they were spectacular. You were terrible. You lose.
Wow,
that's basketball.
The Warriors should have been up by more at halftime.
True.
Is actually where I felt like there was a disappointment. When we got to the second half, Minnesota was amazing. Give them credit. They were way too good. Obviously, I'm with you with the disappointment of Game 3. Yeah. I yelled at electronics. I yelled loudly at electronics. I was very angry after that game.
That was me last night.
Yeah, I was very. See, by then, to me, it had already set in, and I just, I don't know. That's how I see it. Like, you lose Steph Curry, you're probably going to get beat. And they're probably going to get beat. They're in the process of getting beat.
When they got down 20, that's when I was like, okay. And I flipped the remote to my lovely wife, Supper, and her name is Supper because she calls dinner Supper. And I said, Sup, put something on. She said, we could still watch this. I said, please.
She wasn't wearing anything?
No, I said put something else on the TV.
Oh, you said put something on.
On the TV.
How the hell do you guys watch these
She's
games?
clothed. Yeah. We do a strip playoffs every time Anthony Edwards hits a three, something's got to come off.
Every time Pods misses a shot.
Dude.
Anyway, go ahead.
Boy, it was naked in the first half then. That's what it was. They got down 20, and at that point I was like, all right, we're not gonna swear at the TV anymore. They're down 20. This one's not going our way.
All right. We got a lot of people that want to weigh in.
Yeah,
So we're coming directly to you right now. Stay right where you are, Kai and Robin and Trevor. Here we go. And then Giants tickets in the 4 o'clock hour and Steve Kerr at 5, all guests. On 95.7 The Game, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? This is Willard and Dibbs.
Edwards guarded by Buddy Hield. Drives left side of the paint, steps in on Butler, double teamed out to Conley. He'll dribble drive, takes the floater on the way. It's short, ball tip. Conley gets it out to Edwards off the tip by Gobert. Edwards with 3 in the corner, and the Wolves hit another one.
Man, the Warriors work their butts off to get these buckets, and then the Wolves just come down 3.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, yeah, Tommy, the Wolves have their stars. So, things get opened up a little bit quicker. That's one aspect of it. You and I were just having a conversation, and we want to go directly to the phones, but quick comment on this.
Yeah.
And then we could do a little bit more of it later. You know how there's been so much talk this year about the Warriors' age?
Mm-hmm.
Who looks old, who doesn't look old? Okay, now Steph got hurt, and it's a usage injury. Jimmy Butler, is he showing signs? I heard a funny caller on Steiny and Goo talk about how Butler gets into the paint, and it's just pump fake, pump fake, pump fake, pass out, which is like kind of what you do when you get old, because you're like, I'm not jumping over anybody anymore. Do you want to know who has a characteristic that I think, at least I'm guessing, might have something to do with fatigue throughout games and seasons? It's actually not Steph and Jimmy, it's Draymond.
Please explain.
The three-pointers he hits are always in the first quarter.
Always. Oh, yeah.
He never seems to ever hit a shot in the second half. Well, that's legs.
Totally.
That's just legs. We were joking about it. What people I was watching with last night, we were talking about it. And I go, well, if Draymond's going to hit any threes, like, do it fast. Because I know damn well he's not hitting any in the second half. And then on cue, swish, swish in the first quarter.
Yep.
And no more ever again. And his misses were not just misses. They were not close. They're not. And it seems like that every game. I don't have any data in front of me, but it feels like that. The scoring Draymond needs to happen early because he's not going to be there late.
Pretty much. And I'm looking at his threes, NBA.com. You can look at any stat from any player. Swish, swish. And I'm through the next 2 threes. Airball, airball. Mm-hmm. The one in the corner in the second quarter was short. The one in the third quarter was the opposite of Norwood. It was wide left. And, yeah, he went on to miss another one in the third, and then he missed another one in the fourth. 2 for 6 from behind the line. And I think it is legs. And, hard to fault him for it. And he's shooting more threes than he normally would. And I saw him play with a certain amount of not desperation and not disinterest, but kind of a mix between the two. Like, the heck with it. If nobody else can do anything, and I'm looking at his last 3, you're down 18 with 8:09 to go. You got about 3 minutes to either make it a game or we're going to white flag it. And so he's shooting threes because Pods, you can't hit. Kuminga, you had a quiet second half. Buddy was ordinary, which, Buddy's Buddy.
Yeah, whatever.
Jimmy Butler was sick and not effective, and I don't even know who else you can look to and think you're going to score. No. In the second half, they had nothing. So you're Draymond, it's like, you know what? I got no legs. I'm not a great shooter, but I'm about all I got. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Except for they don't even have that.
They didn't have anything.
Yeah.
Until the third string came in and almost gave you the backdoor cover.
I was laughing so hard.
I was too.
I'm like, oh my God, the number is 5. Like Quentin Post for 3.
Yeah. Even like 5.5 where you could find it.
7 feet short. Like, I don't know why the hell he pulled up 6 seconds to go. Like, why are you shooting it from half court, Quentin?
Dub Nation. It's Quentin Post.
Hi, Quentin. All right, let's go to Kai in the city. Hi, Kai. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I'm going to keep this quick.
All right.
So I got this chart right in front of me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, okay. So I got this chart in front of me. As of this morning, Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle are the number 1 and number 8 playoff players in terms of ratings. Everyone else on this list that is either leading their series or, except for the Celtics, has 2 or more of these players of the top 20 playoff players in these playoffs currently. Everyone else who has 1 player, the caveat here is that Steph Curry was injured, so he's left off this list for the ratings, etc., but has been eliminated. So Alperen Sengun, number 18, eliminated. LeBron James, number 19, eliminated. Donovan Mitchell, number 5, only Cavs player on this list, down 3-1. The Celtics have 3 players. They're down 3-1, so that's the outlier. But each of these other teams that are left in the playoffs have 2 top 20 players. Jimmy Butler is rated at number 10. So what does that tell you? I think that goes back to what Dibs is saying, right? It's like all of those comebacks had some other guy doing something legendary. Do I think that this team can do it? Yes, because I'm not going to waver in my faith. But it's going to have to be some combined effort. It's going to have to be Draymond just being a bat out of hell, completely locked in, trying to find his offense early, as you just said. And so that's kind of all I have. But it's like, where is that coming from? And I guess that's like really the answers that we need.
Well, and I think where most people would answer that, and Kai, thank you very much. Kai. Most people would answer that as that's sort of the source of their frustration today, which is it feels like there's nowhere to turn. The Warriors have nowhere to turn when it comes to who can you turn to in a moment like this. And sure, there's the Kuminga part of it, and he's been largely very good in this series and deserves a ton of credit for being ready and at least giving them what he's got, even though it's led to 0 wins. But all of that said, here's what I accept. In fact, someone on the YouTube chat during the break was just saying, I think it was MD Sports, I want to shout him out. He's like, hey, look at the Bulls back in the Jordan days. If Jordan was out, you still had Pippen and Rodman and then Kukoc and all those things. And I responded with 2 things. I go, number 1, you're right. It's a really good roster. But guess what that group does? If MJ gets hurt, they get beat. And secondly, that team, those years, you're not dealing with second aprons and luxury tax penalties and all of these cap figures that are now welcomed into the party. So if you want to rip Joe Lacob for not spending like $100 for every dollar on luxury, you can do that. Like, go ahead, get mad, but I'm going to look at a team that's got Steph Curry making 55, Jimmy Butler's making just short of 50, you have Draymond Green at 25, and I'm going to go, I get it. You did not have the opportunity to fill this roster out with a bunch of amazing just in case Steph Curry got hurt. It's just not realistic.
Not anymore, no. And, the same depth that we all talked about in 2022, that depth is mostly still here. I know you don't have Jordan Poole, but you do have GP2, who was a big part of that championship run, and you had Kevon Looney who had 20 rebound games. He's still here. So some of that depth you had then is still here, but the big thing I look at is what you're relying on more is young, inexperienced, unproven players. And just one postscript to the Jordan point, I just looked at his playoff log in the 6 championship runs. Yeah. He didn't miss a game. He played every single game. There you go. And he played 47 and 29, 44, 40, 40. So different era. But Michael Jordan wasn't a guy that they had to go without in these series because the dude played.
Correct. Yeah. And that's why when you and I had this conversation about a week and a half ago, and I got all the Captain Obvious responses for saying that if Steph or Jimmy misses time, the Warriors are dead. I used a word that I stuck in there. Extended. I know I know in the past Steph Curry has missed a couple games. Jimmy just missed a couple games in the last round and they won. They won. So you miss a couple games, you miss a couple games. You want to miss a series? You're going to lose that series. You're going to lose that series. That's just how I see it.
Makes it tough. And, going back to that year that I cited before, they did have a lot more depth, and Steph was eventually able to come back and play. He wasn't at 100%, and ultimately I do think that's what kind of led them to the demise. But you mentioned it before. That team went 73-9. So beyond Steph Curry being really, really great, and he was the league MVP, you had a lot around him to where you were a good team, obviously, historically good.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Robin in Mountain View is next up on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Robin.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
I just had 2 things. One, I just have a gut feeling that Steph's going to play tomorrow night. And my second point is I like what you were saying about how everyone's trying their best and it's still not enough with Kuminga, Draymond, and Butler. But I just feel like all 3 of those guys didn't click on the same game. Like that third game, it was more Butler, but he didn't have the same on the fourth. So I think this fifth game, without Curry, if all three of those guys can play well and, have some of Buddy shooting, I think we can get that game.
Robin, thank you very much. It has been all but confirmed. I actually have even seen some Shams-type reports floating around. Nobody wants to be all definitive about it because the Warriors have not given their official update, which is not coming until tomorrow. So Steve Kerr's not going to give it to us tonight either.
Yeah.
But your sneaky suspicion that he's going to play tomorrow night, he's not. He's not going to play tomorrow night.
Well, think about it in terms of what we know about sports, where a player gets reevaluated on a day. It's almost never that player then plays that night. So he'll get reevaluated tomorrow, probably, in the morning at some point.
Yeah.
And usually that means, okay, he's cleared to start resuming basketball-related activity, and darn it, we might have a chance to have him on Sunday.
I also, keep in mind, it's not like the Warriors are just okay, tomorrow's Wednesday, let's go check on Steph.
Right.
They're looking at him every minute of every day. The reevaluation Wednesday just means that tomorrow's the day we're going to get a statement made by the team. The PR staff is going to put out a few paragraphs. I can already tell you with 90% certainty what it's going to say. Steph Curry was reevaluated with his hamstring today.
And it
is showing that he's making progress.
Making progress.
And he will be reevaluated again. Although, he'll be reevaluated again on Saturday.
Right.
If the season's still going, which it might not be.
Exactly.
11.5-point underdog tomorrow night.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
And, teams that are down 3-1 lose a little bit more than half of Game 5, no matter where that next game is being played. And you look at Boston down 3-1 without Tatum, and they're in real trouble. And the Warriors without Steph going on the road against a Minnesota team, as I mentioned in the crossover, they're healthy. They're younger. They've had no setbacks.
Yep.
They only play 8 guys. They're healthy. And something Steiny said earlier about their record over the last 48 games, something like 34-14, just a crazy record. Since they figured out how to use Randall, they've been humming. They've been one of the best teams in basketball.
Minnesota's fantastic. This is one thing. I know the way that it looks, and I mean, man, if I had $1 for every person, I looked at it, Minnesota's not that good. They're so good. I understand they've had some bad shooting games. Give the Warriors defense some credit, number one. Give all of the NBA officials some credit because this is all so physical. You're watching people's shooting percentages almost all go down because these guys are all exhausted. So this is kind of the way it looks, and sometimes it's not the most savory thing, but this take that people arrived at after watching 2 basketball games and going, I checked it. Minnesota sucks. They don't. They're so good. Their roster is as good as any roster in the NBA, I believe, 1 through 8. I really do, especially right now, late in the season, because their superstar is not just healthy, he's 23. He's 23.
And he's playing amazing. And
he wants that. He wants that next step.
I think that Randall is a guy who has figured out in this offense how to cook. And defensively, you've got an elite perimeter defender in McDaniels, who is, I guess somebody was saying 6'10", 6'9". I didn't realize he was that big and long, but he defends like a guard. And then you have 4-time DPOY, and you can discard that all you want, but the man is a great interior defender, Rudy Gobert. So defensively, they have an ability. And then something else that Steiny said earlier, and he's right, all 8 of those guys, without Gobert, but you've got 7 guys who can absolutely shoot the 3, including your 7-foot backup big, Naz Reid.
Oh, dude.
And Dante DiVincenzo can stroke it. Yep. So they can get you in a number of different ways.
Yeah, I sort of, and I feel like I said this before the series, Minnesota, because they did this to the Lakers, they will have at least 1 game, maybe 2, where they just go absolutely white hot from 3, and they will beat you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And last night, for me, that was that game. The third quarter was that game. They were incredible. There's nothing the Warriors could have done about that in the third quarter last night.
Well, they could have scored on their own end and made it so instead of being down 20, you're down 10.
Maybe.
That was, to me, the frustration part of it. Because, Minnesota, what they were doing, it's like, oh, my God. Okay.
You're still probably going to lose. But
if the 17-0 run was 17-8 instead, well, now you're hanging around.
You're hanging around.
Thank you.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, guys, we're awaiting the Warriors announcing Steph Curry's update tomorrow. That's what I imagine Steve Kerr is going to tell you guys coming up in a couple of hours. We do have a look ahead to tomorrow's injury report for game number 5. Steph Curry is officially listed as out for tomorrow's game.
Okay, there you have it. Yeah. So now it's in ink. What many have already sort of been thrown around out there based on what's been not only said in the media, what I think is also evident just by watching him walk around in life. But now the official injury report is there. Steph Curry is out and will not play in Game 5.
Okay, and now it's official, and I'm not surprised at all. We just had this conversation where if you reevaluate somebody on game day and they've been out for more than a week, they're not going to play that night. That doesn't happen, and you're not going to risk his hamstring. If he plays with it, maybe iffy 50-50, and something really bad happens to it, and now he's out 3 to 6 months and he has surgery. Wow. What are we even doing?
I mean, 50-50 to me also, you're talking about a hamstring. So, like, if you sent Steph Curry out there tomorrow night, he's not going to be Steph Curry.
Right.
He's not going to be Steph Curry. Here, let's jump this to the front of the line because I think we have a caller that wants to specifically talk about this. Nick in Berkeley. Hi, Nick. What's up? What you got?
I just refuse. I mean, I'm in the state of denial, man, but I'm just like, dude, there's no way he's not playing. Like, give him a limited, dude, like the NFL, they give him limited, like, runs or carries or passes or whatever. Man, he's going to play, dude. I just refuse to believe the competitor in Curry is going to sit there and watch his team lose. Tape your leg up, homie. I'm the one to tell you. It's do or die. You ain't got to play the whole game. At least throw in 5 minutes. You can't give it a go for at least a quarter. It's a wrap. I respect that. There's no way he's not going to touch that floor tomorrow, man. I just don't see it.
He's going to touch that floor right underneath those chairs that they sit on over there on the bench. Nick, I want to give you my phone number so that you can text me at tip-off tomorrow night, and we'll see if you believe it then. Like, I mean, not only is he already listed as out, I mean, you've got to acknowledge that just because he is Steph Curry doesn't mean he's got the ability to go out there tomorrow night and look like Steph Curry. You don't want half of Steph Curry to play, do you?
But I'm saying he can go for 5 minutes.
This call will be recorded.
Oh, my God.
All right, there goes Nick. What the hell just happened?
We may have to save that whole piece right there. This call will be recorded. Oh, my God.
Even the lady on there thought 5 minutes was just a ridiculous idea.
Well, and
Siri's like, you are wrong. Thank you for calling.
And for those who are not old enough to remember, and I remember because I was almost 2, but the Willis Reed game, 1970 NBA Finals, where he trudged out on the floor, and we all rhapsodize about the Willis Reed game. He played 27 minutes, but he scored 4 points. Yep. So he was out there, kind of, but if it wasn't for, Walt Frazier leading the Knicks over the Lakers, the Willis Reed game is a little bit of a misnomer.
What was the final score? How much they win
113 to 99.
Oh, so they didn't even need his 4 points.
No.
Man, what a gravy trainer.
The logo with 28 in a loss.
Yeah.
Wilt 21 and 24 in a loss.
Kind of the logos thing, to be an all-time great and barely ever win it.
One ring.
Yep, exactly.
1 out of 11.
He's like your boy Aaron Rodgers.
RELAX. Relax.
All right, let's go to Trevor in ROHNE. Never mind, Bonner Park. Hi, Trevor.
I liked it.
What's up, Trevor? What are you doing?
Spelled it all the way out, man. Come on.
I know I could have, but I was like, we're gonna run. I'm gonna take all of Trevor's time if I keep up with all these letters.
Well, let's not do that. All right, so listen, guys, I want to just kind of emphasize what that game looked like compared to game 3. And the reason why I feel like, this is definitely a wrap. I don't think Steph Curry's going to get a chance to come back. Is just the defensive level and the effort level out there that I saw, whether it be Draymond Green getting older, and you guys are right. The legs, I mean, if the hair doesn't give it away, the legs definitely do. The defense wasn't there at the end as well as the first half of the quarter.
And it's a collective effort, right? There is no guy. Everybody knows that. You guys know that. We all know that the Warriors don't win games this year before Jimmy Butler for sure, unless it's a collective effort. There is no one guy that's going to go out there and get this done. There just isn't outside Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler's not really doing it. So, I mean, you don't have Curry. You got 3 games you got to win in a row. It's not going to happen. If they win next game, great. I really kind of feel like it pretty much is done next game. But I think really what it comes down to is when I called in before and I was talking about defense will keep you in the game, but the defense, in my mind, at least in the second half, the defense really tapered off. The first half is okay. They were in it. But as the second half came through, it's like everything just kind of like collapsed. The scoring stopped, and then instantaneously right after that, the defense stopped. And I don't know. It was a perfect storm, but guys, it's a collective effort, and it's just the collective effort isn't there right now. And unfortunately, to me, that makes it feel a lot like it's over. I said I wasn't going to doubt the Warriors again after the Rockets, but this is a little different. This
is
team,
different.
This Timberwolves team's too good, man.
Well, and Steph Curry's out. So, yeah, Trevor, I get it. I will say one thing. I'll push back a little bit on, quote-unquote, the collective effort is not there. I do think the effort is there. And here's one thing I've always thought about NBA stars. When offensive stars in the NBA get going, there's no stopping them. You can't stop them. The Warriors were great defensively against Anthony Edwards out at the three-point line. They were right there. He was too good. How about that Julius Randle turnaround at the end of the shot clock? Brilliant defense. Absolute.
Just a chuck.
Eyes closed, chuck up, and hit nothing but the net. Randle was on.
Yep.
Edwards was on. They both went 30-plus. Ain't nothing you could do.
Yeah, I do think, to his point, you got late in that third, early fourth, and I could kind of see the dauber was down.
Well, they gave up. Yes,
right.
That I agree.
And, Draymond had a couple of chances where the Draymond that I know would have at least tried to inflict a little something on Rudy Gobert near the rim. And there was 2 hoops that Rudy scored in the second half. One was an alley-oop right over Draymond's head. The other one, Gobert catches it low block, and Draymond kind of sidles over to him, puts an arm into him and one hand up. The Draymond I know down 15 or 17, you're going to challenge that a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, but at the same time, and I know kind of where you're coming from, don't you think? I mean, people would have been mad at Draymond in his situation if he goes out there and does something flagrant or a technical.
I get it.
Like, why? At that point.
Well, if he thought that the game was still winnable, he would have. But
maybe.
What I'm perceiving is like, we're down 17. Let's just get out of here, which is too bad.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Okay, Joe and Smitty, 888-957-9570. You will lead us off. We are taking your phone calls right now and all afternoon long. Do you just sort of accept that if Steph Curry's hurt, that's what happened? This is what the Warriors are going to look like? Or do you believe like some sort of plan B should have been in place? 888-957-9570. Giants tickets to this weekend against the A's in the 4 o'clock hour, and Steve Kerr at 5 on Willard and Dibs.
McDaniels got bumped, got fouled on the way down. That's got to be a flagrant. He wrapped him up from behind around the neck and threw him down. There's a windup.
Yeah.
That's got to be looked at.
That's a flagrant one.
Absolutely. There's a windup above the neck, contact, and then grabbed him by the jersey and threw him down. And McDaniels is hot. He's talking to Pat Frayer.
It has been determined that none of the elements of a flagrant foul exist. Therefore, this will be ruled a common foul after we gather it. 2 free throws.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Wow.
That surprises
Wow.
me.
No flagrant foul.
That
He
surprises
wound up
me.
from behind, hit him above the shoulder, and then grabbed him to the floor by grabbing the jersey. That's an everyday play in the NBA. We see that all the time.
Yeah, that one, I'm not buying that one.
That's just brutal. Just brutal. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
In fact, it's right here on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. I don't know if Grandy saw it, and that's why he played it, but thank you to the 925. Hey, Dan.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Dan.
Come at me.
Talk about the so-called common foul. I hate referee Dibbs. Do it with me, Dibbs. Ref, you suck.
No, never.
Ref, you suck. Ref, you suck. That was an absurd review by Mark Davis. That's all.
Well, if you follow me on Twitter and Texter and teammates, I'm sure none of you actually do, but
you're muted.
Yeah.
No, you're not. I'm kidding.
You should mute me.
No,
I immediately came out with, that's a horse collar. That's 15 yards. So you do that in the NFL, that's 15. And in real time, I didn't really see the chop to the neck. I saw the jersey pull from behind. And then when I watched the replay, I was like, not only did he grab the jersey, he basically chops him in the neck. And so I'm thinking, this is easy.
Yeah,
this is garden variety.
The head and neck area. I'm like, that thing right there, that's right below your ear, that's the neck. At least that's what they taught me in school. So once again, this is another one of those situations where, to me, I get bothered because a referee is reviewing his own call. By the way, you know what gets left out of this conversation? It was purposeful. It was purposeful because he was ticked off. He thought Buddy Hield, and they showed this on the replay, he thought that Buddy Hield had hit him earlier in the drive. And I thought it was a very inadvertent, errant sort of a clip. His hand hit like the chest area of Jaden McDaniels. Buddy wasn't even looking at him. He was trying to drive by him, whatever. But Jaden was ticked off.
Yeah.
And so he chased him down. He whacked him on the side of the head. He pulled his jersey down. He threw him to the floor. And that's all. We shoot two and head the other way.
Yeah, it was
what are we doing?
Pat Frayer who made the call, and then Mark Davis as the crew chief is the one who reviews it. And looking at the replay again, Buddy's driving by, right hand dribble. The left hand goes into the body, and his lower arm goes down near the groin area, which there may have been contact. It surely did not look intentional.
Yeah.
And that's probably why McDaniels was upset, because he got popped in the biscuits. And so he turned around and chopped and grabbed. And for me, it was like, that was an easy garden variety.
Easy.
And not a flagrant two. It's a flagrant one.
No, just a flagrant.
It was excessive.
Give Buddy the shots and the ball.
Right.
Period.
And then, you hear the announcement, and it's like, no, common foul.
I tell you
It's
what.
been determined that none of the elements of a flagrant foul exist.
Well,
none of the elements.
We've determined some things about you too, Mark. Here's my thing.
Well, the elements are, it says, involving unnecessary contact.
Correct.
So, to me, there were two different things there that were unnecessary. A chop to the neck before he's even going up to shoot, by the way. And then the yanking of the jersey, that's also, to me, unnecessary contact.
You heard what Tim and Tom said. This is a black letter, absolute, no doubter, easy call. Should have taken about 7 seconds, and that's it. Turn around, come out, flagrant foul. Warriors, you get 2 shots and the ball. This one's easy. And what I've learned, I used to think this about the NFL, but not anymore. Now I'm thinking about the NBA. I cannot figure out what it is you're going over there and watching. Are you watching reruns of Friends or something over there? What the hell are you going over to the replay monitor look at? because this is about 8 times in a row where you've gone over there, you've reviewed it, and you've come out with the wrong answer. I don't understand. It had nothing to do with the outcome of this game. So it was something, that's why I actually didn't even think of it until Grandy just played this. I'd erased this from my memory bank. But in the moment, I'm like, what on earth? Like what? How? There's no explanation. You cannot justify. I would love to hear what it was if Mark were actually pressed on this and questions were asked, which of course we're not allowed to do. We can't go talk to a ref. We're not allowed to do that, even when an explanation is clearly warranted in a situation like this. Anyone with one eye could see that that was a flagrant foul. Wild. Yeah. Absolutely wild what they come out of, the answers they come out of there with. And I'm like 0 for my last 5 in predicting what they're going to come out of there.
Yeah,
and
you
say.
just can't predict it. And I do think that the bigger point is what you've talked about, and you're right, where you have a referee, a crew that makes a call, and then that crew determines whether or not they made the right call. And it's hard as a human being to admit you're wrong. Like you and I do a good job of it on the show where we'll have a bad take or we'll say something wrong and you just come out and it's like, you know what, I was wrong. And it takes a lot to do that when you're a referee and you got adrenaline and scrutiny and 19,000 people screaming, ref, you suck. I would imagine it is more difficult in spots to immediately come out and admit you're wrong. And now what can happen between now and tomorrow? The league will look at this and the league could, after the fact, say, you know what, that was a flagrant one. So now you get a flagrant point.
Oh,
big whoop. Who cares?
Thanks. I don't care.
I know, but that's what the system can do. What the system needs to do is have all of these debatable things be reviewed by a neutral party in Secaucus.
Yes. Independent.
And flagrant 2s are, by the way. Flagrant 1s are not.
Correct. Yeah. I just, that's all. I just want to understand.
Yeah.
I don't need everything to go the Warriors' way. I just want to understand. I want to understand why when Julius Randle literally flies his left arm into the chest of Draymond Green, who's got 2 feet on the ground, and flings it forward, and he goes flying under the hoop, I want to know, what the hell did you see? How on earth do you come out of there and go, yep, defensive foul? What on earth are you talking about?
Well, that at least you could say, if you're the ref, you could say, well, he might have been moving horizontally or whatever you thought.
Even if he is moving, if Randall flings that forearm forward, that's a foul.
I get it, but for me, that's more of a judgment call than this.
Okay.
And the other one for me is when Draymond gets fouled and he throws his forearm into a guy's face, and that's a technical and that's not a flagrant. To me, there's too much gray area.
I agree with you.
Draymond gets a flagrant in the game, and he does something else, and now we're going to give him a technical because we want to keep him in the game. So make it make sense in a lot of different ways. Last night was just another example.
No doubt. When Jonathan Kuminga drives to the hole and Julius Randle leaps up and their two bodies collide with one another, when Kuminga is literally in the process of trying to lay the ball in, and you called a foul on the floor, and then you go review it, and somehow you came out with white smoke and a Draymond foul? What the hell are you talking about?
Having looked at that play now 37 times, I can tell you what they saw.
What they see.
Draymond has one, if not both arms around Julius Randle, and Julius Randle's trying to defend, and Draymond's basically holding him.
Julius Randle is airborne.
Well, Draymond's got his arms around him.
If he's actually holding him, he wouldn't have been able to jump.
Well, if you look at the video again, and I had to really look hard to figure out what they were seeing, and what they are seeing is that. I didn't agree with it, but that's what they saw.
I just want to understand. That's it. I mean, I loved Buddy Hield's press conference about this after, it must have been Game 3. After Game 3, Buddy didn't come out and start chanting, ref, you suck, all immature like me. He sat there in front of a microphone and went, I just don't understand. Like, I really have gotten to that point. Like, I want to understand the rule. Like, 98% of the public is staring at this video and all coming out with the same conclusion. And then you three walk out and tell us the exact opposite. Well, what are you talking about? How is this possible that the three of you huddled and all of you came out with the same wrong answer? It's like you're cheating on a test. I got caught doing that one time in high school. I cheated on a test. Like not like
a test one time.
I didn't do it. This wasn't like This was I ended up not prepared for a test. It wasn't like I acquired the answers.
Oh,
no,
boy.
I was just like, hey, my buddy in front of me is smart. Let me look over his shoulder.
Okay.
I don't know this question. Hey, what do you got going on there? So I was like, oh, you're giving me a good look. So I kind of copied it down. And then we both got in trouble because it turns out it was a wackadoodle answer. It was completely wrong.
Yeah.
And I had the same wackadoodle wrong answer as him. So the teacher's like, how the hell did you two come up with this? And she knew which one of us was looking over the other shoulder.
No doubt. Well, he can't look behind him.
Yeah.
Rearview mirror.
Exactly. Plus,
Yeah.
he was way more studious and smart than me. So that was an easy one. But how are the three of you all coming up with the same wrong answer? Unbelievable.
Because they've got each other's back.
Oh, well, stop the old boy network and get the call right. Like, what are we doing? That's why I want someone who's not on the floor
Right.
to make the call.
Yeah.
That one was an easy one.
Yeah. Mr. Matzinger, rest in peace, my high school chemistry teacher, he would not change his tests from year to year. So one of my buddies had it the year before, and so your boy got A's and B's out of nowhere.
It's good.
Out of nowhere.
You're listening out of nowhere.
Dude, a straight C student, and suddenly we're like, look at chemistry over here,
He's like
huh?
Buddy in a game 7. You're like, he's hot. Where'd this come from?
Totally.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. I'll calm down now. They were going to lose the game either way. An Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. It's now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is the 4 o'clock hour. So Giants and Athletics at Oracle Park this Saturday, May 17th. First 15,000 get a puffer vest. You can get tickets at sfgiants.com. We've got a 4-pack of them right here that we're going to give away in this 4 o'clock hour, courtesy of Ghirardelli. So just keep on listening. Your chance to win is coming up real soon. Giants A's 4-pack on Saturday. So stay tuned. We'll give you further direction shortly. All right, back to the phones. Joe in San Jose. Hi, Joe. What's up?
Hey, just wanted to say, yes, the Warriors should have a plan. They shouldn't roll over just because Steph's out. We lost the series on Saturday, honestly. Last night we got beat. We only showed up for one half. They came out in the third quarter last night, and Anthony Edwards just took over. The Timberwolves played great. They did what championship teams are supposed to do. They responded. They came out in the second half, did what they needed to do to win the game, and we got beat. But Saturday, we gave that game away. Draymond played crappily on Saturday. Stupid fouls, unnecessary fouls. He gets his fifth foul on a replay, and then not more than 30 seconds later fouls out of the game with 5 minutes left in the game. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Just unnecessary fouls, no production. Why he thinks we're going to win games with Steph out and him getting 2 points and Pod's getting 5 points and Draymond with 5 turnovers and 6 fouls and Gary Payton not shooting the dang ball. It's just not going to happen. They and Jimmy Butler not scoring anything in the last 7.5 minutes of the game. They gave that game away. That was our game. We should have had it. The series should be 2-2 right now, and it's not. And it's unfortunate, but that's just kind of what happened.
Yeah.
As far as Steph goes, as far as what Steph goes, he's hurt. No, he shouldn't play tomorrow. If he's hurt, he's hurt. The team needs to carry on without him. Before this series, I think the Warriors were something like 7 wins, 4 losses without Steph, and now we're 7-7 or 7-8 or something like that. They've won without him before. They still need to win without him. That's a sign of a championship team. Your star goes down, he gets hurt, injuries happen. You need to pick up and move on. So no, Steph shouldn't play tomorrow night. The last thing in the world we need him doing is getting another injury and taking him out for next year.
Yeah,
I mean, it just doesn't, it's not what needs to happen.
No, and Joe, he won't. He's not playing tomorrow night. That's already been announced. I might have done a poor job of sort of phrasing the question that we were throwing out to all of you callers when I said, should they have a plan B? And Joe says, well, of course they should have a plan. Right, yes, and they do. Whether it's working or not, whether you agree with it or not, that's fine. Yes, have a plan. My question is more like, should we still expect the Warriors to be able to function in the playoffs against a really good team when Steph is out? I don't agree with what Joe just said there at the end. If you're a championship team, you pick up without your star and you move on anyway. No, you don't. That's not what history suggests.
Yeah, it's difficult.
No, you don't.
It's difficult.
And this team, this is not just any star. This is not like the Cavs missing Donovan Mitchell. This is literally one of the best players in the history of this sport. And he is the highest paid player in the game. So there's no question that the roster is top heavy. And I support that. It should be that way. And this is the risk you take in that situation, which is if he gets hurt, you're hosed. And I hate to say it that way, but that's how I feel the Warriors are right now.
Yeah, I
think they're hosed.
I don't necessarily agree with the fact that they're hosed, and I agree with the caller about Game 3 Saturday night, where that's the one where you had Jimmy Butler play well and Draymond Green did not. So you're only hosed if your other two stars don't play well. And I know it's a big ask to have them both play great, but you had Kuminga with a couple of step-up games, and you had Jimmy play well in one. I thought Draymond was good-ish last night. He was fine.
He was fine.
And the game got away from the Warriors, and then it didn't really matter what Draymond did. He hit some early threes. He defended really well, I thought. He had a couple of turnovers that had me, like, screaming at the TV, screaming at electronics like you're talking about.
Almost every game. He's had some frustrating turnovers.
So you take their stars against your stars last night. Their stars were better. In order to stay in that game, you would need the others to not spit up on themselves. And that's basically what every other member outside of Kuminga did.
I guess maybe here's an extension of what I'm saying, though. Look, this is the NBA. You have to be accountable for your play. So if you're going to go 1 for 10 in games like Pods did a couple of games ago, you're going to get fans riled up and they're going to call that out, and that's fine. And I don't think these guys have a problem with accountability. However, I do give all of the players, all of them, some grace in that their jobs are much harder. Their jobs are not the same. And I think that a lot of people, they look at these players through the exact same lens as when Steph is playing. The first thing out of Jimmy Butler's mouth, literally after the injury, no joke, first interview, Warriors win game 1, and they asked him when he got to the podium, what'd you learn out there today? And he said that basketball is a lot harder when Steph Curry is not on the floor. And that's true for all of them. So I give them that grace. Their shots are not going to be as easy. The offense is not going to flow the same way. They all have a different role, and that role becomes more important and harder. And so, of course, you're going to get, at least on a given night, a lot of them are going to underperform because they're sort of being, I think not all of them, but some of them are being asked to do things they're not usually capable of doing.
Well, that's most of them.
Right.
And that's where, I push back on a lot of the Pod's criticism because, yes, you would hope that he would be better than 1 for 10 and 3 for 14. And he shot 14 times, and he made 3 of them, and that's really, really bad.
4 for 24 these last 2 nights?
I believe so.
Yeesh.
But that's bad. But for me, the bigger point is you're asking him and you're needing him to do that because Jimmy Butler shot 9 times, and Moses Moody is not really in the rotation. Kuminga is cooking, let JK cook, but you're not getting offense from really anybody. And some of these shots that Pods is taking are like the you take it guy, late clock bombs. And it's like the poor guy's percentage is not good anyway. And now he's shooting 28-foot step backs because the clock's at 1.
I think a lot of guys have had at least a handful of these since Steph Curry went out. And I think it was Shasky this morning who called them grenades.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're grenades. And if you don't know what that means is like somebody's trying to penetrate and then there's 3 seconds on the shot clock and it doesn't work, or they go around a corner and Rudy Gobert is standing there and they're like, oh, crap. And so they just turn around and throw it to somebody flat-footed 4 feet beyond the three-point arc, and there's 2.1 seconds to go on the shot clock. And so it's like a fall away huck job up toward the hoop just to see if you can hit the rim, and it goes flying into the third row, and fans are looking at it going, dude, this guy's cold. Like, no, the offense is out of sync, obviously.
Yeah.
And it should be. It should be. The whole thing has cratered. They don't have Steph Curry. It's not going to look the same. And I fully accept that. Let's go to Smitty in the city. Hi, Smitty. Thanks for calling.
What up, guys? I just wanted to say that I think Warriors fans should be happy where we're at in the second round of the playoffs. You know, in my opinion, that this team's roster, even at the beginning of the year, before Jimmy, was a kind of quiet rebuild, if you want to call it that. You know, our expectations were low. Even after getting Jimmy Butler, you know, it wasn't like Jimmy was going to win us a championship. What getting Jimmy did was put us back in the conversation for ownership to kind of maybe dig deeper into that pocket and maybe make some acquisitions next season. This was kind of the test run, and we've shown that the test run is good and can work. So next year we'll come back stronger, make some acquisitions, and make a run at it. The other thing I wanted to say.
Yeah, go ahead, Smitty, if you had another thing.
And then just D'Anthony Melton. I was just wondering if you guys think that he would have been a huge. I mean, he was playing great ball before he got hurt, and it's clear we could have used him. Just having one more good caliber player on the team could have really helped us. And I think next year we'll get a couple more of those players and can make a better run at it.
Smitty, thanks. I know a lot of Warrior fans would love to see D'Anthony Melton back with the team next year. I don't know physically what shape he'll be in, if he's interested, if the Warriors are interested. I have no idea. But in a very, very short period of time, he raised some eyebrows, that's for sure.
Right, and a lot of this is dependent on whether or not Joe Lacob wants to get on up into that second apron, because you look at next year and you got 59.6 for Steph and 54.1 for Jimmy and 26 for Draymond.
Yeah, but Melton was a mid-level exception guy, and you will have that again.
Right, but you're going to, no matter what you spend in the mid-level, that's going to take you up into that second apron.
That's okay.
And also you're going to have to figure out what to do about Looney, Kuminga, and Peyton, who are all, like, two of them are real free agents, and Kuminga's restricted. So if Kuminga can command 25, I don't think you can pay him 25 and pay a guy in the mid-level, and then you're going to surround him with Noxie and Gee and the fellas.
Yeah.
That, to me, is not the answer. So I know this is not a conversation for today, but the roster construction is going to be very, very difficult.
Oh, it has been for a very long time. Yes, absolutely. It has been for a very, very long time. And this offseason, whenever it gets here, will be no different, I'm sure. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app, or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, Steiny and Goo, the Morning Roast with the Joes, and you can check out their reactions earlier today to last night's loss. All right, a lot of people want to weigh in, and we're going to keep going with you. 888-957-9570. Stay right where you are, group, okay? Chris, Spencer, Charlie, Adam, Mick, H, we see all of you, and we're coming. And then Steve Kerr's coming, too. Steve's going to be here in about 45 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
Alexander Walker to Reed. Warriors back in the zone. Alexander Walker penetrates. Lob to Gobert, and everything the Wolves are doing coming up roses right now.
Yeah, just hit a seam, drew Draymond over to him, and then threw it over the top of Draymond to Gobert. Nice play by Alexander Walker.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Well, hello, everybody. Guess what?
Talk to me.
Well, first off, people, the Sacramento Athletics are coming to town.
That's not their name.
I know.
Not their name.
Sorry. The artists formerly known as the Oakland A's.
Yep.
Are coming to town. And they'll play the Giants. They're still here.
I'm a Giants fan.
Thank you, Peter McGowan. And we've got tickets. And this Saturday is not just Giants A's, but first 15,000 through the doors, puffer vest. Puffer vest. So you get to look like one of those people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
John Sally.
Yeah. Puffer vest. That means you got a good salary. You walking around in a
I'll save it for Friday.
Puffer vest.
I'll save it for Friday.
Oh, yeah.
The Legion of D's. That guy is such a D.
He got
with the collared shirt, the long sleeve dress shirt, and the puffer vest.
That's right. That's right.
That guy is such a D.
That means you're on a lunch break from your accounting firm.
You and Biff.
This guy is such a D.
You, right. Biff, and Tad. We're gonna go get. We're gonna go get an acai bowl.
Espresso.
Get out of here.
Espresso at 1:15. A puffer vest. Anyway.
Anyhow.
Go get yourself one.
Yep.
Tickets at sfgiants.com. But we're giving you a chance to win a 4-pack to that game Saturday night. This segment.
Number 4.
Yeah, courtesy of Ghirardelli. So just keep listening. It's coming real soon. 4 tickets, Giants A's Saturday. And I'd like to say this real quick.
Yep.
Like, all the stress of these Warrior games, you know what I'm looking forward to tonight? You want to know what I'm going to do tonight?
The Giants scoring more than one run?
Oh, God, I hope so.
Go Dodgers.
I'm going to go home, and I'm going to cook up some burgers for the kids.
Okay.
And we're just going to watch a Giants game.
Yeah.
And we're going to kick our feet up. And, you know.
We're not going to yell at electronics.
Maybe there'll be
Even if Lamont Wade goes 0 for 4.
Maybe there'll be a southpaw who checks the runner. You know what I mean?
Something simple like that.
Yeah. Lamont might be due for a 4 for 4. He was seen talking to Barry Bonds at batting practice today.
Lamont might be due for a DFA.
Whoa.
Sorry.
What happened to late night Lamont?
Well, it's only 4:20, and I'm not really pleased with what's happening. Okay? If you're all going to scream about Brandon Pajemski, I don't know how many of you have been paying attention. Lamont Wade's been worse. So they need better at-bats out of first base. Period. So I don't know anyway, but we're going to watch a Giants game tonight. And by the way, they need a win. They've lost 4 games in a row.
They have, yep.
Let's go. Can we get it together, please? Can we get it together, please?
Be nice.
All right. Corbin Carroll. Get out of here. All right, let's go back to the phones. Mick in Los Altos. Hi, Mick. Thanks for calling.
Good.
Mick?
How you doing, Mick?
Good.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Are you there, Mick?
I don't know. He sounds like a bullfrog.
I think we go to one more time and see if he makes the same noise a third time.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Gone. Yeah, like you ever hear a bullfrog? Like we used to go to Yosemite every year and stay at the lodge, and there's a little pond out back.
Oh yeah,
and there's bullfrogs out there. And if you go at a certain time, usually dusk-ish or whatever, the rhythm of a bullfrog is, I mean, it's meditative.
This is good radio. This is great. Mick, call back.
Mick's my bullfrog, man.
I think Mick's back.
He got that. And he is. Mick. Oh. Mick, are you there?
Yes, I am. So my Bluetooth died.
That's all right. That's all right, man. You're a bullfrog.
Mick, are you currently on a lily pad?
No, I am actually on my cell phone. Why?
Okay,
just curious.
Just checking.
Yeah. What do you got for us,
Nothing
Mick?
happened while you were gone.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Not a thing.
All right. So a couple things. Yeah, there was a foul. There was a clothesline with a close collar or the neck collar, as a football play goes, and I never saw I could see a WWE in a basketball game and a host caller at the same time. But then again, I'm not the ref. The question is, were we prepared? I don't think we were. I don't think that having that much people in a game that we're thinking Steph's going to be is the one and all be all, but I think we need another point guard besides this of coming through the draft or not. I hope we can get Giannis, but I don't think we can get Giannis. And now the draft pick's going on right now, and I don't think we're getting close to something that's actually be potentially second point guard in our system. So I hope that we win tomorrow, but if not, let's put the bench in. Nothing we can do about that tomorrow.
Okay,
Thanks,
Mick, thanks. I mean, I don't know what putting the bench in tomorrow does for you if you're down by a bunch.
Well, I mean, you saw how they cooked.
Oh, yeah, they cooked.
They made the starters stay out there. Something that Steve will say today at 5:00, and it's a small consolation prize, but they did have to stick with those guys because Pat and Guy were giving it to them.
Got it to single digits.
They did.
When Guy hit that 3 to cut it to 7, I mean, I did sit forward on the couch just a little bit. I'm like, ooh, they're going to cover the spread. People are going to be mad.
So mad. I was getting excited.
But anyway, Mick's point about a point guard, I actually reject this because I don't even, I mean, this may be a bigger conversation for some other day. The point guard doesn't really exist anymore. I don't know what it is people need in terms of the quote-unquote point guard. I mean, the idea of Draymond as the point guard was brought up last night, and Jonathan Kuminga himself has been like, Draymond's a point guard. He's been the point guard for years around here. Yeah. So I know what you're thinking. I know you're saying, like, well, there was Anthony Melton's not on the team, and then now it's Brandon Podziemski, and we're all mad at Podziemski this week. We're furious with him. He's terrible. He stinks, even though he had 26 points like a week and a half ago, and everybody loved him for 3 days. But anyway, I get it. But that's not really a thing anymore. The Warriors don't even have, Steph Curry doesn't play the way that you grew up thinking about a point guard as playing.
But he ball handles, and that's the term. So you need somebody who can be a ball handler. Draymond can do it. And when he's out and you don't have Steph, well, Jimmy can kind of do it, but it's not what he's best at. Then you go to Brandon Podziemski, because if you look at the rest of the roster, nobody, no on Kavan, no on Gary, no on Kuminga. There are so many more no's, and that's why, other than, and people hate when I say this, but the intangibility of Brandon Podziemski, because he does a lot of the little things that most guys don't. So that's why Steve plays him. He can ball handle, and he makes the little plays that lead to winning a lot of times.
He also, to do this really succinctly, he rebounds.
Right.
Coaches love players who rebound. And so
he only had 3 last night, which was a bit of an anomaly.
Right, but he does. He consistently rebounds. And, you can look at last night, and I've got nothing bad to say about him this week. But in 30 minutes last night.
Speak on it.
Is everybody ready? Buckle up. Here we go. In 30 minutes, Jonathan Kuminga had 0. None.
None what?
Rebounds. 0.
Offensively?
Anywhere.
Defensively?
So you fall in love with athleticism. Do you know what drives coaches nuts? Is when you can jump through the roof of a building, but you won't go get the ball. So he's been awesome in this series.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not going to say anything other than that. But when Steve Kerr in the past has expressed frustration with regard to Jonathan Kuminga, it's about that stat. And he had none. Come on. Go get the ball.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
0?
Yeah.
0.
That's right. 0. And that's been too often the norm as opposed to the exception. And Pods only had 3. And by and large, he didn't have a great game doing the other little things, although he did have 4 steals, which I think is important when you talk about Brandon Podziemski. But everyone looks at the shot, which right now we can rightly say he is more than struggling. He is 4 for 24 in the last 2 games. His shot has been awful. And I was just going through the shot log, and about 2 or 3 of them were late clock. You got no other option. Desperation heaves, and including the opening possession of the third quarter where, all right, you got the lead. You come out with the ball, and it's a shot clock violation for the Warriors. Right. And it was finished off by Pods from 28 feet, a step back that drew only backboard. And it's like, really? That's what you're coming out of the locker room with? That was frustrating.
888-957-9570, the number. Let's keep going here. Giants ticket shortly, so stay tuned. Charlie in L.A. Hi, Charlie. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I love something you said yesterday when I called in, Willard, but you said to not have expectations with sports because it's setting myself up for disappointment. Well, very disappointed, but on that note, I'm a Cal fan too, so it's kind of our specialty. So I'm able to handle it well, I guess, is my point. And I just wanted to respond to what some of the callers earlier have been saying, kind of questioning the defense and the effort. Also, I've switched from hopium to copium, so this is part of where this is coming from.
Nice.
But I think the defense isn't the problem. I've really liked the defense since we added Jimmy and have that Iguodala Draymond kind of like 2 saws in line with each other on the defense. I just think the offense is so rough without Steph, and there's no way around it really, other than maybe tweaks and internal development. But that'll always be a problem with the roster. That just you can't play good defense if Steph is out past a certain point, and that's why you see these stretches where just the offense gets too rough and the defense falls apart all at the same time.
Charlie, thanks. Appreciate it. Look, again, I'm at the risk of sounding like a broken record. You're not wrong on any of these things, but as far as the connectivity of all of this on both sides of the court, it's going to be all messed up. It's just going to be all messed up because Steph Curry's not in there. They haven't done that all year. And I know, someone earlier was talking about how, hey, they've won without Steph Curry before.
7-5 in the regular year.
Right. These are playoff games.
Yep. 0-3 in the playoffs.
These are playoff games.
And if you look at the 7-5, I was just, running through the games. They open up the year with a back-to-back against New Orleans. Not very good. Steph didn't play in either, and you won those. So if you want to go through and look at the games they won and the games they lost to Houston without him, and now you get into playoffs, and you're right, Mark. These are a totally different animal. And to his point about the defense, I thought the defense was fine. It was not a huge issue, but the problem was, and the problem is going into tomorrow, you have nobody who can guard Anthony Edwards. Nobody. And I'm looking
I don't think that person exists.
Well, not on this team.
Not on any team.
I'm looking at the shots that he made, and he cooked Buddy a couple of times. He hit the one at halftime on Draymond and GP2. Gary couldn't guard him. And no matter who you threw at Anthony Edwards, he's just too good right now to be guarded.
888-957-9570. I think that way about all NBA stars, especially ones who have the offensive game that he has. If he's on, that's the deal. That's the deal. Like, this fan base has watched Steph Curry's entire career, and you know what it looks like when he's on. Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
There's nobody on the planet that can do anything about it. We laugh when people go, oh, Dellavedova.
The Steph stopper.
He's a Steph stopper. Okay, try again tomorrow. Steph stopper, I have a different word for that, or a different phrase for Steph stopper. Steph was off that night. Period.
Well, he's been guarded, and
not really.
Amen Thompson, he shut him down in that series, and Steph went 1 for 10.
Yeah, now we're talking about at age 37.
Right, well, still Steph is one of the best players in the association.
Yes, but
and Anthony Edwards at game 1, he did not have a great game.
No,
part of that was the Warrior defense.
Again, you can try, and they can be off, but if they're on, the defense they played on him last night was largely great. He just made it anyway. Now, there were a couple times, I will say this, there were a couple times when he got going in the third quarter when the Warriors were running at him at the three-point line and they left their feet.
Yep.
Don't do that.
Buddy did that, and they were in scramble mode. And just
I know,
a little boop,
but
Buddy flies by.
It's a quick pump, step to the left, and it's a wide-open three, and he's going to bury that. But I give all stars that grace. I give them all this grace. If you're on, Julius Randle's coming at you, and if he's on, what exactly are you going to do? What are you going to do about it?
Well, you're going to double him, and then it's going to be pass to an open shooter, and Minnesota's got a lot of shooters. And I'm looking at another play where they run a screen roll, and Jonathan Kuminga, he does not come up high enough to defend the ball on a switch. He laid back a little too far. Edwards' three-pointer, whap, right in your eye, and that's an area of growth for Kuminga going forward, and a guy who needs to be better defensively and understand the situation that he's faced with.
No doubt about that. 888-957-9570. Let's hit up Spencer in Oakland. Hi, Spencer. Thank you for calling.
Hey, folks. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah. Just a couple things today. First, Steph. When he's out, of course, it just pushes everybody up one slot. It shortens the bench. And then, when he's on offense, it's not like it's one-on-one. Thompson is one guy that might be able to, slow him down one-on-one. But for the most part, it is a gigantic, enormous team effort to try and stop Steph. People are grabbing him. People are chucking him as he runs through. Most of the time, it's two people picking him up at half court. And that leaves people like Quentin Post and others open for wide open threes, and of course they're going to do much better when they have that kind of gravity on the court with them. So now it really is 5-on-5 as opposed to, 2 or 3 on 1 and then 4 on 2 or 3. So that's just the unfortunate fact of when Steph is out. Yeah, you've got to play more team basketball and you've got to execute perfectly to win. When it comes to the refs, what we were talking about earlier, I think the Warriors have two problems. Number one, I think we just have to face the fact that Draymond is on the blacklist. If the refs can, in any way, shape, or form, give him a foul, even if another foul was committed after or simultaneously from the other team, or even if we committed the foul and they can give it to Draymond instead because he did something first that on video could technically be construed as a foul, they're going to give it to Draymond. Yes, and just the fact that you guys talked about it earlier, whether they're giving him a flagrant or a technical, they don't want to necessarily be like the ones that put him out of the game for that reason, unless it is so blatant, it's ridiculous. But they would much rather, strategically here or there, give him an extra few fouls to get him out of the game. And then the second problem they have with the refs is I look at the crew, I look at Scott Foster's crew. Historically speaking, that crew is known to be harder on the Warriors. If you just look statistically at the record of Scott Foster specifically in the playoffs, when he refs Warriors games, the Warriors have done historically worse. I don't know if that's necessarily a Scott Foster doesn't like the Warriors thing, or if it's more of a Scott Foster just goes home at night and wants to know in the back of his head that, he was the reason or a major part of the reason that a game turned out the way that it did. Maybe it's an ego thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll say this, Spencer. I like to have fun at the expense of the refs. I like to go after Scott Foster because he likes to be on the phone with Tim Donaghy 14 times a day, and all of those things. However, I do, at the end of all of my days, I just don't actually buy in on major conspiracy theories in the NBA. I don't think that they cheated so that Dallas could get Cooper Flag, and I don't think that too many refs wake up in the morning thinking, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to get the Warriors. I'm going to get the Warriors, and I'm going to knock the face of the league out of these playoffs so that they cannot have ratings this weekend when Minnesota plays Denver or something like that. I get it. I get why it feels that way. I just don't think it's actually that way.
But last night, and I said this going into the game, that the crew tends to be one that doesn't call a lot of fouls. Yeah. You remember I said that? Yes. They called 48 fouls as a crew, and the Warriors shot 33 free throws to Minnesota's 26. So in terms of the whistle, and I know it's hard to look at four quarters when the fourth quarter was largely kind of over, but fouls wise, it was pretty balanced. And I don't really look at last night other than the flagrant
non-call.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, other than that, I thought they were largely fine.
It was pretty much fine, and there was calls both ways, and they did actually call a lot of fouls.
Okay, there it is. It is time. Do not miss out. The Giants taking on the Athletics at Oracle Park this Saturday, May 17th. First 15,000 get a puffer vest. You can get tickets at sfgiants.com, but we're giving you a chance right now, to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game, courtesy of Ghirardelli. Right now, be caller number 5 to our contest line. That is 415-523-4652. One more time, 415-523-4652. Those of you calling the regular line, you are going to lose. Call 415-523-4652. Good luck. Remember, if you don't win, tickets always available at sfgiants.com. Okay? Giants and A's coming up this weekend. But they got to do some work against the Diamondbacks first.
No doubt.
Coming up later.
And the A's right about 500, and so I wonder if they're still going to contest that cockamamie Bay Bridge Series block of concrete trophy that they used to do when the Athletics were located here in the Bay Area.
I hadn't thought of that. Probably not. I mean, the A's are just another out-of-town team now.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
Or maybe you could create something that's centered around the causeway, because you got to cross the causeway to get to where the Athletics
but
play.
I mean, that's temporary in theory,
Sure.
right?
In theory.
No, you know what? If I were the Giants, and this is what I bet they'll do, I would do nothing. Don't give the A's and John Fisher the satisfaction of thinking that you're still, you're different. I get that, there's still a lot of fans here, so I know that the games are going to be very highly attended this weekend, and I'm not asking anybody to, not root for the A's. If you still root for the A's, that's great. But, if I'm the Giants, I'm not going to get nostalgic about it and treat you like you're still in Oakland when you treated Oakland the way you treated Oakland. No, bleep you. You want to be Vegas? Fine. You're just some rando from Nevada.
Yeah.
That's it.
I wonder
That's
how
what
that will eventually affect Giants attendance. And I don't know if we've seen an uptick at all based on, Bay Area baseball fans not being able to go to other games.
I think you know what? I'll get their attendance figures here in a sec. I think they're pretty good. I think that I don't know how much of it has to do with the A's being gone. I do know that they're expecting very large crowds.
Always, yeah.
Coming
no doubt.
out this weekend. Where from, Grandy? Dylan in Daly City. Dylan in Daly City.
Nice job, Dylan.
Thank you for listening, Dylan.
Yep.
And way to be quick draw McGraw. And you're going to the Giants game against the A's coming up on Saturday.
Attaboy, Dylan. Getting it done in Daly City.
Beautiful. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So congratulations. All right. We got more of you who want to weigh in. We're coming to you. Steve Kerr joins us in about 20 minutes or so. So that's right around the corner as well. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy, best place to make picks during these basketball playoffs, which are underway yet again tonight. And by the way, just because the game's underway doesn't mean you need to take pause. You can do live
This call will be recorded.
Oh, my God.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby.
on 95.7 The Game.
I'm glad you did that, Grandy, because actually someone on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line earlier today requested that.
This call will be recorded.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was unsettling.
Very, very.
Kind of like the Warriors series. A little unsettling.
This call will be recorded.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I actually threw out a few oh my gods last night where, they keep scoring and the Warriors not. Oh my God.
They were usually related to Anthony Edwards.
Or Pods.
Like, oh my God.
A couple of Draymonds too. Like,
yeah.
Just some of these, some of the passes where he tries to advance it up the court, tries to throw like a 50-foot pass. Unnecessary. Oh my God. Like, yeah. This game may be recorded.
Yeah.
And then deleted, by the way.
Hopefully. There's only one way to delete it, and that's to go win the basketball game tomorrow night, which is no small feat whatsoever. Steve Kerr is going to join us. We're going to say about 10 minutes. It might be more like 15. They've landed in Minnesota. They're doing their maneuvering. They'll connect with us as soon as possible, but we'll be ready to go with Steve Kerr here shortly. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? All right. Let's keep going on the phones. 888-957-9570. Let's go to H in Oakland. Hi, H. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Man, what's happening with my guys over there, man?
Yo.
What up, H?
Hey, you guys kill me, dude. Did you ask that dude if he was on a lily pad, man? Bro, y'all are crazy.
That man was a bullfrog, H.
Yeah.
That was a bullfrog. I know when I hear a bullfrog, and that was a bullfrog.
Oh, man, that was comedy, man. But, hey, look, last night, it was a bummer, man. It was a disappointment, man. I mean, I think that we had winnable games the last couple of games, and we just kind of flopped a little bit. It was depressing not having Steph. I mean, it's tough not having Steph, and just like you said, we top heavy. But I do think they were winnable. I mean, just to come back and throw the garbage crew in and get within 7 every time is kind of like, yeah, okay. But, I know it's the NBA, hard as hell during the playoffs. My hat's off to him, man. I mean, we just lost Steph and we got a problem. Jimmy, on the other hand, I love Jimmy too. My wife and I were sitting on the couch last night and just like, damn, he does keep going baseline and running right past the basket and throwing the ball out to the three-point line. And he wasn't really taking it to the rack. I mean, we need you to score. We need you to be confident like you were in that other game. And I just didn't see it last night. Maybe it was something on his mind or something. Because, I tell my son all the time, man, you got to take it to the rack. And he plays AAU. And he's killing them now because, he had to add a confidence, just to really take it there. And now he's doing it. Jimmy has that confidence, but it's not the playoff Jimmy that we used to. You know what I mean?
Well, I hear you with regard to last night, H, but did you feel that way about Jimmy prior to last night's game? Because I think the game 3 response from most people was, yeah, there's playoff Jimmy. No?
Yeah, no, totally. That's why I was like, damn, last night it was kind of crazy. But even in that game, he kind of, baselined a little bit, was right at the basket and passed it out, which, it's the NBA, man. I mean, I'm no NBA player, so trust me, I'm not telling him what to do. But, damn, I do think that this last game, he could have kind of took a little bit more control of that. I mean, he was kind of short on the baskets and everything else, which is fine. I mean, he's playing Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is raw as hell. So, I totally get it. I think that the zone defense that they were playing was bananas, dog, man. It was doing some real damage at one point, and it was stopping them. I don't know exactly what happened. In the end, it kind of got a little bit crazy, but when our garbage crew came in and got us down within 7, and then we lost by 5, it's just like, it was hurting. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Yeah.
H, thank you so much. What was your thought? Because it's funny. Not funny. That's not the right word. But watch last night's game. I'm hearing what a lot of people are having to say about this today, and I go all the way back to a debate that you and I had, and Guru and Steiny were in on this too. And this was weeks ago. This was way before the playoffs started. And the idea was, does Jimmy Butler need to be more aggressive scoring the ball, especially when the playoffs get here? And the debate was, and I don't really think anybody was wrong, but a lot of you included, were like, yeah, dude, score the ball. And my thinking was, no, like, be Jimmy Butler. And if that means scoring the ball, score the ball. If that means pass to make the right play, which is what Jimmy always describes.
Yeah, that's what he says.
Is what
exactly.
he's going to go do, make the right play. That was kind of my thing last night. I know a lot of you want him to shoot more, and I'm not against you. I, too, watch him get all the way to the hoop sometimes and then decide to not put up a shot. And I feel like, God, you'd at least get fouled, wouldn't you? But at the same time, I will forever support the idea of Jimmy Butler making the right play. But last night, I don't think he was great at that either.
No.
And he usually is. Last night was not one of those nights.
I'm just looking at the 3 games without Steph. 6 of 13. He had 17 points. They lost. They lost by a lot in that game, too. Then the game that was winnable, game 3 at home, 12 of 26. He was aggressive. He looked to score over and over. He had 33, and they lost a tight one last night. He took 9 shots. And for me, it was really in that third quarter stretch that I thought that he needed to be more aggressive, and I just was looking at the log. They went 5 minutes without a bucket, and Minnesota went on a 17-0 run over those 5 minutes. And that was the ball game, really, because they tied it at 68 on a Jimmy bucket, and then 17-0 run from the 8-minute mark to the 3-minute mark. The Warriors go 0 for 6 with 4 turnovers. Minnesota, Edwards hit a couple bunch of threes and 17-0 run. And in that stretch, Jimmy took 2 shots and had a turnover. And the team went 0 for 6. They had 4 turnovers, so they didn't have a lot of opportunities.
Right.
And Steve will talk to this about the lack of connectivity
and space,
in the offense.
And space.
And even to your point, like Jimmy at least be able to drive in there and maybe draw a foul. Minnesota's done a great job of staying down on the pump fakes. And then when he drives to the hoop, if you've got 6'10 McDaniels and 7'1 Gobert, they don't need to leave their feet. They just put their arms straight up. Yep. And Jimmy, he did not look like he had his elevation last night. He looked like he might have been a little under the weather.
You know what kind of pops to mind there too, and this is not, good Lord, I don't want to get into a Jonathan Kuminga conversation, because again in this series he's been fantastic. All in all, he's been fantastic. But what I notice is, go back to what Steve has always said when he's explaining why he made the decisions he made about Jonathan Kuminga. It's always been related, and I know people, well, it's because he hates him. It's because there's a smear campaign. What he has stated, agree with it or not, fine, but what he has stated is this is a spacing issue. When Jonathan's out there with Draymond and Jimmy, you have too many people who are not knockdown three-point shooters on the court at once, and it allows the defense the opportunity to really condense everything and clog the middle and prevent easy shots from taking place, even with penetration. Well, that's exactly what I'm seeing. That's exactly what I'm seeing. And a lot of times, those 3 players, at least 2 of them, at all times, are on the floor right now for the Warriors. And so when you look at the poor shooting percentages, or you look at specific players, even like Jimmy, where you're like, why aren't you shooting the ball? Dude, things are clogged up. They're clogged up because there just are not enough people on the floor right now who are threatening the Wolves from outside, and so they can totally jam the middle. And it's exactly what Steve has kind of said that they wanted to avoid. They don't have a choice anymore.
Exactly.
They don't have a choice.
No, because you don't have anybody you can play. I get it. And you can play Quentin Post, but defensively right now he's a liability, so you can't play him. Pods is 4 for his last 24 on all shots, so you don't have to really guard him. Gary hasn't been hitting the corner 3. Draymond's good in the first quarter, and then the legs usually give out. Buddy Hield's the only one you really have to respect. So, yeah, you kind of have to play Kuminga because he's aggressive and he's able to get to the basket in ways that Jimmy's not right now. And definite tip of the cap to Kuminga for, was he 11 for 11 from the line last night?
Is that what it ended up?
I think 11 for 12.
11 for 12. He did miss one.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but that's the one thing that we've talked about. Like,
free throws,
can you rebound? Can you make your free throws? And he was just absolutely devastating from the foul line.
I think from an offensive standpoint, to a degree defensive too, you'd still love to see more rebounding. I didn't think he was very good in the second half last night, but come on, I'm going to give the guy grace. What you could have hoped for from Kuminga offensively in this series once Steph got out, my God, this is above and beyond. You could not have hoped even for this. The biggest, most optimistic fan of the Kuminga situation could not have thought he's just going to come in here and start doing 25 or 30 points every time you give him the opportunity. And I know there's plenty of fans out there like, we've been saying that all year.
Sure.
This is, again, without Steph. Without Steph in this situation, coming in relatively cold, yes, he deserves a lot of credit. A lot of credit for the way he's handled all of it.
Yeah, and the way the Warriors have to play right now suits him better than the way they have to play if they have Steph Curry, because they shot 23 threes in Game 3, lowest in any game this year. They only shot 27 last night. And you're a team now that has kind of inverted what you like to do. And now Minnesota's the team jacking up threes, and so you're the team that has to chase the game because you don't have the three-point shooting. Minnesota was 16 of 34 from three, and they had everybody but two guys make a three. 6 different players knocked down a three. Warriors were 8 for 27.
Yeah.
And even Buddy at 2 for 6 and Draymond 2 for 6. You had 4 threes from the rest of your entire roster. So the way the Warriors prefer to play, you're not built to do that right now. So that means Jimmy gets to the basket, JK gets to the basket, and you got to hope that some of your others can hit a three.
Steve Kerr in 5 minutes. Steve Kerr in 5 minutes. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to B Money in Hayward. What's up, B Money? Thank you for the call.
Hey, what's up, Will? What's up, Dibs?
What's up?
Hey, you guys touched on it a minute ago, man, but I was just going to say that you definitely can take a positive of Steph being hurt, but you can learn from it, and you definitely need more knockdown shooters around. I mean, with him gone, I mean, they were just, like you guys said, clogging the lanes and just baiting you guys into giving GP2 the corner threes and Paz the wide open shots, knowing that he's struggling. I mean, Game 3, he hits half his shots, we win that game. And, and we got to draft better with trying to get bigs. I mean, we got a big this year, but it was more of a stretch big. We need a big that could bang. I mean, Randall's first bump on any one of our guys was setting him back 2 steps, and that's when he got freed up for a shot.
Yeah, no, I mean, you see it, and styles make fights. Thank you very much, B Money. Appreciate it. Styles make fights, and so when the Warriors, who are size challenged, there are certain players. I thought there were a couple of them in the Houston series too.
Yep, Şengün
to a degree. Amen Thompson, obviously Steven Adams. I mean, when you get somebody who has that kind of physicality and force down low, it's going to be a matchup problem for the Warriors. However, I thought that they'd handled Julius Randle pretty well until last night. And I don't see that as much as a Warriors problem as Randle was on. He was great, and when the greats of the game are on, you're going to have a hard time. I do sometimes watch Randle and wonder if that initial contact thing, I'm not saying all the time, once in a while.
Let him knock you over.
That's an offensive foul. He is dipping that shoulder and slamming into the defender.
You got to go down.
You do.
You got to go down, and you got to go down hard. And if you do, then if you don't get the call, then he's got himself a dunk or an easy layup. So it's a slippery slope. And Draymond Green, say what you want about on-court histrionics, theatrics, and all the rest of it. One thing he's never been, in my eyes, is a flopper.
No, he doesn't want to do that.
No, he wants to square you up and defend you. And the problem with Randle is he's not just going to get you and back you down. That man had the 3-ball clicking. So now,
sure did.
I mean, what do? You got to go out and guard him. And that opens up the paint for Edwards to drive or other players to get to where you're big, usually Draymond, who's going to be on him. It becomes a tough cover.
They were brilliant.
Yeah.
The Randle and Edwards were brilliant. They were brilliant. TK in Petaluma. What's up, TK? Steve Kerr in a couple minutes. Hi, TK.
Hey, guys. How are you? First of all, I always enjoy the call. Second of all, when the season is over, I'm going to look back on it and be very happy about the way the season went, in spite of how I feel right now, which is, I think the biggest issue with this particular game was the beginning of the third quarter, as everyone said. And the thing that I won't understand is, and I know we talked about it, Kuminga being so hot
at the end of the half and then sitting at the beginning of the third quarter, which is essentially where the game really got away. The other comment I would make is, did you hear the interview with Ant-Man after the game? And when they talked about the discussion they had at halftime, and the coach was basically telling them they were all playing like losers. My only point was, the first half, we were not seeing their best basketball. So basically, in the second half, we were basically seeing their potential. They came out and really put the effort in, and that's when they just destroyed the zone. So I think in the first half, they were playing a bit complacent. And they got amped up in the second half, and they came out and played a completely different ball game. And I think that was evident. And I think it wasn't what we did different. It was what they did different. We came out with the same zone. They destroyed it in the second half. So those are my comments, and I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Okay, TK, thank you. I mean,
one point of clarification.
Go for it.
Kuminga came in the third, and the Warriors were down 2. So he actually was out there for all of the 17-0 run that Minnesota put on the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, his plus-minus was not necessarily great. I mean, again, this is one of those games where I think you throw a lot of the box score out because the garbage time guys have this huge plus-minus because they all kind of came back. Kuminga was a minus 13. Jimmy Butler was a minus 30.
Yeah.
In a game that they only lost by 7. But
and Pods was minus 12 because he came out of the game in that third quarter for Kuminga, so he was not somebody who was a part of that. Or that's just what he was in the third.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
sorry.
minus 9. Pods was only minus 9.
Yeah.
He was if you want to go by that, he was the best starter.
It's because he missed out on that 17-0 run.
Exactly.
And that's where, we can all weaponize plus minus, and we do, and we will continue to do so.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It can be, you got to at least acknowledge its quirks. All right, let's do it. He's here live from Minnesota. Very much appreciated after a day of travel out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great, and brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing good, man. We appreciate your time on a night like tonight. Game last night, travel today. We totally get it. I wonder what your initial reaction is to, you said game 2, you guys were kind of gathering information on building a new plan and what may work. Now you've tried to put that plan out there. What have you kind of learned from games 3 and 4, and is that plan still evolving?
Well, the plan always continues to evolve, and you have to change some things as you go. I mean, the Houston series was a great example of that. You just you keep plugging away, and things kind of morph, and you have to adapt, and hopefully you get to a point where you can do what we did against Houston, which was eventually wear them down. So obviously we're in a tough spot now, being down 3-1, but we feel very strongly that we can come out and get a win tomorrow, and all it takes is one win, and the momentum of the series shifts.
What are some of the bright spots you look at from last night? And we've kind of been dwelling on the 17-0 run you gave up in the third, but when you look at things to build on from last night, what do you cite?
Well, I love the pace from Draymond. I thought he really did a good job of pushing the ball, made or missed. And we had a lot of good possessions because Draymond pushed the ball, and we were able to get into things before they set up their defense. They made a lot of shots. I mean, I give Minnesota a ton of credit. They made some tough shots, some fadeaway threes, at the end of the shot clock, some very difficult shots that allowed them to either keep us at bay or even, push ahead in the third quarter. So, but we've got to make them miss too. And I think our defense got disconnected there in the third quarter. And, so we see everything on tape. We feel like we can clean some things up, but I don't think it's a massive game plan change. I can tell you that it's a matter of us going out and just playing better.
Steve, there's no way around back-to-back home losses for the fans and everyone involved. Yourself included, of course. Very, very deflating. How would you describe the mood of the team in the locker room last night and on the plane today?
defiant. I mean, this is a proud group, and it's a 7-game series for a reason. So, there's a lot of basketball to be played. So we're excited about tomorrow.
When you look at the pace, it seemed like, pushing the pace was good in the first half, and then you kind of got away from it. Is that strategically something that you think that can give you an edge against a younger, more athletic Minnesota team?
We have to push the ball. I mean, just given, where we are, roster-wise without Steph, with some of the lineups we're putting out there, we have to push the ball to create tempo and flatten the defense out and be able to attack early in the shot clock rather than late. So, yeah, that's definitely part of the plan.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs, as he is every week on 95.7 The Game. Coach, we know an update is coming tomorrow, but sort of curious what the process is for Steph Curry. Like, what is he doing with you guys and on the side as he continues to work his way through this?
Yeah, well, that's the kind of the point of the update. So I appreciate you asking the question, but I'll just hold off until the update tomorrow.
So nothing, you can't share anything specifically about like a ramp up because normally there's a process to it of individual work and then 2-on-2. Is the timeline somewhat accelerated, knowing that the end of the season could be near?
It doesn't work that way. You don't rush these health decisions, and so Rick has been with Steph every single day, and they're rehabbing and working together, and they're just plugging away. So tomorrow we'll have the update. I gave you as much as I could.
I appreciate it, Steve. Anytime we should look for the update. Does 8:30 work for you?
I wonder this, Coach, with regard to just the idea of losing a star. We watched Boston now, unfortunately, go through this yesterday as well. You get it. The fans are emotional. They want everybody to just go out there and not miss a beat. Like, how prepared is an NBA team to lose a star?
Well, every case is different, of course. Every player is different, and every roster is different. So it's never an easy thing. I mean, there's a reason these guys make $40 million a year. They're the only people on earth who can do what they do, and so it's very difficult, to lose star players in the playoffs. But that doesn't mean you can't win, and we've proven that over the years. Steph's missed a lot of playoff games over the years, and granted, we've had teams that were maybe deeper or younger or whatever, but we know the formula. You have to defend. You got to be really sharp. The margin for error is slim, and so you can't make mental errors. You've got to compete for 48, and that's the plan.
Not having Steph, does it change your approach offensively to where you don't look for as many threes and you become more of a 2-oriented offense?
Well, we'd love to shoot a million threes, but it's just not easy to do that, without Steph. Steph is our main shot creator, just in terms of breaking the defense down, coming off pick and roll, generating rotations from the defense, and that's the whole key. And if you want to get threes, you got to do it in transition. You got to, break teams down, force a rotation, move the ball. And it's obviously much more difficult to do that without Steph. So we're probably not going to get as many threes without him, but we also feel like we can play a lot better than we did yesterday and generate more looks.
Coach, you mentioned about how the plan is always evolving every game. Can you take the fans through the process of how you're looking at Jonathan Kuminga, considering how well offensively he's played in this series? Was there any thought to, moving up his entrance in the second half or anything like that?
Well, we did. We put him in. I think I took a timeout just under 9 minutes, and I didn't like what I was seeing, to start the third. So I took a timeout and got him right in. And unfortunately, that group didn't do great. It was a lineup we'd never played before. It was, I think, Draymond, Trace, Jimmy and JK. So obviously not a traditional spacing lineup, but it was our most athletic, biggest lineup, and we thought maybe we could get some stops because they were starting to dice us up there early in the third. And so it unfortunately didn't go well, but that doesn't mean we won't do something similar tomorrow in terms of changing the rotation or getting Jonathan in earlier or something like that.
Does his offensive skill set really have much more of a positive impact when he's more center in the offense, meaning stuff is run through him and he has more of a chance to have the ball and attack as opposed to playing off the ball?
Yeah, for sure. He's best when he has the ball in his hands, for sure.
Coach, I wonder about all just the role of all of these players. Like, can you put into words how different everybody's role is when Steph is not there?
Well, it just makes everything a little bit more difficult because of what we were just talking about, the rotations that are not being generated defensively for Minnesota. It means there's just going to be more possessions where you have to beat someone one-on-one, so that's kind of the game. That's the NBA game, and you take anybody's best player away, their main shot creator, and the exact same circumstances are going to happen, and then it's up to the players to really execute and to the staff to figure out lineup combinations to generate the best looks offensively.
Coach, I also, just watching him play last night on the other side of the ball there, Anthony Edwards, I was reminded, and we talked to you about it once before, the conversation that was caught on Court of Gold with you and Anthony Edwards, and it felt to me like you were almost insinuating to him at that time, like you have the ability to maybe be the best player in the NBA at some point. What are you watching with his evolution at age 23? Because he looked at times unstoppable last night.
Yeah, I mean, he's an electric athlete. He's unbelievably confident and skilled, and he's really kind of, I think, had a natural progression to this stardom where he is right now. I mean, he's been really good now the last few years, but he's now entering that that top 10 level of player, and this is where you really see it in the playoffs. When the stakes are the highest and the defense is the toughest. When you see guys able to break down defenses in this setting, they're the best players in the league, and that's where Ant is right now. He's become that guy.
Yeah, and the other side of it, unfortunately, is Brandon Podziemski, 4 for his last 24, and you talked earlier in the year about a crisis of confidence. Where is he right now after the last couple of games in terms of having the faith in his shot?
Well, the confidence in the shot right now is not there, but let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player, and every game you look at the plus minus at the end of the game, and he's at or near the top for our team. So he does so many other things besides shoot that are crucial for us. He's still going to be out there. That's why I'm still playing him as much as I am, despite his shooting struggles. He's a crucial player for us, and so these are great experiences for him, to go through and to learn from, and I'm confident in his ability to get past this shooting funk and have a big game tomorrow because he's got a lot of confidence in himself.
Steve, I wonder if you'd expand on that because I know you get it. Fans, we're sitting there watching on TV, and there's only so many things, the intricacies of the game that we see. And so our listeners, our callers today, there's a lot of frustration around Brandon Podziemski, and people are wondering why his minutes don't go down. Can you speak a little further to some of the specifics that he does that for you keep him in the game?
He reads the game. He handles the ball. He passes. He's a great rebounder. He sees things defensively, so he's always in the right spot. The game just connects when he's out there. It just makes a lot of sense for the rest of the group. And that doesn't mean he's perfect, but he does a lot of things that just make the game make sense. And not every player does that, frankly. So Brandon, despite his shooting struggles, continues to connect lineups and make good basketball plays, and that those are the things that help you win.
Yeah, 4 steals last night as well. And, as you look at the box score and you watch the game, one thing that stands out to me, Coach, is Jimmy Butler, just 9 shots last night. It looked like he might be a little tired. I don't know if he was under the weather. Could it be that all of these heavy minutes and, game after game after game, is it starting to catch up to Jimmy?
Well, he was under the weather last night. He really was not feeling well, and I think that definitely impacted him. But I think it was good that the fact that he only played 34 minutes. He's been up over 40 several times in the postseason, and last night obviously the game didn't go our way, but nobody got overloaded, and I think everybody will be ready to go tomorrow. And I know who Jimmy is. Everyone knows who Jimmy is. He's one of the great playoff performers, and I expect him to have a big game tomorrow.
Coach, I'm not going to lie to you. It must be the emotions of the playoffs, but this challenge system that the NBA has got right now, I'm finding very, very frustrating. And I wonder, specifically the idea that basically if you challenge one time and then other people decide that you're wrong, then that's it. You have no recourse anymore the rest of the game. First of all, how do you feel about that? And secondly, how does it affect the way you decide whether or not you're going to challenge something?
Well, I'm not a fan of replay, as you guys know. I would eliminate all replay other than buzzer beaters at the end of each quarter, to see if a guy got a shot off in time. But I just think almost every call in basketball is subjective. And so, in our quest to get everything right, we've got all these replays, all these challenge systems, and then there's these unintended consequences from that. So to me, it just opens up a can of worms. I'm just not a huge fan, but it is what it is. And so we've had to, kind of think about the best uses of the challenges, when to use them, when not to. It's not an exact science for sure, but you try to hang on to them for when you really need them. And an example would be Game 3, Draymond's 4th foul. Sure felt like a charge, but those block charge calls, you just never know. They're subjective, and so if it goes your way, great, and if not, you have to take that chance.
Yeah, and we stand behind you, Steve, in the challenge. I was twirling my finger at home, and I mean, that to me was a no-brainer. And then the cockamamie one on the other end where it's a foul on Randall, but then we look at the tape and it's like, ooh, Draymond had his arms on him. That's Draymond. Right. That's got to be 5, and you can't challenge it because you're out of challenges.
Well, I think that one was their challenge, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct,
right?
Yep.
They called. Yeah, they called they called the foul originally on Randall, and then the Wolves challenged it and won. So, yeah, I mean, replay is what it is. I mean, I think officiating a basketball game is one of the most difficult jobs in sports, and every call is subjective. Like I said, this is not tennis where the ball is either in or out, and I just think that it's a brutal job, and we're trying to get everything right. The league's trying to get everything right, but it's impossible to do so because that all these plays that we're talking about right now, you might see it one way, I might see it another, and so it's the refs have the same issue, right? They all see it the way they see it.
Coach, the experience that you and Draymond have in these situations, obviously it's a long resume. But as he approaches danger area in technicals and flagrants, any conversation between the two of you recently about it?
Yeah, we've talked about it, and it's one of those things. Dre he's such a passionate, emotional player, and that's what drives him. And he knows he's just got to walk the line. He can't cross it, and so let's hope we can continue this season and get out of this series and have to worry about that going into the next series. But it's it's something we have definitely discussed.
I thought he showed great restraint last night with a very tech-heavy crew traditionally, and he emerged unscathed. I wanted to ask you, Steve, about your closing lineup last night, which I don't know if you'd planned on closing with that 5, but the plucky little 5 that went out there and almost made a game of it. What was that like from your vantage point?
They were awesome, weren't they? I mean, that was really fun to watch. They brought great energy. They turned Minnesota over. They made them keep their starters in. The ball moved. They played with pace. So that was fun. I think it's important. I don't ever discount those minutes. I think every minute counts, and those guys did a really good job of kind of setting a tone for tomorrow night.
Safe to say they start tomorrow, Steve?
Yep, they'll be in the starting 5.
Lock it up. There it is. I'm going to tweet that immediately. It's breaking from the Dibber. Thank you, Steve, for that little nuggy nug.
Oh, gosh. No, I will. I assume facing elimination, though, like, and again, I know you're not going to give us any specifics, but like when you face elimination, is there a little bit more of a shorten the bench kind of a Game 7 vibe that you take to the game?
Well, I mean, the last 2 games we've basically had an 8-man rotation. 3 and 4, we've sort of, we just went to Loon and Gary and JK off the bench, and that was it. So we can't shorten it much more than we've already shortened it.
All right, Coach. Well, here we go. We hope that this is not our last in-season conversation with you. And again, really appreciate on a day where there was a game last night and a plane flight. I'm sure everybody's tired. Thank you so much for spending a little time with us.
You got it. All right. Talk to you guys next week.
Okay,
thanks, Steve.
There it goes. Steve Kerr live in Minnesota. Backs firmly up against the wall.
Makes me feel a little bit better about their chances tomorrow. I know 11.5-point dogs and the rest of it, but he said some things in there that made me feel a little bit better.
I'd like to explore that. By the way, that was Coach Kerr, obviously presented by Great Clips and Sports. Success is about team effort. Same's true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. I did like the word when I asked him to describe the locker room and the plane, and he said defiant.
Yep.
Defiant. Like, I don't think that gives them any points tomorrow night, but, if that's truly the characteristic that you're seeing at this stage, that's a good characteristic. They're no acceptance of the situation they're in, even though they're here.
Right, and I think you look at the leadership in the locker room, and there are a couple of defiant guys in there with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. So if they're going to be the ones to lead the way without Steph Curry, I'm not surprised that defiance is the word he used. The thing that had me a little encouraged was Jimmy Butler truly under the weather. Hopefully he feels better tomorrow, but you look at Game 3, and he was healthy, and the tailbone's not an issue, and he went out and had 26 field goal attempts, and he had a good game. So I think that if Jimmy's feeling okay, and I would expect that he would be, hopefully, he can go out there and be assertive again in Game 5.
Look, I think the Warriors, and he referred to it as a tough spot, that's an understatement.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So I want to get that out up front. But I give them something north of 0% chance to win tomorrow night. I mean, this is in some way, sure, the Warriors are missing their star player, but a lot of times when you've got a team in your building and they are facing elimination, there's just this assumption that you've got it. And you know exactly what I'm thinking.
Yep.
The last 2 times we've gone down to Chase Center with that in mind, the Warriors have turned out 2 total duds against Sacramento 2 years ago and against Houston a couple of Fridays ago. So, I don't know how it actually changes the larger scenario. The idea of beating Minnesota 3 times in a row sounds a little far-fetched to me, but could they go win a basketball game? Could Minnesota come out cold tomorrow? Could Jimmy Butler have a wonderful night back at some semblance of health? Could they win that game? And does that open up just a whole new vibe? Because A, there's 3 days off, and B, there'd at least be some mystery as to whether or not Steph Curry's going to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's possible. It's not likely.
No.
It's possible.
It is. And if you look at the history of teams down 3-1, the team up 3-1 wins 60% of the time
Is that
in
all?
Game 5.
Okay.
So they're 176 wins and 117 losses just in Game 5. Now, you mentioned the big caveat, which is they don't have Steph Curry.
And they're on the road.
Right.
Like Indiana's doing that right now as we speak, and I think they're trailing by 4 or 6 points at halftime.
Up 3-1,
but they're
up 3-1.
Yes.
On the road.
You're saying, like, how often does the up 3-1 win Game 5? That's what Indiana's trying to do right now, but they're on the road.
Yeah, they're trying to do it on the road,
Right.
and Minnesota will be trying to do that at home against a team without its star. So that's just the historical numbers of it. And yeah, if Jimmy feels better and you find a way to unlock pods a little bit, which is why I wanted to ask him about his confidence. And he said, not great right now. Not great, Bob. 4 for 24, but then he immediately went on to say all the little things that he does. And so Pods is going to get 30 minutes. Can you hit a shot? Please? I mean, they don't need him to score 25, but if he's going to take 13 shots, he needs to hit 6 of them.
I would love to open it up too, because, and again, I'm just sitting here kind of feeling this, like, just to take y'all behind the curtain. When we're sitting here having this conversation, obviously we've been taking calls on this all day, but I can see social media, I can see our text line, I can see our YouTube chat, and a lot of Warrior fans, maybe not most, I don't know what the number is, but a lot of Warrior fans have big emotions right now in this moment with regard to Steve Kerr's playing of Brandon Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga. The style, the number of minutes, how often, when, why. We asked him about both. He gave you the answers. I wonder if people accept it or not. Or if there's something you want to say about the way he's deploying those two players. We've got another half hour to go. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. If there's something that you want to say about the way that he is deploying those two players. If we're just talking about last night, and this is why I asked it the way I did, I thought Kuminga could have gotten there a little bit earlier in each half. I don't really care who starts. I know a lot of people are like, oh, start him. Okay, I don't know. He played 30 minutes. That's a lot of minutes. I don't care which minutes. Play 30 minutes. And he was pretty good, and there was garbage time where, by the way, none of the players who mattered played a lot of minutes. So if the game had been close, he'd have played more than 30 minutes. So I would have put him in a little bit earlier, but I sort of accept his answer too, because when I brought that up in the second half, he goes, well, that's what I did.
Yeah.
We weren't going to put him in.
Exactly what he did.
And I called timeout and put him in a little bit earlier. I also accept his answer with regard to Brandon Podziemski, because I just think as much as people want to dive on the box score, I agree. He rebounds and he handles the ball, and there's really not a suitable replacement with Steph Curry out. And so to a degree, maybe he rides the line a little too far, but to a degree, you do need to ride Brandon Podziemski's shooting slump. You got to ride it. There's just not.
You've got no other option.
There's nowhere else to go.
You don't have another ball handler, and he is a guy who can make a three, and I know Kuminga can as well, but you have a lot of guys who you'd rather not shoot the three. To your point about Kuminga, he goes in with 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter, which it's about the normal time. He goes in for Jimmy, and you're down 2, and by the end of the quarter, I think they were up 1. So he's a +3. He plays the opening 2 or 3 minutes of the second quarter. Draymond comes in for him. He sits for 4 minutes. He comes back in. So I have no problem with his minutes allocation. And as Steve said, he put him in with 8.5 to go in the third quarter because there was things going wrong. He calls timeout. JK's in there, and he was a part of that group. Steve even said it like, I never played that lineup before with TJD, and I think it was Draymond and Jimmy and Kuminga and somebody else, and they went out there and got motorboated.
By the way, that was he called timeout. He brought him in, and the game got out of hand immediately. I'm not blaming Jonathan Kuminga for that. I don't even really blame anyone. The Timberwolves were awesome. They just caught fire. They were awesome. But, yeah, they brought him in, and the game got out of hand and never got back.
It was Buddy, Draymond, Jimmy, TJD, and JK. That was your 5.
Buddy, Draymond, Jimmy, JK, and TJD?
Correct.
Wow. Yeah,
Well, that's a
Buddy,
lineup where you're basically saying, guys, we're not looking to shoot threes. And if you go through the log, as I did earlier, you had Draymond missed a 3. Jimmy missed a couple of layups. JK missed a layup. You had 4 turnovers. Buddy missed a 3. Yep. It was a disaster. And all the while, it was Edwards, Randall, Edwards.
It's
night. It's over.
It's literally the lineup the Warriors have been telling us for 3 months. The output that they've gotten from that group, it hasn't worked well.
Well, that's 5.
Hasn't worked well.
That's 4 guys who can't shoot a 3, and then Buddy Buckets, who is pretty much your only hope. Kuminga can shoot a little bit. I know Draymond in the first quarter.
Jimmy and Draymond are also like they can make a 3, but yes, they don't make the defense freak out when they're lining up.
When that lineup goes for 3 minutes, they're down a dozen at that point. Timeout again. Peyton in for Buddy, Pods in for TJD, and then they proceeded to kind of steady it, but then next thing you know, they're down 20.
Yeah.
And it's all right.
Kuminga's been very good in this series. I would burn the tape of the second half. But like the whole team was bad. 888-957-9570. Josh on 580. Hi, Josh. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Yes, sir. What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I had a good day. Not feeling too good about the Warriors, man. And I'm having a feeling that it's just like, what a ride this season was, man, and how fun it was to go on. I mean, I'm kind of sounded it's not over yet, but we all kind of know what the feeling is. But the ride that we were on this season was such a fun ride to watch the Warriors this year, from the 12-3 start to the turbo middle to getting Jimmy to fighting to get in. I just feel like we were robbed of a great series. I just can't help but to think, man, if Steph was playing, we'd be blowing these guys out, man. It just because what Edwards did yesterday is what we watched Steph Curry do for so many years, just take teams' hearts. And we don't have anybody that can do that right now. And it's just so frustrating to watch, knowing that our guy is sitting there and we could definitely, easily be winning the series. But a couple of points I just wanted to say is, one, Pods has to play, like you guys said. He has to play. We have no other point guard. So even if he's playing terrible, he can't make a basket, he has to play because he's the only other point guard that we could put on the court. So we're strapped. Secondly, the game that they had to win was Game 3. I feel like if they didn't win Game 3 and had lemon booty in Game 4, which they did, and they gave it up, I really don't think they're going to get Game 5. And, overall, my feelings just to share is just that I'm just sad, man. I think this is the best chance that the Warriors had to get another ring, another year of age on our guys. Jimmy's making $60 million. I don't know what we're going to be able to do with the roster after that. So it's just, man, it's so frustrating because it was right there. Everything was lined up so right to make a run at this. The East is the Celtics are getting out the way. The Cavs are getting out the way. We can beat the Nuggets and the Thunder. It was right there, man. So it's just so frustrating to watch. Just wanted to show a little bit of my pain and my thoughts, man. Great show, guys. Talk to you later.
Josh, thank you. I don't know how close the Warriors could have or would have been or whatever. I don't want to talk about them in past tense. It's not done yet, but if Steph Curry were playing, would they win this series? Maybe. Does that mean that they could win the next series? I still think that all of it would be hard. But here's what I'll say to what Josh just said. I think Steph Curry agrees with him. When I look at Steph's body language on the sideline during timeouts, the thought bubble that is in my mind is Steph is still sitting there going, I can't believe that this is slipping away. I can't believe it. And maybe, probably, this is my last best chance. Last chance? No. Last best chance? Probably.
Maybe. I mean,
probably.
You got a 48-win team, and you got the right draw in Houston, I believe, and you ended up facing a 6 seed in round 2. And not that Minnesota is a weak stick. They're not. No one in the West is weak, but I think that the draw was kind of nice for them. We talked about this going in. If you can avoid the OKC bracket, which now it seems a little bit like a cold take with the way Denver's playing, but the point is the West is wide open and the whole league is wide open. We're probably going to get, for the first time ever, a 7th different champ in a row. It's only been done once where 6 different teams win it in 6 consecutive years, and we have that streak going on right now. And 5 of the 8 remaining, if they win the title, it would be the 7th different team over the last 7 years. Right. So parity's never been more present.
No, 100%.
And the Warriors are one of the last 8. So yeah, he is definitely probably feeling like, I mean, I wanted a bite of the apple, and I had that bite, and then he chipped a tooth.
Yeah. It is really, really unfortunate.
Well, because this thing is wide open, right?
It is. I mean, I didn't love their chances, but they had chance.
Right.
But they don't without him.
Like right now, in this moment, 5:38 p.m. on a Tuesday, who's going to win the title?
Not the teams we thought. I mean, maybe Oklahoma City.
Maybe
Oklahoma City.
We could have a debate over 6 of the 8.
I'd still pick Oklahoma City.
But I mean, if we wanted to have a real debate, you could just take the Warriors in Boston and put them aside and say, you probably don't. I mean, you probably don't have a great chance.
Probably don't have. Yeah, you're the two.
Yeah.
You're the 2 underdogs of the league now.
In the East, between those 3, I mean, New York's probably going to advance, and then this Indy-Cleveland one might end up going deep, and then...
It might go deep. It might be over in an hour and a half.
Yeah, and OKC in Denver, that thing's a heavyweight bout. Yep. Minnesota looks real, so I do think that the parity is more omnipresent than ever before.
There's no question. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app. Wherever you find your favorite podcast, while you're there, check out our guys, Steiny and Goo, and the Joes on the Morning Roast. They're reacting to last night's loss as well. You can check out everything that they had to say. Not done yet. More time for your calls. Mike, Joel, we're coming to you in just a sec. 888-957-9570. That is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Brandon Podziemski, 4 for his last 24. And you talked earlier in the year about a crisis of confidence. Where is he right now after the last couple of games in terms of, having the faith in his shot?
Well, the confidence in the shot right now is not there. But let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player, and every game you look at the plus minus at the end of the game, and he's at or near the top for our team. So he does so many other things besides shoot that are crucial for us.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
You're going to get people mad now.
I'm not going to, look, this is where we're at. We could ask the questions and we get the answers, and I can already tell that some people accept the answers and a lot of people don't. And in this moment, I get it. If you're like, man, like this is painful to watch. Like, you got to get Pods out of there. I would still argue I'm not really sure who's supposed to come in and do some of the other things that he does.
Well, there's that.
I fully understand the frustration, but I also don't know what the Warriors are supposed to turn to if they did take out the fan anger on Brandon Podziemski and send him to the locker room. Get him out of here. Okay. I don't know what they're supposed to do. And then there was this really, really interesting exchange also between you and him, because the conversation went to Jonathan Kuminga. And now, granted, do you have the question also? All right, check the question and the answer out with regard to Jonathan Kuminga within the offense.
Does his offensive skill set really have much more of a positive impact when he's more center in the offense, meaning, stuff is run through him and he has more of a chance to have the ball and attack as opposed to playing off the ball?
Yeah, for sure. He's best when he has the ball in his hands, for sure.
And scene.
End of answer. Yeah, for sure.
He's best when he has the ball in his hands, for sure.
Follow-up question, Steve, is he second best when he doesn't have the ball in his hands? Steve, did we lose you?
So
the reason why that stood out to me is because most of his answers are elaborate and he goes into great detail about what he thinks and the combinations and the analytics, and that was just, yeah.
Well, I listen, if I were him, I'd be exhausted about answering questions about Jonathan Kuminga by now. I'd be guarded in terms of answering questions about Jonathan Kuminga, but I also think that leads to a really kind of a different conversation. And so this rub that has been created, and I get why this is such a dangerous spot for anybody who works for the Warriors or plays for the Warriors. It's like, okay, you make a decision, you feel like Jonathan is just not quite fitting what you're doing and what you're doing is working. You make a decision. The decision is controversial. It's got a lot of naysayers. People will say, well, wait a minute. Okay, you don't have to play Jonathan 30 minutes, but can he get 10? Can he get 12? Can he do that? And then your star goes down, so you're forced to put Jonathan in, and what does Jonathan do? Balls the hell out.
Cooks.
And so now you got people's arses on fire. Because it's like, that's been sitting on the bench. But Steve's point, and again, take it or leave it, accept it or not, doesn't matter to me. But Steve's point is, do you understand that if Steph Curry were still playing, that's not the Jonathan you're getting? Because Jonathan has to have the ball in his hands. And if Steph Curry's on the floor, Jonathan's not going to have the ball in his hands. Look, it's a conundrum, man. It is a freaking conundrum. I wonder if there's anybody who wants to meet in the middle on that. Anybody? Does anybody want to meet in the middle on, it's a conundrum, it's a puzzle that's missing a piece, it's a Rubik's Cube that's missing a sticker? Like, it's just, I don't think there's a great solution for everybody involved that exists.
Well, that's the rub of being the head coach, because he's decided that whether it's, Jimmy and Draymond and Steph, whatever it is, that he doesn't play well with Steph Curry. And do you know how many minutes they've played together in this series, JK and Steph?
I would say 0.
The answer is 0.
Yeah.
So Kuminga played 13 minutes in game 1, and he came in about 3 minutes after Steph went out. Steph hasn't played since. JK's played 26, 36, and 29 and a half minutes. So you asked the question before about if Steph comes back and he's able to play in a theoretical game 6, what does that mean for Kuminga?
I will make no predictions, and I will be surprised by nothing. Even so much as he could average 26 a night in this series, and they could win tomorrow night, and he could get another DMP on Sunday. I do not think that's out of the realm of possibility.
I agree. And, he, for the most part, hasn't played a lot with Steph, even in the Houston series. And that's just, been a byproduct of what they believe combination-wise. And that's why the answer kind of stuck out to me, because if Steph is playing, well, apologies to Jonathan Kuminga and every other human being in that uniform, I want the ball in Steph's hands. Or if it's not in his hands, I want you to look for him as he's running around doing the Steph thing so we can get it back, wait for it, in his hands. So if JK's best when the ball's in his hands, and Steve said that, and Grandy, that was a great question. I kind of bastardized it a little bit, but I think I got your point across that you had written. Then JK, if he's good with the ball in his hands, then you can't be out there with Steph because we want the ball in his hands. And by the way, next year when Steph's hammy is fine, what does that mean for Jonathan Kuminga?
That was something you brought up while we were discussing this during the break, and I think it's a little bit of a too early, too hot opinion, but I get it. To you, that's where your mind went when you heard that answer is Jonathan's not going to be on the team next year. And to a degree, I know a lot of people are like, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be. I still think there's a lot of people that misunderstand what's about to take place. There's a lot of people who are like, he's going to walk. He can't walk. He can't go anywhere the Warriors don't want him to go next year.
He's restricted.
But I have no idea what the Warriors want. I would imagine that if I were Jonathan, I would want to play somewhere else. I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. But I don't know what the Warriors want, and I have no idea what the league's going to offer him. I have no idea. I would imagine that maybe this week he's made himself a little money.
It's interesting because
I would think.
We had Bobby Marks on about 3 months ago, and he surprised a lot of us with his $20 to $25 million a year ballpark.
And that was before getting hurt and benched.
Thank you. And then I think the value plummeted, but over the last 3 games, will you see he's got the ha-ha?
Well, if another team is like, well, so wait a minute, we don't have Steph, so you can come play with our team.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's not for today, obviously, but I just thought that answer was, of all his answers, which are usually a good solid 60 seconds of thought-out expertise, like it or don't like it, and I happen to love that interview.
Well,
and I like his information, and I think that he's almost always honest.
Well, I don't think Steve and the Warriors want any more quotes on social media about Jonathan Kuminga.
Yep.
That's what I think that answer was about. And by the way, that's totally fair. There's just no win. There's no win in putting all of that out there right now. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pitt and Ellie Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. You know the rules. If the Warriors hit 10 threes, that's a donation. That's a donation to the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. So last night they hit 8 threes.
Boom, boom, boom.